Get out. Leave now.
Her mother, Zhao Manyun, stood on the marble floor by the doorway, her sharp voice cutting through the air like glass scraping metal. Her well-kept hand gripped the doorknob tightly, knuckles turning white, red nail polish almost digging into the carved wood. Her once elegant face was now twisted with anger, brows furrowed, eyes wide and bloodshot, lips pressed pale, jaw clenched, like an enraged lioness. Su Nianhe opened her mouth to speak, but Zhao Manyun had already rushed into the living room. When she came back, she was dragging the suitcase Su Nianhe had brought home last week in one hand and clutching a few clothes in the other. She threw them out as if tossing away trash. The suitcase and clothes landed with a loud thud at Su Nianhe's feet. Su Nianhe instinctively bent down to pick them up, but her mother's harsh voice struck again. Cheap market clothes like these don't belong in our family's closet. Mom, am I not your daughter? How can you treat me like this? Su Nianhe shouted, unable to hold back. Zhao Manyun sneered. Daughter? If I had known you'd turn out like this, I would never have kept you. Look at your sister. Su Nianwei graduated from a top university, works as a manager at a foreign company, and just last month bought me a jade bracelet.
And you?
Studied a useless major, been out of school for 3 months with no job, wandering around job fairs like a stray, and now you dare come home asking for money? Our savings are for Nianwei's wedding, not for you to waste. Su Nianhe thought of 3 days ago, when she came here with her last 20 yuan, still holding on to hope. But yesterday, the moment she stepped inside, her father had thrown a glass at her. The shards had cut her ankle, and the scab was still there. I just want to borrow a little. I'll pay it back once I find a job, she said, biting her lip until she tasted blood. Pay it back?
With what?
That useless major of yours? You'll never succeed. Nianwei was right. You bring bad luck to this family. Because of you, our relatives laugh at us. Look at yourself, so shabby that even standing in the yard makes the air feel dirty. When Nianwei brings her friends home, they're all dressed in designer clothes. And you? You look like a beggar. Just seeing you ruins my mood. Su Nianhe remembered last Saturday when she was hiding from the rain in a corner cafe. Through the glass, she saw Su Nianwei driving a red car, a shiny handbag on the passenger seat, and their mother greeting her with a warm smile, a smile she had never seen before.
Why?
We're both your daughters. Why do you love Su Nianwei but not me? Her words were like a spark. Zhao Manyun raised her hand and slapped her. Love? You have to earn it. Nianwei has always been sensible and hardworking. She makes us proud. And you? You only bring us trouble and shame. You even went against us when choosing your college major. Regret it now. Too late. She turned to shut the door.
Get out.
Take your things and leave. Don't ever come back. From now on, we have no daughter like you.
Mom.
Su Nianhe reached out to grab her mother's sleeve, but caught only air. The heavy wooden door slammed shut with a loud bang, shaking the glass lamp above and sending pain through her chest. Outside, only she and her scattered clothes remained. With bitterness filling her heart, she slowly picked up each piece of clothing and placed it carefully into her half-empty suitcase. Every movement felt heavy, as if her limbs were weighed down. Then, dragging her suitcase, she walked away from the grand Su family villa, step by step. A deep sense of helplessness surrounded her. She now truly understood she no longer had a home. Su Nianhe couldn't understand why. As daughters of the same family, she and Su Nianwei were treated so differently. Since childhood, Su Nianwei had been lovingly cared for by their parents, living in the bright, spacious master bedroom on the second floor. Her parents spared no expense, hiring professional tutors to develop her talents. Later, with their help and connections, she easily entered a top university. As for Su Nianhe, she had been sent to live with her grandmother in a small town, growing up by her side. Only after her grandmother passed away was she brought back to the Su family home in the provincial capital. She had thought that after so many years of neglect, her parents wanted to make up for the lost time and affection. But reality struck her like a harsh slap. After returning, she was given a small attic room and told to wear Su Nianwei's old clothes. Not only that, but every day after school, she also had to do all the dirty and tiring chores at home, living a life even harder than the family's housekeeper, Aunt Wang. If Aunt Wang hadn't felt sorry for her and secretly helped with some of the work, she truly didn't know how she would have survived those 3 years of high school. After finally getting into college, her parents stopped caring about her just because she chose to study the subject she loved, antique studies. During college, she paid her tuition by working part-time jobs everywhere, barely managing to get by. Now, facing difficulties finding a job, she returned home hoping for a little support from her parents, but they heartlessly drove her out. Su Nianhe felt deeply sad and couldn't help but ask herself, is this really how parents should treat their child? If only Grandma were still here. Other than Grandma, perhaps only Aunt Wang truly cared for her. Aunt Wang. Su Nianhe murmured softly, her thoughts drifting back to the moment she left home. Just before she walked out, Aunt Wang seemed to have quietly slipped something into her pocket when no one was looking. At that time, she was too upset about being thrown out to notice what Aunt Wang had done. Now, a small spark of hope suddenly lit up in her heart, like a faint light appearing in the darkness. She quickly reached into her pocket, nervously feeling for what Aunt Wang had given her. When she pulled it out, she froze in surprise. It was 2,000 yuan, a key, and a small note. Her hands trembled as she unfolded the note. It read, "Nian Nian, go back to Grandma's house in the county. That's your real home." The handwriting was shaky, but it seemed to carry Aunt Wang's warmth, making Su Nianhe's eyes fill with tears. Filled with gratitude, Su Nianhe boarded the bus back to the county. Grandma's house was on a quiet street in the county town. Though the street wasn't busy, it had a simple, lively charm, with small shops lined up on both sides. Grandma's 2-story house stood quietly by the street, like an old friend who had witnessed the passing of time. It was in that house that Su Nianhe had spent her childhood and teenage years. When she was a child, her grandmother ran a small, cozy breakfast shop. Though the place was tiny, the neighbors' visits were enough to support the two of them. Carrying her memories of her grandmother, Su Nianhe used the key Aunt Wang had given her to open the shop's rolling door. Creak, clang. The door lifted with a harsh sound that broke the silence. A mix of dust, dampness, and old oil filled the air, making Su Nianhe cough and step back. The shop was in ruins. Thick dust covered the floor. Cobwebs hung everywhere. The tables and chairs were crooked with mouse marks, and the walls showed only yellowed glue stains and peeling paint. The stove was cold and rusty, and the glass counter was dull with grime. This was no longer the warm, lively place she remembered. Only emptiness and silence remained. A wave of despair gripped her, stronger than when she had been forced to leave the Su family villa. Dragging her suitcase inside, she left lonely wheel marks on the dusty floor. The stairs were covered in dust and creaked under her feet. With each step upward, her heart grew heavier. The door on the second floor was half open. When she pushed it, dust fell like fine sand. This had once been her little world. Now the bed was bare, the desk drawers empty, the boxes covered in dust, and the small window blocked the light. The air smelled of mold. Su Nianhe slid down against the wall, curling up as tears streamed down her face. The world felt so big, yet there was nowhere for her to belong. She cried until her throat hurt and her eyes burned. When she finally stopped, exhausted and numb, her gaze fell on a half-open box. She moved closer and opened it. Inside were her grandmother's old clothes, books, and school notebooks. At the bottom, her fingers touched something hard wrapped in old cloth. She untied the string and unfolded the fabric. A dark brown wooden plaque appeared, its surface covered with a black crust, but the edges showed a smooth, warm wood color. It was surprisingly heavy and cool to the touch, and when she leaned closer, she caught a faint, clean scent. She gently rubbed the edge with her fingertip, scraping off a bit of the black layer. Beneath it appeared a faint image of an old building in deep purple and black tones. On the other side was a simple carving of a rose, nothing special at first glance. Su Nianhe didn't know why her grandmother had kept such an ordinary piece of wood, but since it was something her grandmother had left behind, she decided to clean it carefully and keep it as a precious memory. After putting the plaque away safely, Su Nianhe took a deep breath and tried to gather her strength. She found an old broom covered in dust and began to clean the second floor with quiet determination. The old junk was cleared out piece by piece and piled by the door, ready to be thrown away. While she was busy, a familiar and surprised voice called out, "Is that Nianhe? Oh my, you came back and didn't even come see me first? Doing all this cleaning alone must be so tiring." It was Aunt Lu, Grandma's old friend. Seeing Su Nianhe working by herself, she felt both sorry and worried. Then she frowned slightly and said with a hint of reproach, "Where are your parents? How could they let you come back to this old house alone?" Aunt Lu knew well that Su Nianhe's father, Su Jingran, had made a fortune in the provincial capital. When Grandma passed away, the funeral had been the grandest on the whole street. "Aunt Lu, I came back on my own. I just missed Grandma." Su Nianhe's voice was soft, with a trace of sadness, as she avoided talking about her parents. "Silly child, if you miss her, just come back to visit. You don't have to wear yourself out like this," Aunt Lu said, with concern. Looking at the messy room, she quickly pulled out her phone. "Wait here, I'll get someone to help you clean this place up." Her fingers moved fast across the screen, and as soon as the call connected, her voice rang out clearly. "Hello, cleaning service? Please send 2 quick workers over right away. The address is 28 Fuxing Street, an old 2-story house. Make sure it's cleaned inside and out." Su Nianhe was startled. "Oh no, Aunt Lu's making things worse. I only have the 2,000 yuan Aunt Wang gave me. How can I afford a cleaning service?" She quickly said, "Aunt Lu, please don't call them. I can clean it myself." But Aunt Lu seemed to read her mind and smiled. "Silly girl, don't worry. The things your grandma left behind will be enough to cover the cost." Hearing that, Su Nianhe didn't argue further, though she still felt uneasy. She wondered what Aunt Lu meant by the things Grandma left behind. In this old, run-down house, what could possibly be worth anything? Aunt Lu's voice and efficiency were both impressive. In less than half an hour, 2 young men in matching blue uniforms arrived on a tricycle, carrying professional cleaning kits. The one in front, named Xiao Zhou, looked quick and lively. As soon as he stepped inside, the thick dust made him sneeze several times. Covering his nose, he said in a muffled voice, "Oh wow, Aunt Lu, it's been a long time since this place was cleaned, hasn't it? Stop chatting and get to work," Aunt Lu said, hands on her hips, giving orders confidently. "Upstairs, downstairs, every corner, especially the kitchen counter. Make it shine so bright you can see your reflection." Xiao Zhou and his coworker answered quickly, put on masks and gloves, and started working efficiently. The roar of the pressure washer, the scraping of brooms on the floor, and the sharp sound of metal tools removing stubborn stains broke the silence of the old house, stirring up years of dust. Dust danced wildly in the beams of light coming through the broken window, as if it had come to life for a moment. Su Nianhe stood at the foot of the stairs, watching the busy scene, feeling a little lost. She instinctively touched the pocket close to her chest. The heavy wooden tag inside rested quietly, its cool surface somehow calming her restless thoughts. Aunt Lu walked around like a supervisor, hands behind her back, giving directions from time to time. "There's a spider web in that corner. Don't forget under the table legs. Hey, be careful with that old camphor wood chest. Handle it gently." Her sharp eyes swept over every old item being moved, as if she were searching for something. After 3 hours of cleaning, the small shop looked completely new. Except for a few of Grandma's keepsakes and 2 wooden beds, everything else had been taken away by the cleaning crew. Just as Aunt Lu had said, Xiao Zhou didn't charge her a single cent for the cleaning. Su Nianhe was puzzled. Seeing this, Aunt Lu quickly explained with a smile, "These days, cleaning companies in town collect old items. Your grandma's house had plenty of them. They can sell those things, so taking your job doesn't cost them anything."
Oh. Su Nian finally understood.
Nianhe, Aunt Lu looked at her with a knowing and caring expression. You came back this time planning to stay for a while, didn't you? Are you thinking of reopening your grandma's breakfast shop? Yes, Aunt Lu, Su Nianhe said, a little surprised. How did you know what I was thinking? Oh, I can tell just by looking at you, you're a sentimental girl. Much better than your ungrateful father. Aunt Lu sighed, then quickly got busy again. All right then, since you just got back, tidy up a bit and go buy some bedding so you can get through tonight. Tomorrow, I'll find some reliable people to help you fix up this place properly. From now on, you can stay here and run your breakfast shop in peace. Aunt Lu, Su Nianhe felt a rush of warmth in her heart, mixed with unease. Nianhe, it's settled. Aunt Lu waved her hand firmly. I'll help you. Aunt Lu, Su Nianhe's heart warmed again, but she still felt uneasy. This unexpected kindness cracked open the ice around her heart, letting warmth flow in, yet it also made her nervous. She hadn't been treated with such genuine care for a long time. Nianhe, it's decided. Aunt Lu said firmly, as if announcing something final. When your grandma was still here, we were as close as sisters. The one she worried about most was you. Now that you're back, it's only right that I help you. Don't be so polite with me, or I'll get upset. She tried to look stern, but the kindness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Seeing Aunt Lu's determined expression, Su Nianhe's throat tightened. 1,000 words stuck in her chest, and finally, she only managed to whisper, trembling, "Thank you, Aunt Lu." "No need to thank me. Come on," Aunt Lu said briskly. "Let's get your little place fixed up. I'll go with you to buy bedding. The house still smells of dust after cleaning, and you can't sleep on a bare bed tonight." Aunt Lu took Su Nianhe by the wrist and let her out. Her hand was rough but warm and strong, filled with steady determination. Su Nianhe followed quietly, glancing back at the newly cleaned but still empty house. The heavy despair in her heart seemed to lift a little, pulled away by that warm hand. The streets of the county were much narrower than those in the city, but they were full of familiar, lively charm. Aunt Lu clearly knew everyone around. She led Su Nianhe through a small alley to a shop selling bedding. The shop owner, a cheerful, plump woman, greeted them warmly. "Oh, Aunt Lu, and this is Nianhe? You've grown into such a fine young lady. You really do look a bit like your grandma when she was young." "Yes, this is Nianhe from the Su family. She's back," Aunt Lu said proudly. "Come on, pick out 2 good thick cotton quilts, nice and warm. 2 pillows too, and some clean, simple bed sheets and covers, something that won't get dirty easily." The shop owner quickly brought out several quilts for them to choose from. Su Nianhe looked at the soft, clean cotton padding, touched it, and felt its warmth and thickness. Then she glanced at the price tag, silently calculating the 2,000 yuan that Aunt Wang had given her. She wanted to pick a cheaper one, but Aunt Lu immediately saw through her thoughts and decided firmly, this set. The color is nice and the cotton is full. As she spoke, she took out her wallet. "Aunt Lu, no. That's not right," Su Nianhe said anxiously, quickly pressing down her hand. "I have money. Let me pay for it myself." Flustered, she pulled out the money Aunt Wang had given her from her pocket and handed a few bills to the shop owner. Aunt Lu gave her a sharp look, but didn't insist. She only muttered, "You child, always treating me like an outsider." Still, seeing Su Nianhe insist on paying, a hint of comfort appeared in her eyes. After buying the quilts, pillows, and some simple toiletries, they stopped by a small shop on the street to buy a few steamed buns and pickles for dinner. When they returned to the small building, the setting sun shone through the freshly cleaned window, spreading a warm golden light across the cold cement floor. Aunt Lu helped Su Nianhe spread the bedding on the bare wooden bed in the attic. When the thick quilt was laid out and the pillow placed neatly, the small, once musty space finally began to feel a little like home. "Make do for tonight," Aunt Lu said. "Tomorrow I'll bring someone to fix the window and the water pipes, and we'll tidy up the stove downstairs. You should pick up your grandmother's cooking skills again." She looked around the attic with satisfaction and nodded. "All right, it's getting dark. Get some rest early. I'll come by first thing in the morning." After the lively Aunt Lu left, the small building fell silent. The sun sank below the horizon, dusk settled in, and only the faint glow of a distant streetlight shone through the window, casting soft shadows on the attic floor. Su Nianha sat by the bed, holding tightly to the dark brown wooden plaque her grandmother had left behind. Her fingers traced the uneven carvings on its surface, and the faint, clean scent seemed to grow stronger. The chaos of the day, the humiliation of being driven away, the despair of returning to the old house, and the warmth Aunt Lu brought, all these feelings swirled quietly within her. She lowered her head to look at the wooden plaque. In the dim light, the thick layer of black grime seemed even darker, but the faint purple-black wood beneath it gave off a soft glow. The outline of the old building carved on it also became a little clearer.
Grandma,
She whispered. Her voice sounded especially lonely in the quiet attic. Tears slid down silently, falling onto the cold plaque and spreading into a small dark stain. As the stain spread, the plaque seemed to come alive. The outline of the old building grew clearer, its curved roof and wall patterns slowly appeared, like a painting awakening from a long sleep. Su Nianha's heart skipped a beat. Just as she leaned closer to look, the plaque suddenly returned to its original state, as if what she had seen was only an illusion. She sighed softly, placed the plaque on the old cabinet by her bed, and lay down to sleep. Perhaps the past few days of exhaustion and emotional turmoil had drained her completely. The moment her head touched the pillow, sleep swept over her like a rising tide. Her mind sank into darkness, and soon a warm, familiar scene appeared in her dream. Her grandmother looked just as she remembered, kind and gentle, wearing the faded blue blouse she always wore. She stood at the doorway of the small kitchen bathed in morning light, smiling at her with eyes full of love and longing. "Nianha, my dear girl, you're finally home. It's so good to have you back." Her grandmother's voice carried that familiar warmth, soft and comforting, like the morning breeze of her hometown mixed with the crackling sound of firewood.
Grandma,
Su Nianha's throat tightened. All her sorrow, fear, and relief gathered in those two words. Her eyes grew hot, and in the dream, her tears flowed freely. She wanted to run forward and hold that warm figure that smelled faintly of soap and cooking smoke. "Silly child, don't cry," her grandmother said gently, reaching out her wrinkled but warm hand as if to wipe away her tears. Yet the hand stopped in midair, her gaze resting tenderly on Nianha's face. "You're home now, so don't be afraid. Everything I had is yours. Keep that wooden plaque safe." "Grandma, I miss you so much." Nianha's voice trembled. "I know, my dear," her grandmother said softly. "But I can't stay with you anymore. You must take good care of yourself." Her grandmother's voice faded like a distant breeze, disappearing into the depths of the dream. "Grandma, don't go." Su Nianha cried out anxiously in her dream and woke up with a start. "Nianha, are you awake?" Aunt Lu's gentle voice came through the door, soft and lazy like cotton soaked in warm water, falling lightly on her ears. Su Nianha slowly opened her eyes. The sky outside was already bright. The winter sun climbed lazily upward, its golden light slipping through the window frame and spreading a thin layer of warmth over the quilt. Even the air seemed to carry a soft glow. "I'm up, Aunt Lu," Su Nianha said, quickly throwing off the quilt and getting out of bed, not wanting to linger on the fading dream. She looked out the window. The bright sunlight made her feel, for a moment, as if she had returned to the past. "That's good." Aunt Lu's voice came clearer through the door. "Nianha, your water and electricity aren't set up yet. Come to my place to wash up and have breakfast first, all right? The people coming to work on your shop should be arriving soon." "Okay, I'm coming."
Su Nian answered.
Her voice was still a little hoarse from sleep, but livelier than yesterday. She quickly tidied her clothes and hair, then her eyes fell again on the wooden plaque on the bedside table. Morning light, warmer than last night's moonlight, shone generously on it. The dark purple-black edges looked even smoother and deeper, like fine old jade. What caught her attention even more was that the thick layer of black grime seemed to have faded slightly in the bright light. The outline of the old building carved on the plaque was a little clearer than last night. Though still covered with dirt, the curve of the roof could now be faintly seen. Was it just her imagination? Or the effect of sunlight? She remembered her grandmother's words in the dream. Take good care of the wooden plaque and the strange silver writing that had vanished. Nianha, what's taking you so long? The fried dough sticks will get cold and lose their crunch. Aunt Lu called again from downstairs, her voice cheerful and urging.
Coming.
Su Nianha quickly pulled herself together, pushing aside her unease. Now wasn't the time to study the plaque. She reached out and carefully picked it up. It still felt heavy and cool in her hand, and the faint clean scent seemed warmer under the sunlight. After a moment's thought, she tucked it safely into her pocket, close to her heart. The cool touch against her chest felt like her grandmother's silent presence. She opened the door, and the cool morning air rushed in, carrying the smell of food from Aunt Lu's house and the familiar scent of the small town. Downstairs, Aunt Lu was already dressed, wearing an apron and standing at the door with her hands on her hips. Her bright smile looked especially warm and reliable in the morning light. Hurry up and wash your face. Aunt Lu pointed to the faucet in her yard. I've mixed some warm water for you in the basin. Get ready, and we'll have a good breakfast together. We've got a busy day ahead. As she spoke, she glanced toward the street corner. I asked Master Zhao and his team to come. They should be here soon. Following her gaze, Su Nianha saw several workers in dusty uniforms carrying tools, walking quickly through the thin morning mist toward the small building. The man leading them was a middle-aged worker with tan skin and a loud voice. From a distance, he waved and called out, Aunt Lu. Morning. Is this the place? Number 28 Fuxing Street? Yes. That's right. Thanks for coming, old Zhao. Aunt Lu replied cheerfully, then turned to Su Nianha with a wink.
See?
They're here. After breakfast, this old house of ours will soon look brand new. Su Nianha watched as Aunt Lu greeted the workers, chatting and explaining where to fix the windows, where to connect the pipes, and how to tidy up the stove. Standing at the doorway of the small building, bathed in the warm winter sunlight, Su Nianha felt the wooden tag in her pocket pressing gently against her skin, bringing a quiet sense of comfort. The coldness and despair she had felt when she first returned seemed to fade away, washed out by the sunlight, Aunt Lu's kindness, and the sound of the coming repairs. A new day began, filled with the clatter of pots and pans, the workers' voices, Aunt Lu's laughter, and a small but growing hope in her heart, for home and for the future. She took a deep breath of the crisp air, turned, and walked toward Aunt Lu's warm courtyard, ready to embrace a busy and lively day. Master Zhao and his team worked quickly, and in less than 2 days, the breakfast shop looked completely new. They never mentioned payment, which left Su Nianha puzzled. Who would work without asking for money? When she asked Aunt Lu, the older woman just smiled and said, Don't worry. Once everything's done, we'll buy some pots and dishes, and then we'll open for business. Your skills come from your grandmother's true teaching. Your business will surely do well. Auntie Lu, I understand. Thank you.
Su Nian replied.
The days of renovation were busy, but full of hope. Master Zhao and his workers moved quickly. With a sound of hammering and sawing, the old house's decaying smell was replaced by fresh wood, bright glass, and smooth water pipes. Su Nianha followed Auntie Lu around, buying pots, pans, and daily supplies. The small attic gradually filled with the necessities of life. However, during those few nights of renovation, Su Nianha dreamed of her grandmother again and again. It was still the same warm kitchen filled with the smell of cooking. This time, her grandmother was no longer standing by the door, but sitting on the familiar small wooden stool, worn smooth by years of use. On her lap was a faded sewing basket. Inside, there were no needles or threads, only a dark brown wooden plaque, held carefully in her wrinkled hands. Nianha. Her grandmother's voice was closer and clearer than before, carrying a power that seemed to pierce through the dream. The shop is about to open. I'm so happy for you. But remember, no matter how busy you are, you must keep this plaque safe. Grandma. Su Nianha woke up suddenly, covered in cold sweat. The image of her grandmother holding the plaque and repeating "keep it safe" lingered in her mind. She grabbed the plaque from beside her pillow and rubbed it under the pale moonlight. The outline of the old building carved on it seemed clearer now, but she still couldn't make sense of it. Feeling a bit discouraged, she placed the plaque on the bedside table, with a side showing the old building facing up. Her eyes drifted toward the newly installed window, and she froze. Outside was no longer the familiar modern Fushing Street, but a quiet stone-paved road bathed in moonlight. On both sides stood old houses with black tiles and white walls. Faded lanterns hung from the eaves, and in the distance, she could faintly see the shape of a stone bridge. It was silent, as if from another world. In disbelief, she rushed to the window, feeling a chill run through her. It was the plaque. She turned around quickly, trembling, and flipped it so the side with the rose carving faced up. When she looked again, the cement road, the neighbors' lights, and Auntie Lou's pile of odds and ends were all back. The modern scene returned, as if the ancient street had been nothing but a dream. Su Nianhe clutched the cool plaque tightly, her heart pounding. It wasn't an illusion. The direction of the plaque could actually change the world outside her window. She suddenly stood up straight, her fingers trembling with excitement as she tightly held the cool wooden plaque, as if gripping the thread of her own fate. Her eyes swept over the small shop, now freshly renovated and still carrying the scent of paint and wood shavings. A bold, almost crazy idea quickly took shape in her mind. If the plaque could change the view outside the window into an ancient street, then, if she placed the side with the ancient building facing up, would her shop door also open onto that mysterious old street? The thought spread through her like wildfire, igniting all her hopes. After buying the essentials with the 2,000 yuan Aunt Wang had given her, she had little left. She still owed Aunt Lou for the renovation, and with the opening day approaching, she needed both startup money and a unique selling point. Perhaps this strange wooden plaque was the path her grandmother had secretly guided her toward. Without hesitation, Su Nianhe took out her old phone, turned it on with trembling fingers, opened the shopping app, and typed antique-style wooden tables and chairs into the search bar, holding her breath. The page loaded, showing all kinds of antique-style furniture. She needed something that matched the ancient theme, fit her small modern shop, and wasn't too expensive. Her fingers moved quickly across the screen, her eyes sharp and focused. Rosewood-colored square table, Ming-style armchair, 8 immortals table, wooden bench. She tapped and added items to her cart. 1 set of 4 chairs and a table, plus 2 smaller sets for single customers. She chose elm wood with an antique finish, affordable but still elegant. She checked her remaining credit card limit, her heart racing. Her finger hovered over the payment button as she took a deep breath. "Grandma, please bless me," she whispered, and with a determined heart, pressed confirm payment. A few days later, everything was ready. The lucky day Aunt Lou had chosen finally arrived. The small Nianhe breakfast shop was open for business. Because of her limited funds, Su Nianhe didn't hold a grand opening, and Aunt Lou didn't object. In fact, after helping with the renovation, Aunt Lou had gone out and hadn't said where she was going. Su Nianhe simply thought it wasn't anything urgent, and that Aunt Lou would be back in a few days. That afternoon, she prepared all the ingredients for the breakfast shop, following her grandmother's recipes from memory, making each dish carefully. She made small portions of soup dumplings, millet porridge, noodles, and rice noodles. Around 6 o'clock the next morning, Su Nianhe turned the wooden sign so that the side with the old-style design faced outward, then opened the shop door. The mist had not yet lifted, and the air was cool and fresh. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Outside, the familiar view of Fushing Street began to twist and change silently. The damp stone road, the weathered black tiles and white walls, and the outline of a distant stone bridge slowly became clear again. The quiet ancient street had returned. The fire in the stove burned bright, steam rose from the bamboo baskets, and the smell of food filled the air. Su Nianhe waited quietly for her first customer. Around 7:45, a figure appeared through the mist. The man wore a fine indigo silk robe, with a matching vest embroidered with silver cloud patterns along the edges. He was tall and graceful, walking with calm confidence that seemed out of place in the quiet old street. He walked straight to the Manhwa breakfast shop, looked up at the new sign, paused briefly at the words breakfast shop, then pushed the door open and entered. Manhwa looked up from behind the stove. The young man's refined clothes and elegant manner showed he was someone of wealth or high status. She felt a little excited. This was the first ancient guest she had ever served. The man's calm gaze swept across the shop. The new antique-style tables and chairs made him show a faint trace of surprise before his expression returned to calm. He chose a table near the back, facing the stove where Manhwa was working. "Shopkeeper?" His voice was not loud, but it was clear and gentle, cutting through the quiet sounds of the shop. "Do you have anything to eat?" Manhwa quickly steadied herself and replied, "Yes, we have freshly steamed soup dumplings, millet porridge, noodles, and rice noodles." "What would you like?" The man looked slightly surprised. For the past 3 years, disasters had left the fields barren. On his long journey, most shops were closed, and those still open had nothing but coarse bread or wild vegetables. Yet the shop had so many choices, and even the shopkeeper's clothes looked different. Still, since she said there was food, he decided to order 2 dishes to try. "Shopkeeper, please give me a bowl of rice noodles and a basket of small buns." "All right, please wait a moment." Manhwa replied briskly, quickly grabbing a handful of white rice noodles and dropping them into the boiling water. She lifted the lid of the steamer, and a rich aroma of meat rose with the steam. She picked up a basket of delicate, thin-skinned soup buns, their pink filling faintly visible, and placed them on a simple porcelain plate. The noodles were cooked and lifted out, topped with creamy, fragrant bone broth, and sprinkled with chopped green onions and cilantro. A steaming bowl of smooth noodles and a basket of crystal-clear, fragrant buns were soon placed on the man's table. "Please enjoy your meal." The man nodded slightly and picked up his chopsticks. He ate with graceful, unhurried movements. He first picked up a bun, gently bit through the thin skin, and sipped the savory broth inside without spilling a drop. Then he tasted the noodles, smooth and tender, with a rich, flavorful soup. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The buns and noodles were unexpectedly delicious. Forgetting his usual composure, he began to eat quickly. Before long, both the bowl and the basket were empty. He set down his chopsticks and used a white silk handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth carefully. "Shopkeeper, the bill." He stood up. Manhwa took a deep breath and stepped forward. How much should she charge? She quickly calculated the difference between ancient and modern prices, noticed his fine clothing, hesitated, and then quoted what she thought was a slightly high but reasonable price for breakfast. "That will be 50 coins. The man showed no reaction. He reached into his robe and took out a small silver ingot about half a tael in weight. Under the dim light, it shone with a soft, silvery glow, marked with a few shallow, uneven lines. He placed it on the table with a quiet but solid sound.
"Keep the change."
Manhwa stared at the real silver on the table, completely stunned. A basket of buns and a bowl of noodles for a silver ingot? The difference in value was enough to keep her little shop running for several days. She instinctively wanted to refuse, saying, "This is too much, I don't have change," but when she saw the man's calm expression, like he had just paid for an ordinary meal, she swallowed the words that were about to come out. That piece of silver was a fortune to her, but to the man before her, it might really be nothing more than a casual payment. She forced down the waves of shock in her heart and picked up the small silver ingot with slightly trembling hands. It felt cool and heavy, with the unique texture of metal. This was her first time actually touching ancient currency. "Thank you, sir." She tried to keep her voice steady and bowed deeply. The man gave a barely noticeable nod, said nothing more, turned and walked out. His figure soon disappeared into the thin morning mist of the old street. Manhwa carefully put the silver away, turned back to the stove, and saw a few more customers in ancient clothing walking in. These people looked a bit confused by the new shop in town, but the delicious smell of meat made their mouths water, drawing them inside. Heaven knew how long it had been since they last had meat. They each ordered steamed buns, noodle soup, and a few bowls of millet porridge. Everyone ate until they were full. They paid with copper coins, some a little more, some a little less, but Su Nianhe didn't mind. After all, in modern times, these things would cost far more than a bowl of noodles or a few buns. Su Nianhe kept busy until around 10 o'clock. When no more customers came, she closed the shop and turned the wooden sign so the side with the rose faced out. When the scene shifted back to the modern concrete street, she packed the silver ingot and over 1,000 copper coins into her bag, pulled down the shutter, and headed straight for the largest antique shop in the county. The shop owner, Old Sun, had been her grandmother's neighbor, so he naturally recognized her. He had heard from Aunt Lu a few days ago that the Su family's young girl had returned to town. He hadn't expected her to come see him so soon. Could it be that her grandmother had left her something? Old Sun felt a bit puzzled. Grandpa Sunday, Su Nianhe called warmly. Girl, Old Sun replied with a smile. I heard from Aunt Lu that you've been busy with your breakfast shop since you came back. How come you have time to visit me today?
Yes.
Grandpa Sun, I finally got things running smoothly, so I wanted to come see you right away. Su Nianhe said playfully, her tone carrying a hint of affection. You little girl, Grandpa Sun said with a smile, shaking his head. I don't believe you came here just to think about this old man. Tell me, what good thing are you here for? Su Nianhe gave a bitter smile and didn't answer. Instead, she quietly took out a silver ingot and more than 1,000 copper coins from her bag. The smile on Grandpa Sun's face froze the moment he saw what she had taken out. It was a silver ingot and a pile of heavy, scattered copper coins. His cloudy old eyes suddenly became sharp, fixed on the silver ingot as if drawn by a magnet. He even leaned forward without realizing it. He reached out his hand, not to take it, but to signal Su Nianhe to place the items on the glass counter in front of him. Su Nianhe did as he said, gently setting them down. The silver ingot landed with a solid thud on the glass surface. The copper coins clinked together, forming a small pile. Grandpa Sun carefully picked up the silver ingot. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. With his wrinkled fingers, he slowly rubbed the uneven marks on its surface, traces from casting and possible stamps. Then he held it up to the light, examining the color and oxidation again and again. He even used his fingernail to lightly press an edge, testing its hardness.
Girl.
Grandpa Sun's voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief and professional caution. Where did you get this? This isn't something from modern times. He suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze full of suspicion and curiosity. The shape, patina, and possible markings on the silver ingot all carried a strong sense of age, something no modern imitation could easily reproduce. Su Nianhe had expected this question. She was prepared. Her face showed just the right mix of mystery and a hint of pride, but her tone remained calm. Grandpa Sun, don't worry about where I got it. Just tell me, will you take it? How much is it worth? Grandpa Sun looked at her deeply. Her eyes were clear, not like someone in trouble. He forced down his shock, knowing that asking further might not help. Then he turned to the pile of copper coins, put on his reading glasses, picked up a magnifying glass, and began examining them one by one. He carefully handled the copper coins, his movements slow and focused. The condition is quite good, but I can't tell which dynasty they're from. The wear is light, the patina looks natural, seems genuine. He murmured to himself, occasionally picking out a few coins with especially clear markings and setting them aside. Time passed quietly. The only sounds in the shop were the faint clinking of coins and the old man's occasional breaths. Su Nianhe waited patiently, though her heart was uneasy. She had no idea what price the old neighbor would offer. At last, the old man put down the final coin, removed his reading glasses, rubbed his tired eyes, and let out a long sigh. He picked up the silver ingot again, weighed it in his hand, and glanced at the sorted pile of coins. Girl, he began, his tone calm and steady like a seasoned trader, though his eyes still showed a trace of amazement. You've really given this old man both a tough problem and a pleasant surprise. Pointing at the silver ingot, he said, judging by its shape, Weight and patina, it looks like something from the mid-Qing period, about half a tael, around 18 to 20 grams. The silver itself would be worth about 1,000 yuan at today's price. But as an antique, it has historical value. A well-preserved ingot with clear marks like this is quite sought after by collectors. I'll give you an antique price. He paused for a moment, then named a figure. 4,000 yuan. That's a fair price. You might get a bit more at an auction in a big city, but after fees and risks, it would come to about the same. If you trust old Grandpa Sun, let's settle on this price. Then he pointed to the pile of copper coins. There are about 12 to 1,300 coins here. I couldn't tell which dynasty they're from, but coins like these usually sell for 5 to 10 yuan each, depending on condition. Yours are in good shape, with a natural patina, so I'll take the higher end, 8 yuan each. Let's say 1,200 coins, that's 9,600 yuan. He paused again and pointed to the few he had set aside earlier. These dozen or so are a bit better, clear inscriptions, finer condition, worth around 10 to 20 each. I'll give you a combined price. Altogether, for all the copper coins, I'll pay you 10,000 yuan even. Adding the 4,000 from the silver ingots, the total is... Old Mr. Sun took out the calculator from the counter and pressed a few buttons. Altogether, 14,000 yuan. When she heard the number, Su Nianhe's heart started pounding fast. 14,000 yuan. That was far beyond what she had expected. If a bowl of rice noodles and a basket of dumplings cost about 20 yuan in modern times, then the silver pieces that young nobleman had given her had earned her 3,980 yuan. Even those old copper coins were worth so much. The profit from antiques was truly amazing. If things kept going like this, she could earn 300,000 to 400,000 a month. I'm rich. Su Nianhe tried hard to hold back her excitement and keep her voice calm, but the sparkle in her eyes gave her away. Grandpa Sun, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? That's a lot. Humph. Old Mr. Sun couldn't help but snort when he saw her trying to hide her joy, though his eyes were full of kindness and a hint of amusement. I've been in this business for decades. I'm always fair and honest. At this price, you won't find another shop in the county that can offer the same.
What?
You think it's too little? No. Su Nianhe quickly waved her hands, her face breaking into a bright smile filled with gratitude. Not at all. Thank you, Grandpa Sun. You're the best. Let's go with your price. Good. Mr. Sun carefully wrapped the silver ingots in a soft cloth, then took out a few plastic coin cases to sort the copper coins. As he worked, he muttered casually, "You've really improved after being away for a few years. This business of yours. Never mind, I won't ask. Do you want the money in cash or by transfer?" "Transfer, please." Su Nianhe answered right away. After all, everyone used mobile payments now who still used cash. Mr. Sun nodded, picked up his phone, tapped a few times, and soon Su Nianhe's phone buzzed with a message showing a transfer of 14,000 yuan. Looking at the message, Su Nianhe felt as if she were dreaming. The number on her account gave her a sense of security she had never felt before. The problems that had been troubling her life were suddenly solved in such an unbelievable way. "Thank you, Grandpa Sun," she said sincerely, her voice trembling slightly. Old Mr. Sun waved his hand, his eyes filled with mixed emotions as he looked at her. In the end, he couldn't help but lower his voice and speak earnestly. "Girl, keep this money safe.
And
If you ever get things like this again, be careful. Don't show off. It's best not to let others see your wealth, understand?" Su Nianhe felt a chill in her heart. She knew Mr. Sun was worried about her and that he had guessed the source of the money wasn't ordinary. She nodded firmly. "Yes, Grandpa Sun, I understand. Don't worry. All right, go on now. Don't hang around here with so much money," Mr. Sun said, trying to send her off, though the concern in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Su Nianhe put her phone back in her bag, thanked him again, and quickly left the antique shop. That afternoon, feeling confident, she bought more ingredients for breakfast and got up at midnight to start preparing. Around 6 o'clock, she placed the wooden sign facing up again, but it accidentally fell to the ground. She picked it up and turned it over once more. This time, the shop appeared on a muddy path, The stone-paved road had vanished. Just as Su Nianhe was feeling puzzled, two figures appeared in the mist outside the shop. They were two young girls. Their silk clothes looked fine but were covered in mud, and the hems were dirty and worn. It was clear they had been through hardship. Su Nianhe's heart softened. Seeing their messy appearance reminded her of her own difficult past. She knew too well what it felt like to be lost and helpless, and she couldn't help but feel sympathy. Remembering that she had earned 14,000 yuan just the morning before, she didn't worry about whether they could pay. After a moment's thought, she walked to the door and said gently, "You too, it's cold outside. Come in and rest for a while. Tell me what you'd like to eat. I'll make it for you." The two girls exchanged a glance. The older one hesitated, but hunger and exhaustion soon won over caution. They quietly thanked her and carefully stepped inside, choosing a bench near the door. They looked uneasy, their muddy clothes forming a sharp contrast with the clean, antique-style furniture inside. "What would you like to eat?" Su Nianhe walked to their table, her voice softer than before. "We have freshly made millet porridge, hot noodles, and steamed dumplings." The older girl licked her dry lips and said quietly, "Miss, we'll just take one bowl of noodles and share it, if that's okay?" The girl beside her nodded timidly, her eyes full of embarrassment and pleading. It was clear they were short on money, perhaps they didn't have any at all. A pang of sympathy rose in Su Nianhe's heart as she understood their situation. She remembered her own struggles when she first arrived on Fuxing Street, and how Aunt Wang and Aunt Lu had helped her when she needed it most. Seeing these girls now, she couldn't just stand by. "Of course, that's fine," Su Nianhe replied warmly, a gentle smile spreading across her face. "Sit tight, it'll be ready soon. One bowl isn't enough for two people. I'll make you 2 bowls, enough to fill you up." Before the girls could refuse, she had already turned back to the stove. The water in the pot was boiling. Su Nianhe skillfully grabbed 2 handfuls of white, springy noodles and dropped them in. She added a bit more than usual, then sliced some fresh green vegetables and scooped 2 ladles of rich, milky broth from the bone soup pot. The noodles danced in the boiling water, the green vegetables adding a touch of color, and soon the fragrant aroma of the broth filled the air, making mouths water. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed in front of the girls. The noodles were topped with bright green vegetables, and the broth smelled rich and inviting. "Eat while it's hot," Su Nianhe said, handing them chopsticks. The 2 girls looked at the generous bowls before them, their eyes turning red with emotion.
"Thank you,"
the older one whispered, and they began to eat carefully. At first, they tried to stay polite, but the warmth and taste of the food soon made them forget their restraint. They ate quickly, clearly starving, finishing even the last drop of soup. Watching them eat so hungrily, Su Nianhe felt both comforted and a little sad. Quietly, she poured 2 cups of warm water and set them on the table. Before long, both bowls were empty. The older girl put down her chopsticks, let out a long breath, and a bit of color returned to her face. When she looked at Su Nianhe, her eyes were full of gratitude and unease. "Shopkeeper." She stood up, pulling her younger sister to her feet as well. Her voice trembled. "Thank you for the meal. My sister and I have fallen on hard times. We have no money at all."
"Truly, we can't pay."
Su Nianhe quickly waved her hands. "No need to thank me. It's just 2 bowls of noodles, nothing worth mentioning. As long as you're full, that's enough."
"You don't need to pay. Then,
please take this in exchange for the noodles." As she spoke, she slipped a jade bracelet from her wrist. The bracelet was a soft milky white, with faint green patterns flowing through it. Its texture was smooth and fine, and even with a bit of dust, it still shone with a gentle glow. "Shopkeeper." The young woman held the bracelet carefully in both hands and offered it to Su Nianhe, her eyes full of sincerity. "This bracelet isn't a priceless treasure, but it was a gift from my grandmother when our family was still well off. Now our home is gone, and we have nothing left. This is the only thing I still carry with me. Please take it. It's not payment for the food, but a small token of our gratitude." Su Nianhe was completely stunned. She looked at the bracelet, smooth, warm, and delicate, and her mind buzzed in disbelief. A silver ingot had already been an unexpected gift, and now a jade bracelet? Its value was surely far greater. No, I can't. It's too valuable. Su Nianhe stepped back quickly, her tone firm. It was only 2 bowls of noodles, nothing more. You should keep it, in case you need it later on your journey. Shopkeeper, in times like these, even a meal is worth a fortune, the young woman insisted, her voice steady but filled with emotion. Please accept it. If you don't, we'll feel uneasy. And if I keep it, it will only bring me sorrow, or even trouble. Her eyes were clear and determined, carrying a plea that could not be refused. The younger girl beside her nodded hard, tears glimmering in her eyes. Looking at their sincere and sorrowful faces, Su Nianhe could no longer bring herself to refuse. She took a deep breath, reached out with a slightly trembling hand, and carefully accepted the bracelet, still warm from the young woman's wrist. All right, I'll accept it. Su Nianhe's voice trembled slightly. Thank you for your kindness. If you're still hungry tomorrow, come to my shop again for noodles. She held the jade bracelet in her palm, knowing it was worth far more than 2 bowls of noodles. She couldn't believe her luck. The 2 young girls looked relieved when she accepted it, smiles finally appearing on their faces. All right, if we still can't find our family tomorrow, we'll come bother you again. After drinking some water and thanking her once more, they supported each other as they left the small shop, turning back several times before their figures slowly disappeared into the light morning mist of the old street. Su Nianhe stood at the door, watching until they were out of sight. Then she slowly lowered her head and opened her hand. I'm rich, she thought excitedly. Just then, a few more customers came in. Su Nianhe greeted each of them with a bright smile, and before long, she had earned a few more copper coins. As the sun rose higher and she was about to close for the day, a familiar figure appeared at the door. It was the noble young man from yesterday. But today, he wasn't alone. 2 attendants followed behind him, and the 3 of them entered together, instantly giving the small shop a different kind of presence. As soon as he stepped in, he called out, "Bring us 3 portions of everything your shop offers. We'd like to try them all." "Of course, please wait a moment," she replied cheerfully and quickly. This was a big order, bigger than all of yesterday's business combined. She turned and began working at once, her movements faster than usual, driven by excitement and energy. The fire burned bright, steamers stacked high, and boiling water bubbled. Steamed dumplings, she made 2 extra baskets, ensuring the wrappers were thin, the filling generous, and the aroma rich. Millet porridge, golden and fragrant, with a light grain scent, served in 3 full bowls. Noodles, firm and springy, cooked in rich bone broth, topped with green onions. Rice noodles, thin and white, soaked in hot broth, giving off a delicious smell. Meat soup noodles, an extra dish, with thick noodles in creamy broth filled with minced meat, hearty and satisfying. Soon, 2 tables were pushed together, completely covered with steaming dishes. 3 baskets of soup dumplings, 3 bowls of millet porridge, 3 bowls of noodles, 3 bowls of rice noodles, and 3 bowls of meat noodle soup, along with 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. The steam and aroma from the food quickly filled the small shop, and even the 2 serious-looking attendants couldn't help but swallow slightly. "Sir, everything you ordered is ready. Please enjoy," Su Nianhe said politely. The young nobleman gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the rich spread of food. He seemed somewhat pleased with Su Nianhe's efficiency. Instead of eating right away, he gestured to the 2 attendants behind him. "Go ahead, try some." The 2 attendants then sat down on the bench beside him. Their posture remained respectful, but their movements were noticeably quicker than their masters. They were clearly hungry, or perhaps the tempting aroma was simply too hard to resist. One picked up his chopsticks, carefully lifted a soup dumpling, bit it open to taste the broth, and his eyes lit up as he began to eat faster. The other directly took a bowl of meat noodle soup and began eating heartily, clearly preferring something more filling. The young nobleman, however, remained calm and graceful. He first tasted the millet porridge, its warm, gentle sweetness made his expression soften. Then he picked up a dumpling. The rich flavor of the broth made him narrow his eyes slightly in satisfaction. Next came the smooth rice noodles, the chewy wheat noodles, and the rich meat soup. He tasted each one carefully, still elegant in his movements, though noticeably eating faster than the day before. It was clear that this flavorful breakfast had won him over. For a while, only the soft sounds of chewing and clinking dishes filled the shop. Soon Yenha stood by the stove, pretending to tidy up, but her heart was racing. Her eyes occasionally drifted toward the pocket where she kept her jade bracelet, then back to the three wealthy patrons, watching their reactions closely. Seeing how much they were enjoying the food, she could almost imagine silver ingots and copper coins waving at her. At last, the bowls and plates before them were empty. The two attendants had a light sheen of sweat on their foreheads, their faces full of satisfaction. The young nobleman carefully wiped his mouth with a silk handkerchief, looking more relaxed than he had the day before. "Shopkeeper, the bill," he said calmly. Soon Yenha's heart leapt. Here it comes, the most important moment. She hurried forward, her mind racing with calculations. 2 full sets of meals, dumplings, porridge, noodles, rice noodles, and meat noodle soup, equal to 10 servings in total. Based on yesterday's price, 50 coins for a bowl of noodles and a basket of buns. How should she calculate this bill? 10 times that? 500 coins? But wouldn't that be too much? The man was clearly wealthy, but she couldn't just take advantage of him. While she hesitated, unsure how to speak, the young nobleman calmly removed a jade pendant from his waist and said, "I don't have much silver with me." Could this jade pendant cover the meal? His long fingers held the dark silk cord attached to the pendant as he gently placed it on the table. The smooth, glowing jade stood out sharply against the rough wooden surface. Soon Yenha's mind went completely blank. Another piece of jade? And judging by its color, carving, and aura, it was far more valuable than the jade bracelet that young lady had given her earlier, perhaps 100 times more. She felt as if a huge fortune had fallen from the sky and hit her on the head, leaving her dizzy and unsteady. Yesterday it was silver, this morning a jade bracelet, and now a pendant that was clearly priceless. The sudden wealth came so fast and so unexpectedly that she could hardly breathe.
"Sir."
Soon Yenha's voice was dry and shaky, barely forming words. She waved her hands nervously, her movements uncertain. This is far too valuable. I can't possibly accept it. It's just a simple meal. How could it be worth such a treasure?" Her refusal came purely from instinct. In her eyes, the pendant's value could easily buy not only this small shop but also the little courtyard behind it. The nobleman's deep gaze rested on her pale, shocked face. He didn't seem surprised by her reaction. Instead, there was a trace of understanding in his eyes. He didn't take the pendant back. His tone was calm but firm. "You are too modest. In unusual times, to find such a satisfying meal is already rare. This pendant is merely an ornament to me. It's best that it serves a purpose. Please accept it." Behind him, his 2 attendants, especially the older one, Ah Fu, showed faint disapproval and concern when the young master removed the pendant. His lips moved as if to speak, but under the calm gaze of his master, he fell silent. They clearly understood the true value and meaning of that jade pendant. Soon Yenha looked at the piece of white jade lying quietly on the table, then at the young nobleman's calm expression, as if it were nothing more than a trinket. The words of refusal stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a single one. His attitude was so firm that it seemed rude not to accept it. The shock of such wealth mixed with a strange sense of fear made her heart race, and her palms sweat. She took several deep breaths before she could find her voice again, trembling slightly. "If that's the case, then I'll accept it, though I feel unworthy."
"Thank you."
"If you ever need my help, please let me know." "Young lady, I do have a request," he said. "Please go ahead," she replied. "May I ask, how much more food like this do you have? And do you have any rice?"
"Yes."
Before she finished speaking, soon Yenha had already brought out all the flour, noodles, and rice powder left in the kitchen, even placing her own small bag of rice on the ground. That jade pendant must be a priceless treasure. These few bags of food, even her whole little shop, couldn't compare to a tenth of its value. She felt she had already gained too much and couldn't take advantage unfairly. Hearing her words, Shen Yanji quickly stepped forward with his 2 attendants to check. Refined rice and fine flour. The 3 of them exclaimed at once, their eyes lighting up. Where did you get these grains, miss? Can they still be bought now? Shen Yanji asked, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his sleeve. If you need food, sir, no matter how much, I can find a way to get it, she said. Are you serious? Shen Yanji's voice suddenly rose, and a bright light flashed in his eyes, like a spark in a freezing night. The great Jing Empire had suffered disasters for 3 years. The emperor stayed in his palace, caring only for pleasure, while the people starved and froze to death by the thousands. Though this was just a small border town, it guarded the key route against the northern tribes. Those tribes had attacked many times in recent years, but thanks to General Yan Su and his soldiers, the enemy had not broken through the gates. This winter, however, was harsher than ever. The tribes attacked again and again. The soldiers were starving and poorly clothed, yet they still held their frozen weapons and fought on, enduring endless hardship. Even though General Yan was a man of great wisdom and strategy and had narrowly defended the fortress several times, the army's food supply was nearly gone. The court had been urged again and again to send provisions, but not a single cart had arrived. If things went on like this, before the enemy even broke through the gates, the soldiers would freeze or starve to death beneath the walls. As for the prince, born of a palace made and never favored since childhood, his being sent here to offer comfort was nothing more than the emperor's way of sending him to his death. If he died in battle, it would be called sacrifice for the country. If he starved, it would be said that fate was unkind. Either way, it would not trouble the crown prince in the least. If this young woman could truly solve the problem of food, not only would General Yan's army be saved, but the prince's own life, hanging by a thread, might also be spared. Of course I mean it, Su Nianhe said firmly, lifting her eyes. How much food do you need? Shen Yanji took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in his heart. How much can you get for me now? The more, the better. Su Nianhe thought of a supermarket on Fuxing Street. There wasn't much grain there, and large orders had to be placed in advance. Transport would also be a problem. It might be best to buy a small amount first to fill their stomachs, then plan further. So she said, I can get some this afternoon. If you need more, I'll find another way. Before she finished, the light in Shen Yanji's eyes flared like fire catching oil. He struggled to contain his excitement, his voice tight with emotion. Your words are like music from heaven. How much can you prepare by this afternoon? No matter the amount, it will be a blessing in our time of need. The servant Ah Fu and the young attendant behind him straightened at once, their eyes fixed on Su Nianhe as if her words were life-saving medicine. I'll prepare as much as I can. Come tomorrow morning to collect it, she said. Seeing her agree so readily, Shen Yanji removed a jade ring from his finger and handed it to her. Take this as a deposit. If you can prepare more, I'll pay you in silver later. Su Nianhe was startled. The jade pendant he had already given her was valuable enough. Now he was offering another piece. The pendant is already enough as a deposit, she said quickly.
Keep the ring for now.
We can talk again once I bring the food. There's no need to refuse, Shen Yanji interrupted firmly. My surname is Shen, given name Yanji. You may call me Yanji. The pendant is for the meal, and the ring is the deposit for the grain. Each has its own purpose. If you can really prepare more food, this small deposit won't be enough. His eyes were bright, filled with a desperate kind of trust. I believe in you. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll come in person to collect it. He gently placed the thumb ring on the table. The deep black color contrasted sharply with the pure white jade pendant, both weighing heavily on Su Nianhe's heart. In that case, I'll follow your decision, Mr. Shen. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, stopped hesitating, and nodded in agreement. Good. It's a deal. The last trace of doubt disappeared from Shen Yanji's eyes, leaving only determination and a faint hope for a way out. He said no more, bowed respectfully to Su Nianhe, then turned and left the small shop with Ah Fu and his young assistant, his steps long and firm. His departing figure carried both urgency and a hint of relief, as if a heavy burden had been slightly lifted. Only when the sound of footsteps faded completely did Su Nianhe feel her strength drain away. She leaned on the table and slowly sat down. Her heart pounded wildly, echoing in her ears. On the table, the white jade pendant and the black thumb ring lay quietly on the rough wooden surface, their soft glow silently proving that everything that had just happened was real. Great fortune had arrived, unstoppable and overwhelming. Su Nianhe turned the wooden sign over, and the concrete street outside the shop came into view. Joy surged in her heart. The jade bracelet, the pendant, the thumb ring, each one was a priceless treasure. After thinking for a moment, she put the bracelet and pendant into her bag and hid the thumb ring in the cabinet of her upstairs bedroom. Then she slung the bag over her shoulder, locked the rolling door, and stepped out of the old street. She hailed a taxi and headed straight to Old Sun's antique shop. Pushing open the heavy carved wooden door of Bogu Pavilion, she was greeted by the familiar scent of old paper mixed with sandalwood. The dim light inside made Old Sun's sharp eyes behind his reading glasses stand out even more. "Well, girl, what brings you to see this old man again today?" Old Sun slowly set down the polished walnuts in his hands, his gaze landing on Su Nianhe with a mix of kindness and a merchant's keen curiosity. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. She walked up to the counter without any small talk, reached into her canvas bag, and carefully took out an item wrapped in a plain handkerchief. "Grandpa's son, please."
Take a look at this.
Her voice carried a faint tension as she placed the handkerchief on the smooth glass counter. Seeing her serious expression, the old man stopped smiling. He wiped his hands with a soft cloth before gently unfolding the handkerchief. A soft white glow suddenly lit up the dim shop. His hand trembled as if the jade's light had burned him. The relaxed look on his face froze, and his eyes locked onto the piece of jade, unable to look away. Even his breathing stopped. He bent closer, his nose almost touching the jade pendant, not even noticing his glasses slipping down his nose.
This
is. His voice came out hoarse, as if something was stuck in his throat. He suddenly looked up, his wrinkled face filled with shock and disbelief. His voice shook as he said, "Mutton fat jade? A true, top-grade piece." Almost leaping forward, he grabbed a flashlight from the corner of the counter. His hands trembled so much that it took several tries to turn it on. A bright beam shone on the pendant, and the jade seemed to come alive. Its pure, flawless texture glowed softly, smooth and translucent like cream. The gentle light seemed to flow from within, calm yet noble. "My goodness!" The old man gasped, his voice trembling. The texture, the luster, the purity.
no flaus, no cracks, no impurities.
True mutton fat jade. It's been so many years since I've seen something like this. His hand shook even more as he held up a magnifying glass, pressing it close to the pendant's dragon carving. His voice turned rough with excitement. "Look at this craftsmanship. The dragon among clouds, so smooth, so powerful, every curve perfectly balanced. This isn't the work of a common craftsman. The style, the form, it's the essence of the great Jing dynasty." He suddenly looked up again, his cloudy eyes now shining brightly as he stared at Su Nianhe. "Girl, where did you get this?"
This
Is practically a national treasure." Su Nianhe was startled by his reaction, her heart skipping a beat. Before she could respond, Old Sun suddenly remembered something and looked at her anxiously.
Didn't you say?
"There's also a bracelet?" Steadying herself, Su Nianhe took another small bundle wrapped in plain cloth from her bag and opened it. Inside lay a jade bracelet of icy clarity, its surface smooth and translucent like frozen water. Wisps of blue and green floated within, graceful as drifting smoke. Though slightly overshadowed by the brilliance of the white jade pendant, it was still a rare and exquisite piece on its own. The excitement in Old Sun's eyes faded a little, but his shock remained. He picked up the bracelet and examined it carefully under the light. Icy jade. The texture is so pure it reflects light. And these patterns. Blue water with green streaks, natural and lively, excellent material. Truly top quality. He set the bracelet down, his gaze shifting between the pendant and the bracelet. After a long pause, he sighed deeply, his expression filled with gravity and perhaps a hint of awe. Girl, be honest with Grandpa Sunday. Where did these come from? His voice dropped, unusually serious. Are they clean? Any trouble behind them? Su Nianha's palms were damp with sweat, but she forced herself to stay calm. Grandpa's son, don't worry. I can't explain the details, but there will be no problems. I promise. Just tell me, how much are these two worth? She wanted to sell them quickly, to prepare some life-saving resources for Xinyanji. Old Sun stared at her for a long 10 seconds, as if trying to judge whether she was telling the truth. Finally, he let out a long breath, his body seeming to lose half its strength as he slowly sank back into his rosewood chair. His fingers tapped the armrest unconsciously, making a dull thud sound. The shop fell into heavy silence. Only the pendant and bracelet on the velvet cloth continued to shine with a mesmerizing glow. After a long while, Old Sun finally spoke again, his voice rough and heavy, as if weighed down by the moment. He pointed first at the white jade pendant. This white jade dragon pendant, made in the royal workshops of the Great Jing Dynasty, its material, craftsmanship, and history are all of the highest level. At a major auction, the starting price would be at least. He slowly raised 3 fingers. Su Nianha's heart leapt to her throat. 300,000? Old Mr. Sun slowly shook his head, his sharp eyes behind the glasses like an eagle. 30 million. Starting bid. And it's likely to sell for more. He looked at Su Nianha's face turning pale instantly and added, that's not even its final value. If it's bought by a top collector who truly understands and loves it, or through some special channels, its worth can't be measured just in money. Su Nianha felt dizzy. 30 million? Starting bid? She had to hold onto the counter to stand steady. Old Mr. Sun didn't give her much time to digest the shock. His finger moved to the ice-type floating flower jade bracelet. As for this bracelet, it's made of ice-type floating flower jade, clear and pure, lively with floating flowers, and excellent in quality. It doesn't seem to be from the Great Jing Dynasty, but in the high-end jade market, it's a rare masterpiece. Valuation. He paused thoughtfully, between 1 million and 1.2 million yuan. If the size and fit are good, the price could go higher. He looked at the completely stunned Su Nianha, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. Girl, these 2 items together are worth 34 million. Su Nianha only felt a buzzing in her ears. The words from old Mr. Sun sounded like they were coming through water, blurry and unclear. 34 million. Oh my god. The jade bracelet the girl casually took off is worth 1 million, and the personal accessories and meal money, casually thrown out by Xinyanji, are such astronomical figures. And that inked jade ring used as a grain deposit, what could its value be? This incredible wealth made her unaware of the part about the jade bracelet not coming from the Great Jing Dynasty. She remembered Shan Yanji's calm, peaceful face, and A Fu's worried look of disapproval. Turns out, it wasn't just exaggeration but a deep understanding of its importance. The huge wealth was like a towering wave, instantly drowning her. She wasn't unfamiliar with money, but such sudden, shocking wealth made her feel faint and unreal. At the same time, a heavy pressure pressed down. Xinyanji needed the grain, and she had to deliver it, and quickly. Enough. Otherwise, how could she face this heavy trust and meal money? Grandpa's son. Su Nianha's voice was very dry. She took several deep breaths before she could speak again. I urgently need money now. Do you have any contacts that can help me quickly and safely sell at least 1 item? Especially this jade pendant. She pointed to the jade pendant made of sheep fat jade. Old Mr. Sun frowned, stroking his beard and lost in thought. After a while, he slowly said, selling it quickly will definitely lower the price. Especially for top-quality items like this. Only a few knowledgeable and brave enough to buy can pay cash immediately. It's rare to find such people. But his eyes sparkled. Since you're asking, I'll take the bracelet. I can pay you 1 million. If I can sell it for more, I'll give you an extra 100,000. Is that okay? Su Nianhe thought for a moment and nodded. Grandpa's son has been a neighbor of Grandma's for many years. I heard that Grandma and he once had a relationship, but for some reason it ended. Also, Grandpa's son is quite well known on the antique street in this town. He never cheats people. Grandpa's son, what about the jade pendant? I have a way. I know an old man with a very strong background. He specializes in top-quality ancient jade and jadeite. He's very trustworthy, never asks questions he shouldn't, offers fair prices, and can immediately mobilize a large sum of money. But he looked at Su Nianhe with a reminder in his eyes. The price might not reach the auction estimate, but it will be much higher than a quick sale. And once the item is sold, there's no further connection. Think carefully. Okay, Su Nianhe agreed almost without hesitation. Time waits for no one. Shenyanji is coming early tomorrow to pick up the first batch of grain. She needs real money to buy grain immediately. Please, Uncle's son, contact him quickly. Let him see the jade pendant. How much can he pay? Su Nianhe said firmly.
All right.
Grandpa will transfer the money for the bracelet to you first, Grandpa's son said quickly, tapping his phone a few times. 1 million yuan was transferred to Su Nianhe's account. As soon as the bank notification sounded, Su Nianhe turned and headed to the supermarket. The two girls' jade bracelet was a treasure. She had to return the favor properly. And she also needed to buy some grain for Shenyanji's food supply. Girl, hold on to your jade pendant. Grandpa's son, you keep it first. Su Nianhe did not stop walking and turned back to shout, when you find that old gentleman, send me a message. As she finished speaking, she had already walked far away. Old man's son looked at her back and sighed. This girl, she's too trusting of others. Meanwhile, Su Nianhe was busy buying food at the supermarket. Over there, Shenyanji, with 2 attendants, carried the flour, rice, and other supplies she had given earlier back to the main camp. Give it to the cook and ask him to cook it quickly, Shenyanji ordered. Let General Yen and the others eat first. Make sure they have a good meal. The attendants nodded and handed over the heavy grain bags. When the cook took them, he touched the firm grains inside and immediately brightened with excitement. The cook's camp was steaming with heat. When the shiny white rice, soft steamed buns, and juicy meat buns were placed on the table, the main tent fell into complete silence. General Yen Su, sitting at the head, fixed his sharp eagle-like eyes on the bowl of white rice. He picked up a soft bun, slowly tore off a small piece, and put it in his mouth. The pure aroma of wheat spread in his mouth, and the chewy texture soothed his numb taste buds. This tough old soldier's body suddenly trembled. His eyes instantly filled with tears. He pressed his lips tightly together, his throat bobbed, and after swallowing the bun, he let out a suppressed sob. He suddenly lowered his head, and his shoulders shook violently. Deputy Qin Meng carefully took a bite of the meat bun. The hot oil and rich meat aroma hit his senses. He froze for a moment, then wolfed down the whole bun, cheeks puffed out, tears of joy in his eyes, and the oily juice dripped down his stubble without him noticing. Strategist Qin Ping tremblingly picked up a bowl of white rice, looked at the translucent grains under the light, and almost reverently chewed them. The sweet, pure taste of rice spread in his mouth. He suddenly closed his eyes, leaned back, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his usually calm eyes were filled with turbulent excitement and joy. Refined rice. Real refined rice. 3 years. The generals inside the tent lost their composure. Some silently cried while eating rice, some cried and laughed at the buns, and others hurriedly swallowed, afraid their beautiful dream would be shattered. Inside the tent, only the sounds of chewing, swallowing, breathing, and suppressed sobs remained. The aroma of food mixed with the sadness and hope of coming back to life. Suddenly, Yen Su raised his head sharply. His tear-streaked eyes, sharp as blades, fixed on Shenyanji beside him, and his voice was heavy and urgent, like gravel. Shun, your majesty.
Tell me.
Where did these divine grains come from? All sounds suddenly stopped. Countless eyes filled with tears, shock, and hope focused intently on Shinyenji. The air froze, heavy and suffocating. Only the pounding of the heart in the chest could be heard. Facing the nearly piercing gazes from everyone, Shinyenji took a deep breath. His voice clearly cut through the still air. Old General Yen, all of you generals. The rice, flour, and buns were bought from a small new shop in town. Nyen He Breakfast Shop. Nyen He Breakfast Shop? Military advisor Manhwa frowned and was the first to ask in surprise, his face full of confusion.
Town? Which town?
The one near Guana Town where we are stationed. Exactly near Guana Town, close to the East Market Street, Shinyenji confirmed. Impossible. Deputy General Qin suddenly slammed the table, making dishes clatter. He still had half a bun in his mouth and shouted vaguely, eyes wide like bells. East Market Street? I send people there to buy supplies all the time. I've searched every alley and corner. Besides a few poor stalls selling stale pancakes and rotten vegetables, there's no new breakfast shop. And to sell such divine food? His Highness. Surely, he hesitated, glancing at the bowl of shiny white rice on the table, swallowing the words, "Are you fooling us?" But his face showed doubt and irritation almost bursting out. Suddenly, the tent erupted in chatter.
Yes.
Oldly from the kitchen, he goes to town every day to loot. He even digs through rat holes. If they had such fine rice and flour, how could they not know? East Market Street? That place is tiny. You can see across it in a glance. A shop just appears out of nowhere. His Highness, this matter. It's too strange. Could it be that the shop only opens at night? Someone couldn't help but suggest an absurd idea. Divine food. Divine food. Could it really be the gods showing their power, bestowing it upon us? Another general murmured, eyes filled with a mixture of awe and confusion. Everyone's gaze returned to Shinyenji, but this time, besides initial shock and hope, there was deep doubt, confusion, and even a hint of unease. General Yen's sharp eagle-like eyes also showed curiosity and contemplation. He didn't get excited and question like Qin Meng. Instead, he tapped heavily on the table with his knuckles, making a dull sound, and his gaze pressed heavily on Shinyenji's shoulder. Your Highness, the old general's voice was deep and slow, each word carrying great weight. Did you see it with your own eyes? What did that shop look like? Who is the shopkeeper? Shinyenji looked at the old general's serious gaze, calm and confident. Absolutely true. I saw it myself and bought from there. The shop is deep in the old street, not very big. A new wooden sign hangs at the door, with the words, Nyen He Breakfast Shop. The shopkeeper is a young woman with the surname Su, about 20 years old. She dresses strangely and runs the shop alone. The shop is quite unusual. The floor is smooth and shiny, like a mirror, not made of bricks or dirt. The stove and utensils are very different from what we usually see. The more details he described, the more confused everyone in the tent looked. A floor as smooth as a mirror? Unusual stoves and utensils? This doesn't sound like anything that should be in Guana Town. Young woman surnamed Su? About 20 years old, military advisor Manhwa frowned, rubbing his beard. I checked the household register of Guana Town. There are a few families with the surname Su, but none of the young women match. And to produce such divine food, she's definitely not an ordinary merchant. Qin Meng panted heavily and said loudly, Your Highness, I don't doubt you. You said you went there yourself this morning? Is that shop still there? Old Li. Where is Old Li? The old servant, a thin, dark, elderly soldier, had been hiding in the corner. Now, trembling from Yan Jingxiao's shout, he hurriedly stepped forward, looking confused and surprised. Reporting to General Yen and Your Highness, I went to the old street in the East Market this noon. I asked around every house, but there was no sign of the shop Your Highness mentioned. That place. It's just a row of old, collapsing houses, with no proper doors. There's no Nyen He Breakfast Shop there, Old Lee's words were like a huge stone thrown into still water, causing the entire tent to fall into complete silence, confusion, and shock. At this moment, two attendants behind Shin Yanji stepped forward and loudly said, "General Yen, everyone, these grains were indeed taken by the two of us." "Your Highness's words are all true." The two stood straight and spoke sincerely, clearly trying to support Shin Yanji's statement. One said he saw it with his own eyes and bought it himself. The other said he had just checked and found no trace of the shop. The divine food was real, right in front of their eyes, and they had eaten it. At this moment, Shin Yanji was also filled with doubts. When he left in the morning, the shop was still there. Soon Yenha's face and voice were clear in his mind, and her jade pendant and ring were still with her. Could it be that the shop only appears at certain times? Or perhaps it only opens to those destined to find it? This idea was too strange. Even he thought it was ridiculous. Enough! General Jens suddenly slammed the table and stood up sharply. His tall but slightly stooped body suddenly radiated a powerful presence, silencing all the noise and whispers in the tent. His dull yet sharp eyes swept over everyone, finally resting on Shin Yanji's face with an undeniable determination. The grain is real. Food that can save lives is the greatest truth. As for whether that shop is a fairy, a ghost, a person, or a demon, the old general's voice was firm. At dawn tomorrow, I will personally go with His Highness to check out that Nyenha breakfast shop. If it's a person or a ghost, we'll see right away. If such a shop exists and such a strange person, it would be a blessing for our Yen family army and for the border of Dejing. I will thank them in person. If. His eyes flashed with cold light, but he didn't continue, yet the fierce killing intent in his unspoken words made the tent's temperature drop sharply. Shin Yanji met the old general's gaze and said seriously, "Old General Yen, I think there's no need for such a big fuss. If we scare that fairy lady and then lose the food source, it wouldn't be good." He paused briefly before adding, "If we really go, let Jing Xiao go with us." Jens stroked his beard and thought for a moment. He agreed that it made sense, then loudly declared, "As you wish, Your Highness." Jing Xiao, take some men and go with His Highness at dawn to get the grain. Jing Xiao was Jens's eldest son. He had been guarding the border for years, his face marked by wind and frost, and he had seen the hardships of soldiers and civilians firsthand. But he never took Shin Yanji, a prince, seriously. Border peace was just a way to add some achievements when returning to the capital. He wanted to refuse at first, but seeing his father had already spoken and knowing Shin Yanji had indeed brought back grain, his slight disdain faded. He finally cupped his fists and said, "I obey the order." While Shin Yanji and the others were discussing, Su Nyenha was busy shopping wildly at the supermarket. This Shin Yanji was her big benefactor. She should try to satisfy him as much as possible. The first things to buy were, of course, rice, flour, grain, and oil. Su Nyenha went directly to the supermarket manager. "I want 5,000 pounds of rice, 1,000 pounds of flour, 2,000 pounds of noodles, and 1,000 barrels of cooking oil. Do you have these?" she asked. The manager was surprised. The supermarket wasn't very big, and such a large amount of supplies would really empty the store. But not doing business would be foolish. "Yes, we have. Once you pay, I will deliver the items directly. How much will it cost?" "Rice, medium long grain priced at 3.33 yuan per kilogram. For 5,000 kilograms, the total is 33,300 yuan. Flour costs 1.99 yuan per jin. For 1,000 jin, the price is 1,990 yuan. Noodles are 2.85 yuan per jin. For 2,000 jin, the total is 5,700 yuan. Cooking oil, wholesale price for 100 barrels or more, is 90 yuan per barrel. For 100 barrels, the total is 9,000 yuan. Adding these up, the total is 57,600 yuan. The manager printed the receipt and quickly entered some calculations on the computer. "All right, I will pay now. But you need to deliver it tonight at 2 a.m., Su Nyenha said, considering that there are many neighbors during the day and she was worried about questions. The manager was a bit surprised, but agreed. "Okay, I will arrange it after work. Do you need anything else, miss?" We can deliver everything together. Tell 2 people to follow me and help me check what I want to buy, Su Nianhe said. Okay, Xiao Lu and Xiao Li, follow this lady. Note down what she wants, the quantities, and the details. Later, help her order and deliver everything, the manager instructed. So, Su Nianhe wandered through the supermarket, buying anything edible, instant noodles, cookies, anything that could fill her stomach. She also thought about the 2 young girls in dresses, who were her main customers. She couldn't let them feel cold. Since it's winter now, those 2 girls looked quite thin yesterday.
Sigh.
She decided to buy 2 down jackets for them. And in ancient times, if the moon letter arrived, there would be no sanitary pads, which would be very inconvenient. She decided to buy some for them, as well. After 2 hours of shopping, she had bought almost everything she needed. She was worried about buying too much for her small snack shop to hold, so she stopped.
Phew.
Finally, it's almost done. Su Nianhe looked at the long list handed over by Xiao Lu and Xiao Li. The list was filled with detailed records of her 2 hours of work, besides the 4 main supplies: 5,000 pounds of rice, 1,000 pounds of flour, 2,000 pounds of noodles, and 100 barrels of oil. There were piles of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, various canned foods, vacuum-packed cooked meats, boxes of pickled vegetables, and carefully selected items like down jackets and sanitary pads for the 2 sisters. She felt her small shop might really burst. Miss, are you opening a relief station or preparing for the end of the world? Xiao Lu couldn't help but gasp and shake his head at the numbers on the list. Someone is in urgent need, Su Nianhe simply said 4 words. While replying, she confidently scanned and paid the bill, again a large sum, but thinking of the jade pendant and ring, she felt very confident. Then she solemnly told the shop manager, Xiao Lu and Xiao Li, "Thank you for your hard work. Remember, at 2 o'clock tonight, deliver exactly to Nianhe Breakfast Shop. The address is the new store at 28 Fuxing Old Street. Don't honk at the door, just knock. I'll be waiting. Try to stack the items neatly. The shop is small." Although the shop manager was puzzled by the late-night delivery request, seeing the payment in his account, he smiled broadly and assured her, "Don't worry, miss. We'll deliver on time, quietly, and stack everything properly. We'll do a good job." After leaving the supermarket, Su Nianhe returned to her small building. She wasn't planning to prepare breakfast for tomorrow anymore. Looking at the cramped shop space and thinking about the flood of supplies arriving tonight, she felt a shiver run down her spine. No, I have to clear out the place in advance. She rolled up her sleeves and started a frantic cleaning. All the tables and chairs, which were not many, were folded and shoved into the corner, even stacked up to the staircase on the 2nd floor like a tower. All unnecessary pots, bowls, utensils, and clutter were packed up and temporarily stored in her grandmother's old room upstairs. The small shop was completely emptied.
Huff.
It should just about fit. Su Nianhe stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the much emptier but still cramped space, feeling nervous. If it really doesn't fit, maybe I can pile some upstairs too, she was already planning. After finishing everything, she was so exhausted she almost collapsed. She grabbed a couple of cold, leftover buns and slumped into a chair behind the counter. Her eyelids felt heavy and kept fluttering, but she dared not sleep. She forced herself to stay awake, waiting anxiously for 2 o'clock. On the quiet old street, only the sound of wind blowing through broken windows could be heard, making the night seem very long. Time slowly passed as she waited impatiently. Finally, when Su Nianhe looked at her phone for the nth time, her eyelids almost closed. She heard very faint, deliberately lowered engine and brake sounds outside the door. She shivered and jumped up, tiptoed to the door, and carefully opened a small. Sure enough, a delivery truck was quietly parked outside, and the store manager, along with Xiao Lu, Xiao Li, and 2 other strong young men, were quietly moving things inside. "Hurry, quickly bring it in." Su Nianhe quickly opened the door wider and whispered softly. A silent ant-moving operation began. Heavy bags of rice, flour, and noodles, boxes of cooking oil, instant noodles, cookies, and scattered candies were continuously carried into the small shop. Xiao Lu and the others were very professional, sticking close to the wall and stacking items layer by layer to make the best use of space. But there was too much. Soon, the cleared space was filled, then the area in front of the counter, the lower part of the staircase to the second floor, and finally, several boxes of compressed biscuits and canned food piled up inside the door. When the last barrel of oil was carefully squeezed into a barely available gap, the entire shop was packed with supplies, leaving hardly any space to move, and the air was filled with the smell of rice and flour. The store manager wiped his sweat and looked at the shop, which looked like a warehouse after an explosion, then gave Su Nianha a look mixed with admiration and a hint of, "You really have courage. Miss, everything's here.
Your
Shop is really capable of holding so much," he joked to lighten the mood. Su Nianha looked at this impressive scene, feeling both amused and relieved, but mostly she let out a breath of relief. "Thank you so much." Thanks to everyone for their hard work, she gave the store manager and the workers some extra money for their effort and watched them quietly leave. She closed the door and pulled down the rolling shutter. Standing alone in the space now completely filled with supplies, only a few emergency lights flickered faintly. She looked at the mountain of military supplies and thought about the scene tomorrow morning when Shen Yanji and his team came to pick up the goods. She felt a great sense of achievement but also a faint worry. So much stuff. How would they transport it all? And also the secret of the shop. She shook her head, temporarily pushing aside these thoughts. The most important thing now was to rest for a few hours. She struggled to squeeze through the narrow gaps between the piles of goods, almost crawling up to the second floor. She collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at dawn, about 5 o'clock. Before dawn, Gwaha town was covered in a cold, gray-blue morning mist. The old street was very quiet. Shen Yanji arrived on time at the slightly run-down street corner with A Fu and another servant. With them was Yan Suiying, the eldest son of General Yan. He wore dark armor, tall and strong, with a serious face. His features showed the toughness and sharpness shaped by the hardships of frontier life. Behind him, for silent, tough soldiers followed. Yan Suiying looked at the familiar but run-down and lifeless old street. His brows furrowed, showing his doubt and impatience. The low, crooked old houses had broken windows and doors, some with half-collapsed walls, revealing weeds and dirt. The cold wind swirled the dry leaves and dust, making a whistling sound. There was no sign of new shops, let alone a place selling heavenly food. "Your Highness," Yan Suiying's voice was cold and firm, with a hint of subtle sarcasm. "Are you sure? This is the place?" "The Nian He breakfast shop you mentioned?" He emphasized the word shop sharply, his eyes sharp as he looked at Shen Yanji. Shen Yanji remained calm, his gaze steady on the familiar spot deep inside the old street. His heart beat a little faster, filled with a strange mix of nervousness and hope he couldn't quite explain. The words from Old Li yesterday and the strange scene in the street during the day did seem odd, but at this moment, he chose to believe what he experienced yesterday. "General Yan, please stay calm," Shen Yanji said calmly. "It's just ahead. Let's go and see." He took the lead, walking along the cobblestone road toward the smooth rolling shutter door he remembered. A Fu and the other servant followed closely. Yan Suiying snorted coldly, waved his hand, and followed with his soldiers. He wanted to see what kind of magic this prince really had, or perhaps how early in the morning he planned to create a fairy shop in this ruined place. Morning fog drifted over the old street stone pavement, and the air was filled with coldness and the smell of decayed wood and dust. Yan Jingxiao stepped on fallen leaves, his footsteps light and uncertain, each step full of doubt. His sharp gaze swept over broken walls and shattered windows. His patience, already thin, was quickly running out. "Your Highness, how far is not far ahead?" Yan Jingxiao asked coldly, like ice. "This whole street is almost at the end." His eyes sharply stared at Shen Yanji's back, as if trying to see through him. Shen Yanji did not turn around. He stopped in front of an old house in the middle of the street, which looked no different from the other ruins. Yan Jingxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He crossed his arms and watched Shen Yanji calmly, as if saying, "Look, your highness, your fairy shop? Your fairy food? This should be Manhwa breakfast shop, at least according to his memory." But now, all that was there were mottled mud walls, a few rotten wooden beams leaning crookedly, and yellowing weeds at the base of the wall. There was no sign of a rolling shutter or a shop. Afu and another servant also stopped, their faces full of confusion and a hint of nervousness. They clearly remembered the shop from yesterday, but now the scene made their hearts turn cold. But Shun Yanji's gaze was unusually firm, filled with almost devout hope. Ignoring the ruins before him and Yan Jingxiao's sneers, he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and raised his hand toward where he remembered the rolling shutter handle to be. Without hesitation, he knocked on the empty wall. Clack, clack, clack. 3 clear knocks echoed sharply in the quiet morning fog. Yan Jingxiao's brow furrowed tighter, and the soldiers behind him looked at each other with strange expressions. Knocking on the wall? Is this prince really crazy? Just as Yan Jingxiao was about to mock him. Clatter. A faint but unmistakable sound of metal scraping and rolling suddenly came from behind the ruined mud wall. As if performing magic, right where Shin Yanji was knocking, the seemingly seamless wall suddenly lifted up. A brand new, cold gray metallic rolling shutter, out of place in the dilapidated surroundings, slowly and steadily rose upward. Yan Jingxiao's cold smile instantly froze on his face. His pupils shrank suddenly. He lowered his arm and leaned forward, as if trying to see if he was seeing things. The guards behind him tensed up immediately, their hands on their swords, eyes full of shock and caution. Afu and the attendants also gasped in disbelief, staring at the miracle before them. The rolling shutter gradually lifted, revealing the door frame. A blinding white light poured out from inside, instantly tearing apart the morning fog of the old street. Within the light, a slender figure appeared at the door. It was Su Nianhe. She had just been awakened by the knocking sound. She was wrapped in a thick, oddly styled plush sleep robe. Her long hair was a bit messy, her eyes still sleepy, and she couldn't help but yawn slightly. She rubbed her eyes and looked outside the door. When she saw Shan Yanji and the group of armored soldiers behind him, she paused in surprise. Her sleepiness quickly faded away.
"Ah,
Young Master Shin? You're here so early." Su Nianhe's voice was hoarse from just waking up. She moved aside to let them in. "Please come in." She stopped herself mid-sentence, looking at the shop filled with piled-up goods almost overflowing. She showed a hint of awkwardness. "The place is a bit small, and there are a lot of things. You all will have to make do." Her gaze crossed Shen Yanji, and she looked curiously and a little shyly at Yan Jingxiao, the leader. He was tall, with a stern face, wearing heavy metal armor stained with mud and dark blood. A long, intimidating sword hung at his waist. His sharp eyes looked like blades, and he radiated a cold, fierce aura that kept others at a distance. Su Nianhe's heart skipped a beat. This doesn't seem easy to talk to. Much scarier than Shan Yanji. At this moment, the scene outside the door was even more shocking. It caused everyone, including Shan Yanji, who was mentally prepared, to experience a huge visual impact and a storm of thoughts. The rolling shutter was fully raised. Inside was no longer the tidy, bright shop from yesterday, but a super warehouse, packed so full it looked like it might explode. Mountains of rice and flour, large woven bags with words like fragrant rice and premium flour were stacked against the walls, layer after layer, almost reaching the ceiling. The white bags glowed under the light, giving off a comforting, abundant feeling. Spaghetti like forests, bags of noodles were neatly stacked on one side, with clear patterns visible on the boxes. Oil barrel formation, golden plastic oil drums, like soldiers waiting for inspection, were lined up tightly, taking up a large area on the ground. Food ocean. In the gaps and above these main forces, colorful cardboard boxes were packed in tightly. Instant noodle boxes labeled braised beef noodles and scallion pork rib noodles. Boxes with compressed biscuits, canned meat, vacuum-packed duck wings, and whole jars of pickled vegetables. The packaging images and words of modern foods created a strange, incomprehensible world for Yan Jingxiao and others. Modern mix. In the corner, there were even two bulging large plastic bags, faintly showing fluffy down jacket fabric and sanitary pad packaging inside. The entire space was packed so tightly that only a narrow, single-person-wide gap remained, leading toward the counter. This was no breakfast shop. It was clearly a small reserve of strategic supplies. An enormous, unimaginable storage built from countless immortal crafts. Yan Jingxiao was completely frozen. His usually cold, tough face mask shattered entirely. His mouth slightly opened, eyes wide with shock, staring fixedly at the mountain of grain supplies inside the door, something he had never seen before, and the brightly colored, oddly patterned boxes. His pride in his calmness and insight was shattered in this moment. What dilapidated old house! What emptiness! Behind this magical door was a treasure trove capable of driving the entire border army crazy. His guards behind him were like statues, their hands stiff on their sword handles, their eyes filled with pure, incomprehensible shock. Some even instinctively rubbed their eyes, doubting whether they were dreaming. Ah Fu and the attendants had seen the small shop yesterday, but they never expected it to turn into this overnight. So stunned they couldn't speak. Xin Yanji, though prepared for Su Nianha to stock up, was still shaken by the spectacular scene before him, filled beyond his expectations. He looked at Su Nianha's slightly awkward yet proud face, feeling an indescribable gratitude and a deeper sense of awe. How did she manage to gather so many things overnight? The quiet of the old street seemed to amplify, leaving only the faint sound of the rolling shutter motor and everyone's heavy breathing. The morning fog also seemed to lift a little, pushed away by the scene and light inside the shop. Su Nianha looked outside at a group of soldiers who looked frozen in place, like they had been cursed, especially the most fierce-looking general, whose face showed a "see a ghost" expression. She felt a bit nervous. She cleared her throat and tried to make her voice sound normal. Young Master Shin and this. General? The food is all here. You should see how to move it. She pointed to the mountain of goods inside the shop, which almost filled the space, and asked carefully, or maybe you need something. I can get you some snacks to fill your stomachs. The buns might be gone, but there are instant noodles. Well, these kind of noodles that cook quickly when soaked. She tried to take a bag of instant noodles with Lao Tan pickled vegetables written on it from a slightly deformed box beside her, moving a bit clumsy and cautious. Yan Jingxiao's gaze slowly shifted from the colorful, oddly patterned noodle in Su Nianha's hand. His heart, hardened through countless battles and as solid as a rock, was pounding faster than ever, hitting his cold armor with a dull thud. May heaven bless our great Jin. Please accept my bow. Yan Jingxiao shouted loudly, kneeling heavily on one knee, clasping his fists in a salute, and suddenly kneeling down completely. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him all knelt down in unison, their shouts making the windows vibrate. Su Nianha was startled by this sudden display, her heart pounding. She instinctively looked up at Xin Yanji, her eyes full of confusion. Xin Yanji quickly called out, "Everyone hurry and move the food outside. The girls' breakfast shop is still waiting to open for the morning market." Morning market? Su Nianha was surprised again. In this situation, who cares about selling a few bowls of porridge and some small silver coins? But when everyone heard Xin Yanji, they seemed to wake up from a dream, hurriedly starting to move the food and supplies out of the shop. When the last box of dry food was carried out, Xin Yanji's gaze swept the corner and suddenly spotted two bulging cloth bags. He didn't think much and strode over to lift them. Su Nianha's heart tightened, and she hurried forward to stop him. Those were the down jackets she had specially reserved for the two young ladies in dresses. What was this ancestor planning to do with them? But Su Nianha's shout of "wait" came a moment too late. Xin Yanji's quick hands loosened the knot, and the bright blue down jacket slipped out. It was fluffy and soft, shining with a strange luster under the morning light, something impossible for ancient fabrics. It was so light it seemed weightless. He instinctively shook it open, the fabric making a soft rustling sound. A cotton-padded coat? Shun Yanji's voice was filled with surprised joy. His fingers brushed over the smooth fabric and thick filling, and his eyes immediately lit up with intense excitement. This feel, this thinness, this sense of warmth. He suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as lightning, and quickly looked at Su Nianhe. Then he glanced at another similarly bulging bag in the corner. Miss Su, how many of these precious clothes are there? The cold frontier needs this. This is 10 times lighter and warmer than fur coats. He was completely caught up in the joy of discovering a strategic-level warm item, not noticing the complex, anxious, and embarrassed expression on Su Nianhe's face. Young Master Shin, put that down. It's not for you. Su Nianhe was so anxious she stamped her foot. Forgetting all etiquette, she reached out to it. That's ordered by someone else. You can't touch it, ordered. Shin Yanji froze, pausing his movement, but his hand still held onto the down jacket. His eyes showed pure confusion and urgency. Who ordered it? Miss Su, this is a matter of national importance. While speaking, Shin Yanji didn't stop. He pulled over 2 more large black plastic bags. He tore open one, revealing another down jacket inside. Then he tore open the other, which surprisingly contained sanitary pads that Su Nianhe had specifically prepared for the 2 young ladies. Su Nianhe watched helplessly as the bags were opened. A wave of heat suddenly rushed to her cheeks, and she froze completely. This was too embarrassing. How could she explain this to a group of rough men? Shun Yanji looked at the oddly packed items in the bags, clearly stunned. His fingers hesitated midair at the bag's opening, and his eyes were full of confusion. He didn't understand what it was. It was this brief hesitation that gave Su Nianhe a chance. She almost scrambled over, snatched the 2 bags from Shun Yanji's hands, and tightly hugged them to her chest as if protecting some great secret. Shun Yanji saw Su Nianhe suddenly grab 3 bags, and his brow slightly furrowed with a hint of nervousness in his tone. Miss, are you unwilling to supply us with provisions anymore? Su Nianhe realized she had acted too hastily. She quickly steadied herself and spoke more calmly. That's not the case. These few down jackets and the items in the bags are all made for the 2 young ladies. If you also need warm clothing, I can order more of these down jackets. Hearing this, Shun Yanji's tense shoulders relaxed and a glimmer appeared in his eyes. Miss, are you really able to make more of these down jackets? That would be wonderful, Shun Yanji immediately said. I'll pay a deposit right away. Do you prefer silver or gold? Suddenly, Su Nianhe's mind flashed to Yan Jingxiao's jade pendant worth 30 million. Her thoughts moved. Compared to silver and gold, ancient jade or antiques might be more valuable. She looked up at Shun Yanji with a gentle smile. Young Master Shin, silver and gold are secondary. Would you mind helping me find some jade artifacts? When Shun Yanji heard jade artifacts, his body subtly stiffened. He instinctively remembered the jade pendant he left for Su Nianhe yesterday. Could it be that this jade pendant is worth more than gold and silver? His gaze quickly flicked over Su Nianhe's calm face with a hint of expectation, then scanned her bags, especially the one containing an unknown object. Many thoughts raced through his mind. The light and warmth of these down jackets were truly miraculous. He had seen it with his own eyes, and Yan Jingxiao had touched them personally. Border soldiers suffer from harsh cold every year, many freezing or dying. If such a magical item could keep them warm, it would be like gaining half a life. This deal must be made, no matter what. But jade artifacts. Shun Yanji took a deep breath, suppressing the subtle feeling of being hit hard in his heart, and tried to make his voice sound steady and sincere. Jade artifacts? Miss Su, what kind of jade artifacts do you need? Jade pendants, jade plaques, jade discs, or? He probed, his gaze fixed on Su Nianhe's expression. Su Nianhe was momentarily stunned by his question. She didn't understand the classifications of ancient jade artifacts. She only instinctively thought that any jade brought back from ancient times, as long as it was jade, should be more valuable than gold and silver, especially those that looked ancient and exquisitely carved. She hesitated briefly, deciding to be vague and set a broad requirement. No specific style, as long as the material is warm and transparent and the craftsmanship is decent. Preferably. A bit old, she carefully added, thinking to herself. Antique jade objects are definitely more valuable. Old. Shen Yenji mulled over the words, his eyes deepening. This requirement. Sounds like they are mainly collecting ancient items? Even a fairy needs to gather earthly ancient jade? He felt suspicious, but kept a calm face. The most important thing now was to get the down jacket. Other questions could wait. Understood. Shen Yenji nodded, quickly calculating what resources he could use. The Shin family has a deep background, and their storerooms are full of ancient jade treasures, but that won't solve the urgent need. The fastest way now. His gaze shifted to Yan Jingxiao, who had just recovered from a frozen state but still looked stunned. His own jade pendant was gone. He remembered Yan Jingxiao still had one. To help thousands of soldiers avoid hunger and cold, he would definitely be willing to lend it. General Yan. Shen Yenji's voice was soft but clear, reaching Yan Jingxiao's ears. Miss Su is willing to trade her down jacket, the light, cloud-like, and warmer-than-leather coat she holds, for jade objects, especially ancient jade. Yan Jingxiao's eyes suddenly focused on the bag in Su Nianha's arms. Light and cloud-like? Warmer than leather? The strange glow and texture he saw earlier flashed again in his mind. That warm, wonderful feeling still seemed to linger on his fingertips. The freezing cold at the border, soldiers' hands and feet turning purple and cracking. If such a divine object truly exists. Jade? Ancient jade. Yan Jingxiao's voice was hoarse with excitement. He suddenly waved his hand decisively.
Yes.
Rest assured, fairy. My Yan family may not be wealthy, but after generations guarding the border, the emperor's rewards and battlefield spoils, we do have some ancient jade collections. I will immediately write a letter and send someone with a fast horse to deliver it. At this moment, he no longer cared about the shock of the strategic material reserve. His mind was entirely focused on securing this life-saving divine garment for the soldiers at the border. General Yan, that's too slow. Let's take the one you're wearing first. When Shen Yenji first suggested using something from himself as a deposit, he didn't expect Yan Jingxiao to understand immediately. This tough general didn't wait for Shen Yenji to finish speaking. He stepped forward quickly and confidently reached into a hidden pocket inside his waistband. As he took out the item, he loudly said to Su Nianha, "Fairy, the ancient jade from the warehouse takes time to transport. I have a family heirloom that isn't the most perfect ancient jade, but it is smooth, transparent, and finely carved. How about using this as a deposit? Once the treasures arrive at your house, we can settle the rest." Su Nianha was slightly surprised and looked at Yan Jingxiao with a complex expression. This general was so eager that he was willing to use his personal family heirloom. She wasn't someone who would easily take what belonged to others. Why was he doing this? General Yan, there's no need to rush. Young Master Shin's jade pendant and ring yesterday are enough as a deposit. Since it's a family heirloom, it must be very precious. You don't need to take it out. We can use other jade items as collateral next time. That won't do. Yan Jingxiao suddenly raised his voice sharply, cutting off Su Nianha as if she had said something terribly wrong. His sharp eyes fixed on her, full of unwavering determination. Today, this feathered-down robe concerns the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers. It can't be treated like ordinary food supplies. It can't be exchanged for old items. He waved his hand decisively, not hesitating at all. From the hidden pocket, he pulled out the wrapped object, clutching it tightly in his palm. Young Shun's item yesterday was to cover his and his companion's food supplies and today's provisions. Today, this feathered-down robe is for protecting the lives of soldiers at the border from the cold. It can't be mixed with other things. It can't be exchanged for old items from Shen. He stepped forward, his imposing presence making Su Nianha instinctively take a half step back. If the fairy can help us keep the army warm, it is a great kindness to me, Yan Jingxiao, and to the tens of thousands of soldiers at the border. A simple piece of dead jade. How precious can it be? If it can save hundreds of soldiers from freezing to death, breaking it and melting it down would be its greatest blessing. to exchange for warm clothing. She promised to return with rare treasures someday. Su Nianhe was stunned by his sincerity and looked at his rough, calloused hand, unable to refuse. Shen Yanji stepped forward and said, "This pendant is very meaningful. It's both a deposit and a token of trust. Young lady, please don't let the general's kindness down." She took a deep breath and carefully accepted the heavy package, saying, "I understand. I will prepare the down jacket as soon as possible." "Thank you, fairy." Yan Jingxiao's tense shoulders suddenly relaxed, and his eyes lit up with joy as he bowed deeply. After confirming the down jacket arrangement and exchanging all the supplies, Su Nianhe suddenly remembered there were many things she hadn't taught them how to use. She looked at the soldiers outside carefully carrying those colorful, oddly decorated buckets and boxes, feeling a sudden pang of worry. These items might be as mysterious to them as ancient texts, she thought.
Wait.
Su Nianhe hurriedly called out. Shen Yanji and Yan Jingxiao both turned to look at her, their eyes asking for clarification. Shen Yanji, quick-witted, immediately asked Miss Su, "Do these supplies have any special way to be used?" Yes. She wanted to show them with real objects, but the stock in the shop had already been emptied. There was no choice but to go out and get more. But just as she stepped over an invisible threshold, her vision suddenly twisted and blurred. The cobblestone street, the standing soldiers, and the old-fashioned carriages disappeared instantly, replaced by a modern, familiar concrete street. Su Nianhe's heart tightened. She quickly realized she couldn't truly step into that ancient world with her physical body. She almost felt a jolt like an electric shock and quickly pulled her foot back. The scene before her rippled like water, then instantly returned to the ancient cobblestone street with the surprised faces of the soldiers. "Fairy?"
Misu?
Outside the shop, Shen Yanji, Yan Jingxiao, and the soldiers were all startled. In their eyes, just a moment ago, Fairy's figure seemed to be swallowed by an invisible water curtain, becoming blurry and transparent, almost disappearing. Only when she suddenly took a step back did her form solidify and become clear again. Everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes and looked at each other, filled with confusion and doubt. Was that just a trick of the eyes? Or some mysterious magic? Shen Yanji's sharp eyes fixed on Su Nianhe. The fleeting phantom she just showed was definitely not an illusion. His last doubts about Su Nianhe's immortal status completely disappeared, replaced by even greater respect. Being able to travel between worlds and transform into nothingness, what else could an immortal be? Yan Jingxiao was deeply shocked. That moment when the fairy lady flickered made him feel as if he saw a legendary master on the battlefield who could shrink the ground to an inch. He clenched his fists and no longer doubted Su Nianhe's supernatural powers. Su Nianhe forced herself to calm the turbulent waves in her heart. She steadied her mind, forced a natural smile on her face to hide her earlier awkwardness, and loudly said to the outside, "It's nothing, I just used a small trick earlier. Young Master Shen, please bring in those buckets, the round containers with noodle patterns, and a few of the small boxed ones." Shen Yanji immediately responded. He bent down, quickly picked out several buckets of different flavors of instant noodles and some packaged biscuits from the supplies just loaded onto the cart, carefully held them, and strode into the shop. The shop's soft, bright lighting illuminated the colorful, beautifully printed packaging clearly. Shen Yanji placed the items on the counter. Yan Jingxiao couldn't contain his curiosity and followed inside. His tall, strong figure in the slightly narrow convenience store added a sense of pressure, but at this moment, his eyes were only focused on exploring the food of the immortal. Su Nianhe picked up a bucket of braised beef noodles and began explaining, "This item is called instant noodles, meaning quick and convenient. The way to eat it is very simple, as you can see at a glance." She pointed at the bucket. "First, you need to tear open this thin paper." She pinched the easy tear opening at the edge of the lid with both hands and gently pulled. Rip! The crisp tearing sound of plastic was especially clear in the quiet shop. Shen Yanji and Yan Jingxiao's pupils shrank slightly. That seemingly smooth, tough, and colorful paper was so easily torn, and the torn edges were remarkably neat. This material, unheard of. After opening the lid, it revealed the noodles wrapped in plastic film and several small seasoning packets. See, inside are the noodles and seasoning packs, Su Nianhe pointed out one by one. This is dehydrated vegetables, this is powdered soup base, and this is the oil packet. First, put the noodles into the bucket. She placed the noodles back into the bucket. Then, tear open all these seasoning packs and sprinkle them evenly over the noodles. She picked up a pink packet and demonstratively pinched the jagged edge. With a loud tearing sound, she opened it and poured the brown powder into a bucket. Next, she added vegetable and oil packets. Her movements were smooth and flowing, but to ancient eyes, they seemed as mysterious as breaking a magical talisman. Finally, and most importantly, Su Nianhe took a small electric kettle from under the counter. An ordinary object to her, but to Xin and Yen, it looked pure white, sleek, and self-heating, like a magical vessel. She walked to the small kitchen sink behind the shop, which was seen as a kind of water-drawing magic, filled it with water, and plugged it in. After a moment, the kettle hummed softly, and steam began to rise from the spout. Su Nianhe carried the steaming kettle back and, under the intense watch of Xin Yanji and Yan Jingxiao, slowly poured the hot water into the noodle bowl until the water just covered the noodles. That's about the right amount of water. The hot water hit the noodles and seasonings, and a rich, salty, oily aroma burst out instantly, filling the entire shop. It was a powerful fragrance, full of industrial flavorings, unlike anything ancient people had ever smelled. Glug, someone standing at the shop door, perhaps a soldier, couldn't help but swallow. Xin Yanji's eyes lit up, and he sniffed deeply. This aroma was truly tempting. Yan Jingxiao's throat moved as well. The smell was 100 times stronger than the best meat broth in the army. After pouring in the boiling water, cover this paper layer again, Su Nianhe said, replacing the torn lid on the bucket. Then wait. About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, 3 minutes. Once the noodles softened and absorbed the broth, they could be eaten by removing the lid. She patted the bucket. This lid keeps the heat in and prevents the aroma from escaping. Both nodded repeatedly, their eyes fixed on the steaming instant noodles in the bucket, as if watching a treasure being magically perfected. As for this, Su Nianhe picked up a packet of biscuits and continued explaining, these are cookies. They are easier to carry than regular dry rations and fill you up quickly. She ran her finger over the embossed pattern on the packaging. Eating them is simple. Just tear along the jagged edge, and the square inside is ready to eat. She gently tore the edge of the package, and with a crispy sound, the golden brown biscuits appeared. She took out a piece and handed it to Xin Yanji. Try this. Xin Yanji's fingertips paused briefly as he looked at the thin, transparent wrapping that was as delicate as a cicada's wing. He then looked into Su Nianhe's calm eyes and finally took the piece with both hands. The cookie felt slightly heavy in his hand, cool and dry. He sniffed it gently and detected a faint milky aroma. Such fine pastry is hard to find even in the royal kitchen. He carefully bit off a small piece. The crispy crumbs broke apart in his mouth, and a sweet and salty flavor spread out. Although it was simple dry food, it was tastier than the pastries in the tea house, and it didn't make him feel choked or uncomfortable. How is it? Su Nianhe asked with a smile. Excellent, Xin Yanji replied, swallowing the remaining half. Such flavor can be enjoyed without boiling or cooking. Exactly, Su Nianhe said, picking up another compressed biscuit. This one is more filling. 1 piece is enough to replace 2 bowls of rice. Just remember to drink plenty of water when eating, or it might make your mouth dry. She gestured as she spoke, then suddenly remembered something. She pointed to the vacuum-packed meat stacked in the corner. Those dried meats and fish are also ready to eat once opened. They can be stored at room temperature without spoiling. And those cans with fruit patterns, just open the lid and you can dig in. The syrup inside is drinkable too. Yan Jingxiao listened with furrowed brows, not out of confusion, but in silent thought. These celestial foods had so many ways to enjoy them. If he mixed them up, wouldn't that be a pity? His rough fingers brushed the belt at his waist and suddenly said, Immortal lady, could you write down how to prepare these? Many soldiers in the army can't read. I can find an artist to draw diagrams and distribute them to each camp. Su Nianhe's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. She turned around and took out paper and a pen from under the counter, modern A4 paper and a neutral pen. In Shun and Yan's eyes, the smooth, white paper looked even better than traditional rice paper. The pen was all black, with no visible bristles, yet it flowed with ink. She quickly wrote and drew as she spoke. Next to a bucket of instant noodles, she drew a steaming kettle with a note, fill with boiling water, cover for 3 minutes, on a bag of cookies, an arrow indicating, tear here. Next to a can, a small spoon was sketched. Simple, clear diagrams, with just a few words, easier to understand than ancient texts. That's perfect. Su Nianhe blew dry the pages, folded them neatly, and handed them over. Follow these instructions and you won't go wrong. Shen Yanji took the paper, touching its smooth surface. He felt that these few thin sheets weighed more than 1,000 gold contracts. He exchanged a glance with Yan Jingxiao and then cupped his hands politely. Thank you, fairy lady, for your guidance. We will remember it in our hearts. Su Nianhe looked at the soldiers still carrying supplies behind them and suddenly remembered something. By the way, those vacuum-packed cooked foods, if it's too cold and you want to eat them hot, you can soak them in hot water without opening the bag. It will warm them up and make eating more comfortable. After she finished explaining how to enjoy the food, Shen Yanji raised his hand to signal and said loudly, "Bring it in." Before he finished speaking, 2 soldiers carefully carried in a heavy wooden box. The lid was not closed, revealing neatly stacked silver ingots inside. The shiny surface reflected the moonlight, shimmering so brightly it made people's eyes dizzy. Fairy lady, Shen Yanji's gaze was calm, but his tone was serious and respectful. The jade you want hasn't arrived yet. These silver ingots can be considered a reward for the food. Su Nianhe looked at the full box of silver ingots and felt her heart skip a beat. She knew silver was valuable, but she also understood that if a dynasty's silver circulated too much, it could lose value. She understood the principle that rarity increases worth. She steadied herself, picked out 5 ingots, and left the rest untouched. She smiled lightly. Young Master Shen, there's no need to be so formal. The ring I gave earlier is enough to cover the cost. I'll accept these 5 silver ingots as a small token. No need for more. You can come back in 7 days to pick up your items. Shen Yanji's eyes darkened slightly as he looked at the few silver ingots she held and then at the remaining bulk in the box. He hesitated, unable to speak for a moment. Yan Jingxiao saw Shen Yanji falter and stepped forward quickly to break the awkward silence. His rough voice carried a cheerful tone. Since that's the case, we'll follow Fairy Lady's wishes. We'll take our leave for now. Once you've prepared that down feather coat and the jade I brought, I will come personally to deliver it and thank you again for your kindness. He finished speaking, raised his hand in a fist salute, and moved decisively. His gaze swept over the few lonely silver ingots on the table and then returned to Su Nianhe's face, filled with genuine respect. This speech not only gave Shen Yanji a way out but also secretly made a promise to maintain their good relationship. After Shen Yanji and Yan Jingxiao left with their people, the lively convenience store instantly fell into silence. The sound of wheels rolling over the blue stone road, soldiers marching in neat formation, and horses neighing occasionally gradually faded away, eventually disappearing at the end of the ancient street. It was as if the lively market scene just now was only a strange, fleeting dream. Su Nianhe stood behind the counter, looking at the empty breakfast shop, feeling a bit unreal. Her gaze then shifted to the jade pendant engraved with the words, "Tiger Roar in the Mountains," left by Shen Yanji and Yan Jingxiao, along with the 5 silver ingots on the counter. "Down jacket," she whispered softly, feeling the sudden weight of pressure on her shoulders. This deal was no longer just a simple trade. It involved the lives of soldiers at the border of dying, and also the expectations of 2 prominent figures. She had to find the supplies quickly. But there was another matter weighing on her mind. She needed to thank the 2 young women in their elegant dresses who had gifted her the jade bracelet. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, calming her restless mind and mustering her strength. Carefully, she placed Yan Jingxiao's jade pendant into a drawer under the counter, then put away the 5 silver ingots. Next, She arranged 2 sets of tables and chairs, trying to steady her emotions while waiting for the young women to arrive. She tidied up the slightly messy shelves, placing the remaining instant noodles and biscuits in their spots, trying to keep busy to soothe her nerves, all while waiting for her scheduled guests. The shop's lights were still bright, but strangely, there was an air of cold emptiness. Su Nianhe sat on a tall stool behind the counter, her eyes occasionally drifting to the deserted blue stone street outside. At first, she could wait patiently, thinking about where to buy the down jackets and how many she needed. But 15 minutes passed, then 20, and the street was still empty. Not only the 2 conspicuously dressed young women, but not even a passing pedestrian was in sight. It felt as if only she and this suddenly standing shop on the ancient street existed, in a terrifying silence. She kept glancing at the clock. The ticking of the clock was especially loud in the quiet environment, almost harsh. This shouldn't be. Su Nianhe muttered to herself, her brows furrowing unconsciously. The 2 girls looked genuinely distressed yesterday. How could they not come to see her? Could something have gone wrong? It was already 11 o'clock. She decided not to wait any longer. Su Nianhe stood up, ready to close the shop. So she reached for the wooden sign on the counter to turn it over, but accidentally dropped it on the ground. She had to pick it up and turn it over again, just like last time. When she looked up, she suddenly saw 2 figures walking from outside through the heavy snow. No way. The sky looked cold but clear just now, and it wasn't snowing. The weather in ancient times really changes suddenly, Su Nian thought, gasping as she saw the 2 figures in the snow. Her hand, which was about to turn the sign, stopped. The weather was so bad, and these 2 people looked like they were wearing very thin clothes. Forget it. Saving a life is more important than anything else. It's a life after all, she decided. As the 2 people started to come closer, Su Nian hurried to see who they were. It was the 2 girls in dresses she had seen before. They really came just before closing time, when she least expected it. She muttered to herself, but felt relieved. She quickly went to meet them. The shop door was pushed open, bringing in a cold wind and lots of snow. The 2 girls staggered inside, covered in thick snow. Their hair was messy, their faces pale from the cold, lips colorless, and their thin clothes soaked with snow and what might be sweat or something else. They looked very miserable. Come in quickly.
Come in.
Su Nian called out, quickly closing the glass door to block the wind and snow. Inside, the warm air made the girls shiver. Mississippi, sorry to bother you. The younger girl supported the older one, her voice trembling with fear after surviving the cold. Su Nian finally saw how bad the older girl looked. She was almost leaning on her sister, her left arm hanging weakly. Her sleeve was cut open with a long wound, with dark blood that was starting to dry. Her face was paler than snow, her breathing was shallow and rapid, and she was sweating coldly on her forehead. Her eyes looked unfocused. Is she hurt? Su Nian's heart tightened. Her earlier doubts were replaced with worry. Quick, help her sit down. The younger girl bit her lip and struggled to help her sister onto the chair Su Nian had just prepared. As soon as she sat down, her body went limp and she almost fell over. What happened? How did she get hurt like this? Su Nian crouched down, wanting to check the wound but afraid of hurting her. A young girl looked cautiously at the tightly closed glass door, then quickly glanced around the empty shop. Her eyes were full of fear and worry. She spoke in a very soft voice, almost crying. Miss, please help us. We've been discovered. Someone is chasing us. My sister is protecting me. She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was very clear. They were running away, and the pursuers were nearby. The injuries were caused by the chasers. What's going on? Just the day before yesterday, everything was fine. Su Nianhe found it hard to believe. But the girl was trembling with worry as she said, Miss, I really can't hide it anymore. Our young lady was originally the only daughter of General Wen from the Sheng dynasty. But her father was falsely accused of treason at the border. The emperor, without any proof, issued an order to seize the general's house and exile the entire Wen family. She wiped her tears and spoke more urgently. The Wen family only has the young lady, no other relatives. After she trusted me, she personally dismissed all the servants in the house. Only I stayed with her, begging for my life. During the exile, the soldiers escorting her saw her beauty and had bad intentions. 2 days ago, the young lady escaped bravely. She ate some hot noodles at your shop, planning to go to the county to meet an old friend. But that person betrayed her and reported her whereabouts to the soldiers. When they caught up, the young lady protected me and was stabbed in her left arm. In the chaos, we ran here. Suaping. Stop talking. Don't drag this young lady into trouble, Wenwan urged, trying to sit up straight, her voice weak but sincere.
Miss.
Suaping was anxious, stomping her feet, her face pale. This girl is not ordinary. Outside, it's freezing cold, but her little shop is warm like spring. Please, just ask her for help. No need to say more. Su Nianha raised her hand to stop them. Her gaze fell on Wenwan's blood-stained sleeve. First, we need to treat the wound.
Stay here for now.
My shop is small, but it's enough to hide you. Will this be too much trouble for you? Wenwan struggled to stand, her face even paler. Don't worry, Su Nianha said, scooping some hot tea and handing it over. Her fingers touched Wenwan's cold hand. They won't find this place. The daughter of a general suffered such a disaster, her whole family destroyed. Su Nianha sighed inwardly at this ruthless feudal dynasty. She turned and went upstairs to get iodine, saline solution, hemostatic powder, and clean gauze. She had originally prepared these quickly to show Shenyanji, but now they were used on Wenwan instead. While cleaning Wenwan's wound, suddenly outside the door, the sound of boots crushing ice and rough questioning came through the wind and snow. Wenwan clenched her fists tightly and struggled to stand up. I'll leave now, I won't cause trouble for the girl. Sit down. Su Nianha quickly held her down, her heart pounding. Would it be the same as walking into a trap if Wenwan left now? Moreover, the jade bracelet Wenwan gave her a few days ago was sold for 1,000,000 yuan. She hadn't yet found a chance to repay her. So, Su Nianha grabbed a wooden sign from the counter, lowered her voice, and said, Miss Wen, please wait a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene outside the shop suddenly transformed into a modern old street, as if by magic. Afraid that the neighbors might see the green screen, and Wenwan, Su Nianha quickly pulled down the heavy rolling shutter. You must be tired and hungry. I'll go help you get some noodles. After saying that, she turned and went into the kitchen. The kettle on the stove was bubbling, and in no time, 2 bowls of hot noodles with scallions were served. The eggs floating on top trembled slightly, steaming invitingly. Wenwan and Cui Ping looked at each other, holding the hot bowls. Suddenly, their noses felt a sting. Since the day they were exiled, they hadn't had a peaceful meal. Now, the hot soup warmed their throats and even the frozen bones inside them. After they finished eating, Su Nianha brought clean clothes for washing and took them upstairs. There's a bathroom upstairs with hot water ready. You can wash away the cold. My room is spacious, so you can stay here for a few days. When Cui Ping helped Wenwan upstairs, she looked back at the bright energy-saving bulb downstairs and touched the cold tiles on the wall, her eyes full of confusion. Only the warmth from the leftover hot noodles made her feel secure in her stomach. After arranging Wenwan and her maid, Su Nianha remembered Shenyanji and Yan Jingxiao's appointment. Oh no! How can my small shop hold so many down jackets and grains? Moreover, Wenwan and her maid are only in their 20s, making it hard for them to move around freely here. Fortunately, their meeting was scheduled for 7 days later. In 7 days, Wenwan's injuries should also be healed. So, after instructing Wenwan to take care of the injuries on the 2nd floor, Su Nianha picked up the Tiger Roars in the Mountains and Forests jade pendant given by Yan Jingxiao and went to Old Sun's antique shop. When Su Nianha hurriedly arrived at Old Sun's ancient curio pavilion, the shop was already occupied by a scholarly old man over 60. The old man was holding a magnifying glass, carefully examining the jade pendant that Shenyanji had given him. His focused gaze behind the lens seemed almost to peer into the jade's patterns. Hearing the door open, He looked up and saw Su Nianhe entering. His eyebrows twitched slightly, almost unnoticed. Old Sun said, "Girl, this is the expert in antiques I told you about, Old Huang." "Oh, Grandpa Sun, please don't look at the previous jade pendant first. I want you to see this new one I just got." The tiger roars in the mountains and forests. Before she finished speaking, Su Nianhe quickly took the jade pendant out of her cloth bag, her movements a bit hurried, and directly handed it to Old Huang beside the table. "Grandpa Sun, Old Huang, take a look at this. It's a new acquisition." Old Huang, distracted from examining Shun Yanji's jade pendant, furrowed his brows again, annoyed at being interrupted. He casually lifted his eyes and glanced at the new jade pendant in Su Nianhe's palm. At first, his gaze was indifferent, as if he was a senior looking down on a junior, casually inspecting a treasure. But as his cloudy eyes fell on the fierce tiger carved on the pendant, ready to burst out and shake the mountains and forests, that casual look instantly froze. "Huh." A short, surprised sound escaped Old Huang's throat. He almost snatched the jade pendant from Su Nianhe's hand. His quick movement created a gust of wind, contrasting sharply with his previous slow and careful study of Shun Yanji's jade. Old Sun, standing nearby, was also startled by his sudden reaction and stretched his neck to look over. Old Huang ignored everyone else. He grabbed a high-powered magnifying glass from the table, almost lunging onto the surface, his forehead nearly pressed against the cold jade. Behind the lens, his once cloudy eyes now shone brightly, like a hungry eagle spotting a rare prey. He gasped softly, trembling slightly as he held the jade pendant tightly. This tiger," his voice was dry and trembling with disbelief. "The rocks are jagged, as if carved by blades. The tiger's form is powerful, its muscles full of strength. This is clearly the finest craftsmanship from the Royal Jade Workshop Heaven's Art Studio during the height of the Great Jing Dynasty. That bold and majestic style, only the legendary Jade Master Ghost Han Lu could have carved it. His final masterpiece before retiring was this very piece, Tiger Roaring in the Mountains. But, according to the records, there were only 3 of them. One buried with the emperor, one destroyed in war, and one that vanished long ago. He suddenly lifted his head, his wrinkled face filled with a mix of shock and excitement, staring hard at Su Nianhe. "Girl, where did you get this jade pendant? Don't tell me you dug it up from some ancient royal tomb?" His voice rose sharply with emotion, carrying a tone of accusation. In the antique trade, any valuable item with an unclear origin, especially one possibly linked to a royal tomb, was always a serious matter and cause for suspicion. Su Nianhe's heart tightened at his sudden outburst, and she instinctively stepped back half a pace. In her mind flashed the image of Yan Jingxiao's sharp, battle-hardened face. If this jade pendant was truly what Old Huang claimed, a royal treasure from the Great Jing Dynasty, then Yan Jingxiao's ancestry might be far more extraordinary than Xin Yan's. He had given her such a priceless item so casually? "Please calm down, Old Huang," said Old Sun quickly, trying to ease the tension, though his eyes were also fixed on the pendant, filled with awe. "Is this really the tiger's roar from the Great Jing period? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Though he spoke cautiously, he already believed most of it. Old Huang's expertise in jade, especially in ancient royal pieces, was nearly unmatched. "Mistaken?" Old Huang snapped, turning sharply toward Old Sun and pointing to a tiny mark on the edge of the jade, almost blending with its color. "Look at this bone stain, blood stain, and earth stain, all layered together. It must have been buried for centuries in a cold, secluded place, absorbing the essence of the earth. And look at this patina, smooth and warm like cream, yet glowing faintly from within. This is the royal sheen, formed only after being worn close to the body by generations of nobles. Fake aging? Those modern tricks could never create something like this." He grew more and more excited, his words almost spilling out in a rush. "Look at the tiger's eyes. The shining Venus. The method of melting this gold powder has long been lost. It has very high purity but also carries a hint of the ancient sand star, feeling. Look at the small seal script character, Jing, on it. The brushstroke turns with a commanding, proud aura that seems to look down on the world. It's unmistakable. This is the legendary genuine piece of the roaring tiger in the mountains and forests, the personal item of General Yen Palu, the national protector of the great Jing dynasty. Historical records say he was brave and skilled in battle, known as the Tiger Commander. This jade pendant is a symbol of his status. Old Huang gasped heavily, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Nianhe, as if trying to uncover the incredible story behind this jade pendant from her face. Girl, tell me honestly, where did this thing come from? If it's from an improper source, it's a serious crime. His voice was very low, filled with fear and regret. Su Nianhe's palms were sweaty. She never expected that a simple jade pendant could involve such a big story. Is it a royal treasure from the great Jing dynasty? A personal token of the national protector? A lost rare item? This isn't just a token. It's a hot potato. How should she explain? Say it was given by a real ancient general?
Who would believe that?
She forced herself to stay calm, facing Huang Lao's scrutinizing gaze, and tried to make her voice sound steady and innocent. Huang Lao, what you're saying is too frightening. This jade pendant was given to me by a friend from my family, who temporarily pawned it to me. His family seems to have been officials long ago, but he doesn't know exactly what position they held. He just said it's a family heirloom. He needed money quickly, so he pawned it to me. She could only vague out the story, shifting the blame to her friends, ancestors. Family heirloom. Huang Lao looked at her suspiciously, clearly not convinced. Such a heavy item. How could an ordinary official family own it? And they could just it to a young girl like you? Oh, Huang Lao. Old Sun's eyes twitched, and he interrupted again, this time with a smooth and persuasive tone. Look, you've scared the girl. No matter where it came from. Now that it's in her hands, it's her chance. Besides, you just said there are 3 legendary items. One in the Imperial Tomb, one destroyed, and one missing. The missing one must have fallen into the hands of ordinary people, right? It's just a coincidence that it ended up in her friend's family line. It's understandable. As he spoke, he subtly signaled to Su Nianhe, telling her not to panic. Then, shifting his tone with the sharpness of a businessman, he smiled and asked Old Huang. Old Huang, look at this. How much do you think it's worth? That was the real point. Old Huang, distracted by Old Sun's interruption, glanced at Su Nianhe's innocent-looking expression. His curiosity and suspicion temporarily faded. He lowered his head carefully, gently touching the jade pendant with reverence. His eyes were complicated, full of passion, respect, and a hint of greed. After a long moment, he exhaled slowly, as if gathering all his strength, and then spoke in a heavy tone, each word weighing 1,000 pounds. If we consider the material, craftsmanship, and heritage, it's priceless, rare in the world. And that's not even counting the history it carries. The token of the Tiger Commander Yen Palu, the symbol of the great Jing dynasty's power. He paused, then looked at Su Nianhe and Old Sunday. Finally, with a tone almost like a declaration, he said, if this item goes to auction, it will shake collectors worldwide. Starting bid, at least 9 figures. Su Nianhe felt her mind go blank with a loud bang. 9 figures starting bid?
That
far exceeded her expectations. The token Yen Jingxiao casually gave her was actually worth a mountain of gold? Old Sun also gasped, then his eyes shone with excitement. He suddenly patted his thigh. Good. 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 Girl, you've really hit the jackpot this time. He was so excited that his beard trembled. Old Huang, however, calmed down and carefully placed the jade pendant back on the soft velvet cloth on the table, as if laying down a fragile treasure. He looked at Su Nianhe with a complex expression, more serious than ever. Girl, this item is extraordinary. If you want to sell it, be very careful. I suggest find the top auction house. Or, he lowered his voice, privately contact powerful, reputable collectors. Ordinary people are innocent, but holding such a treasure can be dangerous. His words were both a warning and an acknowledgement of the jade pendant's astonishing value. Su Nianhe stared at the jade pendant lying quietly on the velvet cloth. Its gentle glow now seemed to burn with a fiery warmth in her eyes. 9 figures. The money needed for food, the money for down jackets. Suddenly, they all seemed insignificant. A huge surprise and the heavy pressure that came with it suddenly overwhelmed her. This incredible wealth was more than she could handle alone. Old Huang, I want to give you the jade pendants, the one made of mutton fat jade, and the one called Tiger Roar Mountain Forest. Would you be willing to handle them for me? Old Huang was surprised and looked at her. Girl, are you serious? Of course I am. Su Lingyi nodded quickly, her tone a bit urgent. I need money right now. Can you transfer the 30 million from the mutton fat jade pendant to me first? I can give you the 30 million from the mutton fat jade pendant right now. Old Huang replied straightforwardly, but his tone shifted slightly. But the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest jade pendant has to wait until after the auction to get the money. You know the rules. Okay, Su Lingyi agreed without hesitation. Right now, the most important thing was to get the money quickly to buy down jackets and food for Shen Yan and Yan Jingxiao. She didn't have time to worry about the details. She was secretly thinking, the items they casually took out are so valuable, and the things they send over in the future will surely be even more extraordinary. It seemed her good days were still ahead. The urgent task was to prepare the down jackets first. Seeing her so quick to agree, Old Huang couldn't help but sigh. Girl, you've gained these rare treasures for no reason, but there's quite a risk in hiding them. Well, since you trust me, I'll take responsibility for this. After saying that, he immediately called his secretary and ordered him to transfer 30 million to Su Lingyi's account right away. The crisp notification sound of a message was especially sharp in the somewhat dull atmosphere of the antique shop. Su Lingyi almost immediately took out her phone. The bright screen reflected her still-shocked eyes and a faint dizziness from being overwhelmed by such wealth. The bank transfer notification was clear. Your account ending in XXXX completed a transfer of 30 million renminbi at. Your remaining balance is 30 million. The seemingly ordinary jade pendant Shen Yan had carried with him had brought her this real money, quietly resting in her account. And on the table, the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest jade pendant, valued at least 8 figures and regarded as a treasure by Old Huang, looked like a blazing sun burning in her heart. This incredible wealth had suddenly and unexpectedly fallen on her. Girl, did you receive the money? Old man Sun leaned in, his small eyes shining with excitement. He lowered his voice, filled with uncontrollable enthusiasm and envy. This is perfect. The plan you have, it's secure now. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm amid the overwhelming numbers. The money was secured, but the real work was just beginning. She needed to quickly and efficiently turn this huge fortune into the essential supplies that Xin Yan and Yan Jingxiao needed, tens of thousands of down jackets, and enough food to support a long-distance march of an army. Old Huang, Grandpa Sun, Su Nianhe's voice returned to calm, even with a hint of firm certainty. I entrust these 2 things entirely to you both, especially the piece called Tiger Roar in the Forest. Be sure to handle it carefully and find the safest way, just as you said. She looked at Old Huang, her eyes honest. I trust you. Old Huang watched her change from joy to calm so quickly. His cloudy old eyes showed a faint, hard-to-notice admiration. He nodded seriously. Don't worry, girl. I've been in this business for decades, so I know what I'm doing. I'll personally oversee the Tiger Roar to make sure everything goes smoothly. As for the 30 million yuan for the jade, keep it for now. If the auction later makes more money, after deducting the commission, I'll make sure every penny goes into your account. Good, Su Nianhe said no more. Carefully, she placed the jade pendant called Tiger Roar in the Forest, which carried immense value and unknown risks, onto soft velvet. It felt like she was putting down a heavy, precious burden. She nodded to Old Sun and Old Huang. Grandpa Sun, Old Huang, I have urgent matters. I must go now. Before she finished speaking, she turned and stepped out swiftly, pushing open the heavy wooden door of Bogoxian. Outside was still that familiar yet strange modern city. But now, everything in her eyes seemed to shimmer with a golden light called possibility, her immediate goal, down jackets. Without delay, Su Nianhe dialed a number she knew by heart, her college roommate's brother, Lin Feng, who was the regional procurement manager for a large outdoor gear chain in Beijing. The call connected almost instantly. Hello? Nianhe. Lin Feng's cheerful voice came through. Wow, long time no see. Nianhe, why are you calling me now? Su Nianhe spoke directly, with just the right amount of urgency and sincerity. I have a big order to handle. I need a large batch of down jackets. The quality should be similar to military grade, thick and warm, windproof and water-resistant, durable and well-made. The quantity, at least 30,000 pieces. The deadline is very tight. They must be ready within a week. Can you ask your headquarters warehouse or the partner factory if they have such a large stock available? Or if there's a possibility of urgent transfer? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Clearly, this quantity and demand shocked Lin Feng. Over 30,000 pieces? Military quality? 1 week. Lin Feng's voice became serious and a bit incredulous. Nianhe, are you joking with me? That's not a small order. Our regular winter stock in stores isn't even that much. Plus, military-grade craftsmanship and materials are very costly. Orders of this size usually require contracts signed with big factories 6 months or even a year in advance. And now, winter production season is already over. Nianhe's heart sank a little, but she had expected this. Feng, I know it's difficult, but the client situation is special. It's urgent. Price isn't an issue, as long as we can guarantee quality and delivery time. I'm willing to pay extra. Please help me ask around, through any channel, any possibility. Even if it's just reallocating stock from other regions, or if any factory has surplus inventory, as long as it meets the requirements. She deliberately emphasized urgent and price isn't an issue, hoping to create a small opening. Lin Feng sighed heavily on the line. Nianhe, I want to help you. But for such quality and quantity of down jackets, not just our company, across the country, it's almost impossible to gather so quickly. Factory capacity is already fully booked. Even if they have stock, it's mostly regular or fashion styles, not military grade. As for surplus inventory, military grade surplus is extremely rare. Even if there is some, it definitely wouldn't be enough to fill your needs. He paused, with a tone of regret and gentle advice. Nianhe, I'm not trying to discourage you. This order is just not realistic. Maybe you should talk to your client again, see if they can lower their requirements, or maybe extend the deadline? A week. No one can turn that around like magic. It seemed even the last hope was about to fade. Nianhe's fingers, holding the phone, turned slightly white. The huge funds had just arrived, and now it looked like the supply source might be blocked. Shen Yan and the others are still waiting in the freezing snow, hoping for rescue. Brother Feng. Su Nianhe's voice was full of determination. Really? Is there no way at all? Any clue will do. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds, as if trying hard to remember. If I have to say, I think it was late last year, or early this year. I heard someone in the industry mention that there was a big factory in the south that made outdoor clothing for foreign trade. They took an order from a reserve unit in a European country. But later, due to policy changes or something, most of the order was cancelled, and the stock was left in the factory. The batch of clothes was winter training uniforms made to NATO standards, with matching down linings. The materials and craftsmanship were solid, warm, durable, and high quality. The style might be a bit with standard military green camouflage or sand colors, quite different from the flashy styles sold in our market. Su Nianhe's eyes lit up instantly. Military OEM. Stockpiled inventory. Rugged style? Plain colors? This was exactly what she needed, simple and durable. Brother Feng. Which factory is it? Do you have contact info? Her voice trembled with excitement. I need to check the name. I think it's called Hongtai or Hongda, somewhere in Harbor City. I don't have direct contact info, but I can ask a friend who mentioned this before. Maybe I can get the sales manager's phone number. Lin Feng also became interested. But since the goods have been stored for so long, the price will need to be negotiated. And the quantity might not be as much as 30,000 pieces. You should be prepared. Most importantly, you need to go and inspect the goods yourself. Military OEMs are complicated. Don't just rely on what others say. No problem. Brother Feng, thank you so much. Please find the contact info quickly. I can buy a plane ticket to Harbor City right now, Su Nianha said without hesitation. Nianha, are you crazy? You don't even have a boyfriend, and you're planning to fly to Harbor City? Aren't you afraid of being scammed? Li Feng shouted on the phone. Has this girl been tricked? Her sister Yalin said she went back to the provincial capital right after graduation. I heard her family is into big business. But her family doesn't seem to care much about her. Why would they give her such a big order? Brother Feng, isn't it better with you? Just you and me going to Harbor City. Oh? All right then. Don't worry first. I will go and ask around for you, then call you later, Lin Feng said gently. Since graduating, Su Nianha has lost contact with her sister and couldn't find her. Now that her sister has reached out to her, does it mean she has a chance? Li Feng felt secretly happy. Okay, Su Nianha quickly agreed. After hanging up with Lin Feng, Su Nianha turned and hurried to the pharmacy. Amoxicillin, cephalosporins, recovery liquids. She threw all the first aid medicines she could think of into her shopping basket, then went to the home textiles section and picked up 2 new quilts. The heavy shopping bags made her fingers turn red, but she didn't dare delay and rushed home in a hurry. The evening shadows had already filled the window frames, and the gentle servant and master on the second floor were awake. Su Nianha entered the house and immediately told Wenwan to take 2 amoxicillin pills. She then quickly explained the usage and dosage of each medicine, and finally tied on her apron and went into the kitchen. Miss, let me help, Cui Ping said quickly when she saw this. She rolled up her sleeves and wanted to help. Su Nianha had to slow down and teach her step by step how to recognize the safety valve of the pressure cooker and adjust the stove's flame. Luckily, Cui Ping was clever and understood right away. Once everything was arranged, Su Nianha turned to handle the ingredients. The knife tapped lightly on the cutting board. She stared at the greens in the basin, lost in thought. She had piled up supplies for Xinyanji and Yanjingxiao like a small mountain. How could her little shop hold all that? Even if she squeezed it in, the noise during transportation wouldn't be small. The neighbors and townspeople were everywhere. What if she was seen? She sliced a carrot, and its orange flesh split in 2. If only there was a space like in the legends that could hold everything, she sighed inwardly. But her hands kept moving. Unfortunately, she accidentally cut her hand. Ah, Su Nianha cried out softly. She hurried to find a bandage at the shop counter, but accidentally touched a wooden plaque. Blood from her finger immediately soaked into it and disappeared. Suddenly, the old wooden plaque emitted a light, and Su Nianha was pulled into it. Su Nianha only felt a flash of golden light before a strong sense of weightlessness seized her, as if she had been pulled into an invisible whirlpool. The wind howled in her ears, then suddenly stopped. She staggered forward, instinctively closing her eyes. When she opened them again, her eyes were filled with shock, almost making her forget the faint prickling at her fingertips. Where was the small kitchen of her shop? Suddenly, she looked up sharply. Above her was a perfect, flawless dome like fine porcelain, glowing softly and brightly, evenly illuminating this vast space. This light was not natural sunlight, but it was warmer and steadier than the sun. The ground beneath her feet was made of smooth, grayish-blue stones, shining faintly in the sunlight and stretching endlessly ahead. At the end of her sight, there was only a hazy boundary, as if shrouded in mist. This space was much larger than she had ever imagined. She could store all her supplies here, or even fill it with a few small mountains, and still have plenty of room. Not far in front of her stood an old-fashioned, 2-story wooden building. The building had upturned eaves and carved beams, exuding a quiet elegance and mystery that had aged beautifully. It stood peacefully in the center of this huge, empty blue stone square. What caught her eye even more was the small courtyard in front of the building, enclosed by a low blue stone wall. The courtyard was small but carefully arranged. A winding path paved with blue stones led to the main door of the building. In the very center of the courtyard was a spring. This spring was not ordinary. It was formed by a few uncarved blue stones, smooth and glowing softly, stacked naturally to form a shallow pool. The pool was no larger than a millstone, and clear water bubbled quietly from the cracks between the stones, flowing without sound but full of strange vitality. The water was a pure, almost translucent milky white. A thin, almost invisible mist hovered over the surface, reflecting a faint rainbow glow under the gentle dome light. An indescribable, refreshing scent with a hint of sweetness, as if it could cleanse the soul, wafted from the spring, filling the entire space and entering Su Nianha's nose. She took a single breath, and suddenly, her fatigue and restless feelings from the past days seemed to fade. Her spirit was lifted.
This
is. Su Nianha's heart pounded wildly, almost jumping out of her throat. The huge shock made her forget about her down jacket for a moment. She looked around. The place was so empty, it made her feel nervous. Only the small building and the magical spring in front of her gave off a faint mix of human and natural energy. Space? Spirit spring? The legendary hidden paradise. These words, usually seen only in stories or movies, suddenly popped into her mind uncontrollably. She looked down at her fingers. There was still a little blood from her wound. Su Nianha walked to the spring's edge. Ignoring her injured finger, she cupped her hands and scooped up some spring water to drink. The clear, sweet water slid down her throat, carrying a strange sense of life. It instantly cleaned her mouth and seemed to soothe her tired, tense soul after days of stress. The water didn't feel cold like ordinary water. Instead, it turned into a gentle, warm flow that quickly spread through her limbs and body. Su Nianha couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Where the warm flow passed, the muscle pain from her long travels seemed to melt away like snow. Her mental burden and anxiety were replaced by a clear, pure feeling. Her thoughts became sharper and more focused than ever. What surprised her most was her finger wound. The tiny cut, made by a kitchen knife, was still bleeding slightly. But under the warm flow's nourishment, it started to close and heal visibly. The slight pain under her skin disappeared, replaced by a tingling, fresh feeling. In just a few breaths, the new wound vanished completely, leaving only a faint pink scar. If she didn't look carefully, she might not notice it at all.
really?
Is this the legendary spirit spring water? It's truly miraculous. Su Nianha stared at her perfectly healed finger, overwhelmed with amazement. She fought the urge to immediately take more water. She knew she had to understand the space's true nature first. She turned around and walked toward the small building with a slightly open door. With a soft squeak, the door was pushed open. Inside was a spacious hall. The furniture was simple and old-fashioned. There was a large table with 8 seats, a few round-back chairs, and some big cabinets against the wall, made of an unidentifiable material. On both sides of the hall, doors led to inner rooms. Opposite the entrance was a wooden staircase going up to the second floor.
Su Nian strolled upstairs.
She looked around but found the entire second floor was completely empty, with nothing inside. Su Nianha thought about the space in the time travel novels where you can freely control objects with your mind. Should she try it? She calmed her excitement, went downstairs, and entered the main hall on the first floor. She focused her mind on an empty cabinet in the corner of the hall. Silently, she thought, close. As soon as her mind moved, the half-height cabinet instantly disappeared from its spot. The next moment, she clearly saw it appear on the blue stone square, about 100 meters away from the small building. Put it back, she thought again. The cabinet instantly returned to its original place.
Yes.
It worked. It really worked. Su Nianha was so excited she almost jumped. She quickly ran out of the small building and stood again by the fragrant spiritual spring. Her thoughts flooded out of her space. Her little shop. Her vision instantly pierced through the invisible barrier. She clearly saw, inside her shop, a table and chairs she arranged, and half-cut carrots and greens in the kitchen. Cui Ping, not knowing when she went upstairs, didn't notice that Su Nianhe was gone. She focused her mind on the half-cut carrot. As soon as her thought arose, the feeling in her hand became real. That half-carrot suddenly appeared in her palm. Meanwhile, the carrot on the cutting board in the shop's kitchen had vanished. Another thought. Put it back. The half-carrot in her hand disappeared instantly and reappeared on the kitchen's cutting board. The whole process was silent, quick as lightning. Ha ha ha, Su Nianhe couldn't hold back anymore, laughing happily. Her laughter echoed in the empty space, full of joy at her sudden success and the thrill of control. Down jackets? 30,000 pieces? Even 30,000 more. As long as she had a place to sell them, she could secretly take them all away. No more worries about the shop being too full or transportation being discovered. Her gentle injury? With this spiritual spring, as long as she used it carefully, her recovery would be faster than expected. Now, she not only had a passage to ancient times but also space to store things. After the huge joy, Su Nianhe's eyes quickly turned sharp and calm. Thinking about Wenwan's arm still being injured, and since this spring water is so effective, she decided to make a bottle to take back and help Wenwan heal. So Su Nianhe immediately rushed out of the small building and stood again by the fragrant spiritual spring. She looked around the yard but couldn't find any container, so she had to go back into the main hall on the first floor and open the cabinet against the wall. Finally, she found a large military-style water jug. Su Nianhe picked up the jug and filled it with water from the spiritual spring. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement. With a slight movement of her mind, her figure disappeared instantly from the spring side. The next second, she was back in her familiar small shop kitchen. The wound on her fingertip had already scabbed over, and it was hard to tell she had just been hurt. In front of her were half-cut carrots, a kitchen knife on the cutting board, and Cui Ping peeking worriedly at the door. "Miss, are you okay? I thought I heard you call out just now," Cui Ping asked with concern. Su Nianhe turned her head and showed an unprecedented, confident, and hopeful smile, brighter than the light above her head. Her gaze instinctively swept toward the second floor where Wenwan was, and she already had new plans in mind. "Cui Ping, I'm fine. Just a small accident earlier. It's been taken care of. Come over quickly, help me finish cooking this dish, and then I can call your young lady down to eat," she said cheerfully. Su Nianhe's smile was so bright that Cui Ping was momentarily stunned. She always felt that the girl who had taken them in, the young lady, seemed a little different, but she couldn't quite say what. She only felt that the smile was full of certainty and strength. "All right, got it." Cui Ping suppressed her doubts, quickly responded, and stepped into the kitchen to take the spatula from Su Nianhe. "Miss, you rest.
I'll handle this small task."
She moved swiftly, stirring the vegetables in the pot, and a fragrant aroma quickly filled the air.
Su Nianhe didn't insist.
Her mind was entirely on the spiritual spring water. She lifted the heavy military-style jug and quickly walked upstairs. Wenwan was already awake, half leaning on the bed, her face still pale, but her spirit seemed a little better than before. Seeing Su Nianhe come in, she tried hard to sit up. "Miss Su, don't move." Su Nianhe stepped forward and gently pressed her down, her voice soft. "How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt badly?" Wenwan nodded weakly and then shook her head. "I'm feeling a bit better than when I just woke up, but I still feel hot and burning." Su Nianhe's heart tightened. This was a sign that the inflammation hadn't gone away. She no longer hesitated and handed over a military water bottle. "Here, drink some water first. I specially brought this. It's good for recovery." "Specially brought?" Wenwan looked at the old-fashioned military water bottle with some doubt. "Yes, a special mountain spring water, clear and cooling," Su Nianhe explained vaguely as she unscrewed the lid. A strange, fresh, sweet aroma drifted out, more subtle than in the space, but still very refreshing, giving a feeling of pure energy. Wenwan's nose twitched, and a hint of surprise flashed to her eyes. This scent alone made her feel very comfortable. She didn't ask more and took small sips of water with Su Nianha's help. The water was cold at first, but after swallowing, a gentle, warm flow spread from her stomach to her limbs, quickly making her feel better. Wenwan couldn't help but hum softly in comfort. That warm flow seemed to carry a strange vitality. Where it passed, the burning pain from her wounds surprisingly eased, and her foggy mind became clearer. This water, Wenwan looked at Su Nianha in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. The effect was so immediate. As long as it works, Su Nianha saw her amazed and relaxed expression, feeling reassured. She smiled sincerely. Don't ask too much. Just drink and rest well. Remember, this water is special. Don't let others know. She specifically warned her seriously. Wenwan immediately understood and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Nianha. I understand. She knew Su Nianha had secrets, and this miraculous, mountain spring water was probably one of them. Su Nianha had saved her life and then given her such precious water for healing. She must protect this trust. Su Nianha watched Wenwan take a few more sips and then place the water bottle on her bedside table. Keep this bottle. If you feel uncomfortable or your wound hurts badly, drink a little. But remember, don't drink too much at once. She was worried that too strong an effect might be harmful. After settling Wenwan, Su Nianha felt much more at ease. With the healing water, Wenwan's injuries could recover quickly, allowing her to focus on solving the problem with the down jackets. She went downstairs, where Tsueping had already cooked the meal. There were 2 simple dishes and a bowl of soup on the table. Tsueping, thank you for your hard work. Go upstairs and take care of your young lady. She just drank some water and is feeling better, Su Nianha said. Tsueping quickly responded and carried Wenwan's food upstairs. Su Nianha sat alone at the table but had little appetite. After taking care of Wenwan's injuries, the most urgent burden on her heart was lifted, but a bigger challenge still lay ahead: the 30,000 life-saving down jackets. There was no news from Li Feng. In Hong Kong City, at the Hongdai or Hongda factory, the backlog of military standard export down inner linings kept swirling in her mind. Time passed second by second, each one adding a layer of coldness to Shun Yan and the others. She forced herself to stay calm, picked up her chopsticks and ate a few bites. She had to prepare for 2 options. She couldn't rely solely on Li Feng. She finished eating quickly, tidied up the dishes, and then returned behind the counter of her small street shop. She took out paper and pen and started organizing her thoughts. 1. The 30,000 or more down jackets Shun Yan needs must meet military standards: warmth, windproof, waterproof, durable. 2. Time limit. Ideally within a week. Otherwise, many lives could be lost. 3. Breakthrough point. Lin Feng's lead, waiting for sales contacts from Hong Kong City's Hongtai/Hongda factory. This is currently the most promising source. 4. Local market investigation. Lin Feng said it's unlikely locally, which makes sense. Who dares to produce military-grade items in private factories? So Lin Feng's lead is the only option. It's normal for Hong Kong City to produce and export overseas. 5. Difficulties: huge quantity, high-quality requirements, very short time, and official channels might cause unnecessary trouble. Space. Su Nianha's pen suddenly paused heavily on the paper. The space came just in time. This was her biggest trump card and reliance. As long as she could find the source, no matter where or how many pieces, she could secretly transport them away. Transport and storage problems no longer existed for her. Thinking of this, Su Nianha's anxious heart calmed a little. The existence of space greatly increased her tolerance for mistakes and her ability to operate. What she needs most now is information about suppliers. Ring, ring, ring. The sharp sound of her phone suddenly broke the quiet in the small shop, startling Su Nianha so much she almost jumped. She hurriedly reached out to grab the phone. Hello? Brother phone. Her voice was unexpectedly urgent. Nianha. It's me. Lin Feng's voice came from the receiver, sounding a bit excited and tired. The phone has been ringing off the hook, but I finally got through. The factory in Harbor City is called Hongtai Garments. It's a pretty big place, mainly making foreign trade orders. A friend of mine managed to contact a deputy manager in their sales department, named Lu, Manager Lu. I told him roughly about your situation and what you need. What did he say? Su Nianha's heart was in her throat. There's a good chance. Lin Feng's voice rose a bit. He admitted that at the end of last year, they took an order for winter training uniforms for European country, including matching down inner linings, made strictly according to their military standards. Later, because of budget cuts in their country, the order was reduced by more than half, about 45,000 down linings stored in their warehouse. They've had them for almost a year. 45,000. Far more than her minimum requirement. Su Nianha was so excited her hands trembled. What about the quality and standards? Are you sure? She asked. Manager Lu assured me with confidence that the materials and craftsmanship are definitely good. The filling is 90% white duck down, about 300 grams per piece, needs inspection, and the fabric is high-density tear-resistant nylon, treated with Teflon for water resistance and has passed wear tests. He also said that because it's a reserve order, the camouflage is very simple, just basic military green and sand colors, very practical. The style is definitely not at all like the flashy civilian ones. This is exactly what I want, Su Nianha said firmly. What about the price? How much are they asking? This. Lin Feng hesitated briefly, sounding a bit helpless. They've had these stored for so long. They want to sell quickly to recover funds. But since it's made to military standards, the cost is high. Manager Lu gave an initial quote, which is much higher than our usual high-end civilian products. Moreover, they insisted on cash transactions and full payment before delivery. They did not accept any form of credit or installment payments. Su Nianha's heart sank. The high price was expected, but paying in full with cash. She would have to spend most of her recent savings all at once. However, thinking about Shunyan and their situation and the urgent need in the freezing cold, this amount of money didn't seem so big. The price could be negotiated. Cash was no problem. Brother Feng, what I care about most now is whether I can see the goods soon. Time is running out, Su Nianha said without hesitation. Manager Lu said you're welcome to come see it anytime. The warehouse is in their factory area in Gangcheng. He also hopes to clear out this batch of old stock quickly, Li Feng replied. Li Feng, are you really going now? Gangcheng is far away, and it's all unfamiliar territory. Yes. I must go, Su Nianha said firmly. Brother Feng, can you come with me? I know it's a bother, but you're an expert. With you inspecting the goods, I feel more at ease. I'll cover all your travel and accommodation costs. Plus, no matter if this deal goes through or not, I'll thank you properly. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Su Nianha's heart tightened again. A few seconds later, Lin Feng's voice sounded again, determined. All right. Since you called me Brother Feng, I have some things tomorrow, but I'll take leave the day after tomorrow early in the morning. Hurry and book your flight, preferably the earliest flight to Gangcheng the day after tomorrow. We'll meet at the airport. Great. Brother Feng. Thank you so much, Su Nianha almost shouted with excitement. I'll book the tickets now and send you the flight details immediately. After hanging up, Su Nianha took a deep, heavy breath, as if a huge burden had been lifted. Things were turning around. Hope was in Gangcheng. She quickly looked up the airline booking phone number, her fingers trembling with excitement. After booking the earliest flight from Jing City to Gangcheng the next day, she quickly left a message on Lin Feng's phone with the flight time and the meeting point in Jing City. She also bought a high-speed train ticket to Jing City for the next day. Finished, she leaned back in her chair, feeling drained but mentally exhilarated. Tomorrow, Gangcheng, Hongtai Garment Factory. She instinctively touched the smooth wooden badge in her pocket.
Space.
This time, it's all up to you. Su Nianha stood up, her gaze sweeping the upstairs. When one has spiritual spring water and is cared for by Cui Ping, so there should be no problem. She looked again at her small shop, her eyes becoming firm and bright. She quickly went upstairs to Wenwan's room and gently knocked on the door. Nianha, little sister? Come in quickly. Wenwan's voice sounded stronger than before. Su Nianha pushed the door open and saw Wenwan leaning against the bedhead, with Chui Ping tidying up dishes nearby. Wenwan's face looked a bit better, and her eyes were clearer. Wenwan, how do you feel? She asked. Much better, Nianhe little sister, Wenwan said gratefully. The water you gave me, it's really amazing. Drinking it feels much more comfortable and the wound doesn't hurt as much anymore. That's good. Su Nianhe sat on the edge of the bed. Wenwan, Chui Ping, I need to leave early tomorrow to handle some urgent matters. I might be gone for 2 or 3 days. You're going out. Wenwan and Chui Ping were both surprised. What about us, the master and servant? Yes, but don't worry, Su Nianhe said vaguely. While I'm away, you two stay here and rest. Just don't go outside. Chui Ping, please take good care of Wenwan. There's enough rice, flour, and oil at home, so feel free to use them. Wenwan, drink that water regularly and don't skip it. If there's an emergency, you can call this number. Someone will come to help you. Su Nianhe left her grandfather's son's phone number after speaking. She thought about leaving someone's number, but then realized no one else was as reliable as Grandpa Sunday. Since Wenwan and her servant are from ancient times, they must keep this secret. Wenwan looked at Su Nianhe with unwavering determination and a hint of urgency in her eyes, knowing her trip must be very important. She held Su Nianhe's hand gently and said softly, Nianhe, don't worry. Chui Ping and I will take good care of ourselves and wait for you to come back. Be careful yourself. Everything will be fine. Yes, I will. Su Nianhe nodded firmly. After making arrangements, Su Nianhe returned to her room and locked the door securely. It was late at night, and outside, only the occasional passing car could be heard. Su Nianhe took out an old wooden token from her pocket and held it tightly in her hand. With a slight thought, her figure instantly disappeared from the room. Once again, she appeared in that vast, peaceful space glowing with gentle light. Standing by the misty, colorful spring, Su Nianhe's heart finally calmed. She looked at the large blue stone square in front of her, imagining it filled with 30,000 or more military green and sandy-colored down jackets. She pictured these supplies traveling through her space, crossing mountains and rivers, to reach those in urgent need, like Shen Yan and others. Hongtai clothing. I hope you won't let me down, Su Nianhe whispered softly, her eyes sharp as a blade. See you in Port City the day after tomorrow. The next day, Su Nianhe went to the supermarket as usual, buying some food and supplies to deliver to her small shop. Besides that, she specially bought a mobile phone for Wenwan and Chui Ping. She carefully saved her number and old sons in the phone, then patiently taught them how to use it. After finishing these tasks, Su Nianhe packed her luggage, carried the wooden badge, and went to see Old Sunday. She told the old man she was going to Beijing, where 2 female classmates lived. If they encountered any emergencies, she hoped Old Sun could help watch over them. Old Sun listened and immediately asked, Girl, you're going to Beijing? Did you find some treasure again? Be careful not to get tricked. Grandpa Sun, this time it's really not a treasure, Su Nianhe hurriedly explained with a smile. It's about the owner of that jade pendant before. They asked me to help bring some things, so I have to go to Beijing in person to buy them. Oh, Old Sun said slowly, sounding excited. Girl, do you need any help? I have some connections in Beijing that might be useful. No need, Grandpa Sun, Su Nianhe said warmly, feeling touched by his concern. My roommate's brother will look after me this time. It should be fine. If anything goes wrong, I'll ask for your help next time. Please don't mind the trouble. All right, then go ahead and relax. If you face any difficulties, just come to me, Old Sun said with a hint of helplessness. Okay, Su Nianhe replied, then turned to catch a taxi to the high-speed rail station. She timed it perfectly. When she arrived, it was just past 11, the train's arrival time. She didn't mention her trip to Port City to Old Sun, partly to avoid worrying him, and partly because she didn't want him to know too much, which might interfere with her plans. High-speed trains are fast, but it still takes about 6 hours to reach Beijing after passing through the provincial capital. Honestly, Su Nianhe has rarely taken the train in her life. When her grandmother was alive, she loved her, but she was young. She went to school in the county from elementary through high school. Until her second year of high school, when her grandmother suddenly passed away, she was brought to the provincial capital to finish high school. Her parents didn't like her much. She had to work part-time to pay for her living expenses, not to mention other costs. Fortunately, her grandmother had planned ahead and saved enough money for her tuition from high school through college. That's how she managed to finish her studies. Many times, Su Nianhe wondered if she was truly the daughter of Su Jiming and Zhao Manyun. If she was their biological daughter, why were they so cold to her? If not, why did they bring her home and tell others she was their real daughter? On the train, these thoughts kept circling in her mind. When she got tired, she decided to stop thinking about it. Just then, it was time for lunch. She ordered a meal costing 48 yuan, with chicken leg, fish, and meat. As soon as it was served, the aroma was irresistible. Su Nianhe happily started eating. A month ago, she wouldn't have dared to order such an expensive meal, but now, after spending over 10 million on military supplies, she still had more than 10 million left in her account. What was she afraid of? As soon as she put down her chopsticks, her phone in her bag rang. She took it out and saw it was Lin Feng calling. Nianhe, what time will you arrive? I'll come to pick you up, Lin Feng's voice came through the phone. Su Nianhe checked her train ticket. Feng Ji, I arrive at 5:30. If you're free, come pick me up. If not, I'll go to the hotel myself. That's not good. You're a guest in Beijing, and I'm the host. How can I not show hospitality? Besides, if I don't come to pick you up, Yalin will scold me to death, Lin Feng said with a smile. No need, I've already booked a hotel. We can meet at the airport tomorrow, Su Nianhe declined. Oh, don't be so polite with me. Have you forgotten we used to be roommates? Suddenly, Li Yalin's voice burst out from the phone. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. How much does this girl miss Su Nianhe? Since graduation, Su Nianhe hadn't contacted him. His little sister kept urging him to find her. Now that Su Nianhe was coming to Beijing, even though she said it was for official business, Li Yalin was overjoyed. On the high-speed train, Su Nianhe listened to Li Yalin's voice on the phone and quietly felt glad she had already made plans. She had booked a hotel near the airport. Otherwise, given Li Yalin's personality, she would have insisted on staying at her house. She didn't want to trouble anyone, nor did she want to meet her relatives. The scene felt too much like visiting in-laws, which made her feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. The train smoothly arrived at Beijing West Station. Under the large dome, crowds moved busily, and the noise was lively. Su Nianhe carried her simple suitcase and followed the crowd out of the platform. As she stepped onto the clean tiles of the waiting hall, a familiar figure rushed toward her with a burst of fragrance. Nianhe, I missed you so much, Li Yalin, like a cheerful sparrow, hugged Su Nianhe tightly, bouncing happily. She wore a trendy beige trench coat, her long hair slightly curled, full of youthful energy. She looked just like her lively roommate from memory. Yalin, Su Nianhe was touched by her enthusiasm. Her tense feelings eased a little, and she showed a genuine smile. Slow down, or you'll bump into Nianhe, a calm voice said from nearby. He was dressed in a fitted jacket, standing behind Li Yalin, with a gentle smile and eyes that showed concern and a hint of careful observation. He casually took Su Nianhe's suitcase. Did you have a hard trip? Not too bad, Brother Feng. Thanks for coming to pick me up, Su Nianhe said gratefully. There's no need to thank me, Li Yalin said, linking her arm with Su Nianhe's warmly. Come on, let's go eat first. My brother booked a table to welcome you and give you a warm reception. Lin Feng's black Mercedes was well maintained, driving through the busy city traffic at dusk. Outside the window, the city lights were just coming on. Skyscrapers and ancient buildings with flying eaves blended beautifully, showing a city full of both history and vitality, unfolding its prosperity in the evening glow. Inside the car, Li Yalin chattered about her graduation stories and recent news. Su Nianhe listened with a smile, responding occasionally. She noticed Lin Feng looking at her through the rearview mirror, with a calm and understanding expression like an older brother. She knew Lin Feng probably guessed that her trip had a special purpose, but he didn't ask. His considerate attitude made her feel at ease. Dinner was at a unique Beijing cuisine restaurant. The environment was elegant, and the dishes were exquisite. Lin Yalin is the main focus, and the conversation shifts from school memories to work complaints, then to introducing Su Nianhe to a potential partner. The atmosphere is relaxed and lively. Lin Feng acts more like a thoughtful butler, timely pouring tea, serving dishes, and occasionally making humorous comments, keeping the scene well-balanced. Nianhe, how many days are you staying this time? Stay a few more days and have fun. I'll take you around properly, Lin Yalin says vaguely, biting into sweet and sour ribs. This time, the schedule is a bit tight. Su Nianhe puts down her chopsticks and looks at Lin Feng with apology. Brother Feng, we have an early flight tomorrow, so we need to leave for the airport soon. Lin Feng nods understandingly. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. I'll pick you up at the hotel at 5 in the morning. The morning rush hour in Jing City is heavy, so I need to leave early. That early? Lin Yalin pouts in disappointment. Nianhe, you really are busy with work.
So,
How long will you be in Port City? Will you stay in Jing City when you return? Hopefully 2 or 3 days. I might need to stay a bit longer in Jing City to handle some follow-up matters, Su Nianhe says vaguely, not mentioning specifics, but Lin Feng nods knowingly.
all right.
When you come back, you have to stay for at least 2 days so I can host you properly. Lin Yalin immediately perks up and starts planning where to take Su Nianhe to have fun. After dinner, Lin Feng drives Su Nianhe to the hotel near the airport she booked. The hotel is average, but close to the airport and conveniently located. Nianhe, you're staying here? Lin Yalin looks at the lobby, a bit distressed. Why not stay at my place? Or, let my brother find you a better hotel. This place is fine, Yalin. Su Nianhe quickly stops her. It's close to the airport and convenient for tomorrow morning. It's too much trouble for you. She fears being a burden with such favors. Lin Feng understands and pats his sister's shoulder. Listen to Nianhe. When you're away from home, safety and convenience are the most important. Nianhe, here's your room key. I just registered you at the front desk. Rest early and get plenty of sleep. I'll wait for you in the lobby at 5 tomorrow morning. He hands her a room card and an envelope with simple breakfast coupons. Thanks, Brother Feng. Su Nianhe sincerely thanks him. Lin Feng's attentiveness reassures her a lot. Don't be so formal with me, Lin Feng smiles. We'll be leaving now. You rest well. Elan Lin reluctantly hugged Su Nianhe again. Nianhe, be careful with everything. Call me when you arrive in Gangqing to tell me you're safe. I'll be waiting at home for your return. After seeing off the siblings, Su Nianhe returned to her room. The room was small but clean and tidy. She put down her luggage and walked to the window. Outside, she saw the night view of the outskirts of Beijing. The distant airport runway lights stretched out in the dark, like glowing ribbons. Occasionally, she could hear the faint roar of airplanes. Tomorrow, she would fly to that unfamiliar city to face an important negotiation and an unprecedented transportation challenge. She instinctively touched the wooden badge in her pocket. The cold wood felt strangely comforting. She took out her new phone, hesitated for a moment, and dialed the number left by Old Sunday. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a slightly hoarse but lively voice came through. Hello, Grandpa's son, it's me, Nianhe. Girl? You're in Beijing now? Have you settled in? Old Sun's voice immediately showed concern. Yes, everything is settled. Don't worry. I just wanted to tell you I have a flight to Gangqing early tomorrow morning. Su Nianhe thought for a moment and decided to tell Old Sunday. The old man was sensible and didn't ask more questions. Maybe he thought it wasn't his business to interfere with young people's affairs. Seeing this, Su Nianhe lowered her voice. At home. Those 2 friends of mine, please keep an eye on them. They're unfamiliar with the place, and if something urgent happens. All right, I got it. Old Sun interrupted her, his tone confident. You focus on your work. I remember those 2 girls. You need to be extra careful in Gangqing. The place is complicated. Don't show off your wealth. Don't trust everyone. Finish your work quickly and come back. Got it. Yes, I got it, Grandpa Sunday. Thank you. Su Nianhe felt warm inside. No need to thank me. Just come back safe and sound. Old Sun kept giving advice before hanging up. She put down her phone and took a deep breath. After arranging the last details for her gentle servant and friend, she finally felt free to focus on her upcoming trip to Gangcheng. The humid, stuffy air of Gangcheng, mixed with the smell of the sea, hit her face, very different from the dry, cool air of Beijing. Su Nianhe and Lin Feng walked out of the airport with the crowd. They were greeted not only by the heat but also by the busy and lively atmosphere typical of this international city. Tall buildings rose around them, neon lights flickered, and the sounds of Cantonese, English, and various accents of Mandarin mixed together. Everything felt unfamiliar and challenging. Nianhe, over here. Lin Feng waved and stopped a red taxi, skillfully giving the address of Hongtai Garment Factory in Cantonese. Su Nianhe secretly admired him. Brother Feng was clearly experienced in clothing trade. This wasn't his first time in the city. The taxi moved through busy streets, passing by many factory signs and hurried pedestrians. Su Nianhe's heart beat faster as they approached their destination. She instinctively clenched the wooden badge in her pocket. Hongtai Garment Factory was quite large, with several gray-white buildings standing tall. The entrance had signs in both Chinese and English. The taxi stopped at the security gate. Lin Feng reported Manager Lu's name, and after registration, they were allowed to enter. The car finally stopped in front of a relatively new office building. "Mr. Lin, Miss Su? Welcome." A middle-aged man in a striped shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, hurried out from the building. He had a warm smile on his face. It was Manager Lu, who had been contacted on the phone. "You've had a long trip. Please come in." After a few polite words, Manager Lu led them to a meeting room on the second floor. Tea was served. He rubbed his hands and spoke with a sharp business sense and eagerness to sell. "Mr. Lin, I understand from the phone that Miss Su urgently needs that batch of down inner linings." What a coincidence. That batch has been in our warehouse for almost a year, which has become a headache for our sales department. The quality is definitely good, but the style, a bit too tough. It's hard to sell in the general market. Manager Lu, there's no need for formalities, Lin Feng said directly, his tone calm. We flew here specifically because we're serious. Our main goal is to see the goods and check the quality. As for the price, we'll discuss it after inspecting the items. Of course, of course. Manager Lu nodded repeatedly. The warehouse is right behind Building C, and you can go see it any time. But he changed the subject, showing a look of difficulty mixed with a flattering smile. This batch is a bit special. Although it's stored in our warehouse, the ownership isn't entirely ours. When we took the order, it was guaranteed and partly financed by an investment company under the Su Group. So, in the end, the final decision, especially regarding the price and the way the deal is made, still depends on our approval. Mr. Su Nianhe's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit uneasy. The ownership was complicated, and now there was an additional decision-maker, which meant more uncertainty. Yes. Manager Lu lowered his voice, showing respect. That's Mr. Su Zakai, young Master Su. Our Hongtai is one of the subsidiaries controlled by the Su Group. Mr. Su is at the factory today.
Inspecting.
I've already asked someone to invite him. Please wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the meeting room was pushed open casually, and a young man entered. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, tall and well-built, wearing a neatly tailored light-colored casual suit. He wasn't wearing a tie, and the collar was casually open with 2 buttons undone, revealing an expensive platinum necklace. His hair was carefully styled, with a slightly messy, carefree look. He was handsome, but his expression carried a sense of aloofness and obvious impatience. Behind him, a broad-shouldered man dressed in a black suit with a blank expression followed, clearly a bodyguard. Manager Lu, what's the matter? I'm a bit busy right now, the young man, Mr. Su Zakai, said lazily with a hint of a Hong Kong accent. His gaze casually swept over Lin Feng, then lingered on Su Nianhe for a moment, showing a hint of appreciation for her beauty, before shifting away as if he wasn't very interested in anything around him. He walked straight to the main sofa, crossed his legs, and took out a delicate metal lighter from his pocket. With a click, he opened the lid, then snapped it shut with a crisp sound, as if passing time. Young Master Su, sorry to bother you. Manager Lu immediately became very respectful, bowing slightly. These two are Mr. Lin and Miss Su from the mainland. They came especially to see the batch of items stored in our warehouse. That is, the 45,000 downfilled inner linings left over from last year's European pre-order cancellations. Oh, that pile of messy cloth hasn't been dealt with yet. Su Zakai raised an eyebrow, speaking lightly as if talking about some insignificant trash. He kept playing with the lighter, but his gaze finally landed on Su Nianhe with a hint of scrutiny. From the mainland? What do you want with that stuff? It's heavy and dull. No one would want it even if you gave it away, he said bluntly, showing the typical sharpness of a wealthy young master. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Su Nianhe felt anger rising inside her. What do they mean by rag? What do they mean by nobody wants it even if it's given for free? These materials, which she saw as life-saving, were being insulted. But she forced herself to stay calm, and a professional smile appeared on her face. Mr. Su, hello. We do have special channels that require this batch of materials meeting certain standards. I heard the quality is very good, but the style isn't suitable for the consumer market. For us, practicality and reliability are the most important. Special channels. Su Zakai seemed a bit interested. He leaned forward slightly, a teasing smile on his face, and his eyes lingered on Su Nianhe's pretty face. Miss Su looks quite young, but you seem quite resourceful. Tell me what channels. Could it be? He didn't finish his sentence, but his tone carried a playful hint. Lin Feng stepped forward at the right moment, blocking Su Zakai's overly direct gaze. He spoke in a steady voice. Mr. Su, you're joking. We are a legitimate trading company, and Miss Su is my partner. This batch of goods meets our client standards, so we came here specially. As for its specific use, that involves business secrets, so I can't tell you. Right now, what we care about most is the actual condition of the goods and your intentions for handling them, Lin Feng added. Su Zakai was a bit annoyed when he was interrupted. He pouted and leaned back on the sofa, returning to his bored look. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. All right, business secrets. Boring. Manager Lu, have you checked that pile of stuff? Are you sure it's good? Don't let people say that our Su family sells junk. Don't worry, Mr. Su. It's definitely good stuff. The materials and craftsmanship are top quality. It's just the style, Manager Lu quickly assured. Style doesn't matter, Su Nianhe immediately emphasized. What we care about is its functionality. Mr. Su, can we go to the warehouse to inspect the goods first? As long as the quality is up to standard, we can discuss the price. Su Zakai yawned, seeming bored to death. Inspect the goods? Sure, let Manager Lu take you. If you like it, just take it quickly, so it doesn't take up space in my warehouse. As for the price, he looked at Manager Lu casually. Old Lu, you handle it. Just offer a price a bit higher than scrap, and get rid of it quickly. But he seemed to remember something, looking at Su Nianhe and Lin Feng with a condescending gaze. Cash, full payment. That's the rule. No problem, Su Nianhe answered firmly. As long as the goods were good, she was already prepared with cash. All right, go ahead. I have another meeting. Su Zakai stood up, tidied his suit, and instructed Manager Lu. Old Lu, take care of it. Negotiate the price, get the money, and then let them take the goods. Handle the paperwork and don't bother me. He glanced at Su Nianhe with a playful, carefree smile typical of a young master. Miss Su, it's been a pleasure working with you. If you have any fun things in the future, feel free to find me. After saying that, he left with his bodyguards, not looking back, leaving behind a faint scent of cologne. The reception room was suddenly quiet. Manager Lu wiped his forehead, which was not actually sweating, showing he was used to this kind of behavior from the young master, but also a bit awkward. Ahem, Mr. Lin, Miss Su, young Master Su. He's quite direct. But since he's spoken, the price is negotiable. Shall we go see the goods now? Su Nianhe and Lin Feng exchanged a look, both seeing complex emotions in each other's eyes. Relief, the decision-maker nodded, but also concern about young Master Su's unreliability, worried about possible issues with future deliveries. But at least, the first step was taken. All right, Manager Lu, Please lead the way, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The three of them left the office building and headed toward the large warehouse behind Building C. Suen He's heart started pounding again, her palms slightly sweaty. 45,000 pieces. About to be revealed before her eyes. And the wooden badge in her pocket seemed to feel warm. Under Manager Lu's signal, the heavy electric roller shutter of the warehouse slowly rose, making a dull rumbling sound. A mixture of dust, fabric, and a faint smell of down filled the air. Inside the huge warehouse, the ceiling was astonishingly high. The lighting was dim, but enough to see the breathtaking scene before her. Near the entrance, a neat row of enormous compressed bundles stretched out endlessly. Each bundle was tightly bound, resembling large bricks in military green or sandy colors, stacked layer upon layer, forming walls several meters high, almost occupying half the warehouse. The quantity and size far exceeded Suen He's previous expectations. Wow! Even Lin Feng, who was experienced, couldn't help but gasp in surprise at the massive stockpile. Manager Lu pointed to the walls, sounding both relieved and a bit helpless. Here they are. 30,000 military green items and 15,000 sand-colored ones. They are packed according to the original order to make transportation easier. Each standard package contains 50 items. The warehouse manager has detailed batch and quality inspection records, which he can show you later. Sun Yanha's eyes stayed fixed on the military green compressed packages, her heart pounding. These are the supplies they urgently need. So large, so close. Manager Lu, she said calmly, we need to randomly open a few packages to check. We want to verify the down content, filling amount, fabric strength, water resistance, and review the original quality reports. No problem. That's necessary. Manager Lu immediately called the warehouse worker. Old Chun.
Come here.
Open a package. Bring the records. The inspection began. Lin Feng showed his professional skills. He personally selected several compressed packages from different locations and heights to open. As the packages were cut open, the fluffy military green and sand-colored down linings appeared. Lin Feng put on white gloves and carefully examined the stitching, zippers, and magic tapes. He felt the fabric's density and toughness, and even sniffed the smell of the down. He took a small portable scale he carried and randomly weighed a few items to estimate the filling amount. Su Nianhe also picked up a military green one. It felt heavy, with thick, tough fabric and a slight cool touch typical of nylon. She mimicked Lin Feng's inspection, checking the details. Her heart was excited. This quality, as Manager Lu said, is very solid. The sturdy design has no unnecessary decorations, making it the most practical style. Old Chun brought a thick folder with production records, raw material inspection reports, and finished product sampling reports. Lin Feng carefully flipped through the pages, focusing on the down's fluffiness and cleanliness reports, fabric wear and tear strength tests, and water resistance tests. He took his time, asking professional questions now and then. Manager Lu and Old Chun answered carefully. Time passed slowly. Suyenhe's heart was always tense until Lin Feng closed the last page of the report, took off his glasses, rubbed his forehead, and then gave a subtle nod to Suyenhe, signaling approval. No issues with the goods. The report was complete, and it even exceeded expectations. Her tense feelings finally eased, and a wave of joy almost overwhelmed her. She forced herself to stay calm and turned to Manager Lu, who had been waiting nearby, nervously fidgeting. Manager Lu, we've looked at the goods and are very satisfied. Now, let's talk about the price. She cleverly quoted Su Zikai's casual remark with a harmless smile on her face. Su Xiao said it just needs to be a bit higher than the scrap price, right? Manager Lu's smile froze for a moment. Then, he quickly became more enthusiastic. Haha, Miss Su, you're joking. Su Xiao was just joking. Such good items can't be considered scrap. Our costs were quite high at the start. Look at this down jacket. 90% white duck down. The fabric is high-density nylon with Teflon. The craftsmanship. The negotiation then moved to a small office next to the warehouse. Lin Feng, experienced and assertive, argued logically, pointing out the other side's eagerness to sell, complex ownership, implying Su Xiao didn't really care, and outdated styles as weaknesses. Manager Liu tried to defend the price, citing initial costs and military-grade quality. Su Yanhe listened quietly, only emphasizing the huge advantage of full cash payment, one-time settlement, with a firm tone at key moments. She watched as Manager Liu tapped on the calculator, sweating on his forehead, and finally offered a price of 280 yuan per military-grade down jacket, down from the original 380 yuan. Lin Feng looked at Su Yanhe, asking with his eyes. Although this price was still higher than typical high-end civilian goods, considering its special quality, urgent need, and especially the large quantity, it was acceptable. Su Yanhe took a deep breath and nodded. This money was worth spending.
All right.
Deal at this price, Lin Feng declared. Manager Liu, let's sign the letter of intent now. Miss Su can arrange the deposit today, and the full payment will be transferred immediately when the bank opens tomorrow. But there's one condition. We start taking delivery today. Time is very precious for us. Today? So soon? Manager Liu was surprised. Yes, today, Su Nianhe firmly added, her eyes shining brightly. We brought enough cash as a deposit. This was a prearranged strategy with Lin Feng, paying part of the deposit first to secure the deal. The full payment will be made first thing tomorrow morning. But today, we must start loading the goods and get them shipped out. Mr. Su also said we should hurry and take them away to free up space, right? She then brought up Suzuki again. Thinking about Mr. Su's impatient attitude and his order to deal with it quickly, Manager Liu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth.
All right.
I'll prepare the agreement and the warehouse shipping list right away. You pay the deposit and sign the agreement. I'll immediately arrange the paperwork, forklift, and staff to help load the goods. But he looked at the large pile of goods outside. With so much, it might take all day. Load as much as you can, Su Nianhe immediately responded, her heart pounding because the plan was about to reach a critical stage. We've contacted the transport company, and the truck is already on the way. This was a story they agreed on while on the plane. Whatever can be loaded today must be shipped today. The rest will be continued after the full payment arrives tomorrow. All right. Let's do it this way. Manager Liu was also inspired by her decisive attitude and turned to get busy. Only Su Nianhe and Lin Feng remained in the warehouse office. Nianhe, about this price. Lin Feng whispered. Fengge, the price is fine. Thank you. Su Nianhe sincerely expressed her gratitude. The key is the goods are good. And we must start shipping as soon as possible. She emphasized the words, shipping, her eyes subtly indicating the mountain of goods outside. Lin Feng nodded seriously, understanding her meaning. The real transportation was about to begin. His task was to cooperate with her, create the illusion that the goods were being shipped out, and find a way to give her enough time alone in the warehouse. Su Nianhe's hand reached into her pocket again, clutching the smooth wooden token tightly. The spacious Qingshi square was already prepared. She looked out the window at the green mountains, her eyes sharp like a hawk about to strike. Hengtai Garment Factory. Goods verified, price agreed. Suzuki, a spoiled rich young master, with no intention of getting involved. Now, it was time for these 45,000 pieces of rags to complete an incredible disappearing act in her hands. Manager Liu was quick to act, immediately arranging for trucks to be loaded. 6 large trucks were parked closely together, and seeing this, Su Nianhe was startled. It was impressive, but she hadn't expected it to be so grand. Lin Feng noticed her surprised expression and sighed. After all, she was young and had never seen such a big business.
He was a bit confused.
The Su family was considered wealthy in the provincial capital, but they had no strong background. Why did they get such a military supply order for down jackets? And how was Su Nianhe planning to transport these clothes? Earlier, she had asked him over the phone to rent a large warehouse in a remote part of Port City to store the down jackets. Was she planning to sell them overseas? Lin Feng was puzzled and felt that there was something mysterious about Su Nianhe. This young girl was even more mysterious than when she studied antique arts at university in Beijing. Although she was a rich girl, she wore cheap clothes. She could have relied on her looks to succeed, but she insisted on starting her own business. Another person interested in Su Nianhe was Su Zikai, a wealthy young man from Hongtai Group. When he first saw her today, he thought she was extraordinary. He deliberately acted indifferent to test her, to see what made her brave enough to come to Port City and discuss such a big deal, over 10 million yuan. Until manager Lu called to say that Miss Su had bought all 45,000 down jackets at 280 yuan each and paid a deposit of 6.3 million yuan on the spot. Su Zikai couldn't sit still. He immediately hired a private detective to investigate Su Nianhe and Lin Feng. He quickly found out everything about Lin Feng's background. Nothing suspicious. Lin Feng was an ordinary second-generation rich kid from Beijing, not from a top-tier family, but his family's business was thriving. If he lived a simple life, his family would have no worries about food and clothing for generations. Moreover, Lin Feng was smooth and thoughtful in dealing with people, and he was good at business. But when he looked into Su Nianhe, he was stunned. She was just a girl from a small county, abandoned and disliked by her biological parents, forced to return to her small hometown. Her father, Su Ziming, was just a wealthy newcomer with no strong roots in the provincial city. He truly didn't like his daughter very much. Her sister, Su Nianwei, managed to get a job at the Lu Group and was even engaged to Lu Qingyu, the heir of the Lu family. Recently, Lu Qingyu had an accident and became disabled, and it is said that Su Nianwei is now thinking of breaking off the engagement. The Lu family definitely won't let this go easily, and they might target her next. She doesn't know what methods she can use to avoid this. She had no idea how much doubt Lin Feng and Su Zikai held about her. At this moment, she was only eager to urge manager Lu to quickly deliver the goods to the warehouse she rented with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very reliable. Not only did he help her check the goods, but he also watched over the entire process of storing everything in the warehouse. Only after she paid in full did he hand her the keys. He was determined to do a good deed all the way through, as if he was sending a gift to the West. Moreover, he still had feelings for Su Nianhe. If he could take this chance to make her his girlfriend, that would be good. It would also save her from her parents constantly pushing her to marry. So, after Su Nianhe finished everything, Lin Feng used her first visit to Hong Kong City as an excuse to take her around. Su Nianhe didn't refuse. Anyway, she was now financially comfortable, and since it was her first time in Hong Kong City, she didn't know when she would come back next. She could now afford to buy things she used to only look at from afar and couldn't buy before. Lin Feng accompanied Su Nianhe as they walked through the streets of Hong Kong City. Her steps stopped in front of an old shop with a sign that read, Centennial Seafood. Inside the glass display case, a palm-sized salted dried abalone gleamed with amber oil. Fish maw looked smooth and honey-like, and scallops piled into small mounds, each full and firm. These top-grade dried abalones need 20 pounds, Su Nianhe pointed to the top shelf, then turned to the fish maw. The aged ones, also 20 pounds. For scallops, pick the largest 30 pounds. The shop owner's eyes lit up. He carefully wrapped the items in cotton paper and placed them into a carved wooden box. Also, 50 bottles of ready-to-eat abalone sauce, in glass bottles for easy carrying. She watched as the clerk packed the thick sauces into a cardboard box, reminding him to label it with shockproof stickers. They then entered an imported supermarket, where the chilled beef made her stop in her tracks. A 5-grade eye of round, 30 pounds, divided into 200-gram portions. She ran her fingertip over the freezer door. Snowflake beef needs 20 pounds, rolled and frozen. The king crab in the frozen section was opening its claws. She selected 20 evenly sized, packed them in a thermal box, and added more dry ice. On the shelves were organic quinoa and chia seeds. She took 10 boxes of each. She also chose 20 cans of imported high-calcium milk powder, half for adults and half for children. Passing by the medical equipment store, she went straight inside. Portable oxygen concentrators, the lightest kind. I need 20. She picked one up to check its weight. Also, 50 upper arm blood pressure monitors, with 10 extra boxes of testing strips. Seeing the first aid kits hanging on the wall, She asked the clerk to prepare 100 with the highest configuration. The gauze inside must be sterile, iodine swabs, tourniquets, and elastic bandages should be individually packaged. She also added 50 bottles of burn ointment and allergy medicine, all imported. The clerk quickly packed everything, glancing at her a few more times. In the household goods section, she was even more decisive. She ordered 200 packs of imported disinfectant wipes and 300 bottles of disposable hand sanitizer. She chose the thickest navy blue cotton towels, ordering 200. She also added 100 compressed sleeping bags. Military-grade compressed biscuits, 50 boxes, with a shelf life of over 2 years. She checked the date on the packaging and pointed to energy bars. High-protein types, 20 boxes of each flavor. At the corner old pharmacy, she listed several medicines. Feng Tongxing pills with Xiang Jingqi water, 200 boxes each. Yunnan Baiyao spray with safety liquid, 100 sets. Seeing the herbs behind the counter, she added 20 pounds of angelica root, astragalus, and goji berries, all packed in moisture-proof paper in small portions. Also, 50 sets of sterile disposable acupuncture needles. The staff worked quickly, filling bamboo baskets. Soon they were piled high. The delivery address forms alone filled 2 full pages. Lin Feng followed behind, watching the staff repeatedly call to confirm the warehouse address. The list of items they had written down was already a thick stack. He roughly estimated that in just half a day, Su Nianhe's purchases had exceeded 5 million yuan. From food to supplies, even emergency medicines and equipment, everything was top quality. Was she really not concerned about money? Spending so generously, could it be that the Su family was already incredibly wealthy? Unlike other girls her age who love to buy Chanel, Hermes, and other luxury brands, Su Nianhe's purchases are always practical and useful. If that's really the case, I need to think carefully about pursuing her. In just a short time, Su Nianhe spent several million and arranged for delivery times with the merchants to the warehouse. While they were shopping, Lin Feng received a call from a friend in Harbor City, asking to meet him. Lin Feng had no choice but to turn to Su Nianhe and ask, "Nianhe, I need to meet a friend. Do you want to come along?" Nianhe was worried and unsure how to make an excuse for Lin Feng not to follow her, so she could go alone to the warehouse to oversee the delivery. She immediately replied, "Feng, you go ahead with your work. I'll just browse around and wait at the warehouse for the delivery." As soon as Lin Feng left, Su Nianhe relaxed completely. She had no interest in shopping anymore. She waved to stop a taxi and headed straight to the remote warehouse area rented by Lin Feng. The warehouse was located on the outskirts of Harbor City, away from the busy city center, surrounded by large storage and logistics companies. During the day, it was already empty, and now, near evening, it was even less crowded. The huge warehouse cast long shadows in the sunset, giving off a cold, industrial feel. After paying the fare, she took out her keys and opened the heavy iron door of the largest warehouse. Inside, the military down jackets sent by Manager Liu were waiting. Su Nianhe closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, clearing her mind. She took out her wooden badge, aimed it at the pile of down jackets, and softly pointed, silently saying, "Collect." In an instant, those tightly packed, hundreds of pounds heavy compression bags seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible hand, then disappeared into thin air. 1, 2, 10, 100. The speed increased rapidly. The army green mountains dissolved as if erased by an eraser, vanishing without a trace. No sound, no vibration, only a slight distortion in the air. In just 10 minutes, all 45,000 military down jackets, which would normally require large trucks and much manpower to move, had been stored inside the small courtyard. Seeing that the down jackets had been collected, Su Nianhe focused her mind again and silently said, "Go inside." As her vision instantly twisted with light and shadow, a familiar dizziness washed over her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a familiar space glowing softly. Under her feet were solid blue stone tiles, and above her was a small 2-story building. The small courtyard was filled with the 45,000 down jackets she had bought. She took a deep breath and looked at the two towering mountains of clothing in front of her. An overwhelming feeling of excitement and achievement filled her heart. It's done. The hardest part is over. Shinyanji, your supplies are now in hand. At that moment, she heard faint sounds of car engines and brakes outside the space. Su Nianhe knew that her goods, bought during her walk in Gangcheng, had arrived. Her eyes sharpened, and she quickly stepped out of the space. As the iron door of the warehouse just opened, she saw 3 trucks parked on the open ground. The drivers were getting out to check the delivery lists. The lead driver saw her and waved the list. Miss Su? The goods from the seafood shop and the imported supermarket have arrived. There are also vehicles with medical equipment and medicines on the way. Su Nianhe nodded and stepped aside to let them unload the goods into the warehouse. The first truck carried wooden boxes from the seafood shop. The carved wood grain reflected a dull sheen in the dim light. 20 pounds of dried abalone were divided into 10 boxes, and the fish maw was wrapped tightly in moisture-proof cotton paper. The salty aroma of dried scallops mixed with the rich scent of abalone sauce spread out. She directed them to stack the boxes against the wall and watched as the workers carefully placed boxes of ready-to-eat abalone sauce nearby, the crisp sound of glass bottles clinking especially clear. The second truck was a refrigerated container from the imported supermarket. When opened, white mist instantly blurred her view. A 5 Wagyu beef wrapped in plastic-formed square blocks with a sparkling snowflake pattern like broken silver, king with bluish-purple shells, claws tied with thin ropes, still looked fierce despite being frozen stiff. She told the workers to pile the cold chain boxes on the other side of the warehouse, specifically warning them not to place anything near the corner, where she planned to work later. Halfway through unloading the third truck, the vehicle carrying medical supplies arrived. Portable oxygen machines packed in cardboard boxes, sealed tightly with tape and marked, "Handle with care." Blood pressure monitors in boxes with foreign instructions printed on them, test strips divided into small foil bags. The workers handled everything carefully, muttering about how precious these items were. Su Nianhe counted the items, confirming there were 20 oxygen machines and 50 blood pressure monitors, all accounted for. Finally, the goods from the pharmacy and daily necessities arrived. The paper boxes of windproof and cold relief pills were stacked into neat piles, while the glass bottles of aromatic chi water were cushioned with foam inside boxes. Angelica and Huangqi were packed in burlap sacks, and goji berries, bright red like small beads, were stored in clear plastic bags. The boxes of disinfectant wipes and hand sanitizer took up the most space. She instructed the workers to lay them directly on the ground, leaving a small empty space between the cold chain boxes and seafood boxes. Once all the trucks left, the warehouse was piled high like a small mountain. Su Nianhe closed the iron door tightly, then turned to look at the pile of supplies. Her fingers brushed the wooden tag in her pocket again. She still felt tired from collecting the down jackets, but her eyes remained firm. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and aimed at the nearest box of dried scallops, softly saying, "Collect." The wooden box responded, floating up and forming a gentle arc in the air before vanishing into thin air. With her previous experience, she kept a steady rhythm, first collecting the seafood and dried goods, with the boxes disappearing smoothly like the ticking of a second hand. Next, she collected the cold chain boxes. The white vapor hadn't fully dispersed, but the entire box and beef had already disappeared. Finally, she gathered the medical equipment and medicines. The faint clink of the metal oxygen concentrator stopped abruptly, and the airflow caused by the box's disappearance tousled her hair. The most troublesome were the 50 boxes of compressed biscuits. The boxes were heavy, and she had to do it in 3 rounds. When the last energy bar vanished, the warehouse suddenly became empty, leaving only a faint salty seafood aroma in the corner. Su Nianhe leaned against the iron door, catching her breath, sweat dripping down her forehead into her collar. The supplies she collected this time weren't as heavy as the down jackets, but they were much more varied, and her mental energy was drained just as much as before. She closed her eyes for a moment to rest, then turned and stepped back into the space. On the blue stone square, the newly arrived supplies were sorted and stacked. Seafood boxes lined up neatly by the Lingquan spring. Ingredients in the cold chain boxes had been moved into the space's ice cellar with her mind. Oxygen machines and blood pressure monitors leaned against the small building's wall, and medicines and daily necessities were piled next to the mountain of down jackets. Looking at the space filled with supplies, a smile finally appeared on her face. Not only did she bring back warm down jackets from the port city, but also life-saving and filling items. How surprised would Shenyanji and the others be when they received them? At this moment, the sky outside the space had completely darkened. Su Nianhe brushed off the dust from her hands and stepped out of the warehouse. Just then, her phone rang inside her bag. She pressed the answer button, and Lin Feng's cheerful voice immediately came through. The background sounds of traffic and soft music could be faintly heard. Nianhe, did everything go smoothly? The location was too remote, so my friend's car couldn't find the warehouse area. Yes, everything is done and the items are fine, Su Nianhe replied, trying to keep her voice steady to hide the fatigue and mental excitement from using her space ability repeatedly. She looked around the empty warehouse, which only had a faint smell of the sea and tire marks, and added, I just finished up here. That's good, Lin Feng said cheerfully. My friend just finished his talk. I heard you're in Port City too, so he insists on showing hospitality. He booked us a room at the Peninsula Hotel, a top-floor sea-view suite with a great view. Should I come pick you up? The hotel isn't far from the warehouse. The Peninsula Hotel? Su Nianhe raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Feng's friend clearly had a lot of money. This place is a top landmark in Port City, and a single night's stay costs enough to support a family for months. It seems Lin Feng's friend is either very rich or very influential. She quickly calculated in her mind. The warehouse had been cleared out, and all supplies had been safely transferred into her space. That was the most important thing. Now, she really needed a safe, comfortable place to rest. After repeatedly using her space ability to handle such a large amount of supplies, her mental exhaustion was overwhelming and her temples throbbed faintly. The safety of the Peninsula Hotel was unquestionable, and it would give her a chance to breathe and regain her strength. Plus, Lin Feng's friend might also be a useful contact? Knowing more capable people in Port City couldn't hurt. Okay, Su Nianhe agreed without hesitation, a hint of just right tiredness in her voice. I'm a bit tired. Please come pick me up. I'll wait at the warehouse entrance. All right, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Stay safe, Lin Feng said kindly before hanging up. Su Nianhe put away her phone, took a deep breath, and seemed to unload a heavy burden. Her nerves, tense all day, finally relaxed a little. She stepped out of the warehouse and locked the heavy iron door. The sunset had completely dipped below the horizon, and the warehouse area was shrouded in deep blue dusk. Distant streetlights flickered on one after another, like scattered stars, highlighting the emptiness and coldness of this industrial zone. The lively scene just now at the unloading site seemed like it never happened. Only the faint smell of diesel in the air showed the traces of passing vehicles. She leaned against the cold iron door, the evening breeze gently blowing her slightly damp bangs, bringing a cool feeling. In her pocket, the wooden sign bearing a big secret lay quietly. Its smooth texture made her feel safe. Thinking about the two mountains of 45,000 down jackets piled in the small yard, along with neatly organized seafood, medicines, tools, and compressed biscuits nearby, a deep sense of stability and achievement filled her heart. This batch of supplies was meant to be life-saving food and protective gear for Shenyanji and others. Although the process was very costly, almost draining most of her funds from selling Shenyanji's jade pendant, she felt that every penny was worth it when she saw the results. Totally worth it. Her phone screen lit up again with a confirmation message from the trucking company, saying all the ordered goods had been received without issues. Su Nianhe casually replied with a confirmation, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of her mouth. Such efficiency was almost unthinkable in normal times. Thanks to this magical space. Otherwise, Just storage, safekeeping, and transportation would be enough to drive anyone crazy, not to mention keeping things secret. In the distance, the sound of a car engine approaching grew louder, and two bright headlights cut through the darkness of the warehouse area. A sleek, valuable black car smoothly stopped in front of her. The driver's window lowered, revealing Lin Feng's smiling face. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Nianhe.
Get in the car.
I'll take you to see the night view of Harbor City." Soon Nianhe opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. The leather seat was soft and comfortable, and the car was filled with a light fragrance and a clean scent, very different from the rusty, dusty, and sea-scented smell of the warehouse area. "Thanks, Brother Feng." She fastened her seatbelt, relaxed her body against the seat back, and looked out the window at the rapidly retreating cityscape, gradually illuminated by dazzling neon lights. The cold, iron-gray warehouse area was quickly left behind, replaced by the bustling, lively city. "Don't be so polite with me." Lin Feng skillfully steered the wheel into the traffic. "Today was really eye-opening. Your purchasing skills, Nianhe, are basically strategic level." His tone was filled with admiration and a hint of curiosity. "My friend heard you spent $500,000 on shopping today and was stunned." He kept asking which young lady from which family has such boldness. Su Nianhe simply smiled faintly and did not respond. She knew Lin Feng's curiosity had been fully aroused, but now was not the time to explain, nor was it necessary. She closed her eyes, pretending to rest, while actually focusing on regaining her energy. The images of the mountain of supplies in her mind brought her a deep sense of security. "Xinyanji, hold on a little longer. The first batch of essential cold weather supplies, which are the hardest to get, have already arrived." A black car carried her toward the dazzling, glamorous Peninsula Hotel, like quietly moving from a silent battlefield into a lively celebration. No one knew that this seemingly tired young girl leaning against the seat carried a bag filled with enough strategic reserves to support a team through the harsh winter. In the car, Su Nianhe felt completely exhausted, her brows showing deep fatigue. She had been in such a rush in the space earlier that she forgot to drink the spiritual spring water to restore her strength. Lin Feng, noticing her drooping appearance from the corner of his eye, gently slowed the car and spoke softly with concern. "You must be exhausted, right? Today's scene was intense. Anyone would be worn out."
Don't worry about you.
"First, go rest at the hotel." Zhou Xiao specifically asked for a quiet, comfortable place. Su Nianhe responded with a soft, too tired to say anything more. Her physical energy was drained today. All she wanted now was to find a safe place, enter the space, drink some spiritual spring water, replenish her strength, and finally relax her tense nerves after a long day. Soon, the car smoothly arrived at the grand entrance of the Peninsula Hotel. A sharply dressed attendant quickly and quietly opened the door without any unnecessary noise. Lin Feng's friend, Zhou Shihong, known as Zhou Xiao, was already waiting inside the luxurious lobby. He was about 30, in excellent shape, wearing a well-fitted light-colored suit that made him look even taller. He had a refined smile on his face, but his sharp eyes revealed the cunning and calmness gained from years in the business world. "Brother Lin, this is Miss Su, right? I've heard so much about you." Zhou Shihong hurried over, first warmly and appropriately shaking hands with Lin Feng. His gaze then shifted to Su Nianhe, showing just the right amount of curiosity and admiration. "I heard Lin Feng say that Miss Su is as brave as a man, with impressive strength. Seeing her today, she truly has extraordinary presence." "Zhou, you are too kind. I am sorry to trouble you," Su Nianhe said politely, forcing herself to smile slightly, though she felt distant. She quickly noticed a hint of curiosity in Zhou Shihong's eyes, but at the moment, she was too exhausted to think carefully. The fatigue inside her surged like rising tides, wave after wave. "It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to welcome distinguished guests," Zhou Shihong said with a deeper smile. He personally led them to the private elevator. "Your room is on the top floor, a sea view suite. The view is very open. I hope it helps Miss Su feel more relaxed." The elevator, silently sped upward. When the heavy door was pushed open by the servant, Su Nianhe was momentarily stunned by the luxury before her. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling window, the dazzling night view of Victoria Harbor looked like a flowing diamond painting, sprawling endlessly before her. The suite was very spacious, decorated simply, but with extreme luxury. Every detail showed the quality of a top hotel. A faint, elegant fragrance filled the air, so quiet that she could hear her own faint breathing. "Miss Su, rest here first. I will come to the dining room later to welcome you both," Zhou Shihong said thoughtfully. He didn't stay long, exchanged a few polite words, then left with Lin Feng, leaving this peaceful space entirely to Su Nianhe. The heavy door closed, blocking out all outside sounds. Su Nianhe couldn't wait any longer. She immediately focused her mind, entered the space mentally, and walked a few steps to the spiritual spring. She scooped up a handful of clear, cold water and drank it. The icy water slid down her throat, bringing a refreshing burst straight to her mind. Her foggy brain instantly cleared, and her headache and suffocation feelings faded like a tide. Soon, a warm flow spread from her stomach to her limbs. Muscle soreness and bone fatigue vanished completely, replaced by lightness and strength, as if her bones had been reborn. Ah, Su Nianhe sighed, feeling revitalized like a withered tree blooming again. She was shocked. She hadn't expected the spiritual spring water to restore her strength so effectively. She only knew it nourished her mental power before, but now she realized it also had a powerful effect on physical recovery. Her mind was fully relaxed, and her body felt as light as if she had shed 1,000 pounds. Her senses sharpened. She could clearly hear the hum of the corridor elevator, the horn of ships on the harbor, and distant neon signs. A great joy filled her heart. This spiritual spring was a complete essence of life. Her ability to fight and survive would make a huge leap forward. She scooped up a few more handfuls of water and drank. The warm current swept away the last trace of fatigue, filling her with energy as if she could take on anything. "This is incredible." Su Nianhe looked at the spring, her eyes shining with excitement. This spiritual spring was the key to survival and strength in the post-apocalyptic world. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, her gaze swept over the courtyard piled high with supplies, especially the 2 towering stacks of 45,000 army green down jackets. A sense of security and accomplishment filled her heart. "Shenyanji, your winter armor, the first batch is safely in hand." The neatly arranged food, medicine, and daily necessities were all vital for survival, precious items that could save lives and bring warmth. Looking at the space filled with supplies, Su Nianhe's lips curved into a genuine, hopeful smile. Though it had cost her much effort and energy, everything was worth it. She took one last look at the space that carried her hard work and dreams, then, with a thought, returned to the suite at the Peninsula Hotel. She stepped into the bathroom, letting the warm water wash away the dust and tension. In the mirror, her face looked healthy and bright, her eyes clear and sharp, completely different from her earlier exhaustion. After changing into a soft bathrobe, the doorbell rang. It was Lin Feng and Zhou Shihong. "Nianhe, how are you feeling?" "Young Master Zhou has prepared a dinner at the Michelin restaurant upstairs," Lin Feng said, surprised by her refreshed appearance. She looked radiant, calm, and strong, her presence strikingly powerful. Zhou Shihong's gaze lingered on her for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes before he smiled. "Miss Su recovers quickly. It seems the peninsula suits you well. Please, the dishes are ready." "Much better, like I've had a good rest," Su Nianhe replied with a smile, attributing her recovery to rest. "Thank you for the trouble, young Master Zhou." The top-floor Michelin restaurant was elegant and private, with the lights of Hong Kong glittering like a river of stars beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The dishes were exquisite, each one a work of art in color, aroma, and taste. During the meal, Zhou Shihong chatted easily, speaking of the city's sights and economy, occasionally touching, without seeming to, on her large-scale purchases. "Miss Su, your operations are impressive. Focusing on durable military and medical supplies shows great foresight and courage, he said, raising his glass with a polite smile and a sharp glint in his eyes. May I ask if you're planning a major humanitarian effort, or perhaps a special strategic investment? She arrived. Su Nianhe secretly blamed Lin Feng for being too talkative, almost revealing her secrets, but she remained calm and said softly, "Young Master Zhou, this involves business secrets. I hope you understand." Zhou Shihong paused briefly, then smiled knowingly. "I apologize for my rudeness. Fellow professionals understand each other." He then changed the subject and added, "However, Miss Su, if you need any medicine in the future, feel free to contact me. My family happens to run a pharmaceutical factory." Only then did Su Nianhe realize why Lin Feng had specifically introduced her to young Master Zhou. This guy was secretly testing her background? As she was thinking, a teasing male voice came from afar. "Young Master Zhou, isn't that a bit unfair? Miss Su is my client, and I also have a pharmaceutical factory. Why should she go to you? Why did he come here?" Su Nianhe, Lin Feng, and Zhou Shihong all looked up at the source of the voice. At the restaurant entrance, Su Zikai strolled in casually. He still wore that seemingly casual but expensive handmade suit, with his tie slightly loosened and his coat open, exuding a lazy yet sharp aura. Under the lights, his handsome, flamboyant face wore a mischievous smile, but his eyes were as sharp as blades, directly targeting Zhou Shihong. "Young Master Su." Zhou Shihong's elegant demeanor slightly faded, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes, but he maintained his composure. "What a coincidence. Miss Su is also your client, not just a client." Su Zikai sat down between Su Nianhe and Zhou Shihong, creating a subtle confrontation. He leaned back, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng, then back to Su Nianhe with a meaningful smile. "Miss Su is an important long-term partner of mine. Her needs are my priority, and I will follow up personally." "Right, Miss Su." The words long-term and needs were emphasized deliberately, with intense, declarative eyes, as if to say, "I know everything about your movements." Su Nianhe felt a chill. He knew she came to Hong Kong for procurement, and might even know the warehouse location. This person was far more dangerous than he appeared, with incredible control and insight. The information Lin Feng leaked to Zhou Shihong was probably intercepted by him early on. She calmly took a sip from her glass, hiding her emotions and choosing not to respond for now. "Oh," Zhou Shihong raised an eyebrow, the smile fading, turning to scrutinize his opponent. "Young Master Su, your actions are quick. However, in business, it is wise to compare products from different sources. Miss Su is very capable, and understanding more channels is sensible. Mr. Su's pharmaceutical factory is good, but Mr. Zhou's might have advantages in special reserve medicines and military supply channels, which is worth considering." He revealed Mr. Su's desire for exclusivity and then offered a tempting deal, something that Su Nianhe might need, which was sensitive material. "Military supply channels?" Mr. Su sneered, more aggressive. "Young Mr. Zhou, you're just bluffing. Your so-called advantage is just scraps. Do you really have the core?" He leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Mr. Zhou, with a commanding presence. "Miss Su only wants the best, most complete, and fastest service from me. Some people better not get in the way." Suddenly, tension filled the air. The two men openly argued over the big fish, Su Nianhe, at the dining table. The atmosphere seemed frozen. Even the background music felt out of place. Lin Feng was caught in the middle, feeling awkward and annoyed. He originally wanted to help Su Nianhe expand her network, but ended up provoking Mr. Su and involving Mr. Zhou. Watching Su Nianhe's calm but cold side profile, he felt uneasy, realizing he had done something wrong despite good intentions. Su Nianhe saw it all. Mr. Su was strong and domineering, with mysterious power, capable of handling advanced supplies, but working with him was risky, like dealing with a tiger. Mr. Zhou had a solid foundation, good at regular supplies and local resources, with a more legitimate style, easier to control but perhaps not as deep in the special fields Mr.
Su Tao Chet.
Most importantly, these two were clearly rivals. She was caught in the middle. Any mistake could cause trouble, even expose her true purpose of stockpiling supplies. She couldn't let them fight, nor could she choose sides. Su Nyenha put down her water glass. The crisp sound broke the tense silence. She looked at the tense two men and offered a tired, distant, yet polite smile. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Su, I appreciate your good intentions, she said softly but clearly. Today has been exhausting with all the procurement. You are both prominent in Hong Kong City, and I'm honored to meet you.
But
She paused, speaking gently but firmly. The cooperation involves many details and needs careful planning. It's better to discuss privately. Mr. Zhou, your hospitality is generous, but I'm not feeling well and don't want to spoil the mood. I'd like to go back to my room and rest first. Can I meet with you both another day? Her words gave them a way out, clearly indicating she didn't want to discuss or see any conflict today, and she used her health as an excuse to leave. Su Zhikai looked at her for a few seconds, his commanding presence quietly softening. He put on his usual lazy, smiling expression, but the curiosity in his eyes grew stronger. Suddenly, he loudly ordered, Miss Su, if you're tired, please rest well. There will be plenty of time later. Everyone, all expenses at the Peninsula Hotel tonight will be on my account. As he finished speaking, the three people at the table were all stunned and looked at each other in surprise. What exactly is Su Zhikai up to? Su Nyenha's heart sounded a warning. This person is very clever and dangerous. I must find a way to leave quickly. Lin Feng secretly felt annoyed. I really made a stupid mistake today. Why did I invite such a powerful person like Su Zhikai? Zhou Shihong's eyes darkened slightly. This troublemaker clearly came for Miss Su. He's deliberately trying to compete with me for business. In an instant, each of them had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere at the table became a little tense. Just then, the waiter approached. Sir, hello. Are you here to settle all the expenses for Miss Su at the Peninsula Hotel? Yes. Then the total for tonight and tomorrow is. Would you like to settle it now? Hurry up and settle it. Not only that, Miss Su is willing to stay here as long as she wants, and all the costs will be on me. Sir, hello. Are you here to settle all of Miss Su's expenses at the Peninsula Hotel? The waiter asked politely. Exactly, Su Zhikai said casually. Currently, the bill for Miss Su's Ocean View suite tonight and tomorrow, including the meal costs, minibar, and toiletries used in the room, totals 58,700 yuan. Are you sure you want to pay it all now? Stop wasting time. Just settle it, Su Zhikai said with a slight raise of his eyebrows, his tone firm and commanding. And not just that. How long Miss Su stays at the peninsula, all expenses, room, meals, even any hotel services, will be on my account. She doesn't need to worry about anything. What? The three of them were all stunned again, their faces full of surprise. Su Nyenha's heart skipped a beat. This is such an extravagant gesture. Am I encountering the legendary domineering CEO? Wait, is he really here for me? The cliché scene from novels or short dramas where the domineering CEO falls in love with an ordinary girl might really happen? No way. Su Nyenha quickly slapped her forehead, reminding herself, don't get caught up in love fantasies. Is there really a chance of a lucky break falling from the sky? When I was homeless on the streets, I never saw any overbearing CEO pay me much attention. Now he's eager to be friendly, probably because he sees potential in me as a big client. No, I've already achieved my goal for this trip. It's safest to go back and deliver the goods quickly. The best strategy is to slip away quietly. I quickly start planning in my mind. Lin Feng secretly sighs. Is Su Zhikai crazy? Does he really want to develop feelings for Nianhe? No, I must remind her to be careful later. Zhou Shihong's face darkens. This troublemaker is clearly deliberately leaving no room for my Zhou family. I don't believe he can handle all Miss Su's business alone. Nianhe steadies herself and forces a polite smile. Young Master Su, you're too kind. I can settle the accommodation costs myself. No need to trouble you. Miss Su, are you refusing to give me face? Su Zhikai raises his eyebrows slightly, his tone casual yet commanding. It's just a meal and a place to stay. To me, it's nothing. Since we're long-term partners, why make such a fuss over small matters? He deliberately emphasizes long-term partners, his eyes locking onto her with a half-smile, confident in his gaze. Nian, he feels her heart sink. He's clearly trying to pressure her into submission to gain the upper hand. Zhou Shihong speaks up at the right moment, with a tone that hints at subtle confrontation. "Young Master Su, you're generous, but Miss Su might not like to be helped without asking. How about this? I'll cover tonight's dinner, but the hotel's room fee will be paid by Miss Su, according to the hotel rules. That way, no one owes anyone and young Master Su won't have to spend extra." How does that sound? His words give Nian He a way out and subtly criticize Su Zikai for using money to pressure her. Truly flawless. Su Zikai, however, seems unaware of the underlying message. He lazily leans back in his chair. "There's no need for that, young Master Zhou. I have my own way of handling Miss Su's affairs." He then pulls out a black card from his pocket and hands it to the waiter smoothly, as if dealing with an everyday matter. "Follow my instructions and charge it to my account." The waiter takes the card respectfully and replies, "Yes, Mr. Su," before turning to leave. Nian He knows that further refusal will only lead to more trouble, so she says nothing more, simply nodding slightly. "Thank you, young Master Su. It's getting late, so I'll go back to my room now." Before she finished speaking, she stood up quickly, picked up the shawl draped over the chair, and moved decisively, leaving no room for anyone to stop her. "I'll see you upstairs." Su Zikai also stood up naturally, as if it was the only right thing to do. "No need. I can go by myself." Su Nianhe turned sideways to avoid him, her smile distant. "Young Master Su and young Master Zhou, enjoy yourselves. I'll go alone." After saying that, she walked toward the elevator, without looking back. The sound of her high heels hitting the floor was clear and firm, as if she was drawing a line. Watching her disappear into the elevator, Su Zikai's smile faded a little. He then looked at Zhou Shihong with a teasing tone. "Young Master Zhou, you've watched enough of the show. Why don't you talk about something else?" Zhou Shihong picked up his glass and took a sip. The wine had a slightly bitter taste on his tongue. "What does young Master Su want to talk about?" "How you steal other people's clients." "That sounds so harsh." Su Zikai chuckled softly, tapping lightly on the table. "In business, it's all about ability. Miss Su is a person worth the best resources." "Young Master Zhou, what do you think?" Lin Feng sat nearby, feeling the air almost freeze from their intense atmosphere. He forced a smile to smooth things over, but was stopped by a sharp look from Su Zikai. "Whether resources are good or not isn't something you say." Zhou Shihong put down his glass, the bottom clinking softly on the table. "Young Master Su, instead of wasting time on these things, think about how to protect your own territory. I heard that the land in the west of the city hasn't been going well for your Su family lately." Su Zikai's smile instantly disappeared, and his eyes turned cold as ice. "Zhou Shihong, you're asking for trouble?" "Same to you." Zhou Shihong met his gaze without fear. "If we really fight, who wins and who loses isn't certain." The tense atmosphere in the restaurant almost seemed solid. Lin Feng shrank his neck, feeling regretful about coming today. What was supposed to be a welcoming dinner had turned into this tense standoff. Meanwhile, back in her suite, Su Nianhe stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the bright night view, but her brows were tightly furrowed. Su Zikai's relentless pressure and Zhou Shihong's secret probing made her sense danger. "It seems I can't stay any longer," she whispered to herself, unconsciously rubbing the cold glass. "I must leave Hong Kong City quickly." She walked to the bed, sat down, took a deep breath, and pushed all distracting thoughts away. The most important thing now is to leave safely. As for the secret conflicts between Su Zikai and Zhou Shihong, she has no desire to get involved. Thinking of this, Su Nianhe didn't want to stay in Gangcheng for even a minute longer. She immediately took out her phone, quickly swiped on the screen, and decisively booked the earliest first-class ticket back to Beijing. The flight was tonight at 10 o'clock. After doing all this, she still didn't feel relaxed. Su Zikai could find out she was at the peninsula, and he probably could also find her flight details. She needed to disappear completely. With a quick decision, Su Nianhe's figure vanished from the suite and entered a space. By the spring of spiritual energy, She scooped up the clear spring water again. This time, not to restore her strength, but to strengthen her senses. The cold water went down her throat, and the familiar pure flow washed over her mind, pushing her senses to a new high. She focused her attention and listened carefully. Outside the space, inside the suite, everything was silent. But her hearing pierced through the walls, catching sounds from afar. The rolling wheels of the cleaning cart at the corridor's end, faint orchestral music from the banquet hall downstairs, and even the subtle friction of the elevator cables. Suddenly, a steady footstep stopped not far from the door, as if it was a routine security patrol. Then, from the other end of the corridor, came a deliberately lowered but still clear conversation. Suzuki and Zhou Shihong. It seemed that after she left, their meeting didn't go smoothly. "That's Suzuki, you're overreaching." Zhou Shihong's voice was tense with suppressed anger, losing the gentle tone from the restaurant. "Miss Su was my first client." Suzuki's sneer carried obvious contempt, clearly reaching Su Nianhe's enhanced ears. "Zhou Shihong, stop pretending. Gangcheng is such a small place. Doesn't everyone know your pharmaceutical company's funds are running out? Trying to rely on Miss Su's life-saving money to keep going?
Ha!
With your little scraps? Dream on, you." Zhou Shihong's breath hitched, looking flustered after being exposed. "Suzuki, don't think your Su family can do whatever they want. That piece of land in the west of the city." "Shut up." Suzuki's voice suddenly turned cold, with an undeniable authority. "This is none of your business. I warn you, Zhou Shihong, stay away from Miss Su. Her affairs are my responsibility. Let me see you make a move against her again. That dying little pharmaceutical company of yours, just wait and see it close for good." Footsteps sounded, probably Suzuki turning away angrily. Outside the door, only Zhou Shihong's heavy breathing remained, full of anger and frustration. Su Nianhe's heart sank. As expected, Suzuki's strong intervention was not just about business, but also mixed with personal grudges against Zhou Shihong. And she had become their battlefield. Zhou Shihong's struggling pharmaceutical factory and Suzuki's determined pursuit made her the center of the storm. She couldn't rely on anyone anymore, not even Lin Feng. She had to leave quietly on her own. Su Nianhe quickly returned to her suite, scanning the room with her eyes. The luxurious environment now felt like a big trap. She needed to create a fake normal rest scene. She went to the bed, arranged the pillows and blankets to look like someone had slept there. Then she took a used towel from the bathroom, casually draped it over a chair, and picked up the room's landline phone, dialing Lin Feng's number. The call connected, and Lin Feng's slightly nervous voice came through. "Nianhe? Are you okay?" "Feng Ji." Su Nianhe made her voice sound hurried and tired. "I'm fine, just got back to the room. Something urgent happened at home. I have to rush back to Jing City immediately. I've already booked a flight, leaving at 5 tomorrow morning. Sorry I can't attend Zhou Xiao's follow-up arrangements. Please explain to him for me." "Now? So urgent?" Lin Feng was clearly surprised. "What happened? Do you need help?" With Su Xiao's side. "No need. It's just personal matters, I can handle it," Su Nianhe interrupted firmly. "I've called a car, I'm leaving right away. I'll contact you once I get to Jing City." Before Lin Feng could ask more, she decisively hung up. She cut off any trace that might be tracked back to Lin Feng. As for Suzuki and Zhou Shihong, let them fight it out. None of her business. Earning her own money was hard enough. Next, she would truly escape. She quickly changed into dark sportswear suitable for action, put on a baseball cap and mask, covering herself completely. Leaving the high-end suite, she went to the elevator and pressed the button to go down. The elevator doors opened quickly, and surprisingly, Lin Feng stepped out, apparently just after seeing Suzuki and Zhou Shihong off. Su Nianhe's heart tightened a bit. She pressed down on her baseball cap and waited until Lin Feng left before slipping into the elevator. Lin Feng looked at her, but didn't recognize her. Su Nianhe paused briefly, feeling a bit relieved. The elevator slowly descended to the first floor. Su Nianhe stepped out and went around to the back fire escape of the hotel. The door to the fire escape was slightly open. She pushed it open and entered a dark corridor. Using her enhanced night vision, she quickly reached the back door. The back door led to a quiet alley. She had already called a ride on her phone, and now the car's lights were hidden in the shadows at the alley entrance. She opened the car door and got in. She told the driver the airport's name in a low voice. "Please hurry. I'm in a rush." The driver didn't ask questions and stepped on the gas. The car moved forward. Outside the window, the neon lights of Harbor City sped past. Soon Nyenha leaned back, closing her eyes to rest, but she was actually listening carefully to the sounds outside, making sure no one noticed her. She only relaxed when the car entered the airport parking lot. After paying, soon Nyenha took her backpack from her pocket and blended into the crowd. When she changed her boarding pass, she chose the self-service machine to avoid eye contact with the staff at the counter. During security checks, she moved quickly and didn't look at anyone. Finally, when she sat in her first-class seat and the plane started to taxi and lift off, she truly relaxed. Outside the window, Harbor City turned into a blur of lights. The dominance of Su Zikai and Zhou Shihong's schemes were left far behind at 10,000 meters high. When the plane landed in Beijing early in the morning, she didn't stay long. She immediately took a taxi to the high-speed rail station. Su Nyenha had planned her schedule carefully and had already bought a train ticket back to her hometown when she bought her plane ticket. So, when she scanned her ID to enter, she didn't hesitate. By the time she arrived in the small county, it was already bright. She took another taxi straight to her small house and breakfast shop on Fuxing Street. When she arrived, it was already past 8. Aunt Lu was at home. "Nyenha, you're finally back. Your parents and your sister have come twice." Aunt Lu hurried over, looking a little anxious. Su Nyenha's heart skipped a beat. Hearing that her parents and sister had visited, she immediately felt something was wrong. She forced herself to stay calm and asked quietly, "Aunt Lu, I was only gone for 2 days. Why are they looking for me? There are still Wenwan and Cui Ping hiding at home. If they were seen, it would be trouble." Aunt Six curled her lips and lowered her voice. "From the look of things, I don't think it's anything good. You've been gone 2 days, but it seems like you've been avoiding trouble. Sixth aunt, I'm a bit tired right now. I'll go back to my room to rest first and tell you everything later," Su Nyenha replied quickly. She turned and entered the side door into the small building. The door clicked shut behind her. She hurried upstairs. When she opened the door, her heart finally eased. Wenwan and Suaping were both there, and Wenwan's injury looked much better. Her face was rosier than a few days ago. "Miss Su," Wenwan and Suaping almost spoke at the same time, their faces showing clear surprise and relief. Although Wenwan still looked a little pale, she no longer seemed weak. Her bright eyes looked at Su Nyenha with gratitude and concern. "I'm glad you're both okay." Su Nyenha's tense nerves finally relaxed when she saw they were safe. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. She casually tossed her backpack onto the sofa and sank down, taking a deep breath. "You scared me. Aunt Six said my parents and sister came looking for me earlier. I was worried." "Don't worry, Miss Su," Wenwan quickly sat beside her, speaking softly but with firm relief. "Aunt Six is very alert. When they first knocked and called your name, I and Suaping immediately went upstairs into your room and didn't come out. We didn't make a sound. We planned to leave you a phone number so that Grandpa's son could help, but Aunt Six just happened to run into them when she came back. Aunt Six handled it well. She just said you went out of town to buy supplies and didn't know when you'd return. They tried twice but failed, and then they left cursing. Humph, those 2 old ones and that young one, they're no good. They knocked so loudly, it was like they wanted to break the door down." Suaping huffed, her face tight. Aunt Six blocked the door to stop them. They cursed and said things like, "That girl has grown wings," and even disowned her parents.
Ugh.
"Miss Su, you better watch out for them." If Aunt Six hadn't stopped her, they would have broken the door. "Suaping," Wenwan softly scolded, helpless. "You shouldn't talk like that." After hearing this, Su Nyenha's heart sank. They didn't recognize her before, but now they suddenly came to find her and admit her. There must be some hidden reason. She needed to quickly send Wenwan and her servant away to prevent more trouble. She pinched her brow, feeling even more tired. I understand. Thank you both, and also thank Aunt Lu. They haven't found me for now, so things should be quiet for a few days. How have you been these past 2 days? Miss Wen, how is your injury? Thanks to the young lady, that ointment and that spring water worked very well. When Wan blushed slightly, her eyes filled with amazement. The wound has scabbed over, and I can move freely now. I was just about to leave. You're leaving? Yes, we've stayed too long here. Su Nianhe looked at her, secretly hoping she would stay, but she couldn't help feeling worried. What will you do when you go back? When Wan's voice was soft like smoke. It's not a big problem. I think I might go to the border to find my father. If he really is betraying the country, as people say, then living alone doesn't seem meaningful. Miss Wen, Su Nianhe quickly interrupted. If you want to leave and find your father, I won't stop you. But you must not risk your life because of him. Your life is yours, not anyone else's. She paused, speaking sincerely. If you ever face real trouble and can't go on, come back and find me. My small shop is humble, but it can support both of you comfortably. When Wan's eyes welled with tears, she softly said, Thank you, Miss Su. Then, Cui Ping turned around, picked up her simple bag, and the two servants quickly headed downstairs. Su Nianhe's heart tightened. She immediately followed. Wait. My sister. You haven't even had time to change your clothes, and you're leaving already? She ran after them, calling anxiously.
Yes.
When Wan mentioned the Shang dynasty, but Shunyan's story was about the Jing dynasty. Could it be that they are not from the same era? Sun Yan felt overwhelmed. What should she do? How could she send them back? She suddenly stopped, quickly recalling. The first time Shun Yan came, the time when Wan and her servants arrived at the shop, and after Shin Yan and his group left, she waited and waited but never saw them again. Could it be that every time she flipped the wooden sign, she switched to a different era? Maybe the shop appeared in the Dashing dynasty where when Wan was from because she accidentally dropped the wooden sign and flipped it over, changing the dynasty by mistake? Yes, that must be it. Understanding this, Su Nianhe suddenly felt excited. So, does that mean if I flip the wooden sign a few more times, I can interact with people from different dynasties? In that case, I could do this business for a lifetime. Thank heavens. It's just a pity that this small breakfast shop is too tiny to hold many goods, and even Shinyanji's supplies have to be stored in batches. While she was lost in thought, the gentle servant and master had already reached the door. They looked outside through the window at the concrete road and street, and suddenly they were stunned. When they arrived, it was clearly a remote countryside with only a muddy path. So how did it change so quickly?
Could it be?
They can't go back? Seeing this, Su Nianhe couldn't help but laugh and cry. How come these two only now realize something is wrong? Miss Su, the way we came. It's gone. When Wan's voice trembled with disbelief. Sorry, Miss Su. Cui Ping quickly took over, having noticed the strange things upstairs and downstairs these days. We know this place is unusual, but how can we go back? Only then did Su Nianhe understand. No wonder when Wan was so shocked. She probably stayed in her room upstairs these days and never noticed the changes outside the window. Don't worry, Su Nianhe comforted her, then gently picked up the wooden sign and flipped it. The scene outside instantly changed. The concrete road disappeared, replaced by a small street paved with blue stones. She flipped it again, and the blue stones vanished, revealing the wilderness outside once more, with a muddy path winding directly to the shop's entrance. Finally, Su Nianhe reached out and pulled open the rolling shutter. At this moment, the snow and wind outside seemed to have stopped, and the snow was beginning to melt, but the road was still muddy and wet. The master and servant were about to leave. In such chaotic times, how could Su Nianhe let them go empty-handed? Wait a moment. She quickly handed them 2 down jackets and some sanitary pads she had prepared earlier. She told them to change into the jackets and even taught them how to use sanitary pads during the lunar month, thoughtfully giving them a dozen small underwear. Seeing their thin, old clothes and the muddy, cold road outside, Su Nianhe frowned. This gear wouldn't last long, let alone a long journey to the border. She quickly made a decision. The outside is cold, and the roads are difficult to walk. Just wearing this isn't enough, she said firmly. As she spoke, she quickly searched through her mental space. During her trip to Harbor City, she had casually packed some emergency supplies, which now came in handy. Like performing magic, she swiftly pulled out 2 pairs of thick down pants and 2 pairs of waterproof hiking boots with thick soles. Hurry, put these on. Change your shoes too. Your embroidered shoes won't handle muddy roads. When Wan and Shui Ping looked at the unfamiliar warm pants and strange sturdy boots, feeling hesitant. But seeing the serious concern in Su Nianhe's eyes, they immediately obeyed. The down pants were light but very warm. The hiking boots felt solid and kept out the cold and dampness, making them feel safe and happy. There's more. Su Nianhe kept moving. She took out 2 large-capacity backpacks filled with prepared supplies, compressed biscuits, several large pieces of high-calorie chocolate in individual wrappers, bottles of mineral water, a box of common medicines, mainly antibiotics, painkillers, fever reducers, and anti-diarrhea medicine, with the packaging removed, leaving only foil or small bottles wrapped in oil paper, several boxes of matches, 2 multi-purpose military knives, with shorter blades and practical functions, carefully stored in the backpack's inner pocket, and, most importantly, 2 bottles of strong chili water and 2 cans of wolf spray bought from Harbor City Pharmacy and outdoor stores. She handed the chili water and wolf spray to Wan and Shui Ping, speaking seriously in a low voice. Miss Wen, Shui Ping, keep these close. Hide them on your body. Never show them easily. What are these? When Wan looked at the small metal can and plastic bottle in her hand, puzzled. This is self-defense medicine, Su Nianhe spoke quickly, her eyes sharp. In danger, especially if some bad person tries to harm you, open the lid or press this button, aim at the bad person's eyes, and spray hard. Remember, the eyes. After spraying, run immediately. This can temporarily blind and cause intense pain, giving you time to escape. Only use it if absolutely necessary. When you do, make sure you can get away right away. Do you understand? As she spoke, she quickly demonstrated how to open and spray the chili water and wolf spray. Her serious and earnest attitude made Wan and Shui Ping instantly understand the importance of these hidden weapons. They nodded firmly, tightly gripping these 2 life-saving tools. They carefully hid them in the innermost pocket of their clothes, mimicking Su Nianhe's cautious manner. The cold metal and plastic pressed against their skin, giving a strange but comforting sense of strength. Then, Su Nianhe took out 2 compressed tents and a small bundle of sturdy climbing ropes from her space and put them into her backpack. Bring these too. If you encounter rain or wind on the way, they can help. The ropes can be used for climbing or tying things up. Finally, she took out the silver coins given to her by Shen Yanji and handed them over. Money. A poor family's way to a better life. You must not be short of it. These are silver notes and broken silver coins used here. When you reach a place with people, try to exchange them for money you can use. Remember, don't show off your wealth. Hide it separately. She thought that although times had changed, silver was still valuable. Sure enough, the gentle servant and the lady were not surprised but showed deep gratitude when they saw the silver. They looked at the full, heavy backpack and at Su Nianhe's sweaty forehead and sincere, anxious eyes. A huge wave of warmth suddenly broke through the tough shell she had built up over these days. Tears suddenly welled up without warning. Miss Su, when Wan's voice choked with emotion. She took a deep breath, trying to control her feelings, and solemnly bowed to Su Nianhe. Your life-saving kindness, your protection, your gifts. I will remember them forever. If there is a future, I will repay your great kindness. Shui Ping also had red eyes and bowed deeply with her young lady. Su Nianhe couldn't stand the scene, and quickly stepped forward to help them up. All right, don't do that. Time is short. Now's the best chance with fewer people around. Hurry and go. Remember what I told you. Protect yourselves. If it's really impossible, come back. My little shop's door is always open as long as I'm here. She patted their shoulders firmly, her eyes full of encouragement and blessings. When Wan nodded heavily, wiped her tears, and her gaze became firm again. She slung her backpack on her back, and Shui Ping quickly did the same. The servant and her young lady looked at Su Nianhe and the magical little shop that had given them warmth and hope in their desperate situation. Without hesitation, they turned and stepped into the muddy wilderness outside the shop, a path leading to freedom. Su Nianhe stood at the door, watching the two figures dressed in modern outdoor gear with backpacks as they gradually disappeared at the end of the foggy path. The bright color of their down jackets stood out sharply against the dull background, like two brave points of light heading toward the unknown future. Only when they were completely out of sight did Su Nianhe slowly exhale, her tense nerves finally relaxing completely. A wave of deep exhaustion washed over her like a tide. She turned back, closed the rolling shutter, and locked it with a wooden sign. This cut her off from the outside world, and also from the worries she had just sent away. The shop instantly became quiet. She dragged her heavy steps, moving slowly up to the second floor. Every cell in her body was crying out for rest. The shopping in Port City, the exhaustion from rushing through the night, the tight nerves from saying goodbye to Anwan and her servants, all the accumulated fatigue burst out at this moment. She reached the upstairs, but didn't have the strength to walk to the bedroom. Instead, she went to the sofa, her body softening as she sank into it. Her eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and her consciousness quickly sank into a warm darkness. Almost instantly, faint and even breathing sounds filled the quiet room. After experiencing 2 days of turbulent waves, in her own little space, Su Nianhe finally could let down all her defenses and fall into a deep, unrestrained sleep. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened and then brightened again. The faint sounds of Aunt Lu preparing breakfast came from next door, and Su Nianhe finally woke up. Oh my! She had slept for a whole day and night. She needed to get up quickly. There were only 2 days left before her delivery to Shenyang, and she had to figure out how to move the shop's tables and chairs upstairs so she could store more things. Thinking of this, Su Nianhe hurried to get up, but found herself feeling heavy and unsteady. She must have caught a cold last night because she didn't cover herself properly. What should she do? She needed to enter her space quickly. With a thought, she slipped into her space. The first thing she did was go to the side of Lingquan to scoop some spiritual spring water and drink it. Feeling a bit better, she ate a packet of biscuits, then took a box of cold medicine and brewed a cup to drink. She left the space and lay in her bedroom for a while, feeling her strength gradually returning. Outside, she could hear the sharp voices of Aunt Lu, Su Jiming, Zhao Manyun, and Su Nianwei arguing. "Move aside. We're looking for our own daughter. Do you have the right to interfere, outsider?" It was Zhao Manyun's familiar voice, sharp and harsh. Nianhe really came back, but she's not feeling well and is resting. "You can't." Aunt Lu's voice was anxious and helpless, trying to stop them. "Not feeling well? I think she's just scared and hiding." Su Nianwei's voice rose sharply, with a crying and aggrieved tone.
Mom, Dad.
"Look at this outsider. She doesn't take us seriously."
Sun Yan.
"Come out here." Then came the loud banging on the door. Su Nianhe was annoyed and knew she had to go out and face them. Her heart sank, and a cold anger quickly replaced her tiredness. She took a deep breath, forced herself to sit up, quickly tidied her messy hair and clothes, and her eyes regained their usual calm. But deep inside that calm, a suppressed fire burned. She took 3 quick steps and then 2, rushing up the stairs, and forcefully opened the rolling door with a bang. Su Ziming, Zhao Manyun, and Su Nianwei stormed in fiercely. Su Nianwei still had carefully applied tears on her face, looking very aggrieved. Aunt Lu followed breathlessly, full of worry and guilt. "Nianhe, I couldn't stop them." "It's okay, Aunt Lu. You go down first and watch the shop door for me," Su Nianhe said calmly, even with a hint of reassurance. Aunt Lu looked at her worriedly, then angrily glared at the 3 of them. Reluctantly, she stepped out and gently closed the door. The small shop was suddenly half occupied by uninvited guests, and the air grew heavy and oppressive. Finally decided to show up? Zhao Manyun crossed her arms, looking up and down at Su Nianhe's pale face. Her eyes showed no concern, only scrutiny and suspicion. Faking illness and hiding? Think you can escape that way? Su Nianhao ignored her and looked directly at Su Jiming, the so-called father, with a cold tone. Is there something you want? Su Jiming cleared his throat, trying to act like a caring father and head of the family, but his calculating eyes couldn't hide. Nianhe, we're all family. Why make things so tense? We're here for an important matter to discuss with you, and it's for your own good. For my own good? Su Nianhe's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile, waiting for his next words. Su Ziming ignored her sarcasm and took out 20 thick envelopes from his briefcase. He slapped them on the counter of Su Nianhe's small shop with a dull sound. The envelopes were not sealed tightly, revealing stacks of brand-new pink banknotes inside. Here is 200,000, Su Jiming said in a tone that sounded somewhat condescending and generous. As long as you agree to one thing, this money is yours. It's enough for you to live comfortably in this small town for a while. Su Nianhe looked at the pile of money with no change in her expression, as if she was just looking at a pile of waste paper.
She didn't speak.
She just quietly looked at Su Jiming, and her gaze made him feel an inexplicable pressure. Su Nianwei hurriedly interrupted, with a crying and urgent tone. Nianhe, sister is begging you. The Lu family. They specifically want you to marry them. Lu Qingyu. He's become a vegetable. The doctor said there's little hope he'll wake up. The Lu family is fighting fiercely over the inheritance. They need a Mrs. Lu to fill that position, to silence other shareholders and relatives. If you marry into that family, your life will be ruined. Not only will you be a widow, but you'll also be dragged into their ruthless fights. You're different. You don't have much future anyway. Take this 20,000 and marry into that family for your sister. It's the best way out for you. After speaking in one breath, Su Nianwei panted, her eyes full of hope and pleading, as if Su Nianhe's refusal would be a terrible sin. Zhao Manyun immediately chimed in, with a harsh tone. Exactly. Your sister is a noble lady, spoiled since childhood. How can she suffer that? You've been used to living in the countryside since you were young, tough as nails. Going there is just right. No matter how powerful the Lu family is, they're a top-tier wealthy family. Even if she's a widow, her status is secure, and she'll have enough to eat and wear. It's 100 times better than running this broken breakfast shop. 20,000 isn't a small amount. It can last you for years. Don't be ungrateful. Su Jiming also spoke in a deep voice. Nianhe, your sister is telling the truth. The Lu family is complicated. Nianwei is gentle and can't handle it. You should be more independent. Going there will give you some support. The Lu family won't mistreat the nominal daughter-in-law. This 20,000 is a compensation and dowry from the family. Just listen and agree. It's good for everyone. The small shop fell into complete silence. A husband in a vegetative state. A bottomless whirlpool of wealth and power. A substitute bride's identity. Is this what they call doing it for her? The best way out. Su Nianhe looked at the three faces in front of her, extremely fake, selfish, and disgusting. Su Ziming's hypocritical appearance, Zhao Manyun's harshness and greed, Su Nianwei's false kindness and entitlement. What do they see her as? An object that can be bought and sold at will? A tool to protect their eldest daughter from trouble? A cold, blood-stained anger surged from deep inside her, instantly dispelling her last faint dizziness. Her eyes turned completely cold, like a blade cooled by ice, slowly sweeping over the three in front of her. Suddenly, she let out a low laugh. The sound was clear and sharp in the quiet shop, filled with sarcasm and coldness.
Ha!
Ha ha! Her shoulders trembled slightly as she laughed.
Su Simin Froned.
What are you laughing at? Su Nianhe stopped laughing, raised her head, and her sharp gaze pierced directly at Su Nianwei, her voice frighteningly calm. Su Nianwei, is your so-called noble status built on sacrificing others' lives? Are you afraid of being alone? Afraid of getting involved in fights, so you want to push me out to bear all this? Why should I? Her gaze shifted to Zhao Manyun. And you, tough luck? Wild since young? So, I deserve to jump into that fire pit? 20,000? By my life. Your plans are really clever. Finally, her eyes fixed on Su Jiming, each word clear and sharp, hitting the air. Su Jiming, in your eyes, am I just a daughter, worth a price? Back then, you threw me to grandma for your so-called career. Now, for another daughter, you plan to sell me again? 20,000, buying me to guard your precious daughter. To be a target?
Truly.
Such a generous father. You. Su Jiming's face turned pale from her ruthless exposure of his thoughts, his forehead veins bulging. Zhao Manyan was even more furious, stomping her foot. This is going too far. How dare you talk to your father like that? We're doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. For my own good. Su Nianhe suddenly stood up. Though her body was still unsteady, her sudden burst of energy made the three in front instinctively take a step back. She pointed at the door with a cold, piercing voice. Get out. Take your filthy money and get out immediately. Do you want me to risk my life for Su Nianwei? Dream on. My life, Su Nianhe's life, is not for you to control or buy and sell. One more step into my place, and don't blame me for being rude. The determination and hostility in her eyes were something Su Jiming and others had never seen before. It was a cold, fearless sharpness that came from being completely angered and tearing down the walls. The temptation of 200,000 and the emotional blackmail of family no longer worked on her. Su Nianwei trembled from the hatred and contempt she saw in her eyes. She was anxious and scared. Tears welled up, but not from sadness. She was panicked because her plan had failed.
Su Nian.
Why are you so selfish? So cruel? I am your sister. Are you just going to watch me die? Sister? Su Nianhe looked like she was hearing a terrible joke. Her eyes were cold. I, Su Nianhe, cannot reach the level of family like you. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Get out, she shouted again. Her voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority, as if she was about to act. Su Jiming's face changed. He knew today's negotiations had completely broken down. Staying any longer would only humiliate himself. He grabbed Zhao Manyan, who was still throwing a tantrum, and Su Nianwei, who was crying and whining. His eyes darkened as he glared at Su Nianhe. There was no father-daughter affection in that look, only anger from being disobeyed and cold calculation.
Fine. Fine. Su Niane, you dare.
We'll see about that. He snatched the envelope from the dressing table, shot a fierce look at Su Nianhe, and, pulling his wife and daughter, stormed out, leaving the door slammed behind him. Downstairs, the muffled voice of Aunt Lu, trying to hide her anger while seeing them off, and the harsh sound of the rolling shutter being pulled down echoed loudly. Inside the small shop, silence finally returned. Su Nianhe stood in place, her body trembling slightly. Her forced composure quickly crumbled. A sharp headache and dizziness hit her again, and her throat burned painfully. That intense confrontation had drained almost all her remaining strength. She leaned on the counter, gasping for breath. Her eyes, however, shone brightly with an unyielding fire. A marriage of convenience? 200,000? They wanted to use her as a... The information flashed through her mind. Lu Qingyu in a coma, the fight over the Lu family's assets. It seemed Su Nianwei had gotten herself into quite a mess. However, she, Su Nianhe, had no desire to get involved in this muddy water. Right now, the most important thing was to recover her strength and quickly move the tables and chairs of her small shop upstairs to free up space for Xinyanji's bulk supplies. That was the real way for her to stand firm and escape from these bloodsuckers. As for the messy affairs of the Su family, she would face them when they come, block them when they arrive. Su Nianhe was no longer the helpless orphan who could be pushed around. Nianhe, what's wrong with you? Aunt Lu looked at Su Nianhe's strange expression and pushed the door curtain to come in. This girl hadn't opened the door since she came back yesterday. She was already frightened before, and if Su Jiming's family hadn't come to cause trouble again, she might have had to break the lock herself. Aunt Lu, I'm really fine. I've just been tired these days. Su Nianhe's voice was hoarse, showing her lingering fatigue. Aunt Lu, you know how it is with you. Aunt Lu looked at her faint dark circles and stubbornness, but she swallowed her words and finally sighed with a mix of helplessness and concern. She stepped forward, her rough but warm hand gently patted Su Nianha's back, as if trying to lift away her heavy burdens. Su Nianha felt that familiar warmth, and her tense heart eased slightly. She was about to say she was fine when she heard Aunt Lu's voice, tinged with a barely noticeable hesitation, slowly saying, "Nianha, Aunt Lu. I might be leaving soon." Su Nianha suddenly raised her head, her tired eyes full of shock. "Leaving? Aunt Lu, where are you going?" Aunt Lu forced a faint smile, her eyes filled with a mix of hope for the future and reluctance for the present. "It's your brother Jianjun. He's in Jing City now. Finally established himself. His wife is about to give birth, and the babysitter there is expensive and not very trustworthy. He wants me to go help take care of the baby and also plan to retire there. I couldn't refuse him. Thinking about it, it's good to stay close to my grandchildren too." She paused, glancing around the small breakfast shop, her tone becoming complicated. "So, I plan to sell this building. Moving to Jing City costs a lot. Jianjun just bought a house, and he's tight on money. Selling this place will give us some breathing room." "Sell the building?" Su Nianha's heart trembled violently. This news hit her harder than the shock from Su Jiming's family. In an instant, countless thoughts flooded her mind. Aunt Lu's kindness, when she first arrived, those steaming bowls of noodles, her silent protection, her unwavering trust in lending money. She still hadn't repaid the startup funds she owed her. This debt of kindness weighed heavily on her heart. More importantly, her two-story small building was exactly the same in structure as her grandmother's house, and they were right next to each other. When her grandmother was alive, she often said that these two buildings were like sisters, standing side by side on Fuxing Street. After her grandmother passed away, Aunt Lu next door became the only source of family warmth she felt in this world, even without blood ties. If Aunt Lu sold the building, who would be the new neighbor? Would they be as tolerant of her quirky breakfast shop? Would they help her in her hardest times?
No.
She absolutely couldn't let this building fall into someone else's hands. An almost instinctive thought, like a sprouting spring bamboo shoot, filled her mind with strong desire and firm determination. She must buy Aunt Lu's building too. This way, her grandmother's house and Aunt Lu's house would be connected. They would truly belong to her, Su Nianha. With these two connected small buildings, her space would instantly double. Not only would there be more storage for Shen Yan's large supplies, but her shop space would also expand to twice its size, becoming a big warehouse. Once this idea appeared, it spread like wildfire, igniting all her exhaustion and recent frustration. A new, powerful wave of energy surged from her heart, quickly dispelling her physical weakness and mental fatigue. Her eyes suddenly shone brightly, so much so that Aunt Lu was momentarily stunned. "Aunt Lu." Su Nianha grabbed her hand tightly, her voice trembling with excitement but clear and firm. "Can you sell me this building?"
Huh?
Aunt Lu was completely stunned, not expecting such a reaction from Su Nianha.
Sell. Sell to you?
"Nianha, are you serious? That's not a small amount." "It's true." Su Nianha nodded forcefully, her gaze burning with unwavering determination. "Aunt Lu, I remember all the kindness you've shown me. You lent me money to open my shop, and I've never forgotten that favor. Now that you're going to Jing City to enjoy your life, I want to take over this building. First, I bought the building next to my grandmother's house, combining the two. This fulfilled my grandmother's wish. Second, although my shop is small, I want to expand a little. Most importantly," she paused sincerely and said, "I want you to know that the girl you helped, Nian He, now has the ability to stand on her own. You can go to the capital to take care of your grandchildren without worry. I will take good care of this building just like you have all these years. And," Su Nian He lowered her voice slightly, with a hint of cleverness and honesty, "if you sell it to me, you save on agent fees and the trouble of showing a house.
Just tell me your price."
As long as it's within my ability, I won't bargain. I promise, it will be faster and easier than going through an agent." Su Nian He spoke sincerely and clearly, showing gratitude and hope, while also explaining her practical needs and the convenience she offers, ending with an attractive, save effort and worry offer. Sixth aunt looked at her with determined eyes, as if burning with passion, and remembered her cold, decisive attitude when facing her own parents. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. This girl truly considers this place her home and really wants to seize this opportunity. You, child. Sixth aunt's eyes turned red. She tightly held Su Nianhe's hand, feeling that her homesickness and attachment to the old house were eased by the bright, energetic girl in front of her. She hesitated for a moment and finally made a decision. All right. Aunt believes in you. I will sell you this building. As for the price, Sixth aunt quickly calculated the market value and her feelings for Nianhe in her mind. This location, this size, and 2 floors facing the street, the current market price should be around 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. I won't ask for much, just a flat 600,000. Does that work for you? 600,000. That's a fair price. Is Sixth aunt worried she can't afford it? She must not let her lose out. She still has over 10 million in her bank account, so this amount doesn't matter. Okay. Sixth aunt, 600,000 is too little. Let's go with the market price. A flat 800,000, and also the money you lent me for renovating the shop and buying things. Can I give you 1 million in total? Su Nianhe spoke without hesitation, firmly, with a smile of relief and hope on her face. Nianhe, it's settled. 600,000 is 600,000. I won't ask for more of your money. Aunt Lu clutched the money in her hand, speaking firmly and stubbornly. Besides, the money for renovating the shop was originally saved by her grandmother. She already foresaw all this happening long ago. Aunt Lu said this aloud, but secretly she was thinking, this child is grateful. A few days ago, Old Man Sun mentioned that she had recently acquired some rare items and made some money from them. But those items were only a few, mostly keepsakes left by her grandmother. Selling one would mean losing a precious memory. How could she bear to take more of her daughter's money? It's better to let her keep it, so she has some support in the future.
What?
What? Su Nianhe's smile suddenly froze, as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer, causing her to sway. She looked at Aunt Lu in disbelief, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Aunt Lu, please.
Please clarify.
That money. The money for the renovation.
Is.
Aunt Lu saw Su Nianhe's face turn pale, and the shock and disbelief in her eyes suddenly swell, realizing she had spoken too hastily and revealed too much. She sighed, her rough hand gently touching Su Nianhe's cold hand, her eyes full of maternal love and tenderness, and slowly said, Sigh, you, my child. Before your grandmother passed away, she was most worried about you. She held my hand and kept saying, Sister, I only have this one Nianhe. I can't rely on those unkind parents. When I'm gone, what will she do? Aunt Lu's voice choked up, as if she saw her old sister, full of concern, on her deathbed. Your grandmother was a wise woman, but also stubborn. She knew her days were numbered, so she secretly took the savings she had accumulated over the years and gave it to me. She said, Sister, please keep this money for me. When I'm gone, if Nianhe really has no way out or wants to start a proper business, you can take this money and say it's a loan from you. Don't tell her it's from me. This child is proud and sensitive. If she finds out it's my money, she might refuse to take it, or feel like she owes me, and carry that burden in her heart. Every word Aunt Lu spoke felt like a hot branding iron, burning deeply into Su Nianhe's heart. Those initial moments when Aunt Lu unhesitatingly offered her loan. The funds that supported her when she was at her most difficult and confused, helping her start her small shop, that seemingly casual yet kind assistance, turned out not to be Six Aunt's money at all. It was her grandmother, lying on the hospital bed, thin and frail, but still worried about her. It was her grandmother, saving every penny and sacrificing even a bite of food, still working hard to pave the way for her, the abandoned granddaughter, in her final moments. Grandma, Su Nianhe's throat suddenly choked, as if overwhelmed by deep sadness and pain, unable to make any sound. Her long-held tears burst out like a flood, blurring her vision instantly. She seemed to see her grandmother hunched over under the lamp, sewing for her, giving her the best food, holding her trembling hand tightly before passing away, full of worry and reluctance in her eyes. Foolish child. Be good.
Grandma.
Can't bear to see you suffer. Her grandmother's last words echoed like thunder in her ears. It turned out that the phrase, "can't bear to see you suffer," was not just empty worry, but a secret plan she had made for her all along. In her mind, she thought she was alone, facing everything bravely, but her grandmother's love had already become silent support, lifting her through the hardest first step. A wave of guilt, endless longing, delayed understanding, and deep love flooded her like a mighty ocean, drowning her in an instant. Ugh! Her suppressed sobs broke free, and Su Nianhe could no longer hold back. Her body trembled violently as she threw herself into Six Aunt's arms, crying uncontrollably. Hot tears quickly soaked Six Aunt's clothes. Six Aunt held her tightly, like comforting a hurt child, gently patting her back with hands rough from old calluses, her eyes also moist.
Cry, good child.
It's okay to cry. Grandma knew. When she left, she was smiling. She knew you would have a good life. She always said you are kind-hearted and clever, just like when she was young. She thought you were the best child. Su Nianhe cried so hard in Six Aunt's arms that she felt drained, as if she wanted to cry out all the exhaustion and sadness deep in her soul. After a long while, her grief eased, leaving only silent sniffles. She looked up, her face covered in tears and her eyes red and swollen, but after the pain settled, a bright fire burned in her eyes like never before. She wiped her tears forcefully, her voice still thick with a nasal tone, but clear and firm. Six Aunt, I understand now. I understand Grandma's love. She took a deep breath and looked very seriously at Sixth Aunt. I must buy this building. And just as I said, 1 million, Nianhe, that's not possible. Sixth Aunt was anxious and wanted to stop her. Sixth Aunt, Su Nianhe interrupted firmly. Listen to me. This building is worth more than 60,000. I can't take advantage of you. The remaining 20,000, although it's Grandma's money, she gave it to you to manage, so it's yours. I, Su Nianhe, have hands and feet. I can earn money. How can I feel good about spending your money? Nianhe, no. This 20,000 is your grandma's gift to you. I can't take it. Sixth Aunt was very worried. Who said so? Your sincere love for me means I should take this money. If you don't accept, I'll feel guilty. Grandma is watching from above. She wouldn't feel at ease either, Su Nianhe said seriously. Although this money was left by Grandma for her, Sixth Aunt's ability to save it until now to help her was truly extraordinary. Sixth Aunt looked at the girl, whose tears had dried but whose eyes were firm and back straight. She listened to her confident, heartfelt words, and her heart was deeply shaken. Her eyes welled up with tears. This child has truly grown up. Her character, sense of responsibility, and sincerity. Old sister, do you see? Your Nianhe has become the person you hoped she would be, even better. Sixth Aunt's lips trembled, finally letting out a long, relieved sigh. She held Su Nianhe's hand tightly and nodded heavily. Good. Good girl. Sixth Aunt will accept this money and keep it for you temporarily, to add to your dowry. This building is yours now, along with Grandma's good wishes. Sixth Aunt trusts you to take good care of it and manage it well, okay? Seeing Sixth Aunt agree, Su Nianhe's heart felt like a heavy stone had been lifted. She quickly picked up her phone to transfer the money. This time, Sixth Aunt didn't refuse but took out her bank card happily. Ding! Almost as soon as the transfer success notification sounded on Su Nianhe's phone, her old-fashioned phone also rang with a clear message tone. Sixth Aunt fumbled nervously to get her phone, squinting as she opened the new message. When she saw the long string of numbers and the clear 1,000,000.00 yuan on the screen, she was prepared but still couldn't help gasping in surprise, her eyes wide. It had only been a short while. This girl really earned so much money. It seems Grandma was watching over her from above. Sixth Aunt looked at the string of 7-digit numbers on her phone screen. She then glanced at Su Nianhe, who had bright eyes and a confident look. Her last doubts and worries completely disappeared. This child really has some skills. Now I can rest easy and feel proud of my older sister. Sixth aunt is a decisive person. Once she understood things clearly, she didn't delay anymore. She carefully kept the bank card with the large sum of money close to her, then went with Su Nianhe to handle the transfer procedures. Afterward, she took out her phone and called her son, Wang Jianjun. Her voice was loud and clear, full of pride. Hello? Jianjun, did you sell the building? Yes, it sold.
Who did you sell it to?
To Nianhe. How much did you get? Oh, this kid is honest. She insisted on 80,000. Don't worry. Listen to me. This girl is talented. The money has already been transferred to my card. Really? When I was young, Nianhe was always capable. Yes, son, you're right about that.
Good.
Mom, come quickly. My wife is waiting for you to take the kids to work. Okay. I'll pack up now. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon I'll buy a ticket and come to you as soon as possible. Mom, hurry up. All right, I got it. I'll be there soon. She hung up, and a bright smile appeared on Sixth Aunt's face, full of hope for a new life. She immediately started packing. Over the years, she had saved quite a bit of belongings, but she only packed some clothes, daily necessities, and a few old items with sentimental value. The remaining furniture, pots, and utensils, she waved her hand and told Su Nianhe, Nianhe, I'm leaving these for you. Use what you can, throw away what you can't, or sell them for some money. Sixth Aunt is going light and heading to Beijing to enjoy life. Su Nianhe watched Sixth Aunt quickly pack 2 large suitcases and a backpack. She felt happy for her, but also a strong sense of reluctance. She had a simple lunch with Sixth Aunt, then personally called a taxi to send her to the train station. Sixth Aunt, when you get to Beijing, give me a call to let me know you're safe. Come back and visit when you have time. Su Nianhe hugged Sixth Aunt tightly, her voice a little choked with emotion.
Sure.
I will. Keep up the good work. When Sixth Aunt returns, I want her to see that your shop is thriving and surpassing the entire street. Sixth Aunt smiled as she patted her on the back, tears shining in her eyes, but mostly filled with happiness and blessings. She waved her hand, pulled her suitcase, and cheerfully joined the crowd heading into the station. After seeing Sixth Aunt off, the small building on Revive Street suddenly felt much quieter. But Su Nianhe didn't have time to dwell on the sadness of parting. Instead, she was filled with a new sense of urgency and motivation. Time is money. Space is wealth. She immediately took out her phone and called the construction team leader, Master Zhao, who had helped her with renovations before. Master Zhao? It's me, Su Nianhe. The building next to Sixth Aunt's has been sold to me. Please come and help me connect the utilities. Master Zhao on the other end was clearly surprised, raising his voice. What? Nianhe?
You
bought Sixth Aunt's building? So quickly? Did she really sell it? His disbelief was almost audible through the phone. Sixth Aunt had only been talking about selling the building a few days ago. Su Nianhe, a young girl, had looked quite down and not very wealthy when she returned a month ago. How could she have managed this so fast? A quick thought flashed through Master Zhao's mind. Could it be that Sixth Aunt secretly gave it to her? After all, she paid for the initial renovation costs of that small shop. Okay, I'll come over right away to take a look. Master Zhao was very familiar with Sixth Aunt. Su Nianhe heard the doubt in Master Zhao's voice, but at this moment, she was filled with an unprecedented sense of confidence and strength. She didn't bother explaining where the money came from. Instead, she clearly and firmly repeated, Yes, Master Zhao, the paperwork is done, and the payment is complete. This building is now mine. I want to start renovations as soon as possible, connect it with my shop, and create a larger space. You're experienced. How to connect and plan it most reasonably and safely depends on you. Her steady, powerful voice, with unwavering determination, instantly eased Master Zhao's doubts. Having worked in the renovation industry for many years, he had good judgment and insight. At this moment, Su Nianha's tone was not one of nervousness from relying on charity, but of confidence from having the funds and a clear plan.
Wow. Great.
Nianha, you really have it. Okay, I'll gather some skilled workers and come right away. Master Zhao's voice immediately turned excited and energetic. No matter where the money came from, he was genuinely happy to take on this kind of work. Within half an hour, Master Zhao arrived with 2 apprentices, carrying tools. He looked around carefully while expressing surprise, saying, "I didn't expect this. Nian Nian, your idea is great," he said, standing in the living room and looking up. Removing the 2 floors to create an open, high space is impressive and bright. It's perfect for showing and entertaining guests. But these beams and columns are the main support and can't be moved. We'll need to remove the area above the living room and the staircase and move the staircase to the wall to make it more open. He marked the demolition area with chalk. The floors here need to be taken out. Before that, we'll reinforce the supports. The exposed beams and columns will be wrapped with steel for extra strength and then decorated. It will be safe and look nice. Nian Nian's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. Just follow your plan. Safety first, use good materials, and budget isn't a problem. We need to do it quickly and steadily. Oh, and please help me open up the first floor first. Got it. Master Zhao patted his chest confidently and immediately directed his apprentices to mark, set up safety barriers, and prepare tools. Nian Nian wanted to open up the first floor first because there were only 3 days left before her appointment with Xin Yan. 3 days to finish opening the first floor, right? The delivery is scheduled for 5 a.m., so it won't affect Master Zhao and his team's work. Soon, the house was filled with noise, tape measures snapping, chalk scratching, hammers pounding. Under Master Zhao's commands, the 2 apprentices quickly set up safety barriers and support columns. Xiao Zhang, reinforce the support points. Xiao Li, prepare the cutting machine. Nian Nian, stay back a bit. Dust is heavy. Nian Nian stepped back to the doorway, watching the hammer hit the wall, dust falling, and the first brick being pried loose. The drills and cutting machines roared one after another, and large bricks and floorboards were moved away. From the first floor, her view extended upward through the ceiling opening. The second floor showed a gap, and light poured in. Dust danced in the beams of sunlight. Every strike felt like breaking an invisible barrier. Nian Nian looked up at the space connecting the 2 floors. Her heartbeat matched the rhythm of the work, like opening a door to the future. Amid the dust and noise, Nian Nian's lips curved into a firm, hopeful smile. Master Zhao and his apprentice worked tirelessly day and night, with impressive speed. They completely tore down the upper and lower floors. The first floor became open and bright, with the high ceiling taking shape. Light poured in from the opening on the second floor, illuminating the air filled with wood shavings and cement dust. The broken bricks, debris, and old wood had been cleared away, revealing a solid floor. The first floor was spacious and rough, full of new energy for the renovation. Su Nianha stood in the middle of the empty first floor, looking up at the new high space. She felt proud and hopeful. Tomorrow was the delivery day agreed with Shen Yanji. The payment for the military down jackets would be a big income, enough to support detailed renovations and expansion. She took a deep breath, feeling grounded by the dust and sweat. Master Zhao, thank you all for your hard work. Finish early today and rest well. Tomorrow, you can help me renovate upstairs again, she said happily to Master Zhao, who was doing the final checks. Before she finished speaking, loud banging and sharp shouting interrupted her.
Bang!
An old wooden door, not yet replaced, was forcefully pushed open and slammed against the wall, making a painful creak. A man and a woman stormed in angrily. The woman, around 50, had fashionable curly hair and heavy makeup. Her face was flushed with excitement. It was Su Nianha's aunt, Su Hongmei. The man beside her was overweight, with a big belly and a fierce look. He was her husband, Lu Dakwai. As soon as they entered, they were stunned by the scene before them. Was this really the same house filled with old furniture and dim light that they remembered? But then, Su Hongmei's gaze fixed sharply on Su Nianha, as if she had found her target.
Sun Yan.
Su Hongmei shouted sharply, pointing her finger almost at Su Nianha's nose. You ungrateful little brat. Your wings are hard now, huh? Dare to steal our house. Lu Dakwai also crossed his arms, spitting as he spoke. Exactly. This building was left to us by Mom. Who do you think you are? A worthless person nobody wants, daring to take over our family's property? Get out now. Hand over the deed. This sudden barrage of insults and false accusations was like 2 buckets of cold water, instantly extinguishing Su Nianha's smile and the light in her eyes. She looked at these 2 so-called relatives, and a cold anger surged from her feet to her head. When her grandmother was seriously ill, they disappeared, afraid of being burdened. Grandma had just left, and they immediately started rummaging through the boxes, trying to find something valuable. But 6th aunt scolded them and drove them out. Now, hearing that the building is valuable and being renovated, they rushed over like hungry wolves smelling blood. Stealing? Taking over? Su Nianha's voice was very calm, but cold as ice, and her sharp eyes looked directly at Su Hongmei. Grandma specifically left this building to me. I bought this building with my own money from 6th aunt, with proper paperwork. The property certificate now shows my name, Su Nianha. What does that have to do with you? Nonsense, Lu Dakwei shouted rudely. Who do you think you are? This building belongs to Grandma. Before she left, she told me directly that she wanted to leave this house to her daughter, my wife. Who do you think you are to take it? Su Hongmei immediately pretended to cry, tears falling, and wailed loudly. Oh, my poor mother. Look at this ungrateful granddaughter you raised. She's so unfilial, taking the house you left for me. Mom, open your eyes and see. Boo-hoo, she sobbed dramatically, as if she had suffered great injustice. But her eyes kept flickering to Su Nianha with malicious intent. This false crying and slander made Su Nianha shake with anger. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, barely holding back the urge to attack. Before Grandma died, she trusted her the most. She held 6th aunt's hand and entrusted her with her last wishes. When did she ever say she would leave the house to a daughter who ignored her? Who's talking nonsense? A loud voice with anger rang out. Master Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. He put down his tools and strode over, standing in front of Su Nianha, glaring at Lu Dakwei and Su Hongmei. Lu Dakwei. Su Hongmei, do you still have the nerve to mention Grandma? Where were you when Grandma was sick? Where were you when she was passing away? Oh, now that you hear Nianha bought the building and it's worth something, you rush here to claim her as your daughter? To the house?
Bah.
Old Zhao, have been on this street for decades. During Grandma's last days, I often came to help fix her pipes and change light bulbs. The most she talked about was Nianha, and the one she trusted the most was Nianha. She never once said she wanted to leave the house to her daughter. Stop spreading lies here. Bullying a child like Nianha. Master Zhao's righteous words exposed Su Hongmei's false suffering. She was so angry she pointed at Master Zhao and shouted, Lame Zhao, who do you think you are? Is it your place to interfere in our family affairs? Did you also accept bribes from that little troublemaker to conspire and steal our house? Watch your words. Master Zhao's face turned red with anger. There's no point arguing with such unkind people. Lu Dakwei impatiently pushed past Master Zhao. Master Zhao was caught off guard and staggered, but his apprentice caught him. He angrily stepped closer to Su Nianha, saying, You little troublemaker, stop talking nonsense. Hand over the house deed now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude as your uncle. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Su Nianha's arm, trying to drag her out forcibly. Su Nianha's eyes sharpened. She quickly stepped back, avoiding Lu Dakwei's hand. Looking at the greedy, ugly couple and their obvious malicious intent, the last faint bond of family connection in her heart was completely broken. Rude, Su Nianha's voice was as cold as ice, with a faint, mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. Lu Dakwei, try touching me? Illegally entering someone's home, attempting to steal property, threatening and intimidating, plus pushing Master Zhao just now, enough to keep you inside for days. She no longer hesitated. She suddenly turned around and quickly walked toward the old wooden box in the corner of the wall, still unpacked, left by her grandmother, containing some childhood toys and her grandmother's belongings. Su Nianha rummaged through the box and took out a small iron box wrapped in old blue cloth. She efficiently opened it and took out a neatly folded, slightly worn and yellowed piece of paper. She turned around and shook the paper open in front of Su Hongmei and Lu Dakue with a sharp flick. Her cold voice sounded like a verdict. Look carefully. This is my grandmother's handwritten will. It has her signature and thumbprint, and the signature of Aunt Six as a witness. It clearly states, I, Su Wangshi, own the property at 128 Fuxing Street. After I pass away, it is to be fully inherited by my granddaughter, Su Nianha. No one is allowed to claim it for any reason. As for you, Su Nianha's gaze swept over Su Hongmei and Lu Dakue, who were momentarily stunned and had pale faces. She spoke clearly and firmly. My grandmother's will also states, her son, Su Jiangwo, my father, and her daughter, Su Hongmei, failed to fulfill their duties and had bad intentions. Therefore, I declare that they are deprived of any rights to inherit my property. Now, Su Nianha carefully stored the will, her eyes cold as a blade. With that disgusting look on your faces, immediately, right now, get out of my house. Even if you have this will, as long as this building isn't in your name, it isn't yours. As my grandmother's daughter, I have the right to inherit, Su Hongmei started to complain. You want the property deed, right? Su Nianha's voice was icy and sharp, with a calmness that had been prepared in advance. She bent down again, searched the old wooden box for a moment, then took out a brand new small red booklet. It was the house ownership certificate. Su Nianha held up the certificate high, reading out the key details clearly. Owner of the house, Su Nianha. Location 128, Fuxing Street. Registration date, X year, X month, X day. The very day she bought the house from Aunt Lu and transferred the ownership. Fortunately, Aunt Lu reminded her at the time to change the ownership of her grandmother's small house into her own name. After finishing, Su Nianha's gaze directly fixed on the speechless Su Hongmei and Lu Dakue. Do you see clearly? Black and white on paper, with a big red stamp. From the moment I got this document, this house legally and completely belongs to me, Su Nianha. Don't say it was left to me by my grandmother. Even if it wasn't, it is now my legal property. Su Nianha took a step forward. The bright red house certificate was solid proof, forcing Su Hongmei and Lu Dakue to instinctively step back half a step. What did you just say? As long as it isn't in my name? Su Nianha's lips curled into a highly sarcastic smile. Open your dog eyes and see clearly.
Who is it in now?
Su Hongmei, as my grandmother's daughter, has the right to inherit legally and by order of succession.
But
her voice suddenly rose sharply and firmly declared, First, my grandmother has a clear and valid will, appointing me as the heir and explicitly stripping you of your inheritance rights. The will overrides legal inheritance. Second, even if there was no will, this house is no longer considered an inheritance. From the moment I received the property certificate, this house has nothing to do with the so-called inheritance. It is simply my property bought by Su Nianha. Even if you, Su Hongmei, are my grandmother's biological daughter, you can only inherit her estate. What right do you have to my house, Su Nianha's house? Su Nianha's logic was clear and sharp, every word like a knife, thoroughly exposing Su Hongmei and her husband's dirty thoughts and their self-righteous legal arguments under the bright sun. Lu Dakuai's face turned a dark purple, like pig liver. He didn't understand all the twists and turns. He only knew that the glaring property certificate was like a loud slap in his face. He was furious and embarrassed, fists clenched with a cracking sound, as if he wanted to attack again.
How?
Still want to hit me? Su Nianha quickly caught his intention, her eyes sharp as an eagle, while holding the property certificate tightly in front of her, shouting sternly, Master Zhao, please help me testify. Lu Dakuai and Su Hongmei illegally entered my private home, insulting and cursing first, trying to seize my property certificate, and now they want to attack me. This is a crime. There are witnesses and evidence. I will call the police station right now. Let's see who's faster. Your quick hands or the police's handcuffs. Master Zhao was already trembling with anger, but now he straightened his back and stood with his apprentice, like two solid fortresses protecting Su Nianhe. His young apprentice also loudly said, "Yes, we saw everything. Try to make a move on Sister Nianhe again and see what happens. Call the police." When Su Hongmei heard police station and handcuffs, her earlier bravado and stubbornness instantly deflated. Her thick makeup couldn't hide her panic and pale face. She was basically a cowardly neighborhood shrew who feared real trouble. When faced with real force, she immediately cowered. She instinctively grabbed Lu Dakwai, who was still trying to act tough, and said, "Dakwai, don't be impulsive. Nianhe, don't call the police yet." The word, police, also stunned Lu Dakwai. Usually, he dared to act tough in the neighborhood, but he lost all courage when facing the authorities. Looking at the red book in Su Nianhe's hand, symbolizing legal authority, the angry Master Zhao and his apprentice, as well as her fearless and challenging gaze, all seemed to deflate like a burst balloon, losing their fierce energy instantly.
Fine.
"You really are something, Su Nianhe," he scolded loudly, trembling with shame and anger. "You dare." "We'll see about that." Unable to find a proper reply, he only spat out a harsh threat. "Get out." Su Nianhe's reply was a single word, cold, firm, and full of authority, clearly telling them to leave. She pointed at the door, her eyes like icy blades. "If you don't leave now, I will call the police immediately." For illegal entry and attempted theft, seeing the glaring red book in Su Nianhe's hand and her cold, determined face, Su Hongmei finally realized that their carefully planned theft had completely failed in the face of solid facts and the law. The newly renovated small building, along with its wealth and future, was now firmly in the hands of this once dismissed loser, and nothing could shake it. Her lips trembled as she wanted to say something to save face, but no words came out. Overwhelmed by deep disappointment, unwillingness, and a hint of fear, she was frozen. Su Hongmei shot a fierce glare at Su Nianhe, full of hatred but too afraid to step forward. She grabbed Lu Dakwai, who was panting heavily, and, like a defeated dog, she retreated shamefully under everyone's watch. The small building returned to silence, with only dust dancing in the light beam, witnessing the recent turmoil. Su Nianhe's back relaxed slightly, though her hand holding the certificate was still white from gripping so tightly. She took a deep breath of the dusty, wood-scented air and felt unexpectedly grounded. Looking at the brand-new property certificate and the yellowed will, her heart was a mix of feelings, relief, coldness, and determination. She raised her head to the high ceiling, where the light was still bright. "Master Zhao," she said calmly but firmly, "let's continue. The upstairs renovation will proceed as usual tomorrow." Dust settled, and only then did the feeling of exhaustion wash over her like a tide. She massaged her aching temples, then walked to the window, watching the evening darken outside. The meeting with Shan Yan was scheduled for 5 in the morning, so she had to prepare the down jackets in advance. She focused her mind on the space, looking at the pile of brand-new down jackets. She also glanced at the first floor, which was cleaned and empty, and the adjacent building's first floor, also vacant and connected to hers. Suyin, he calculated the area in her mind. If all the jackets were taken out at once, they probably wouldn't fit in just one first floor. To make handover and counting easier, she decided to only take out half of them. With a slight mental effort, boxes and bundles of military-style down jackets silently appeared from the space, filling the floors of both buildings as if by magic. The fresh smell of the jackets, a mix of new cotton fabric and duck down, faintly overpowered the dust in the air. Looking at the 2 small army green mounds, Suyin, he finally felt at ease and went upstairs to her room to sleep. That night, she didn't sleep peacefully. In her dreams, the fierce faces of Su Hongmei and her husband, along with their dirty curses, tangled with her anticipation for the early morning deal and her plans for the future. She woke up around 4 in the morning, with no desire to sleep again. After a quick wash and changing into clean, neat clothes, she went downstairs to check the goods in both buildings once more, making sure everything was in order. The early autumn cold was biting, so she wrapped her coat tightly around her. At 5 in the morning, the sky was pitch black, and everything was silent except for the cold wind sweeping through the empty streets. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell rang on time, steady and restrained, carrying a quiet strength that seemed to pierce through the heavy wooden door. He took a deep breath, calming the last remnants of irritation from her dreams, and quickly walked to the door. She knew it was Shun Yan from Jingqiao and Yan Xiao. When she opened the door, the icy cold air hit her face. The faint starlight outlined two tall, straight figures. Leading them was Shun Yan, dressed in dark, sturdy clothing with a thick fur cloak. His sharp eyes, like an eagle's, glinted in the darkness, giving off a commanding presence. Next to him, slightly behind, was Yan Xiao. He was taller, broad-shouldered, with long legs. His deep blue outfit highlighted his sharp features, and he wore a dark fur-lined coat. He had a confident and handsome face, with sharp eyebrows, a straight nose, thin lips, and bright eyes full of curiosity and scrutiny. His sharp gaze swept over Su Nianhe inside the door and the large pile of down jackets behind her. "Miss Su." Shun Yanji's voice was deep and steady, and he spoke first. "General Shun, General Yan." Su Nianhe turned slightly to the side, speaking calmly. "The time is right, please come in. The goods are ready, right here." Shun Yanji nodded slightly and stepped inside first. Yan Jingxiao followed closely behind. As he glanced at Su Nianhe, a faint interest flickered in his sharp eyes, and a very light smile appeared on his lips, as if he had found something interesting. His followers were more numerous than Shun Yanji's last time, over 10 people. They all looked alert, moving quickly and silently, filling the doorway and corridor with a sense of discipline and readiness. Even though Shun Yanji was prepared mentally, he was still shocked to see the mountain of military green down jackets. The surprise in his eyes was clear. For Yan Jingxiao, seeing this scene for the first time, his pupils suddenly shrank. He never expected Miss Su to prepare so many military coats for them. Now the soldiers wouldn't have to worry about the cold anymore. Yan Jingxiao couldn't help but step forward quickly. He casually picked up a down jacket, and the soft, light feel made his eyebrows lift sharply. He didn't hold back, squeezing and pulling the jacket to feel the fluffiness and elasticity of the filling. Then he checked the fabric's density by the light coming through the door. Finally, his eyes were completely drawn to the amazing metal zipper. "This item is truly exquisite." Yan Jingxiao's voice was clear and strong, full of admiration. He put on a jacket and repeatedly opened and closed the zipper, feeling how smoothly it worked. His eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered something new. Windproof and warm, far better than leather or cotton armor. "Your Highness, look at this." He looked like a child excited about a new toy, eager to show Shun Yanji. Although Shun Yanji remained calm on the surface, when he saw Yan Jingxiao wearing the down jacket and carefully examined it, his seriousness was even greater than when he checked the food supplies last time. He carefully inspected the stitching, the evenness of the filling, and the waterproof features. Finally, he nodded slowly. "Miss Su, I really can't thank you enough. The coats you provided are excellent." Yan Jingxiao turned to Su Nianhe, his sharp, aggressive eyes fixed on her. He smiled slightly and asked, "Miss Su, did you bring all these divine clothes by yourself?" "Yes. But perhaps you should have someone move these clothes first." Su Nianhe looked into Yan Jingxiao's penetrating gaze, feeling a little nervous but remaining calm on the outside. "Of course. We need to check," Yan Jingxiao said loudly with a smile. He then ordered his guards. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and move them." Shun Yanji nodded to his followers, signaling them to start. Both groups quickly began working, moving efficiently. They counted, checked, and recorded everything. The room was filled with sounds of counting, fabric rustling, zippers opening and closing, and occasional low murmurs of admiration from Yan Jingxiao's soldiers. To speed things up, Shun Yanji and Yan Jingxiao also helped carry the clothes. After an hour of counting, The first floor of the breakfast shop was cleared. While Su Nianhe worried about moving the down jackets from Aunt Six's side, Shen Yanji and Yan Jingxiao naturally used the open door to go through and start moving. Su Nianhe suddenly realized, after the two floors were connected, even ancient people could pass through this door. A wave of joy swept over her. This greatly increased their speed, and she didn't have to do it all herself. When Shen Yanji and Yan Jingxiao's teams finished loading all the down jackets onto the carriages parked outside, it was already bright morning. The early sunlight dispelled the cold, shining on the loaded carriages and the soldiers' steaming faces. Looking at the tightly wrapped military supplies, both Shen Yanji and Yan Jingxiao felt an uncontrollable excitement. With this batch of warm clothing, the soldiers in the north finally had hope of surviving this harsh winter. The soldiers quickly secured the last bundles, checked the ropes, and prepared to set off. The team was filled with a solemn sense of duty and urgency. Shen Yanji turned to look at Su Nianhe, who had been quietly standing at the door. The morning light outlined her slender, yet upright figure. She looked a little tired, but her eyes were clear and bright, showing a calm strength. "Miss Su, this act of kindness in the snow is a great favor." "No need to thank me." Shen Yanji's voice was deep and serious. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply, showing respect with a dignified posture and sincere feelings. The guards behind him also saluted together. Yan Jingxiao also respectfully cupped his fists and said, "Miss Su, I and my men will remember this kindness. If you need help in the future, as long as it doesn't go against our family and country, I, Yan, will do my best to help." Su Nianhe quickly turned aside to avoid, then also cupped her fists and returned the greeting. "Two generals, you are too kind. It's a fair trade, each taking what they need. I dare not take credit. Fair trade depends on what is exchanged." Shen Yanji straightened up and looked at Su Nianhe with deep eyes. "What you provided eased the suffering of tens of thousands of soldiers in the northern border and protected the peace of our northern frontier. Such achievements cannot be measured with gold or silver." He paused and nodded to the side. Two strong guards immediately carried out two heavy wooden boxes from behind the team and carefully placed them on the ground in front of Su Nianhe. The boxes were not large but made with fine materials, crafted from high-quality rosewood with brass edges, giving a simple yet noble appearance. "Miss Su," Shen Yanji pointed to the box on the left, "this box contains some small items that General Yan heard you like. He specially used connections to have them brought from his family's old treasury in the capital." He then personally opened the lid. In an instant, the inside of the box shimmered with light and color. Inside, neatly stacked layers of jade objects were separated by bright yellow silk. There was a flawless, smooth white jade guanyin statue, small and exquisite, with fine carvings and a kind, compassionate expression that seemed to carry mercy, a palm-sized jade ornament, deep green like a pond, carved with pine trees and cranes, full of life, a translucent, bright green jade bidisc with dragon and qilin patterns, simple and majestic, several jade pendants with fine texture and detailed carvings of auspicious symbols like pishio, cranes, and lingji mushrooms, with flowing lines and lifelike details. Among them was a small, delicate set of 12 zodiac animal figurines. Each piece emitted a subtle, noble glow. The purity of the jade and the exquisite craftsmanship showed these were not ordinary items, but treasures collected by high officials or even from the palace. Just the value of this box of jade alone was enough to astonish anyone. Shen Yanji did not stop and opened the box on the right. Inside were several finely crafted rosewood boxes. He carefully took one out, untied the ribbon, and slowly unfolded it. It was an ancient painting. The paper had aged into a soft yellow, yet it was astonishingly well preserved, and the ink looked as fresh as if it had just been painted. The scene showed a scholar walking through snow to visit a friend after storm. Mountains layered in the distance, a small bridge over flowing water, and a thatched cottage half hidden among the trees. The atmosphere was serene and lofty, the brushwork strong and graceful, carrying a sense of purity beyond the ordinary world. In the corner of the scroll was a bright red seal, clearly the mark of the great painter Gu Kaiji from a past dynasty. This is my friend's visiting a friend after snow. I heard you like calligraphy and painting, so I asked him to create it especially for you. Shin Yenji's voice carried a quiet seriousness, as if he were introducing a respected elder. The others are works I obtained from collectors in the border towns and nearby regions. They may not match my friend's skill, but they are still pieces by well-known artists. He gestured toward the other boxes. They are modest gifts, but I hope you'll accept them. Su Nianhe felt her breath catch. Jade pieces and other famous artworks. She knew exactly what these meant. In the modern world, any one of them would cause a sensation at an auction and sell for an astonishing price. This wasn't just a token of gratitude. It was like 2 mountains of gold placed before her. A wave of excitement surged through her, overwhelming her completely. Her heart pounded, and her fingertips trembled slightly with emotion. She tried to stay calm, but the sudden brightness in her eyes and the slight parting of her lips revealed the storm inside her. Mr. Shen.
General Yen.
Su Nianhe's voice trembled slightly. She took a deep breath to steady herself.
This
is far too valuable. I only completed a business deal. I can't possibly accept such generous gifts. Looking at the priceless treasures before her, she felt as if her business dreams had suddenly been gilded with dazzling light. Renovation? Expansion? With assets like these, she could rise to the top in no time. You deserve them. Yan Jingxiao spoke loudly and confidently. He stepped forward, looking into Su Nianhe's eyes, which shone with an undeniable brilliance. He smiled proudly and said, Miss Su, in our eyes, anything that helps soldiers stay warmer and saves lives is worth more than gold. If kept in the warehouse, it's just inanimate stuff. Giving it to you might make it more useful. Please accept it. You deserve this. Shen Yenji also nodded slightly, his gaze gentle yet firm. Miss, there's no need to refuse. This isn't a payment for a trade, but a small token of gratitude from us and the northern soldiers for your help. Please don't dislike it. Seeing the seriousness in Shen Yenji's eyes and the sincerity on Yan Jingxiao's face, Su Nianhe knew that pretending to refuse would seem fake. A huge joy burst inside her like fireworks, instantly washing away all her fatigue and gloom. Thank you both for your kindness. I am truly grateful. Remember to come back tomorrow morning to pick up the remaining half of the down jackets. She bowed again seriously, her voice trembling with excitement. I will do my best to gather more supplies for you. Good. Yan Jingxiao laughed loudly, swung onto his horse with quick, graceful movements. Miss Su, see you next time. If you find any good things, remember to save some for me. Right, he pressed his horse's belly. The steed neighed loudly and galloped ahead. Shen Yenji looked at Su Nianhe deeply, his expression complex and hard to read. Finally, he said in a deep, strong voice, Miss, see you tomorrow morning. Then he also swiftly mounted his horse, his dark cloak cutting a sharp arc in the morning breeze. The sound of hooves thundered as a convoy loaded with down jackets, led by Shen Yenji and Yan Jingxiao, kicked up dust like a long dragon, quickly disappearing at the end of Fuxing Street, heading toward the northern border. After the last rider vanished, Su Nianhe turned around. The morning light shone on her, illuminating 2 purple sandalwood chests at the door. She hurried over and carefully opened the boxes. Her fingers brushed the smooth jade guanine, feeling the refreshing green of the jade mountain stones. Her gaze lingered on the yellowed, snow visit to a friend, painting, as if she could touch the ink spirit from 1,000 years ago. It's really happening. This time, it's truly happening, she whispered, a bright smile spreading across her face, her eyes full of determination and hope. With these, her future would be as vast as the stars and the sea. Su Nianhe stored the 2 boxes of treasures, jade items, and Shen Yenji's ring into her space. She planned to find Meng Mingyuan, a famous antique expert in Beijing, to take a look. It's almost 8 o'clock. Master Zhao is about to start work. To prevent them from discovering that his door can't open, he turned the wooden sign to the rose flower side. Then, the shop immediately returned to the busy street of Revival Street. Su Nianhe was eating a homemade bread snack. Her phone kept ringing insistently, with the name Lin Feng flashing on the screen. Just as she finished the last bite of bread, she brushed off the crumbs from her hands, took a deep breath, and pressed the answer button. Hello, President Lin, good morning. Su Nianhe's voice was a little hoarse from waking up, but she tried to sound natural. Miss Su, good morning. Lin Feng's voice on the other end sounded energetic, polite, and with a hint of cautious curiosity. Did I disturb your rest? No, I just got up and am having breakfast. Brother Feng, such an early call. Is there something you need? Su Nianhe asked casually, knowing the answer but pretending to be surprised. Oh, about that. Lin Feng cleared his throat and got to the point regarding the warehouse in Gangcheng. I remember there are still quite a few goods inside, mainly those down jackets, plus some other items you bought later. When would be a good time for us to arrange logistics to bring them back? Or, do you have other plans? Here it comes. Su Nianhe's mind raced, but she kept her expression calm and responded casually, as if she had just remembered something. The Gangcheng warehouse. President Lin, this is my fault. I was too busy earlier and forgot to tell you. That batch of down jackets has already been sold. Sold. Lin Feng's voice sounded surprised.
When? I didn't know about it.
And so many goods. How did you get them out? It was the afternoon you went to see boss Zhou Shihong. Su Nianhe replied smoothly, inventing details. My overseas client arranged their own shipping. They moved very quickly. I was at the warehouse, and right after I arrived, their people came to pick up the goods. They handled the port fees and customs themselves, so efficient it was shocking. I was stunned too. Since the contract was signed and the goods checked, I just let them take it. I didn't bother you, President Lin, to arrange logistics again. That afternoon? So fast. Lin Feng sounded a bit incredulous. So many items. And no sign of anything. Yes, I also think they are very resourceful, Su Nianhe said, following his words with a tone of surprise. I'm also quite surprised. They probably have been working in this line for years and have their own connections. You know, some overseas channels are a bit wild, but as long as they get the job done. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Clearly Lin Feng was processing this information. He probably found it a bit strange, but Su Nianhe spoke confidently, and the details matched. That afternoon, he indeed left her to meet Zhou Shihong, which led to the later dispute between Su and Zhou. It also sounded reasonable. Some big clients do have their own logistics networks.
So,
what about the other things? Didn't you also buy some daily necessities later, and they're still in the warehouse? Lin Feng asked. Those, Su Nianhe said more casually. After the down jackets were taken away, I contacted a logistics company in Gangcheng and sent the remaining items back in batches. They're just small samples and daily supplies, not worth much. They should arrive in the next few days. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin, she shifted her tone, sounding a bit like she was asking for a favor. I won't be returning the warehouse for now. Not returning it. Lin Feng was more surprised. The goods are all gone, so why keep it? The rent isn't cheap. I know the rent is high, Su Nianhe explained, but I think I'll need to go to Gangcheng in the future to buy supplies and look at samples. Having a fixed place and a transfer warehouse makes things much easier. It's better than finding a place every time I go, and it's less likely to get scammed. I'll pay the rent, and as for the keys, can I leave them with you for now? Or you could help me find a reliable storage service, and I'll pick it up when I go next time. Does that work? On the other end, Lin Feng seemed to be weighing his options. Su Nianhe's reasons were reasonable. Having a fixed warehouse is indeed convenient, especially since her business seems to be doing well. And she's willing to pay the rent. It's just a small matter to keep the keys. All right, you've thought it through. Lin Feng finally agreed, returning to his usual polite tone. I'll keep the keys for you here, and you can leave the storage with a friend for now. No need for a formal custody. I'll inform the property management about the warehouse. By the way, have the down jacket payments been settled smoothly? Yes, everything's settled smoothly, Su Nianhe confidently replied. This time, I really have to thank General Manager Lin for helping connect the dots and for sorting out the warehouse. I will definitely thank you properly another day. You're too polite, Yanha. There's no need for such formality between us, Lin Feng said with a smile. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Suzuki came to your county unexpectedly, saying he has some matters to handle. From what I see, he's probably after you. It might not be anything good. Hearing this, Suyenhe was startled and almost dropped the crumbs in her hand. She lowered her voice on the phone, her tone full of disbelief. Suzuki? Why would he come to our small county? Is he out of his mind? He wouldn't bother with a place like Hongcheng, so he must be after me. I can't think of any other reason. She remembered the confrontation at the warehouse in Hongcheng. Suzuki's determined look back then was still fresh in her mind. His gaze was calculating, like a typical businessman, mixed with a strange curiosity that made her very uncomfortable. Could he really be after her? Is it about the source of the down jackets?
Or...
She shook her head to dismiss such absurd thoughts, feeling overwhelmed. When did he arrive? Did he say what he plans to do? Suyenhe asked, unconsciously tapping her fingers on the table edge. The county was so small, you could see everyone when you looked up or down. If he found her, it could cause a lot of trouble. She needed to prepare in advance. Lin Foam coughed lightly on the other end, sounding uncertain. I'm not sure exactly when he arrived. I only heard from Zhou Shihong this morning. He didn't say what he wanted to do, only that he came to handle some personal matters and to check out the market here. But think about it, Su's family has deep roots in Hongcheng. What kind of market here could be worth him making a trip for? In my opinion, he's probably after you. Be careful. He's always been ruthless in business, so don't let him get too close. Suyenhe steadied her mind and spoke as calmly as possible. If he wants to come, let him. I haven't broken any laws or owed him money. I can't stop him from entering the county. However, her heart was already alert to danger. Someone like Suzuki never easily gives up on a target once he's set his sights on it. If he really wants to investigate, with the influence of the Su family, her small position in the county probably won't be enough to hide her. As she was thinking, footsteps outside the door approached, accompanied by Master Zhao's loud voice. Boss Su, open the door. The weather today is much warmer than yesterday. Suyenhe quickly walked over and opened the door. Master Zhao, along with 2 apprentices, pushed a tool cart into the yard, looking energetic. Good morning, Master Zhao. Suyenhe stepped aside to let them in, smiling and pointing to the backyard. All the materials are ready. Shall we start with the shelves today? Great. Master Zhao rubbed his hands and directed his apprentices to unload the tools. I thought about it last night. Since Aunt Lu's bedroom isn't to be moved, we'll have to connect from the side bedroom. All right, Master Zhao, I trust you. Actually, I only use Aunt Lu's room temporarily. If she wants to come back, she can still stay there. That's why I kept her bedroom. Master Zhao nodded upon hearing this, showing some approval. Boss Su, you're very loyal. Aunt Lu was well known in this street for her kindness. It's a pity she passed away early. He sighed and then patted his chest. Don't worry, I'll be careful with the side bedroom. I'll make sure it doesn't affect the main house's structure. Strong and good-looking, Suyenhe smiled and agreed, about to say more when her phone rang again. This time, the caller ID showed. Grandpa Sunday, her heart tightened, and she quickly stepped aside to answer. Hello, Grandpa Sunday. Suyenhe's voice lowered instinctively, glancing at Master Zhao and the others who were unloading tools. Girl. Grandpa Sun's voice came through the receiver, with a hint of excitement and seriousness that was hard to miss. Good news from Huang Lao. The jade pendant from Tiger Roar Mountain Forest is scheduled for the day after tomorrow morning at his provincial city's treasure-gathering shop. Huang Lao suggested you should try to go there in person if possible. First, for such a high-level auction item, having the owner present shows greater importance. Because the auction scene changes quickly, it's better for you to be there in person in case any decisions need to be made immediately. Suyenhe's heart beat faster. The event is finally starting. This piece of jade is the key to whether her treasures in her space can be sold easily and how much they are worth. She clenched her phone. The day after tomorrow morning? In the provincial city. Okay, I'll remember, Grandpa Sunday. I will find a way to go there. Yes, and Grandpa Sun paused, sounding more serious. Old Huang mentioned that if you still have something special, like the roaring Tiger Mountain Forest or other rare treasures, it might be good to bring them along this time. The gathering treasure auction isn't small. Well-known antique experts and collectors from the provincial city and nearby areas will attend. Take this chance to let the real masters see and handle your items and get them to sign off. That will add weight and credibility. It will be a huge help for you when you want to sell these things in the future. Grandpa Sun's hint was clear to Su Nianhe. Old Huang and Grandpa Sun saw that she also had some background in this area and probably had many good items. They wanted her to feel assured that they would support her. Since that's the case, she might as well take some items, like the 2 boxes from Xin Yanji and Yan Jingxiao, to the auction. And there's also Xin Yanzi's mysterious ring. This is a rare opportunity. Getting several experts to endorse it at once can save a lot of trouble and help reveal its true value. I understand, Grandpa Sun. Su Nianhe's voice carried a faint excitement. I do have some things I want the experts to see. Thank you and Old Huang for your help. I'll arrange everything now and be sure to arrive at the Gathering Treasure auction early the day after tomorrow. Good. Be careful on the way and let us know when you arrive in the provincial city. Bye, girl. Grandpa Sun ended the call decisively. Holding her phone, Su Nianhe felt excited inside. The auction. Expert appraisals. It's like a dream come true. The 2 boxes in her space, especially the jade, finally have a chance to be openly shown and turned into great wealth. Shun Yanji's ring. Maybe she can learn more from this opportunity. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing thoughts. Boss Su, do you want to completely remove the partition wall on this side to open it up, or leave a door opening? Master Zhao's loud voice interrupted her thoughts. He was holding a tape measure and gesturing with his apprentice between the side bedroom and the area planned for a storage room. Su Nianhe immediately refocused and quickly walked over. Master Zhao, sorry to trouble you. Please remove this wall entirely and make it a big open space, so it's easier to store things later. Will it affect the load-bearing structure? Don't worry. This wall was built later and isn't load-bearing. The load-bearing columns are at the corners on both sides. You can see them, Master Zhao said confidently, pointing. Just be aware, tearing it down will create a lot of dust and noise. It's okay, go ahead and demolish it. Safety first, and try not to disturb the neighbors, Su Nianhe said firmly. The shop renovation and the auction appraisal in the provincial capital both needed to be done quickly. The unexpected arrival of Su Zikai, like a dark cloud overhead, made her feel a strong sense of urgency. She had to finish everything she could before he came looking for her and hide her valuables more securely. Master Zhao received her instructions and immediately called his apprentices. Come on, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, lend a hand. First, scrape off the wall plaster, find the support points, and prepare to demolish. Watch out for the electrical wires. Got it. The 2 young apprentices responded and started working with their tools. Soon, the sound of scraping plaster and clattering tools filled the small space, dust beginning to spread. Su Nianhe stepped back to the shop entrance to ventilate, watching the busy scene, but her mind was racing. Since she had to attend the auction the day after tomorrow and go to the provincial capital tomorrow afternoon, time was tight. What items should she bring? She would definitely wear the jade pendant. And those 2 boxes. She needed to organize them quickly, choosing a few with the best condition, most unique, or those she was unsure about, including jade and other artifacts. She instinctively touched her pocket. Actually, she mentally scanned the jewelry box in the space. This item was too special, involving Shan Yanji's identity. Should she bring it or not? She hesitated. Suddenly, a muffled boom sounded, not too loud but noticeable, followed by Master Zhao shouting, Good. The first piece is down. Keep demolishing. The noise of tearing down the wall grew louder, and the dust thickened. Su Nianhe slightly frowned, planning to go to the backyard to get a broom and clean the entrance. Her eyes casually glanced at the street corner of Fuxing Street. A black luxury car with sleek lines, out of place in the surroundings, was slowly gliding into the street almost silently. It looked like a drop of ink falling into clear water, instantly drawing all of Su Nianhe's attention. The car windows were covered with dark film, making it hard to see inside, but its calm and commanding posture made her heart race. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The shouts of Master Zhao and his apprentices, the clattering of tools, the dust being kicked up, all seemed to be pushed away by an invisible barrier. Su Nianhe stood at the door of her small shop. Behind her was a dusty renovation project, and in front of her was that approaching, oppressive black car. Her fingers tightened slightly around the broom, the knuckles turning white.
Su Zekai.
He arrived faster than she expected. She took a deep breath, trying to keep herself calm, but her eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze sharp as she fixed on the approaching car. What was coming finally arrived. She just didn't expect it to happen on such a dusty, chaotic morning. The black car stopped steadily about 10 meters from Su Nianhe's shop. Su Zekai, dressed in a designer brand, wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, outlined his tall figure. She bent down to get out of the car. Her shiny leather shoes made soft sounds on the slightly old stone pavement of Fuxing Street. He stood upright, the morning sun illuminating his sharply defined face, giving him an air of nobility and scrutiny that didn't quite match the lively street. He raised his hand as if to brush away non-existent dust, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dusty shop entrance, finally locking precisely on Su Nianhe. Her fingers, gripping the broom, tightened again on the rough wooden handle. Through the swirling dust and the noise of tearing down walls, she clearly felt the penetrating power of that gaze, cold, probing, with undisguised curiosity, just like when she was at the warehouse in Port City. What was coming finally arrived, faster and more direct than she had expected. Su Zekai's lips seemed to curl up very slightly, but the smile lacked warmth, more like a confident confirmation of the praised location. He took long, steady steps, walking across about 10 meters towards Su Nianhe. Behind him, a young man dressed neatly like an assistant also got out of the driver's seat and quietly followed a step behind him at an angle. The noise of tearing down the wall continued. Master Zhao's loud voice directed his apprentice. Left. Use a bit more force on the left. Good. Hold steady, lower it down. A brick clattered to the ground, kicking up even more dust. Amidst the noise and dust, Su Zekai reached Su Nianhe's side, just 3 steps away. He was tall, slightly lowering his gaze to look at Su Nianhe. An invisible pressure instantly surrounded him, as if even the dust in the air slowed down. Miss Su, his voice was quiet but clear through the noise, with a unique tone from the port city, slightly raised at the end, showing no emotion. It's funny how we keep crossing paths. I didn't expect to meet you in such a small town. His eyes swept over the messy construction site behind Su Nianhe. His eyebrows twitched slightly, almost unnoticeably. Then he quickly regained his calm. It seems Miss Su's business is booming. You're expanding your stores so quickly? Efficient. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, calming her rising emotions. She casually leaned her broom against a nearby doorframe, brushed off the dust on her hands, and faced Su Zekai's scrutinizing gaze. She forced a professional, slightly distant and surprised smile. Mr. Su? What a rare guest. Your esteemed presence. How come you're visiting us in such a small place? She deliberately emphasized small place, with no hint of joy at seeing an old friend, only pure surprise and caution. Not welcoming, Miss Su? Su Zekai raised an eyebrow, scanning her face, as if trying to catch every subtle change in her expression. I happen to have some business nearby and heard you're developing here, so I came to take a look. He paused, speaking in a deliberately casual tone but with a hint of probing. After all, last time in Port City, your batch of down jackets left a deep impression, so mysterious and impressive. I've been wanting to find a chance to ask Miss Su about those powerful overseas clients. What kind of experts are they? Thunder rumbled. Another wall was torn down, causing a loud crash and flying debris. Ise Kai's assistant instinctively moved to block the falling pieces, showing a hint of nervousness on his face. However, Ise Kai didn't even lift his eyelids. His gaze remained fixed on Su Nianhe, as if he was admiring her reaction. Su Nianhe's heart sank suddenly. As expected, he has already started to doubt her. His probing was so direct, with no attempt to hide his suspicion. She kept her smile unchanged, even adding a touch of helplessness and a "why bother asking if you already know" tone. Mr. Sue, you're joking. My small business isn't worth your attention. As for that client, it was just good luck to meet someone bold and efficient. They have their own fleet and channels. I just handle the logistics, get paid, and everyone is happy to cooperate. That's all. As for which company it is, they prefer to stay low profile, so I can't ask too much. Business is about trust and efficiency. She skillfully deflected the question, hinting that the bold client was the answer, and that pressing further would be inappropriate. Ise Kai looked at her deeply, his eyes sharp as a knife, as if trying to peel away her disguise layer by layer. Soon he met his gaze calmly, though her palms were slightly sweaty. In the shop, Master Zhao seemed to sense the tense atmosphere at the door. His voice lowered, and he peeked out, but upon seeing Ise Kai's intense presence, he quickly withdrew and quietly urged his apprentice to work faster. Suddenly, Ise Kai chuckled softly, breaking the brief silence. But his smile didn't reach his eyes. "Miss Sue, you're quite sharp." "It's true, business people have their secrets." He shifted the topic, sweeping his gaze over the messy shop interior with a tone that carried a subtle hint of disdain and curiosity. "I just didn't expect, Miss Sue, to leave a good warehouse in Port City unused and come here to open such a small shop. How big can this market be? Although the Port City is nice, the competition is fierce, and the rent is expensive. If it weren't for that client clearly saying they wanted to buy goods and asking me to hold on to them first, I wouldn't have kept this place. As for here," she pointed behind her, "my hometown is here just for stability, to run a small business to make a living. No matter how small the market, it's still my own space, and I feel secure." She deliberately emphasized hometown and make a living, positioning herself as a modest, careful small merchant. She claimed the warehouse left in the Port City was rented out for a mysterious client. Suzuki silently looked at her, his eyes deep, clearly not fully convinced by her story. Dust floated between them, and the sound of wall demolition was the background noise. He seemed to be weighing and judging. After a few seconds, he finally spoke slowly, his tone emotionless. "Really? Then I guess I was overthinking." But he changed the subject with a firm tone that left no room for argument. "Since you're here, and I see Miss Sue's new business, I should come in and take a look, share some good luck." Miss Sue wouldn't mind an uninvited guest, would she? He looked past Su Nianhe, his gaze drifting to the dusty, brick-strewn construction site inside the shop. Curious. Suzukai's words left no room for refusal. His sharp eyes, like a hawk, crossed her shoulder and fixed on the dusty, messy scene deep inside. He stepped forward, his shiny leather shoes almost stepping onto the dusty threshold.
Su Nianhe's alarm bells rang loudly.
What was Suzuki doing? Coming to check the household register? There's nothing to check here. Everything is stored in her space. If he wants to go in, let him. But would the dusty house withstand this noble young master's intrusion? Thinking of this, Su Nianhe's initial plan to stop him instantly turned into making way for him. Her smile, even more enthusiastic than before, showed a bit of the honest and hospitable nature typical of a small-town boss.
"Oh,
President Su, you're so kind. It's an honor to have you visit my little shop." Her voice raised slightly, with exaggerated surprise, as if her previous caution and distance had never existed. "Please, come in. Please don't mind the mess. We're still cleaning up, it's a bit chaotic, and the dust is quite strong. You're so distinguished. You should watch your step and be careful not to trip or bump into anything." She spoke while making a very enthusiastic gesture, stepping aside to fully open the door. Her movement was so big that it kicked up a small cloud of dust, which fell onto Suzuki's shiny leather shoes. Suzuki paused his steps. He didn't expect Su Nianhe to react this way. He had imagined she would try to block him, make excuses, or look nervous, but instead, she showed a kind of rough enthusiasm and calm acceptance of the mess. His sharp eyes looked again at Su Nianhe's face, trying to find any sign of pretending behind her overly bright smile. But on her dusty face, there was only warm hospitality and an apology for the mess. Suddenly, a loud crash and splashing sounds came from the backyard, accompanied by Master Zhao's loud, angry shout. Juzi, are you deaf? I told you to move that broken wood. It almost hit my head. Hurry up. This junk is in the way. More dust, like thick fog, burst out from the door opening between the front hall and the backyard, quickly covering the entrance area. Cough, cough, cough. Su Nianhe was choked and coughed hard, then shyly smiled at Suzuki, saying, Look, I told you. The dust is really thick. These workers are so careless. Mr. Su, please bear with us. Suzuki instinctively held his breath, but tiny dust particles still entered his nose, making him uncomfortable. His expensive dark gray suit, especially the shoulders and front, was visibly covered with a layer of grayish dust. He frowned tightly, his dislike clear in his eyes. His assistant behind him looked even paler, covering his mouth to suppress coughs, with a look of shock at the toxic air around them. Mr. Su, please come inside. Su Nianhe seemed unaware of their awkward state, still enthusiastic and even gesturing to lead the way. It's even more lively inside. We just took down the old window frames. There's broken glass and rotten wood everywhere. If you're interested, I can show you around. I promise it's authentic. Her words carried the straightforwardness typical of a common person, but every sentence felt like a tiny knife scraping at Suzuki's nerves. He stood still, his body stiff. His gaze fell on the scattered broken bricks, broken wood, and thick dust on the ground. The dust particles in the air, clearly visible under the sunlight. The rough shouts and dangerous crashes faintly heard from behind the doorway. His expensive custom leather shoes step on trash mixed with lime, dirt, and debris. Should he step into this ruin? Should he let dust stain his clothes? Should he expose his nobility to rough workers? The very thought makes him feel physically uncomfortable. There's no need. Suzuki's voice turns completely cold, like ice, with no hint of previous curiosity or playfulness. He raises his hand, stiffly brushing his shoulder again, like there's something poisonous there. He doesn't bother to look at Su Nianhe anymore, his gaze sweeping over the mess, as if looking at a pile of disgusting trash. Miss Su's new venture, he says with almost overflowing contempt, each word cold with mockery, really is something new. It seems Miss Su's idea of being steady is quite different from ordinary people. He slightly turns aside, avoiding another wave of dust, and sharply commands his assistant, aiming the car. The assistant, as if granted mercy, hurriedly rushes back to the car, quickly opening the back door. Suzuki eyes Su Nianhe with a look of disgust, then decisively turns away, sitting in the back seat of the car covered in dust. The window immediately rolls up, blocking everything outside and hiding his gloomy face. The black car's engine roars as it slowly backs out of the narrow street, kicking up more dust than when demolishing a wall, blending into the traffic and disappearing. The car's shadow vanishes, and the enthusiasm on Su Nianhe's face instantly fades, leaving only cold sarcasm and exhaustion. She leans against the doorframe and takes a deep breath.
Bah!
What a joke! Master Zhao sticks out his head and spits. Dressed like a fancy dog, nose held so high. Little boss Su, don't bother with him. Yeah, don't pay attention to him. Su Nianhe brushes off the dust, her gaze serious as she looks toward the street corner. Although Suzuki is temporarily driven back, his fierce eyes and mocking expression before leaving show that this isn't over. His suspicion won't disappear just because he's been brushed off. Su Nianhe feels like a fierce wolf is watching her, making her feel uneasy. This matter of trading with ancient people is absurd beyond belief. Telling others would only make her seem crazy. Even Suzuki, with all his cleverness, couldn't just make evidence appear out of thin air, could he? Thinking of this, Su Nianhe quickly calmed herself. She still had to deliver goods to Xinyanji tonight, and tomorrow she needed to catch a high-speed train to the provincial city for an art auction, so she decided to book her ticket now. She picked up her phone and opened the ticketing app, planning. The transaction with Xinyanji would take at most 2 hours, then a half-hour taxi ride to the train station. Booking an 8 o'clock train would be perfect. She'd arrive in the provincial city around 8:30. Wait, will she make it in time? The thought just appeared, but she pushed it aside. If she couldn't make it, so be it. Anyway, old Huang would help handle things. With that in mind, she decided confidently to book the 8 o'clock train ticket. After booking, Su Nianhe had nothing to do all day. She spent the time in the building watching Master Zhao and others break and build walls, eating and chatting with them during breaks. She told them she would be going out tomorrow and left the key with Master Zhao, asking them to continue working as usual. Soon, the day passed. After dinner, Master Zhao and the others left. Su Nianhe then took out her other down jacket from the space, filling the first floor of the building with it, before going upstairs to sleep. All was silent except for the occasional distant barking of dogs. Su Nianhe had already gotten up, finished her washing, and turned over the wooden sign. Outside the window, the blue stone-paved road appeared immediately. She sat quietly in the shop, waiting for Xin Yanji and Yan Jingxiao to arrive. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Su Nianhe hurriedly opened the rolling shutter. A familiar figure stepped out from inside, landing steadily on the ground covered with broken bricks and dust. He was still dressed in a faded, dark-stained military uniform, with a long sword at his waist, looking dusty and tired. However, the person next to him was missing, the very prominent Yan Jingxiao. Shen Yanji stopped and immediately focused his gaze on Su Nianhe inside the shop. His face looked even more exhausted than when they last met, with a heavy weight in his brow and bloodshot eyes, as if he had just fought a fierce battle. "Miss Su," he said in a low, hoarse voice, with a hint of tension. "Sorry, little General Yan couldn't come." Shen Yanji took a deep breath, the weight of it heavy, as if carrying 1,000 burdens. Not long after we returned to camp yesterday, a group of roaming enemy elites launched a sudden attack. They weren't many, but they were fierce and cunning, catching us off guard. We fought hard and drove them back, but... He paused, his jaw tightening. "Young General, Yan was struck in the left leg while protecting the flank. The wound is deep, down to the bone. The army doctors have done their best, but his condition is serious. The fever hasn't gone down, and he can barely move. He truly cannot come to the meeting." "Down to the bone? The fever hasn't gone down?" Su Nianhe gasped, picturing Yan Jingxiao's usually calm and strong face now twisted in pain and fever. In this era, such a wound could easily be fatal from infection. "What did the doctors say? Do you have enough medicine?" she asked urgently, her voice trembling slightly. Shen Yanji shook his head, worry and helplessness in his eyes. "We're short on supplies. The medicine for stopping bleeding and healing wounds is gone, not to mention anything for fever or infection. The doctors can do nothing more. We can only hope for the best." He gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. If he weren't so badly hurt, he would have crawled here to keep his promise. Missing this meeting is truly beyond his control. "I hope Miss Su will." "Enough." Su Nianhe cut him off sharply, her eyes suddenly firm and bright. "This isn't the time to talk about that. Have your men move these coats first. Then I'll show you something you'll definitely find useful." A flicker of surprise crossed Xin Yanji's eyes, but seeing her determined expression, he didn't ask further. He quickly raised his hand and signaled toward the stone path outside. Soon, more than 20 soldiers in uniform came forward. They looked tired but alert. When they saw the room full of coats, surprise flashed in their eyes, but they immediately followed Xin Yanji's orders, moving quickly and silently. Watching their orderly movements, Su Nianhe turned and hurried upstairs. With a thought, she brought out a box of medical supplies she had prepared earlier. Inside were antibiotics, fever reducers, iodine, gauze, disinfectant cotton, and a few pain relief injections, things that, in this time, were as precious as life-saving treasures. When she came downstairs carrying the box, the soldiers had just finished loading the last batch of coats and were ready to leave. Xin Yanji was standing still, waiting. When he saw Su Nianhe walking down with a strange, uniquely shaped box he had never seen before, he frowned slightly. "Miss Su, what is this?" Su Nianhe placed the box on the ground. With a click, she unlocked it, revealing neatly arranged bottles and tightly wrapped gauze. "These are things that can save young General Yen," she said quickly, picking up a box of antibiotics. "This is an anti-inflammatory medicine. Take 1 pill 3 times a day to prevent the wound from getting infected or rotting. This is a fever reducer. If the fever exceeds 38 degrees, take 1 to lower the temperature quickly. These are disinfectants, used to clean wounds and kill the bugs, the things that cause the wound to worsen." She tried to explain in simple words Shen Yanji could understand, writing down instructions on paper as she spoke. Then she picked up a syringe. "This is a painkiller. If he is in severe pain, find someone who can give injections and press this point to help ease the pain." Shen Yanji's eyes widened more and more, and his breathing grew rapid. Although he didn't understand words like anti-inflammatory or bacteria, the phrases "prevent the wound from rotting" and "reduce fever" sounded like thunderclaps in his ears. The difficult problem faced by the camp's doctor seemed to have a solution now, thanks to Miss Su. He trembled as he reached for the box of antibiotics, feeling the smooth packaging. It felt incredibly heavy, like it weighed 1,000 pounds.
Miss Su,
"Are these really able to? You may not believe me, but you can't gamble with young General Yan's life," Su Nianha interrupted him seriously. "Take these and send them back immediately. Make sure the doctor uses them exactly as I instructed. If used correctly, his high fever will subside within 3 days, and his wounds will start to heal." She handed him a piece of paper with instructions. "Follow this exactly, step by step." Shen Yanji looked at the clear writing on the paper and then at Su Nianha's determined eyes. He had no doubts left. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and spoke with restrained excitement. "Miss Su, I am forever grateful. I, Shen, and the entire Northern Army camp will never forget this kindness. If young General Yen can get through this, we will repay him 100 times over. There's no need for thanks." Su Nianha sidestepped his bow. "Although I've only met young General Yen a few times, I admire him as a true man. These items can save him and also show my true friendship." She helped Shen Yanji up and said, "Time is short. Hurry and send him back quickly. By the way, do not tell anyone where these items came from. If you do, not only will you face trouble, but I will too." Shen Yanji immediately understood and looked serious. "Miss Su, don't worry. I will keep this secret and make sure no one else finds out." He carefully closed and locked the medicine box, holding it like a precious treasure. Then he turned and softly called out toward the stone path. The soldiers who had been there earlier quickly returned. Seeing the box in Shen Yanji's hands, they were curious, but didn't ask questions. "Send this back to the main hospital as fast as possible. Hand it over to the doctor and tell him to use it according to the instructions. If there's any mistake, come back with the head of the person responsible." Shen Yanji's voice was firm and commanding. "Yes." The soldiers took the box and hurried away down the corridor. Shen Yanji finally relaxed and turned to look at Su Nianha. His eyes showed deep gratitude. "Miss Su, about this. All right, the items are delivered and my task is done," Su Nianha said, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already 6:30. "I need to catch the high-speed train to the provincial city today, so I can't stay longer." "A high-speed train?" Shen Yanji was surprised again. "It's a fast train for traveling," Su Nianha explained simply. She walked to the roller shutter door. "You should go back quickly too. Keep me updated if you hear anything about General Yen." Shen Yanji nodded and looked at her deeply, as if trying to remember her face forever. He finally bowed slightly, turned, and stepped onto the stone path. His figure quickly disappeared into the morning light. Su Nianha watched them leave, and then slowly lowered the rolling door, flipping the wooden sign over. Leaning against the door, she took a deep breath. She hoped these modern medicines could create a miracle in that era when medical supplies were scarce. She checked the time, 7:30 now. Oh no! She was supposed to help Shen Yanji with the medicine and had lost track of time. She grabbed her backpack, quickly locked the door, and left. She stepped out of Fuxing Street, hailed a taxi, and headed toward the high-speed train station. Coincidentally, just as the taxi reached a point half a mile from the station, it was blocked off completely. The long line of cars was completely stuck. Su Nianha looked at the time on her phone, watching it tick by minute after minute. She was sweating nervously, trapped in the middle of the road. She couldn't even get out and walk because there was nowhere to step. She tried to hold back her urge to curse and kept her eyes fixed on the road ahead. At that moment, old Huang's call came through. His voice sounded a little anxious on the phone. "Miss Su, where are you now? Several respected elders in the antique world are here today. I heard that the jade pendant from Tiger Roar Mountain Forest will be shown, and they specifically want to meet the owner of that pendant." Su Nianhe's heart tightened. She forced a smile and said, "Old Huang, don't mention it. I'm stuck in traffic and can't move. Looking at this situation, I probably won't arrive before 10 o'clock. What? You won't make it by 10? Old Huang's voice rose a bit, then he slowed down. Never mind. Don't rush. Be careful on the road. If you can get here, try your best. I'll handle things for you first." After hanging up, Su Nianhe sighed while looking out the window. Suddenly, the traffic in front of her moved. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the car jolted forward. When they finally reached the entrance of the high-speed rail station, her phone showed 7:58. She quickly swiped her ID card and rushed inside. Her high heels clicked loudly on the smooth tiles. She pushed herself to run to the ticket check, but saw the barrier had already come down. Staff members were busy organizing papers. "Hello, please help me out. I need to catch this train," she panted, explaining as sweat soaked her bangs. The staff looked at the time and shook their head helplessly.
"Sorry, ma'am.
"Ticket checking is over. The train has just left. You should go to the ticket counter and see if you can change to the next train." Su Nianhe's heart sank, but she could only accept her fate and return to the waiting room. She opened the ticket app and quickly swiped her finger across the screen. She checked several trains, but all the screens showed glaring, sold-out messages.
There was no way out now.
Leaning against the cold wall, she felt discouraged. Just as she was about to call old Huang to explain, a familiar face suddenly appeared, with a teasing smile. "Miss Su? What a coincidence. You didn't make the high-speed train either?" "Suzuki," Su Nianhe called out, feeling like her fears had come true. She instinctively took a half-step back, her back pressed against the cold wall, her fingers clutching tightly to her bag strap. The waiting room was busy with people coming and going. The noisy chatter suddenly seemed to fade away, leaving only Suzuki's eyes, which held curiosity and mockery. His gaze was like vines clinging to him, making others feel uncomfortable. "Mr. Su is quite free, coming all the way from Port City to our small place," she said, suppressing her surprise. She forced a distant smile, her tone cautious. Suzuki slowly swayed his coffee cup, the brown liquid tracing arcs on the glass. Today, he wore a light gray casual suit, softer than yesterday's sharp look, but with a relaxed yet commanding presence. "Even if you're busy, you should leave some room for luck, right?" He raised an eyebrow and looked toward the ticket gate. "It seems Miss Su's journey is less smooth than mine." Su Nianhe was tired of his games. She turned to walk away. "Mr. Su has mistaken me for someone else. I have things to do. Don't rush to leave," Suzuki said softly, stepping in front of her. His voice was lower, with a hint of deliberate familiarity. "I also missed the early train. I don't know when the next one will be. Miss Su, heading to the provincial city. My car is outside. Would you like a ride?" He pointed to the black car parked outside the waiting room, the same luxurious vehicle that looked out of place yesterday. Su Nianhe's heart alarmed. Riding in the same car as Suzuki? That was like throwing herself into danger. She quickly shook her head. "No, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll wait to see if I can get a ticket back." "Oh," Suzuki stretched his tone, glancing at her tense face. "I checked, and the earliest ticket to the provincial city today is at 3 in the afternoon. You're in a hurry, aren't you?" How did he know she was in a rush?
Su Nianhe's peak pulse shrank.
Suddenly, she remembered old Huang's phone call about several elders waiting to meet the owner of the jade pendant. Could Suzuki also be involved in this auction? Before she could think further, Suzuki added, "I heard there's an auction at the Provincial Museum today, with many important people attending. You're rushing to the city. Could it be for that?" "Indeed." Su Nyenha pressed her lips tightly and asked back, Mr. Su, are you interested in antiques too? Not exactly interested. Su Zakai chuckled softly, his eyes deepening. I just heard there's a lot related to Tiger Roar Mountain Forest among the auction items. After partying in the port city, I always feel that Miss Su has many stories hidden inside her. Maybe this auction can help me learn more? His words felt like a needle, precisely stabbing at Su Nyenha's most guarded spot. She suddenly looked up, meeting his determined gaze. He was definitely after her. From the port city to the county, and now to this auction, he had no intention of missing any clue. Suddenly, the station broadcast announced the next train was starting ticket checks. Su Zakai glanced at his watch and said confidently, If we don't leave now, we won't catch my train. Miss Su, do you want to stay here until afternoon, making those old gentlemen waiting to see you keep waiting? Su Nyenha clenched her teeth. Old Huang was still holding on there. If she was late, not only would she disappoint him, but it might also cause trouble for the Roaring Mountain Forest matter. Su Zakai's move was sharp and ruthless. What does President Su want to know? She took a deep breath, looked up at him, and her tone cooled. I can get in the car, but I have conditions. No business talk inside, and when we arrive, we go our separate ways. Su Zakai raised an eyebrow, surprised she agreed so quickly, then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Deal. He turned and headed toward the exit first, and his assistant immediately opened the car door. Su Nyenha hesitated for 2 seconds, then finally gritted her teeth and followed. When she sat in the spacious back seat, the cool leather made her straighten her back involuntarily. The car smoothly left the high-speed train station, and the scenery outside the window sped past rapidly. Su Zakai leaned back, closing his eyes to rest, seeming to truly keep his promise. But Su Nyenha knew this calm was just a false front before the storm. Su Zakai definitely wanted to find out her secrets. The car sped up quickly, reaching the highway, and the driver pressed the accelerator to 200 kilometers per hour. The outside scenery blurred into a patchwork of colors, and the engine's roar numbed her eardrums. Su Nyenha's face turned pale with fear, her fingers clutching the seatbelt tightly, her knuckles white. Slow down, she finally couldn't hold back and shouted, her voice trembling. Su Zakai only squinted slightly, with a faint smile on his lips. Miss Su, this is to save time for you. He turned his head and looked at her tense face. If you're really scared, come into my arms. Su Nyenha was so angry her chest heaved, but she dared not make any noise to provoke this madman. She bit her lower lip tightly and cursed silently. Crazy person, if you don't value your life, I still want to. The car shook slightly at high speed, and each lane change made her heart skip a beat. The numbers on the dashboard kept rising, 210.215. Su Nyenha closed her eyes, cold sweat sliding down her back. President Su, she forced herself to speak despite trembling. Speeding fines are small, but if an accident happens. Don't worry, Su Zakai said casually, adjusting his sleeve. Old Chen used to be a technician for an F1 racing team. As if to prove his words, the driver suddenly made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding a slow-moving truck ahead. Su Nyenha was thrown toward the door, her forehead hitting the glass window hard. Ugh, she gasped in pain. Su Zakai frowned, then reached out and pressed the call button. Old Chen, slow down a bit. The speed finally dropped to 180 kilometers per hour. Su Nyenha, holding her reddening forehead, managed to squeeze out a few words through her teeth. Thank you, President Su. Suddenly, a road sign flashed outside the window, showing there were 50 kilometers left to the provincial capital. Su Zakai leaned over suddenly, startling her, so she shrank back. Why are you afraid? He chuckled softly, reaching behind the seat to grab an ice pack. Put this on. Don't let anyone think I'm bullying you. When the cold touch pressed against her forehead, Su Nyenha realized her hands were trembling badly. She had to admit, this madman had truly figured out her weakness. The auction started at 10 o'clock, and at this speed, they could arrive on time. Why are you helping me? She finally asked the long-standing question. Su Zakai's gaze fell on her trembling eyelashes. Suddenly, he reached out and adjusted the crooked ice pack. As his fingertips brushed her temple, Su Nianhe smelled a faint cedar scent. I told you, his voice suddenly lowered, carrying a hint of danger. I'm very interested in that jade pendant from Howling Mountain Forest. And Miss Su. The ice pack was suddenly removed, and he stared into her eyes. You are the only one who can solve this mystery. The car suddenly braked sharply and stopped in front of the provincial auction house. Only then did Su Nianhe realize her back was completely soaked. Su Nianhe looked at her watch, and the hands just pointed to exactly 10 o'clock. She took a deep breath, opened the car door, and stepped onto the ground in her high heels. Her legs still felt a little weak. Su Zakai had already come around to her side, with one hand in his pocket, looking down at her from above. Miss Su, the time is just right. She ignored him and headed straight for the auction entrance, but he suddenly grabbed her wrist. Why are you in such a hurry? He leaned slightly forward, his voice deep. Since we're here, why not go in together? Su Nianhe struggled a little, but couldn't break free. She said coldly, President Su, we agreed that once we arrive, we go our separate ways. Su Zakai chuckled softly. But I didn't agree to that. She suddenly looked up and met his deep, bottomless eyes. Her heart sank. Sure enough, from the very beginning, he hadn't planned to let her go. At the auction house entrance, old Huang was anxiously looking around. When he saw her, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Miss Su, you're finally here. Before he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Zakai beside her, and his face changed slightly. And who is this? Su Zakai smiled slightly and extended his hand.
I'm Su Zakai.
I've heard a lot about you, Old Huang. Old Huang hesitated and shook his hand, then looked at Su Nianhe with questioning eyes. She clenched her teeth, about to speak, but Su Zakai naturally continued, I'm a friend of Miss Su's. I'm also very interested in today's items. Why don't we go in together, friend? Su Nianhe almost sneered aloud. Old Huang clearly sensed the awkward atmosphere, but, due to the occasion, could only nod.
All right.
Let's go together. The auction will start soon. Su Nianhe took a deep breath, lifted her foot to go inside, but Su Zakai still didn't let go. Instead, he tightened his grip slightly and whispered in her ear, Don't be nervous. I just want to see whether that jade pendant is real or not. She glanced at him sideways. President Su, your curiosity is too strong. It might get you into trouble. He slightly curved his lips, but his eyes showed no smile. Coincidentally, I fear no trouble. Su Nianhe was half-dragged by Su Zakai to the third row of seats reserved by Old Huang. As soon as she sat down, she felt his gaze like an invisible net, always fixed on her. Don't be so tense, Su Zakai said, turning slightly and tapping the armrest with his fingertips. The rule here is, whoever has the sharp eyes and confidence wins. Su Nianhe didn't reply, quietly touching the clasp of her canvas bag. The bag looked plain, but she had deliberately carried it to confuse others. When the time came, she could reach inside and, with her mind, take out a few treasures from the space inside, making her actions seem legitimate. The auctioneer struck the wooden gavel and began with a clear, strong opening statement. The first item sparked a small excitement, a porcelain vase from the year, starting bid 3 million. Immediately, some bidders raised their paddles, and the price kept climbing like a wave. Su Zakai watched casually and suddenly asked in a low voice, Miss Su, are you not interested in porcelain? I don't understand. She replied simply, her gaze sweeping across the room. A few elderly gentlemen with white hair in the front row were whispering, the ones Old Huang mentioned. Their eyes occasionally turned to her with curiosity. Su Nianhe lowered her head, trying to reduce her presence, but she occasionally heard her mentor, Meng Mingyuan's voice. Could it be that her mentor, Meng Mingyuan, was also here? She was about to look closer when the auctioneer announced loudly, Next is a highly anticipated jade carving ornament, a pine and crane longevity piece from the mid-Qing period, made of Hetian jade with a smooth texture and exquisite carving. Starting bid 5 million. The bidding grew lively, but Su Nianhe used the noise to quietly scan the front rows. Sure enough, in the second row by the window, she saw that familiar figure, her mentor, Meng Mingyuan. Old Meng was whispering with an elderly man wearing glasses. His profile looked especially sharp under the light. Su Nianhe's heart skipped a beat. She was surprised, but also felt a faint sense of relief. With her mentor here, maybe when the roaring mountain jade pendant appears, there would be fewer unnecessary troubles. But then she thought about Su Zakai still watching her, and her tension rose again. Looking for something? Su Zakai's voice suddenly sounded beside her, calm and knowing. That's old Meng Mingyuan, right?
Su Mrs. Mentor, Su Nianhe's heart tightened.
She didn't expect him to know that much, and could only nod vaguely, yes. Old Meng is a master in the antique world. Su Zakai lightly tapped his knee with his fingertips, his tone hard to read, neither happy nor angry. Having his guidance, Miss Su's taste must be quite good. He paused, then changed the subject. But I wonder, how much does old Meng know about the jade pendant from Tiger Roar in the mountains? Su Nianhe clenched her fists but said nothing. She knew Su Zakai was testing her, but at such moments, she couldn't lose her composure. The auctioneer's voice rang out again as items were brought onto the stage, and bids kept rising. However, Su Nianhe's heart remained tense. She knew the main event was coming. Sure enough, when the auctioneer picked up a velvet box, the chatter in the room quieted. Everyone's eyes focused on it. Next is what everyone has been waiting for, the Tiger Roar in the Mountains jade pendant. The auctioneer slowly opened the box, and the spotlight shone on the pendant. Its smooth, white jade gleamed under the light, with a vividly carved fierce tiger that seemed ready to leap out and roar through the mountains. This pendant is believed to date back to the Jing dynasty. The jade material is rare, made of creamy white jade, and the craftsmanship is exquisite, worthy of being a national treasure. The auctioneer's voice was excited. Starting bid, 100 million, 100 million. The room erupted in shock. Even a few elderly gentlemen in the front sat up straight. Meng Mingyuan leaned slightly forward, his eyes fixed on the pendant.
Su Nianhe's heartbeat quickened.
She quietly glanced at Su Zakai and saw he was watching her with interest, a faint smile on his lips. What was Su Zakai doing? Su Nianhe didn't quite understand. His gaze didn't stay long on the pendant, but seemed like a precise probe, constantly tracking every subtle change on her face. He didn't seem to care much about the pendant itself, but more about her reaction to it. Miss Su doesn't seem surprised. His voice was very low, only audible to the two of them, filled with an intense curiosity that was hard to hide. Su Nianhe forced herself to look away from the stage, maintaining a neutral expression. A national treasure, with such a high starting price, there's nothing surprising about that. Is that so? Su Zakai chuckled softly, lightly tapping the armrest of his seat. What I mean is the condition, the patterns, even the roar of the tiger aura. Miss Su seems to be paying too much attention to. Concerned, suddenly, Su Nianhe's heart skipped a beat. This man's sharp observation skills were frightening. Yes, she cared. This, roaring Tiger Mountain, was a family heirloom of Yan Jingshao. If she weren't currently short of money, she wouldn't want to auction it off. If she kept it for a few more decades, it would be even more valuable. Su Nianhe found it a bit funny. She picked up her teacup and took a sip, trying to hide her teasing smile. President Su, you're joking. Good items naturally attract more attention. Besides, after today, this won't be mine anymore. At this moment, the bidding had already begun. 101,050,000, 102,050,000. The price quickly rose, mainly fought over by a few elderly gentlemen and low-profile wealthy merchants. Mentor Meng Mingyuan also raised his paddle once, but was soon overshadowed by higher bids. He shook his head as if giving up, but occasionally whispered to a friend beside him, his eyes never leaving the jade pendant. Suddenly, Su Zakai raised his paddle. The auctioneer immediately pointed to him. This gentleman, 150 million. Everyone's attention instantly focused on him. Su Zakai looked relaxed, as if he was just casually stating a number. Su Nianhe looked at him in shock. President Su, what are you doing? Just joining in the fun. Su Zakai turned his head, his eyes deep. Or maybe helping Miss Su add some fuel. Let's see how messy this can get. He clearly had bad intentions, just wanted to get the jade pendant and find out its origin. A cold sweat broke out on Su Nianha's back. She definitely couldn't let him find out about her dealings with ancient people. Just as Su Nianha worried that the jade pendant might fall into his hands, the auctioneer began counting down. 150 million, first call. 150 million, second call. But just as the hammer was about to fall, a silent old man in black slowly raised his paddle. 160 million. His voice was hoarse but steady. Su Zakai's lips curled into a familiar smile. He whispered, "See, the fish is hooked." Su Nianha finally understood his purpose, but she didn't breathe a sigh of relief because she didn't know this man. He had sharp eyes, and his assistant, who looked capable, was not an ordinary collector. Su Zakai didn't bid again. In the end, the jade pendant was bought by the black-clad old man for a sky-high price of 160 million. The auctioneer's hammer fell, and a wave of surprise and applause filled the room. Many people looked at the old man in black with admiration or curiosity. However, Su Nianha's heart sank.
Who was this old man?
After obtaining the item, would he also investigate the origin of the jade pendant? Su Zakai's actions clearly brought her closer to unknown dangers. The auction continued, but Su Nianha no longer cared to watch. She needed to contact old Huang quickly, or perhaps her mentor Meng Mingyuan could find out who this old man in black was and, ideally, prevent him from investigating the jade pendant further. Just as she was about to stand up, Su Zakai gently pressed his hand on her wrist. His grip was light, but carried a tone that left no room for refusal. "The show isn't over yet. Why are you in such a hurry, Miss Su?" he said, his gaze shifting toward the old man in black, who was handling the transfer process. "Don't you want to know what he'll do after getting the treasure?" At that moment, the old man in black, surrounded by his assistant, did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked in the direction of Su Nianha and Su Zakai with a deep, unreadable gaze. Then, he turned slightly and whispered a few words to his assistant. The assistant nodded and walked straight toward them.
Su Nian tensed instantly.
The assistant stopped in front of Su Zakai, respectfully but distantly saying, "Mr. Su, Miss Su, my master would like to invite you both to a private talk. Would you honor us with your presence?" Su Zakai seemed to have expected this. He smiled slightly and looked at Su Nianha. "Miss Su, what do you think?" "This is not part of our previous agreement." He left the decision to her, but his eyes clearly said, "We both know this step can't be avoided." Su Nianha looked at the waiting assistant, then at the mysterious old man in black in the distance, whose gaze was deep and hard to read. Finally, her eyes returned to Su Zakai's piercing gaze. She took a deep breath, knowing that retreating now would only arouse suspicion. Since her goal was to uncover the truth, approaching the mysterious person who bought the jade pendant might be necessary, even if Su Zakai's way made her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Lead the way," she said calmly, though her palms were slightly sweaty. Su Zakai's smile deepened, seeming pleased with her choice. He finally released her hand and gracefully stood up. "Glad to accompany you." Together, they followed the assistant, walking toward the VIP room on the side of the auction hall under various watchful eyes, some bright, some dim. When Su Nianha followed Su Zakai into the VIP room, she realized there was more than just the old man in black she had seen earlier. Seated on the sofa were old Huang, her mentor Meng Mingyuan, and a few others who looked unfamiliar but carried a calm and confident presence, indicating they were important figures in the antique world. This scene made Su Nianha feel nervous. She secretly wondered, "So many industry experts are here just to see me? What could be their purpose?" She was starting to feel anxious when someone gently took her hand. It was Su Zakai. He lightly pinched her hand with his fingertips, and his warm, reassuring gaze seemed to say, "Don't be afraid. I am here with you." Seeing the two enter, the old man in black pointed to the opposite sofa and said, "Sit." He didn't speak immediately, but asked his assistant to place a velvet box containing the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest jade pendant on the coffee table. The box lid was open, and the jade pendant shimmered softly under the ceiling light. Meng Mingyuan was the first to speak, his gaze fixed on Su Nianha with curiosity and kindness. "Nianha, This jade pendant. Is it really yours? Just as Su Nianhe was about to reply, Old Huang quickly stood up and asked anxiously, Old Meng, what do you mean? Are you doubting your student? Or am I being suspected? The atmosphere in the VIP room seemed to freeze. Old Huang's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples. The few elders looked back and forth between Meng Mingyuan, Old Huang, and Su Nianhe, their eyes filled with scrutiny and doubt. Meng Mingyuan, embarrassed by Old Huang's remark, looked a bit awkward but kept a sharp gaze. Old Huang, I didn't mean it that way. This jade pendant is very important. Its sudden appearance and the excellent condition are quite remarkable. Nianhe is my student, so I naturally care about her. But because of that, I need to understand the full story to prevent her from getting involved in unnecessary trouble. He turned his gaze back to Su Nianhe, speaking more slowly, but still with the seriousness of a mentor. Nianhe, tell the truth. Where did you get this jade pendant? Su Nianhe's heart was pounding rapidly. She could feel Su Zakai's seemingly relaxed but focused stare and the deep, unfathomable gaze of the old ink master. She knew that any hesitation or mistake could lead to deeper investigation. Taking a deep breath, she met her mentor's eyes and spoke as calmly as possible. Teacher, Old Huang, this jade pendant really has been passed down in my family. Because of its long history, the origin of the item is unclear, even to the elders in my family. I only know that it is very valuable and has been carefully kept. When I asked Mr. Huang to help with the appraisal, I also wanted to see if anyone recognized its background or knew any stories related to it. She paused and added, maybe that's a bit bold, but it's the only idea I have right now. This explanation is partly true and partly false. It explains where the item might come from. The wooden plaque helping the breakfast shop cross into ancient times could be considered a family heirloom in a way, but it also blurs the focus, shifting the goal from selling to exploring. Meng Mingyuan still frowned, seeming to judge whether her words were true. Old Mr. Huang looked relieved and nodded repeatedly. I knew it. Nianhe is a steady girl. Whatever she shows us, it's definitely genuine. The old man in black remained silent, tapping his knee lightly with his fingers. No one could tell if he believed her or not. Suddenly, Su Zakai chuckled, breaking the silence. A family heirloom being auctioned off. Miss Su, you really are extraordinary. His words sounded like praise but also a subtle test. Just as Su Nianhe was about to respond, Su Zakai shifted his gaze across everyone and finally looked at her with a playful smile. But since old Mo paid a lot to buy the jade pendant, and Miss Su said it was for exploring its origins, isn't it time to get to the point? Old Mo, you spent so much. Surely it's not just for collecting, right? Old Mo? Su Zakai actually knows this old man in black. Su Nianhe was surprised and a bit worried. But Su Zakai's question cleverly turned the focus back to old Mo, indirectly helping her avoid trouble for now. Though it also made the situation more complicated, muddying the waters further. Everyone's eyes turned back to old Mo. Old Mo looked up and gave Su Nianhe a deep look, as if he could see through her, straight into her soul. He didn't answer Su Zakai directly. Instead, he spoke slowly, his voice deep and with a strange rhythm. The patterns on this jade pendant, especially the carving of the tiger's eye and the flow of the cloud patterns, remind me of some very old records. Su Nianhe's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Old Mo continued, as if talking to himself or speaking to someone specific. There are some artifacts that are not made by ordinary craftsmen. They carry not only skill, but also marks that cross boundaries. He paused, then looked sharply at Su Nianhe. Little girl, when you searched for its origin, did you encounter anything unusual? Or, besides this jade pendant, have you seen anything similar in style? This question was very sharp and sensitive, almost touching Su Nianhe's deepest secret. The VIP room was silent. Even Su Zakai stopped smiling, his eyes becoming deep. Meng Mingyuan and Old Huang also held their breath, waiting for Su Nianhe's answer. The pressure felt heavy on her shoulders. She knew she couldn't stay passive anymore. She had to show something, shift the focus, and take control. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Nianhe took a deep breath. Suddenly, she showed a calm but determined smile. She didn't answer old Mo's question directly. Instead, she reached into her seemingly ordinary canvas bag. Old Mo is truly knowledgeable and asked the key question, she said calmly as she unfastened her bag and reached inside. Her mind quickly communicated with the space. In the puzzled looks of everyone, she carefully took out another object wrapped in soft cloth. When she peeled back the layers of cloth, it seemed as if light was flowing inside. It was a small, exquisite, lifelike jade carving, 12 zodiac animals. Each animal was lively and extraordinary, made from different fine materials, with superb craftsmanship. The style was consistent with the roaring tiger in the forest, jade pendant, even more ancient and mysterious, radiating an indescribable charm. Family heirlooms are not just one piece. Su Nianha's voice was clear and steady. She looked at the surprised people, finally resting her gaze on old Mo and Meng Mingyuan, who seemed most moved. This set of 12 zodiac jade carvings shares the same origin as that jade pendant. I initially wanted to uncover the mystery of the pendant, but today, seeing all of you, especially old Mo and my mentor, who truly understand and cherish artifacts, she paused briefly, as if making a firm decision, then spoke seriously and sincerely. I am exploring alone. My strength is limited, and I fear the treasures may be dusty. Today, I am willing to donate this set of 12 zodiac jade carvings to the Provincial Museum free of charge. This is not to question the value of the auction house, but to hope that they can receive the best protection and research. The history and culture behind these pieces can also be truly uncovered and shared with the public. When I said this, everyone in the room was shocked. A free donation? And it's such a valuable set of jade carvings, considered national treasures? Old Huang was so surprised he opened his mouth wide. Meng Mingyuan suddenly stood up, his eyes full of disbelief and excitement. Even Su Zikai completely put away his playful attitude, and his gaze at Su Nianha became very deep and complex. Old Mo, who had always looked calm, finally showed a clear change in expression. His eyes were fixed on the set of 12 zodiac carvings, and his breathing seemed to quicken a little. He valued not money, but the incredible value behind these pieces, which might confirm some of his own guesses. Su Nianha's sudden move to donate shifted the situation, giving her control back. Her act of donation first cleared any suspicion that she was only after profit, making her words more credible and justified. Second, by making the more valuable, complete set public, she greatly satisfied the curiosity and protective instincts of the experts and scholars present, bringing their support closer. Finally, and most importantly, by putting the research into the open, with the help of the museum and official institutions, it could be safer and more effective in deterring potential bad actors, like Su Zikai or even old Mo, who might have unclear motives, making it harder for them to act openly. She successfully turned a private suspicion and test into a public cultural event. Meng Mingyuan eagerly stepped forward, his voice trembling a little. Nianha, is what you said true? Are you really willing to donate? Yes, teacher, Su Nianha nodded confidently. I believe the museum and the experts can better protect and study them. Good.
Good. Good.
Meng Mingyuan said 3 times, his face full of pride and happiness. Old Mo slowly stood up, approached the set of 12 zodiac carvings, and examined them carefully for a long time. Then he sighed deeply and looked at Su Nianha with a complex expression. Young girl, you are very good. His words carried deep meaning, seeming to include praise, surprise, and perhaps a hint of frustration at plans being disrupted. Su Zikai suddenly clapped his hands and put on that unpredictable smile again. Miss Su is truly. Every time we meet, it's a big surprise. I admire her courage. Su Nianha didn't look at him. She only said to Meng Mingyuan and old Huang, please help contact the museum and handle the procedures for the donation. No problem. We've got it covered, old Huang promised, smiling happily. The atmosphere in the VIP room completely changed. The previous tension and suspicion were replaced by excitement and enthusiasm. A few older gentlemen gathered around, excitedly discussing the value and research directions of the 12 zodiac sculptures. Su Nianhe secretly relaxed, knowing that her risky move was temporarily successful. However, when she casually looked up, she met Su Zakai's deep, unreadable eyes. He was smiling and silently made a gesture with his mouth, clearly saying, "Not so simple, right?" Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked away. She knew Su Zakai didn't believe her. He might see deeper than others. This game was far from over. But at least now, she had bought herself some time and a better position. Old Mo, after feeling excited, looked at Su Nianhe again with a deeper, more mysterious gaze. He seemed convinced of something but also had more questions. He slowly sat back on the sofa, silent, only tapping his fingers unconsciously, as if calculating something. Who exactly is Old Mo? Why did he pay so much to buy the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest piece? Su Nianhe's heart tightened suddenly at Su Zakai's silent gesture, but she maintained her calm, almost passionate, demeanor about the donation. Everyone's attention was fully on the exquisite 12 zodiac jade sculptures, with praise and discussion filling the room. Meng Mingyuan and Old Huang had already started excitedly calling the museum director and old friends, speaking enthusiastically and proud. At this moment, Old Mo, who had been sitting quietly, slowly stood up. His movement brought a calm, serious aura, slightly cooling the lively atmosphere. Everyone's gaze naturally focused back on him. Old Mo did not look at the sensational 12 zodiac set. Instead, he took the velvet box containing the roaring tiger in the mountains, jade pendant in his hand, and examined it carefully. He looked up, his gaze passing over everyone, and focused precisely on Su Nianhe's face. "Miss Su," his voice was still hoarse, but carried a firm tone that could not be questioned. "Generous donations that benefit future generations are truly admirable. I respect that." He paused slightly, his sharp eyes like an eagle's. However, some connections cannot be understood just by placing them behind museum glass. Some questions cannot be answered when many people are talking. He raised the jade pendant in his hand. "This object is the real key. My interest in it is not for an auction or to witness another treasure's emergence." Old Mo's gaze grew very deep, even carrying a mysterious aura. "The roar in the forest is not to show power but to summon. The cloud patterns are like water, not just in shape, but hinting at the movement of stars and constellations. Little girl, you hold the key but do not know where the door is or even whether behind it is a fairyland or a deep abyss." His words sounded almost mystical, beyond ordinary antique appreciation, making Meng Mingyuan and Old Huang frown slightly, puzzled by his meaning. But Su Nianhe understood the hint. He saw much more than she expected. He might really know that this jade pendant is related to time travel. Su Zakai smirked with a playful look, as if enjoying a good show, clearly catching the subtlety in Old Mo's words. Old Mo continued, his tone slowing but with a deeper sense of pressure. "The donation will be handled by Professor Meng and Old Huang, and they will not disappoint Miss Su's kindness. I have no objection to that. However, I have some questions about the tiny carvings and the age of the jade material on this pendant. I would like to ask Miss Su privately. Would you do me the honor of stepping aside for a moment to have a one-on-one talk?" Su Nianhe's heart suddenly pounded. What was coming finally arrived. Old Mo clearly did not believe in the story of family heirloom and seeking origins. His goal was clear, to get answers about the core secret of the jade pendant from her. Should she agree? The risk was unknown, and the other side's intentions were hard to judge. She had no backing. Refuse? It would immediately make her look guilty and could lead to worse consequences. Furthermore, deep inside, she also longed to know what Old Mo truly knew. Just as her heart was pounding and she was weighing her options, Su Zakai suddenly chuckled softly, took a half-step forward and seemingly unintentionally blocked the way between Su Nianhe and Old Mo. "Old Mo," he said politely but with a lazy, teasing tone. "This might not be proper, right? Miss Su just made such a big donation decision. Her mind is still stirred up, and there are many procedures to follow with the museum and her mentor." At this moment, you're eager to ask for advice alone. If you know what's going on, it's because you're eager to get valuable information. If not, people might think you're trying to steal the donor from the provincial museum or even scare the young lady. His words were half joking, half serious, pointing out Su Nianha's current attention and subtly implying that old Mo shouldn't use force. He also hinted that Meng Mingyuan and the provincial museum had become temporary allies for Su Nianha. Old Mo's brow furrowed slightly, and a faint displeasure flickered in his eyes as he looked at Su Zakai. Young Su, when did it become your turn to speak here? Su Zakai's smile remained unchanged, even more radiant. Old Mo, please don't be angry. I just think that since this is an academic discussion about the jade pendant, why not wait until the donation is settled? Let Professor Meng lead, and everyone can sit down together to study it carefully. I believe Professor Meng and Old Huang are also very interested in your unique insights. He cleverly turned the private advice into a public discussion. Although Meng Mingyuan hadn't fully grasped the situation, his instinct to protect students made him quickly reply, "Yes, Old Mo, Nianha was very emotional today and needs rest. Regarding the jade pendant and the set of 12 zodiac signs, we will definitely organize a special seminar later. When that happens, we will sincerely invite you to guide us." Old Huang also quickly made a friendly remark. "That's right. Old Mo, good things can't run away, and there's no rush right now." Old Mo looked at the suddenly formed, united front, then cast a deep glance at Su Nianha, who was faintly protected behind Su Zakai. He knew he couldn't force things today. He paused silently, his face showing no sign of emotion, and finally nodded slowly. "Very well, I will wait and see." He carefully stored the roaring tiger mountain forest jade pendant, signaled to his assistant, and prepared to leave. As he passed by Su Nianha, his steps slowed slightly. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he softly said, "Young girl, the door is slightly open, and the wind has already entered. Dodge is impossible. I am waiting for you, until the day you understand." After speaking, he didn't wait for any response. He, supported by his assistant, slowly left the VIP room with a cane. Su Nianha stood still, feeling that those words were like icy needles piercing her heart, bringing a cold wake-up call. Old Mo knew something he must know. Su Zakai looked at Old Mo's departing figure, his playful expression gone, replaced by a serious look. He lowered his head and softly said to Su Nianha, "The trouble is only temporarily blocked. It's far from over."
Montak Tiang Kyong.
He never lets go of what he targets. Su Nianha suddenly looked up at him. "Do you know him?" "Who exactly is he?" Su Zakai smiled faintly, showing a complex expression. "An old monster named Mo Tianqiong, who operates outside the rules, but can also create them. One of the deepest players in the antique world." It said. He specializes in collecting strange objects that defy normal explanation. He looked at Su Nianha meaningfully. "Now, do you think the things you donated can really make you completely safe?" Su Nianha's heart sank again. The brief safety and control brought by the donation, like bubbles in the sunlight, were easily burst by Mo Tianqiong's words and Su Zakai's warning. What should she do? Should she tell everyone that her grandmother's breakfast shop can travel through different dynasties? If she really said it, no one would believe her, right? And Su Zakai, the man who seemed to help her out of trouble, what exactly is his purpose? Does he also want a share of the benefits? Meanwhile, Su Nianha, having earned a good sum from the Tiger Roar Mountain Forest jade pendant, was also being watched by various powerful figures, and her situation was tense. At the same time, Shen Yanji had returned to the border camp with a down jacket and medicine. In the camp now, Yan Jingxiao had a high fever that wouldn't go down, and his consciousness was hazy. Yan Su and other generals guarded outside the tent, all looking serious and anxious. When two soldiers carried a medical box and Shen Yanji in, they hurriedly gathered around, their eyes full of eager hope. As he entered the camp, the night was thick, but outside the main tent, torches lit up brightly, illuminating Yan Su and the other generals' worried and heavy faces. The air was filled with a sense of oppressive despair and the smell of blood. "Your Highness, my son," Yan Su immediately rushed forward when he saw Shen Yanji. Shen Yanji quickly whispered to Yan Su, "Great General, Miss Su gave me a life-saving medicine. It might work well, but the method is unusual. I must watch the healer carefully while they use it." After speaking, he took the medicine box from the soldier and hurried to Yan Jingzhao's bedside. Yan Jingzhao lay on a simple bed, his face unusually flushed, lips cracked. Even in his unconscious state, his brows were tightly furrowed from pain and high fever. His left leg was exposed, the bandage soaked with pus and blood, giving off a foul smell. An old doctor stood nearby, shaking his head and sighing, feeling helpless. "Your Highness," the old doctor was about to speak when Shen Yanji entered. "Doctor, please look at this medicine," Shen Yanji interrupted him. He quickly opened the box, took out the paper written by Su Nianhe, along with antibiotics and fever reducers. "Follow the instructions on this. First, clean the wound immediately, then rinse with this disinfectant, and take these 2 pills." The old doctor took the pills and the iodine solution, looking at the unfamiliar writing and strange containers with confusion and suspicion. "General, what are these? I have practiced medicine for decades, but I have never seen such things. This is a rare medicine from overseas, capable of reducing inflammation and fever. It can save lives," Shen Yanji said firmly, with an undeniable authority. "Time is urgent. Do as I say. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility." Seeing Shen Yanji so determined and noticing Yen's approving glance outside the tent, the old doctor could only suppress his doubts and nodded tremblingly. Yes, the process was tense and careful. Shen Yanji personally held a candle, his gaze sharp, watching every move of the old doctor. The old doctor carefully cleaned the area around the wound with hot water and a clean cloth. Then, following Shen Yanji's instructions, he used tweezers to pick up a cotton ball soaked in iodine solution and tremblingly wiped the fierce wound. When the iodine touched the skin, Yan Jingzhao, still unconscious, twitched involuntarily from the irritation, letting out a faint moan of pain. Shen Yanji's heart clenched tightly. Next was giving the medicine. They crushed the fever reducer and antibiotics into powder, mixed them with warm water, and gently pried open Yan Jingzhao's clenched teeth to feed him. Every moment felt painfully slow. After finishing, the tent fell into complete silence. Only the heavy breathing of everyone and the crackling of the torch could be heard. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yan Jingzhao, waiting for the unknown result. Shen Yanji stayed close by the bed, watching Yan Jingxiao's face and injured leg without blinking, as if trying to pour all his hope into them. Time passed second by second. After about an hour, Shen Yanji, who had been feeling Yan Jingxiao's forehead, suddenly noticed that his hand's temperature seemed to have dropped a little, no longer the burning heat it had been. "The temperature seems to have gone down a bit," he whispered excitedly, with disbelief. The old doctor quickly stepped forward to examine him carefully, feeling his pulse. His cloudy eyes lit up with surprise. "Amazing! Although the pulse is still weak, the fiery heat seems to have eased a little. Could this medicine be so quick-acting?" Another half-hour later, Yan Jingxiao's previously rapid, painful breathing became a bit calmer and more steady. His furrowed brow also seemed to relax slightly. "It's working. It really is working," the old doctor's voice trembled with excitement. His gaze on the medicine box changed completely, filled with awe. "General, this is truly a miracle medicine." Shen Yanji finally felt a slight relief, a wave of joy mixed with fear washing over him. He let out a deep breath, feeling immensely grateful to Su Nianhe. Over the next 2 days, Shen Yanji strictly followed the methods Su Nianhe had written down, regularly supervising the doctors to change Yan Jingxiao's dressings and give him medicine, personally checking the wound's progress. Miracles happened every day. On the second day, Yan Jingxiao's high fever completely subsided. Although he was still unconscious, his face was no longer terrifyingly red but pale and weak. The swelling and redness of the wound visibly decreased, no pus was flowing out, and a thin layer of fresh scabs was forming. On the afternoon of the third day, after giving him medicine, Yan Jingxiao's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he slowly opened his eyes. Though his gaze was still hazy and weak, he was awake. Water. His dry lips moved slightly, making a faint sound. Shen Yanji, standing nearby, was startled and almost jumped up. Carefully, he dipped a cotton swab in water and gently moistened Yan Jingxiao's lips. Jingxiao? You're awake. His voice was hoarse and trembling with disbelief and excitement. Yan Jingxiao's eyes gradually focused, recognizing Shen Yanji. He blinked weakly as if wanting to say something, but lacked the strength and soon fell back into sleep. But this time, he slept peacefully. The old doctor checked again, stroked his beard, and said excitedly, unable to speak clearly, "He is alive.
Truly saved.
The wound is closing faster than I have ever seen. There is no sign of infection or worsening. Amazing medicine. It's like a divine remedy from heaven." Outside the tent, Yan Su and others waited anxiously. When they heard the news, they were overjoyed. The gloom that had covered the camp for days was finally lifted. After resting quietly for a few more days, Yan Jingxiao's spirit improved day by day. He could sit up with a cushion, drink some thin porridge, and even have simple conversations with Shen Yanji. But his injured leg still needed a long time to recover and couldn't be used forcefully. He learned everything that happened after he fell into a coma from his serious injury. He also knew that the miraculous medicine was sent by a young woman named Su Girl, whom he had only met a few times, and it was what pulled him back from the brink of death. He looked at his carefully bandaged and gradually healing left leg, silent for a long time. His sharp, calm black eyes were filled with complex, hard-to-express feelings: relief at surviving, helplessness over the serious injury, and deep gratitude for the distant, magical act of saving his life. "Your Highness," he said weakly but clearly, "when I can stand up, I will personally thank Miss Su for saving my life." Shen Yanji looked at him and nodded heavily. Their eyes met, and both understood that this gratitude was beyond words. Meanwhile, during Yan Jingxiao's recovery, Shen Yanji had General Yan Su distribute all the down jackets to the soldiers. When the soldiers first received the jackets, they touched the soft, fluffy material and were a bit stunned. These jackets looked much lighter and softer than usual cotton armor. It felt new and strange, and they wondered, could such delicate-looking clothing really withstand the cold wind outside the border, which could peel skin? But once they put on the down jackets and stepped outside the tent, the warmth instantly wrapped around them. In the past, cold winds would cut like knives into their bones, but today, they only felt the wind brushing past, while the warmth stayed firmly inside the clothes. Even their frozen fingers slowly started to warm up. A young soldier couldn't help but tug at an older soldier's arm, excitedly saying, "General, you have to feel this. These clothes are really warm. Better than stuffing 3 jeans of cotton into regular armor." The veteran was carefully feeling the fine stitches on his clothes, his eyes full of wonder.
Yes.
In past years, standing guard at night would make my teeth chatter from the cold, and by late night, my legs would go numb, and I couldn't stand. But now, with this cotton coat, I'm no longer afraid of the cold. Shen Yanji saw that the situation was finally improving, but he felt worried again. There was hardly any food left that Su Nianha had given him earlier. Recently, heavy snow has been falling nonstop at the border, and cold winds cut like knives. More and more people are dying from cold and hunger. The most urgent needs now are food, warm supplies, and that miraculous medicine. So he hurried to Su Nianha's breakfast shop. But when he arrived, he found the shop door tightly shut. He knocked loudly, his hand trembling from the force, but the door didn't open, and there was no sign of life inside. Shen Yanji felt anxious. He couldn't understand why Su Nianha hadn't opened the door for so long. If he lost contact with her, who could the soldiers and villagers at the border rely on? Last time he came to pick up the down jacket, he knocked at this same hour, and she responded then. But this time, no matter how much he knocked, the door seemed welded shut, with no response. Could it be that Miss Su had gone out? Suddenly, he remembered she had mentioned before about taking a high-speed train to go far away. Just when Shan Yanji thought he would have to leave empty-handed, he suddenly saw something bright ahead. He was standing in front of a 2-story small building. The building had upturned eaves and carved beams, giving off an elegant and mysterious aura that seemed to have aged gracefully. This small building even had a yard. What shocked him most was that the yard was filled with all kinds of supplies he desperately needed. There were medical items, a large amount of grain, and also… Shan Yanji's eyes widened in amazement. Meanwhile, on Su Nianhe's side, after the auction, she donated a set of 12 zodiac jade ornaments. She also took a few antiques and calligraphy paintings to show the distinguished guests in the VIP room. Everyone in the VIP room was stunned. Who was this young girl? How could she produce so many rare treasures all at once? Fortunately, her act of donation had already made a good impression, and with old Huang and Meng Mingyuan protecting her, others who might have been suspicious didn't dare to ask too many questions. However, everyone agreed to put the items she brought out, such as the white jade guanyin statue, the jade ornament with carved pine trees, clouds, and cranes, the kind-looking Buddha statue, the jade pendants engraved with patterns like Pishio, cranes, and Lingji, and the painting, Snowy Visit to a Friend, up for auction. The atmosphere at the auction heated up again after Su Nianhe revealed a few more rare items. In the VIP room, the tense silence caused by Old Mo's departure was replaced by lively chatter. The collectors and important guests looked on with surprise and excitement. Meng Mingyuan and Old Huang quickly whispered with the auction house manager, deciding to seize the moment and add these unexpected treasures to the upcoming auction. Soon, the auctioneer stepped back onto the stage, his voice rising with excitement. "Dear guests, we have an unexpected surprise. Thanks to Miss Su Nianhe's generosity and the approval of Professor Meng Mingyuan and Old Huang, we will temporarily auction a few very precious ancient artifacts. Each one has a clear history and excellent condition, rare in the market. The first item, a standing statue of Guanyin made of Hetian white jade from the Yunhuang period." The auctioneer carefully lifted the white jade guanyin. The jade was smooth and glossy, with exquisite carving. The figure's robes flowed gracefully, and her expression was kind and peaceful. Every detail was carefully crafted, with a natural, thick patina, showing the typical style of the Yunhuang mid-period. One Yunhuang period Hetian white jade guanyin standing statue, starting bid 380,000 yuan. As soon as he finished, bids started to come in quickly. 400,000, 430,000, 480,000. The guanyin statue symbolized good luck, made from high-quality jade, with superb craftsmanship. It was loved by collectors who favored Buddhist figures and jade. The price kept rising, and finally, a low-profile southern businessman bought it for 6.2 million yuan. The second item, a jade relief carving of pine trees, clouds, and cranes from the Jiahui period. This piece used the natural colors of jade, skillfully carved with pine, clouds, and cranes, creating a distant, poetic scene. The green and white colors complemented each other, with excellent quality and size, making it a striking display. It reflected the unique aesthetic of the Jiahui prosperous era. Jiahui period jade relief carving of pine, clouds, and cranes, starting bid 550,000 yuan. The bidding grew more intense. Jade was a stable market asset, especially such a large and finely carved piece. 6 million, 6.5 million, 7,200,000. Several strong buyers competed fiercely, and the price quickly surpassed 10 million. In the end, after many rounds of bidding, a well-known collector from Beijing bought it at a high price of 11,500,000 yuan. The third item, a bronze gilt-seated statue of Shakyamuni Buddha from the Langyue period. Although not large, the statue has a simple, solemn shape, a gentle face, and well-preserved gold gilding. The gold shines subtly, revealing the mystery and weight of an ancient dynasty. It is a rare fine bronze gilt sculpture from the Langyue period. The bronze gilt-seated Shakyamuni Buddha from the Langyue period starts at 8 million yuan. Collecting Buddha statues is quite exclusive, mainly attracting experienced and wealthy collectors. Not many bidders, but each bid is decisive. 8,800,000. 9,500,000. 11 million. Finally, a devout overseas Chinese businessman, trusting in Buddhism, placed the winning bid of 13 million yuan by phone. The fourth item, a set of 3 jade pendants with auspicious patterns from the Yinqiao era, Pishio, Crane Lingji. The jade quality varies, but all are finely carved, showing the delicate style typical of Yinqiao jade. Each symbolizes wealth, longevity, and good fortune. They can be collected as a set or worn separately, offering great flexibility. A set of 3 Yinqiao-era jade pendants with auspicious patterns starts at 280,000 yuan. The relatively low starting price attracted more participants. 320,000, 380,000, 450,000. Prices steadily increased. It's worth noting that one assistant, who seemed to have some connection with old Mo, though old Mo had already left, his assistant did not leave immediately, also participated in several bids for the Pishio jade pendant. Although he did not succeed, this made Su Nianhe and Su Zikai more alert. In the end, this set of pendants was bought by a female collector for 59,000 yuan. The grand finale, an ancient hanging scroll titled Snowy Visit to a Friend by Jing Haoren from the former Shang dynasty. As the painting slowly unfurled, a gasp of awe filled the room. Although it was signed as Quan, the brushwork was exquisite and the artistic mood profound. The snowy forest scene was painted with great emotional power, and its lineage was clearly traceable. Meng Mingyuan and Elder Huang briefly explained its verifiable history, linking it to the famous reclusive painter Gu Kaiji of the former Shang dynasty. It was truly a stunning discovery. Snow After the Visit by Gu Kaiji signed. Starting bid, 22 million taels. This starting price was already sky-high, yet the excitement in the room only grew stronger. Almost all top collectors in the calligraphy and painting field joined in, and the phone bidding lines were completely occupied. 25 million, 28 million, 33 million. The price jumped rapidly, sometimes by 1 or even 5 million at a time, and the atmosphere became electric. Meng Mingyuan and Elder Huang watched with excitement. The sale of this painting would undoubtedly become one of the most important events in the domestic antique painting market this year. After nearly 20 rounds of intense bidding, the painting Snow After the Visit was finally sold to a mysterious buyer through a phone bid for an astonishing 48 million yuan. In just over an hour, the antiques presented by Su Nianhe reached a total of 84.6 million yuan in sales. Including the earlier sale of the Tiger's Roar in the Forest Jade pendant for 160 million, she had earned a total of 251.4 million yuan at this auction. The number left everyone in the room speechless, and even Su Nianhe herself felt dizzy with disbelief. She tried to stay calm, but her slightly trembling fingers revealed the storm of emotions inside her. This was a fortune that could change many lives. However, beside her, Su Zikai's usual playful smile was tinged with a deeper look. He leaned close and said softly, "Congratulations, Miss Su. Overnight wealth impressive. But the more money you have, the more eyes will turn toward you. Mo Tianqiong was only the first, not the last. You're standing right in the center of the storm now." Hearing this, Su Nianhe's joy quickly faded into unease. This fortune was an opportunity, but also a powerful whirlpool pulling her into unknown danger. As she noticed the complex looks from those around her, she knew Su Zikai's warning was not an exaggeration. The auction finally ended, and Su Nianhe tightly held the confirmation of the sale in her hand. She knew very well that today's attention was too intense, and trouble would likely follow soon. But this opportunity was handed to her by fate. Backing down would mean losing her only chance, so she couldn't afford to show weakness. When the event was over, it was already very late. The donation procedures for the Chinese zodiac were to be completed the next day, so Su Nianhe decided to stay in the provincial city. Old Huang had already made arrangements for her, booking a top-floor suite at the Xianghua 5-star hotel. She was generous by nature. She immediately transferred 2 million yuan from the auction funds of Roaring Tigers and Forests to Old Huang, and also took out a painting of ink bamboo given by Shenyanji, handing it to her mentor, Meng Mingyuan. Her mind suddenly went blank, and she felt her head throb with frustration. She kept her temper in check and wondered, is this person ever going to stop? Why is he like a sticky honey trap, impossible to shake off? Su Nianhe felt a wave of anger rising to her head. She took a deep breath and tried to keep her voice calm and steady. Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Su Zakai seemed unaware of the sarcasm in her words, smiling naturally, even with a hint of surprise. Yes, I didn't expect old Huang to arrange everything so well. We're staying on the same floor. Are you going to dinner? Why not join me? He asked. I know the hotel's second-floor French restaurant is quite good. It's a small celebration for your big success today. No need, Su Nianhe immediately refused, her tone distant. I'm a bit tired and just want to eat something simple by myself. Eating alone is so boring. Su Zakai stepped closer, and Xiao Chun, his assistant, silently fell back a few steps, keeping his distance. Besides, Miss Su, your status is different now. Going alone might lead to some unexpected situations, like with someone as enthusiastic as Mo Lao. It's better to have me nearby to handle unnecessary trouble, isn't it? His words were half joking, half serious, but they hit exactly at Su Nianhe's deepest worries at that moment. She was indeed a little nervous about being alone. In this hotel, she didn't know how many eyes were secretly watching her as the sudden billionaire lady. Seeing her silence, Su Zakai knew he had convinced her. He took the opportunity to say, it's just dinner. Miss Su wouldn't be so petty as to refuse a simple meal, right? Don't worry, I promise not to disturb your rest after we're done. After thinking for a moment, Su Nianhe finally nodded. Although Su Zakai's intentions were unclear and he was quite persistent, he hadn't shown any obvious malicious intent so far. In fact, he had somewhat protected her during the auction. Walking with him could help deter some petty people from spying on her. Then I thank you, Mr. Su, she said calmly. They walked side by side toward the elevator, the atmosphere subtly silent. Su Zakai seemed to know his boundaries well and didn't try to start a conversation. He kept a proper distance. They sat down in the French restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. The environment was elegant and quiet, with soft lighting and gentle jazz music creating a relaxing mood. But this didn't completely ease Su Nianhe's tense feelings. She instinctively looked around, feeling as if someone was watching her from the shadows. Su Zakai skillfully ordered the meal without asking for her opinion, but the dishes he chose coincidentally matched her preferred tastes. Su Nianhe was slightly surprised but didn't show it. When the food arrived, Su Zakai ate gracefully, seeming to be here just to enjoy the meal. It wasn't until the main course was finished, the waiter cleared the plates and brought dessert wine that he casually mentioned, lightly swinging his glass by the stem. Miss Su, he said, his voice lower than usual, have you ever thought about hiring a professional bodyguard for yourself? Su Nianhe's hand holding the spoon paused slightly. She looked up at him. The delicate sound of the dessert spoon tapping the porcelain plate was faint but clear. Su Zakai met her gaze. The usual playful smile on his face faded a little, replaced by a rare seriousness. I know this might seem sudden, and maybe it makes me seem more annoying. But as you saw today, Mo Tianqiong's situation is just what's visible on the surface. 250 million. That number is enough to make many people hiding in the shadows take risks. You are no longer the person who could quietly run a breakfast shop and act low-key, Su Nianhe. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the few customers in the restaurant who looked ordinary but occasionally shot sharp glances at their table. His voice lowered further. Now, you're like the brightest light in the night sea. It will attract not only curious fish, but also bloodthirsty sharks. You might be able to handle one or two, but what if they come prepared or don't follow the rules? Su Nianhe listened silently. Su Zakai's words felt like cold needles stabbing her already anxious heart, overwhelmed by her wealth. She knew what he said was true. From the moment the auctioneer struck the gavel, she sensed the approaching danger. But she kept forcing herself not to think too much and focused on dealing with the immediate problem. She hesitated. I haven't thought about this before. And where can I find reliable people right now? In this area, I might have some suggestions. Suzuki leaned slightly forward, speaking quietly so only they could hear. I know some very reputable security companies, and I can recommend a few capable and trustworthy people. Not just for show, but real professionals who have handled complex situations. Of course, the final decision is yours. He didn't take everything into his own hands but offered advice and contacts, which made his words seem more trustworthy. Su Nyenha looked at him carefully. Outside the window, the city was filled with bright lights, reflected in his deep eyes. They flickered faintly, making it hard to tell if his kindness was genuine or if he had other motives. But the concern in his eyes seemed sincere, at least for now. She realized again that she had entered a completely unfamiliar world. Wealth brought not only power but also constant danger. Facing everything alone didn't seem wise. After finishing the last bite of her dessert, the sweet taste melted on her tongue, but she couldn't suppress the bitterness and alertness rising in her heart. She put down her spoon, gently wiped her mouth with a napkin, and finally met Suzuki's waiting gaze. Mr. Su, her voice returned to its usual calm, even with a hint of cautious distance. Thank you for your reminder. I will think carefully about this. When the security companies and the recommended contacts are ready, please send me the information. She didn't agree immediately, but chose to look at the information first. This was the safest decision she could make now. She wouldn't refuse help if needed, but also wouldn't easily trust her safety to someone still full of mysteries. Suzuki didn't seem surprised by her caution and nodded appreciatively. That's the right choice. Tomorrow, I will have my assistant send you the initial screened information. Rest assured, all are background checked, professional and reliable. He raised his glass and gently gestured to her. I wish Miss Su finds a suitable protector. After all, the road ahead is long. The glass lightly clinked, producing a clear sound. On this seemingly peaceful night, it sounded a warning bell and marked the start of a deeper game. Su Nyenha knew that from this moment on, she had to be more careful with every step she took. The next day, Old Huang and Meng Mingyuan came with Suyu, the director of the provincial museum, to handle the donation transfer with Su Nyenha. Suzuki didn't follow closely this time. Su Nyenha guessed he probably returned to Hong Kong. By the afternoon, all procedures were finally completed. Old Huang took the opportunity to advise her to buy some property or shops in the provincial capital and settle down firmly. But Su Nyenha kept refusing. Her profitable shops were all in the old county town, and she dared not move easily. Old Huang looked at her and finally sighed, not persuading further. But the disappointment in his eyes was clear. He thought she was still young, narrow-minded, and hadn't seen the bigger picture of development. After dealing with the trivial matters, Su Nyenha's mind was suddenly energized when she remembered the 250 million yuan in her bank account. She stopped a taxi and headed straight to the shopping street, thinking she needed to buy a few decent outfits for herself. She enjoyed shopping on the street. With such a large sum of money, she no longer had to worry about price tags. She visited several high-end stores she used to only window shop at, picked out a few sharp-cut, high-quality autumn and winter outfits, and bought a pair of soft, comfortable lambskin short boots. Seeing the attentive staff packing her items, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In the past, she could only look and never touch, often looked down upon by salespeople. Now, every salesperson was eager to serve her. Money truly was the best confidence booster. As she carried a few delicate shopping bags and stepped out of a well-known women's clothing store, she unexpectedly bumped into two people she least wanted to see, Zhao Manyan and her daughter, Su Nyenwei. Su Nyenwei also seemed to have just finished shopping, holding several bags, but the brands were clearly lower quality than those in Su Nyenha's hands. Su Nyenwei was arm in arm with her mother, her gaze initially on the display window, scrutinizing the items. When she saw Su Nyenha, especially the conspicuous luxury shopping bags she carried, her eyes widened in disbelief. Su Nyenha, Su Nyenwei's sharp voice rang out, filled with obvious suspicion and jealousy. What are you doing here? Buying these brands? Where did you get the money? Zhao Manyan also frowned, scrutinizing Su Nyenha from top to bottom. Su Nyenha, Dressed simply but with a healthy glow and bright eyes, exuded a calmness and confidence they had never seen before. Especially those expensive shopping bags, which made her eyes sting with envy. Wasn't this girl supposed to be hiding in some corner, taking care of that poor breakfast shop and living in poverty? Su Nianhe didn't want to argue with them. She said calmly, "Why can't I be here? Where my money comes from doesn't seem to be your business." With that, she tried to walk past them and leave. "Stop right there." Su Nianwei suddenly stepped forward and blocked her, her face twisting with jealousy. "Did you steal money from home? Otherwise, where did you get the funds to buy these?" "Mom, look at her. She must have secretly sold some of Dad's valuables." Zhao Manyun's face also darkened. "Nianhe, tell the truth. What's going on with this money? Our Su family's belongings are not something you can just take." She naturally believed Su Nianhe had taken money from the family, as in her mind, Su Nianhe had no other way to earn money. Su Nianhe found it amusing. "The family's belongings? They've been tightly controlled by you too. How could I possibly take anything? Please move aside." Her calm denial seemed like provocation and showing off to Su Nianwei. Thinking about her recent decision to marry the now paralyzed and bedridden young master of the Lu family, Lu Qingyu, for the sake of the family business, her future looked bleak. From a young age, Su Nianhe, her younger sister, had always been living a bright and glamorous life. Suddenly, a strong feeling of jealousy and resentment overwhelmed Su Nianwei's mind. She quickly grabbed Su Nianhe's wrist, her nails almost digging into her flesh, and lowered her voice to Zhao Manyun, saying, "Mom, we can't let her go. Look at how arrogant she is. She must have money. Anyway, the Lu family only needs a bride to bring good luck. They don't care who it is. Last time, they didn't let her come, but today she brought herself to the city. We should catch her and make her marry into the family. It saves me from suffering." Zhao Manyun's eyes flashed with a sharp light when she heard this. Yes, the Lu family was pushing hard, and Nianwei was crying and making a fuss all day. If they could use this annoying Su Nianhe as a substitute, it would satisfy the Lu family's demands, protect their cooperation, and she wouldn't have to sacrifice her own daughter. Plus, she might even get the money she didn't know where she had obtained. It was a perfect plan. With a wicked smile, Zhao Manyun signaled to two male bodyguards who were nearby, brought along by her family. The two tall and strong servants immediately stepped forward, blocking Su Nianhe's way from both sides, their faces showing hostility. "What are you trying to do? This is a shopping street." Su Nianhe was startled and shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of people around. However, Zhao Manyun pretended to pull her back kindly, with a worried look on her face. "Nianhe, why are you so disobedient? You're arguing with your sister again. Come home with Mom quickly. Don't embarrass us outside." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for few curious onlookers nearby to think it was a family argument, reducing their concern. The two bodyguards seized Su Nianhe's arms and forcefully dragged her toward a parked business car on the roadside. Her shopping bags scattered everywhere. Su Nianhe struggled desperately, but as a woman, her strength was no match for the two burly men. Zhao Manyun covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and she could only make muffled sounds. Fear and anger flooded her heart. She never imagined that this mother and daughter would dare to kidnap someone openly in the busy street. A sudden sinking feeling hit Su Nianhe. She wondered if Zhao Manyun was not her real mother, or else why would she be so cruel to her? In a daze, she suddenly remembered Su Zakai advising her to hire bodyguards. Regrets surged in her heart, but before she could act, she was already caught in the hands of this mother and daughter. She clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms, secretly vowing, as long as she could break free from this control, she would make this mother and daughter pay 100 times for today's humiliation. Just as Su Nianhe was about to be forcibly pushed into the car, a lazy yet cold voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, what scene is this? Kidnapping a young lady." Everyone was startled and looked toward the voice. They saw Su Zakai appear from nearby, leaning casually against his black Bentley, with his usual playful smile on his face, but his eyes were cold and sharp. Behind him stood two tall men in black suits with piercing gazes, obvious bodyguards, whose intimidating presence instantly calmed the scene. Su Nianwei looked up sharply at the sound, her eyes wide. This man was incredibly handsome. She then looked at the well-dressed bodyguards and the shiny black Bentley nearby, both exuding a sense of high status, making her heart race with admiration and infatuation. Zhao Manyun, seeing this, was stunned by the man's commanding aura. Her face changed, but she quickly tried to act calm. "Who are you?" "Mind your own business. This is my daughter. I'm taking her home." "Your daughter?" Su Zakai raised an eyebrow, walking slowly closer. His gaze fell on Su Nianha's restrained arm and pale face, and his expression grew colder. "Miss Su, do you want me to call the police? Or perhaps," he paused, looking at the two bodyguards. "Handle it directly." The two black-clad bodyguards immediately stepped forward, moving swiftly and with a sense of authority. Seizing the moment when her maid was distracted, Su Nianha suddenly broke free, ran to Su Zakai's side, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, they're trying to kidnap me." Zhao Manyun and Su Nianwei looked panicked at the sight. They didn't expect someone to suddenly appear, and it seemed to be someone quite powerful. Su Zakai protected Su Nianha behind him, looking at Zhao Manyun and her daughter with a mocking smile. "Kidnapping? That's a serious charge. Do you want me to contact a lawyer now, or should I take you two to the police station for a chat?" He pointed at the two panicked bodyguards. Seeing such an influential and handsome man defending Su Nianha, Su Nianwei's jealousy almost flared up, feeling even more unfair. She secretly thought, if I could get close to this man, who would still need to marry into the Liu family. Immediately suppressing all resentment, she pretended to be weak and gentle, then softly explained to Su Zakai, "Sir, you misunderstood. This is my younger sister. She left home without permission for several days. Our father is very worried and specifically asked us to bring her back as soon as we see her." After speaking, she gave a signal to the two male bodyguards, urging them to step forward. The two men were initially afraid of Su Zakai's presence and dared not act rashly. But seeing Su Nianwei's confident attitude, they thought she had some backing, so they gathered their courage and reached out to grab Su Nianha's arm. Su Zakai's eyes suddenly turned cold. Without needing to speak, his two bodyguards behind him moved as swiftly as predators. One of them precisely blocked the hand reaching for Su Nianha, while the other silently approached the two Su family bodyguards, casually placing a hand on their shoulders. In reality, he released a hidden force, causing the two men to grunt and turn pale, unable to move, as if caught in iron clamps. "Trying to fight in front of me?" Su Zakai's voice remained lazy, but carried an undeniable coldness. "It seems you all have no intention of keeping your dignity." He slightly tilted his head and instructed his assistant, Lao Chen, "Call the police. Say someone here attempted kidnapping but failed, and we caught the suspect." Lao Chen immediately nodded and took out his phone. When Zhao Manyun heard, "Call the police," and "attempted kidnapping," she was terrified, her face losing all color. She knew, even if she was foolish, that if this matter reached the police station and the man in front of her, who was clearly not to be trifled with, testified, they would be in big trouble. The reputation of the Su family would be ruined. Don't call the police," Zhao Manyun screamed, no longer caring about her manners. She hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We're leaving now." "We're leaving." She desperately pulled her daughter, who was still stunned and staring at Su Zakai with a mix of fear and envy. Su Nianwei was pulled roughly by her mother and staggered. But she still stubbornly glared at Su Nianha, who was protected tightly by Su Zakai.
Why?
Why could this girl always find someone to help her? "Hurry up and go," Zhao Manyun almost shouted, dragging her daughter with all her might. She looked nervously at Su Zakai. Then, with the two bodyguards finally released and grimacing while massaging their shoulders, they hurried into the car like frightened stray dogs. The engine roared unpleasantly as they sped away from the scene. The crowd watching the scene gradually dispersed when there was nothing more to see. Su Zakai then turned around and carefully looked at Su Nianha. "Are you okay?" Are you hurt anywhere? His tone softened, with a hint of gentle concern. Su Nianha shook her head. Her heart was still pounding, filled with fear after escaping danger and anger at the shameless actions of the mother and daughter. She looked at Su Zakai and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Su. If you hadn't arrived just in time, I'm afraid. Just in time? Su Zakai chuckled softly, interrupting her with a meaningful look. Miss Su, do you think I just happened to pass by the shopping street? Su Nianha was stunned. Su Zakai signaled his bodyguard to pick up the shopping bags scattered on the ground and said leisurely, I told you before, you are now the target of many. Since you left the hotel, someone has been following you. But the ones who are closest and the first to act are your own family. His tone carried a slight mockery. A cold sweat broke out on Su Nianha's back. So, her every move had been watched all along?
And Su Zakai.
He had known all along? I just think, until you find a suitable bodyguard, I can't just let something happen to you. Su Zakai spoke casually, as if it was a trivial matter. After all, we are partners now, right? He raised an eyebrow, with a teasing smile. Su Nianha felt a mix of emotions, grateful for his help and protection, but also uneasy about his constant attention. What exactly does he want from her? Is it really just cooperation? But no matter what, she owed him a favor today. Anyway, thank you very much. She nodded seriously, then took a deep breath as if making a decision. Mr. Su, there's no need to send more profiles for the bodyguard selection. I trust your recommendation. Please arrange one for me as soon as possible. This scare made her see the reality clearly. The danger brought by wealth was far beyond her imagination. She couldn't handle it alone. Su Zakai's influence could provide the protection she urgently needed. As for his purpose, she could only take it step by step and stay cautious. Su Zakai seemed very pleased that she was no longer hesitant. He nodded and said, A wise choice. I have already found the people I need. Tomorrow. No, tonight they will be ready. I guarantee they are professional and reliable, and, he paused meaningfully, they will never gossip. He looked at the still-shaken Su Nianha and said, Let's go. I'll take you back to the hotel. It's not safe to stay here too long. After sitting in the comfortable back seat of the car and watching the busy city pass by quickly outside the window, Su Nianha clenched her fists tightly. She needed to build her strength faster, so she could escape this passive situation, always needing to rely on others for protection.
Sao Manjun, Sunian Bei.
And that so-called Lu family. She remembered today's insult clearly. When Su Nianha returned to the hotel, she suddenly remembered another purpose of her trip to the provincial capital. Besides attending the auction, it was more important to buy a large amount of food and heating equipment for Xinyanji. Otherwise, in this cold winter of the Great Jin Dynasty, without enough supplies, many people might freeze or starve to death. Since she had received so many treasures from Xinyanji, she naturally wanted to do her best in this task. But now, because she suddenly showed so many treasures, she became the target of everyone's attention. Even Zhao Manyun and her daughter couldn't handle it. If a reckless robber appeared, she would be in even greater danger. It seemed she could only hold back until the bodyguards promised by Su Zakai arrived. She couldn't act rashly for now. Su Nianha felt at ease and stayed at the hotel for the night, planning to wait until the bodyguard sent by Su Zakai arrived the next day before starting the shopping. But just as dawn broke, after she finished grooming and was about to go downstairs for breakfast, there was a loud banging on her door. At first, she thought the bodyguards had arrived. She was happy and was about to open the door when she suddenly stopped. No, that wasn't right. Last night, when Su Zakai sent her a WeChat message, he also sent the details of the bodyguards. Chen Liheng, a former Special Forces soldier from Hong Kong City who had been a personal guard for wealthy people there. His monthly salary was 800,000. At first, she thought this price was too high, but then she realized that compared to her safety, this amount was nothing. She agreed and only asked for a 1-month trial. If he couldn't solve the problem, she would dismiss him immediately. Su Zakai also agreed to this. Someone like that wouldn't come knocking on the door in this way. Who could this person be? In a society governed by the rule of law, Are there still people brazen enough to come and provoke openly? Su Nianhe was just muttering to herself when the loud banging outside the door suddenly grew more intense. This time, it was mixed with her father Su Jiming's familiar, angry curses. Su Nianhe. Come out here, Su Jiming. How could I forget him? This so-called father of hers. It must be that Zhao Manyan and her daughter told him last night about coming to the provincial city, and today he's come knocking. This is troublesome. Recently, she's been busy exchanging supplies with Shen Yanji and forgot to ask him for a formal letter of disownment. Su Nianhe took a deep breath and unlocked the door. As soon as she opened it, a strong force pushed the door open suddenly, hitting the wall with a loud bang. But thinking it was a hotel, she believed he wouldn't dare cause trouble here, so she stepped forward and opened the door fully. Outside, standing with a pale face, was Su Jiming. Behind him were Zhao Manyan and Su Nianwei, both looking proud and resentful. Further back, four bodyguards stood neatly in a line. The two bodyguards who had been beaten yesterday were now rubbing their fists, glaring fiercely at Su Nianhe, clearly eager to settle the score from yesterday. Dad. Su Nianhe just managed to say one word. Su Jiming didn't give her a chance to speak. He pointed at her nose and shouted angrily, "You ungrateful traitor. Think you're so tough now? Daring to flirt with other men outside and even hitting your mother and sister? You've brought shame to the Su family." He didn't bother to find out the truth, directly accusing Su Nianhe, his voice echoing loudly in the hotel corridor.
I didn't.
They started it. Su Nianhe tried to explain.
Still dare to talk back.
Su Jiming's anger flared even more. He waved his hand and shouted at the two bodyguards behind him, "What are you standing there for? Grab this ungrateful girl and take her home for discipline." The bodyguards received the order, immediately sneering as they stepped forward, roughly grabbing Su Nianhe's arms from both sides, their strength making her cry out in pain. "Let me go. This is illegal detention." Su Nianhe struggled fiercely, but she was no match. They held her tightly, preventing her from moving. Other guests in nearby rooms heard the commotion and peeked out to watch. "Stop staring. This is family business. None of your concern." Su Jiming shouted loudly around him, trying to intimidate others with his presence. Soon, hotel security hurried over after hearing the noise. "Guests, what's going on? Please don't make loud noises or cause trouble in the corridor." Su Jiming immediately put on a look of deep sorrow and turned the blame onto the security guards. "Security, you're just in time. This is my daughter. She's young and not behaving well, ran out upset with the family, and is hanging out with the wrong crowd. We as parents are worried sick. We finally found her and want to take her home to discipline her, but she's not listening. What a family misfortune." His words, combined with Zhao Manyan pretending to cry nearby and Su Nianwei adding exaggerated details, created a scene of helpless parents trying to control their rebellious daughter. This made the security guards hesitate. Family matters are hard to judge, and the security guards felt stuck. "It's not like that. They're lying. They're trying to kidnap me," Su Nianhe shouted anxiously, but her mouth was covered by a bodyguard, making her voice unclear. Seeing this, Su Jiming's eyes flashed with pride. He signaled the bodyguard to quickly drag her away. Just when Su Nianhe was almost hopeless, thinking she might face the same trouble as yesterday, a figure appeared silently at the end of the corridor like a ghost, then suddenly entered the scene at an incredible speed. There were two muffled thuds, followed by two short cries of pain. The two bodyguards holding Su Nianhe, who hadn't even seen how the newcomer moved, suddenly felt sharp pain in their wrists, as if hit hard with a metal rod. They involuntarily loosened their grip, staggered back several steps, and looked at the newcomer with shock. A man dressed in a black tactical jacket, with a strong build and a cold face, stood in front of Su Nianhe. He moved as fast as lightning, acting cleanly and precisely, quickly resolving the situation. It was Chun Lifeng, a bodyguard sent by Su Zikai. He had just arrived, probably coming straight from the security passage without taking the elevator. "Miss Su, sorry I'm late." Chun Lifeng's voice was deep and steady, carrying a reassuring strength. He didn't even glance at Su Jiming and the others, as if they weren't a threat. Su Ziming was stunned by this sudden turn of events. When he reacted, he was furious.
Who are you?
How dare you interfere in the affairs of the Su family? Chen Lifeng slowly turned around, his cold gaze sweeping over Su Ziming's family. His eyes were sharp like an eagle, showing a professional inspection and a strong sense of authority. I am Miss Su Nianha's personal security advisor. Your actions have already involved illegal interference with another person's freedom. I have the right to take necessary measures to protect my client. His tone was formal but carried a powerful sense of intimidation. Who the heck are you, security advisor? She's my daughter. I can do whatever I want to control her, Su Ziming shouted loudly, though he looked a bit nervous when he saw Chen Lifeng's intimidating presence and the two bodyguards still groaning on the ground. According to the law, even parents have no right to illegally detain or harm their adult children. Chen Lifeng's voice remained cold. Do you want me to call the police now to decide if this is a family matter? When mentioning calling the police, Su Ziming and Zhao Manyun's faces changed again. They were hiding something and couldn't afford to be investigated. Chen Lifeng ignored them and slightly turned to Su Nianha. Miss Su, are you alright? Mr. Su asked me to follow your instructions. Su Nianha rubbed her aching arm, looking at Chen Lifeng, who was as steady as a mountain, then at the unpredictable, silent Su Ziming's family. A new confidence and satisfaction rose in her heart. She straightened her back and looked coldly at her so-called father. Mr. Su, I think there's no need to handle any family matters anymore. Please leave immediately, or I don't mind having my bodyguards you out or calling the police directly. With Chen Lifeng by her side, her words carried an unassailable strength. Su Ziming was trembling with anger, pointing at Su Nianha. You. But he finally dared not make a move. Zhao Manyun quickly held him back and whispered, Ziming, a brave man doesn't fight against the odds. Let's leave first. Su Nianwei watched Su Nianha and her impressive-looking bodyguard with a mix of fear and jealousy, her teeth almost grinding. In the end, Su Ziming's family left in a sorry state, embarrassed and under the watchful eyes of the surrounding guests. The corridor finally returned to peace. Su Nianha took a deep breath and sincerely thanked Chen Lifeng. Thank you, Chen Lifeng. Luckily, you arrived just in time. That's my duty, Miss Su. Chen Lifeng nodded slightly, appearing professional and respectful. From now on, I will be in charge of your security throughout the trip. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Seeing Chen Lifeng's calm and reliable demeanor, Su Nianha's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. With a professional person by her side, she could finally focus on her important tasks, buying the vital supplies and food for Shen Yan and the Dejing dynasty. After breakfast, Su Nianha was about to go shopping for food with Chen Lifeng when two figures approached at the hotel corridor's entrance, Old Huang and Meng Mingyuan. They seemed to have been informed by the hotel staff and hurried over. Old Huang was almost unsteady from rushing, and Meng Mingyuan, panting, pulled Su Nianha aside and looked her over carefully. Is everything okay? I heard your parents. Su Nianha sighed helplessly and had to set aside her shopping plans to lead the two to a tea room. She didn't hide anything and told them her story from childhood. Those overlooked details, the resources always given to her older sister first, and the absurdity of being forced back to marry someone she didn't want. Before she finished, Old Huang's face darkened. How can parents be like that? Their own daughter isn't a tool to be used and discarded. Meng Mingyuan also frowned. Even if they favor one child, it's impossible to ignore their own daughter's life entirely, unless you're not really their daughter, which doesn't make sense. Old Huang and Meng Mingyuan exchanged a look, both seeing the understanding and deeper anger in each other's eyes. Su Nianha's affection for her grandmother only confirmed the huge difference in how the Su couple treated their two daughters. Only the elderly, a generation apart, was willing to give her a little insignificant warmth. Meng Mingyuan paused thoughtfully, his tone gentler but more serious. Miss Su, I understand your feelings for your grandmother. But sometimes, an elderly person's kindness may come from more complicated reasons, such as guilt over a certain truth or trying to make up for their powerlessness to change the situation. This doesn't directly prove a blood relation. Old Huang was more impatient and said directly, Girl, Now is not the time for feelings. Old Meng is right. We believe your grandmother cares for you, but that's different from whether you are really born from Zhao Manyun's belly. If we want to find out the truth, we can't fool ourselves first. Su Nianha's face turned pale, and her fingers unconsciously clenched her clothes. Logically, she knew old Huang and Meng Mingyuan might be right. The details she had deliberately ignored now appeared very clearly in her mind. Zhao Manyun's obvious dislike when she looked at her, Su Ziming's occasional expressions that seemed to see her as a troublesome burden, the inconsistent stories about her birth date. All pointed to a frightening possibility. But emotionally, that last bit of connection to her, family, and the tiny hope in the words, biological, made her instinctively resist. Admitting it felt like she would become a rootless floating leaf. Chun Lihui stood quietly nearby, like a silent mountain. His job was to protect Su Nianha's safety, but at moments like this, involving a major emotional decision and a family mystery, he kept a professional distance. He only stayed alert, watching around carefully to make sure no one disturbed the conversation. Meng Mingyuan saw her struggle and slowed his tone. Nianha, I know this is hard to accept. But uncovering the truth isn't to deny your grandmother's kindness. It's to help you see your situation clearly and make the best decision for yourself. If you really aren't their biological daughter, then all the demands, harsh treatment, and even attempts to sell you to the Liu family over the years would be even harder to justify legally and morally. You could free yourself from them with a proper reason and no burden. This statement was like a strong shot of adrenaline, suddenly hitting Su Nianha hard. Yes. Why was she hesitating? Was she still hoping that the couple would suddenly have a change of heart and give her the love of a parent she had never known? Her grandmother's love was real, but her grandmother was no longer here. Now, the Su family was like an abyss to her. Was she really going back to the Su family? To have Su Nianhui marry into the Liu family for her? What she needed was a sharp sword to cut through all of this, and the truth was the sharpest of all. She took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, the confusion and struggle in her eyes had been replaced by cold determination. Teacher Meng, you're right, she said in a hoarse but clear voice. I need to find out the truth and get away from the Su family. Old Huang sighed in relief and nodded approvingly. Good. That's the right attitude. That's how you can achieve something big. Otherwise, if they find out you have so much money, they'll do anything to take it. Meng Mingyuan also nodded seriously and looked at Su Nianha. It's best if you can find biological samples from Su Ziming or Zhao Manyun, like hair, nails, or even a used water cup for DNA testing. That's the most direct evidence. Su Nianha's heart tightened. Getting samples from Su Ziming and Zhao Manyun wouldn't be easy. Their current plan was to make her go back and marry into the Liu family to strengthen the relationship between the Su and Liu families. They definitely didn't want to cut ties with her and would try hard to hide the fact that they weren't her biological parents. But there might still be a chance. I understand, she said firmly. I will find a way. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Zikai, brief and to the point. Chun Lihui has arrived? The Su family is causing trouble again? Su Nianha looked at the message, her eyes flickering slightly. Su Zikai's information was surprisingly quick. But right now, his influence might actually help her. She replied, Mr. Chun has arrived and handled the trouble promptly. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your concern. Also, there's something I might need your help with, an investigation that requires your connections. She carefully worded her message, briefly explaining Meng Mingyuan's discovery and her suspicions, and asked if he could provide some special channels to obtain DNA samples more quickly and discreetly. Not long after sending the message, Su Zikai called directly. Su Nianha walked to the side and answered. Su Nianha, your background is more interesting than I thought. Su Zikai's voice came through the receiver with a teasing tone. No wonder the Su family is so ruthless. I will help you investigate this. I'll have someone collect a sample, and as soon as I get the results, I'll tell you right away. His straightforwardness surprised Su Nianha, and she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su, why am I so eager to help? Su Zikai chuckled softly. I want to work with you. I have everything you might need in the future, and I also want what you have. Besides, a partner who is free of worries and has clear goals is better than one weighed down by family issues, right? And I'm also curious, what does the Su family really want to do with you? His reasons sounded reasonable, even a bit cold and calculating, which made Su Nianha feel slightly more at ease. Having a goal makes people more trustworthy than being aimless. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su. Mutual benefit, Su Zakai said calmly. Before you get the definite results, the Su family side, Chen Liheng will handle it. They won't bother you anymore. You can focus on your business. He emphasized the words business with a hint of meaning. Su Nianha's heart moved. He had always known about her large-scale procurement, but never asked about its purpose. This silent understanding made her grateful, but also more cautious. After hanging up, Su Nianha returned to the tea house and said to Old Huang and Meng Mingyuan, Mr. Su agreed to help investigate the DNA comparison. Old Huang and Meng Mingyuan were both surprised by Su Zakai's efficiency and support, but they didn't ask further. Since that's the case, let's leave it to Mr. Su. Nianha, if you have any important matters to handle now, go ahead. Old Huang and I will take our leave, Old Huang said. After saying goodbye to Old Huang and Meng Mingyuan, Su Nianha took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing her turbulent thoughts. Right now, helping the people of Dying Dynasty was the most important thing. Mr. Chen, please accompany me to rent a warehouse, Su Nianha said to Chen Liheng. Sure, Miss Su. Don't be so formal, just call me Liheng. Mr. Su said you're one of us. Chen Lifeng finished speaking without asking many questions. He efficiently took out his phone to check and contact a reliable storage company. Su Lingyi didn't expect Su Zakai to entrust Chen Lifeng with such a task. She didn't actually know him very well. What surprised her even more was that on the way to the warehouse, Chen Lifeng was driving a black BMW X5. These days, bodyguards drive such cars?
Su Lingyi secretly marveled.
Actually, she had already gotten her driver's license, but she never had the money to buy a car. Later, when she had over 200 million in funds, she considered buying a car, but thinking about Xin Yanji's situation made her more anxious, so she put it off. She never expected Chen Lifeng to be on duty with a car. Chen Lifeng seemed to notice her surprise and explained proactively, President Su entrusted me with protecting Miss Su completely. This car was also arranged by him. Su Lingyi felt a knot tighten in her heart. Was Su Zakai being too kind to her? Would a business partner care this much? Could he possibly have other intentions? Lost in her thoughts, Chen Lifeng's voice brought her back. Miss Su, we should leave now. She quickly snapped out of her thoughts, steadied herself, opened the car door, and got in. Thanks to Chen Lifeng's professional arrangements, renting a secure, relatively secluded warehouse on the outskirts of the city went smoothly. Su Lingyi paid 3 months' rent up front and received the keys. Next was the main task of this trip, shopping. Chen Lifeng drove the BMW X5 toward the largest grain and oil wholesale market in the province. The market was bustling with noise and the smell of rice, flour, and oil mixed together. Su Lingyi had a clear goal and directly found several of the largest wholesale merchants. Boss, I need a large quantity of rice, white flour, cornmeal, and various long-lasting beans, she said straightforwardly, handing over a pre-made list. The numbers on it made even experienced wholesale bosses slightly surprised. Miss, your order isn't for regular household use. The boss looked at Su Lingyi and the stern, formidable presence behind her, Chen Lifeng. Su Nianha calmly explained her well-thought-out plan, speaking in a steady tone with firm certainty. The price is fair, and I can pay the full amount today. I want all the goods delivered to this address today. She handed over the address of the warehouse. The shop owner's eyes lit up at the mention of full payment. He immediately put on a friendly smile. No problem. I'll give you the best wholesale price. Quality is guaranteed. I'll arrange for the delivery right away. After talking to several other suppliers, she ordered main grains, miscellaneous grains, and large quantities of salt and sugar, paid a large deposit, and repeatedly confirmed the delivery time and location. Chen Lifeng stayed just half a step behind Su Nianha, silent as a mountain. His sharp eyes scanned everyone nearby, assessing the environment to ensure safety. He seemed completely unbothered by her large-scale purchase of basic supplies, as if she was just buying a few cups of coffee. His professional attitude and disinterest in his employer's private matters made Su Nianhe feel a little more at ease, even amid her tension. After leaving the grain and oil market, they immediately headed to a large coal briquette factory. Compared to buying food, purchasing coal and coal-related items went more smoothly. Su Nianhe used the excuse of charitable donation to remote mountain areas to order a huge amount of coal briquettes and hundreds of simple iron stoves. The factory was very happy about such a big order and promised to send heavy trucks to deliver immediately. By sunset, all orders had been placed, and the payments flowed like water. Yet, Su Nianhe's eyes didn't blink. Compared to the treasures given by Shen Yanji, these funds could buy life-saving supplies, and that was more valuable. Miss Su, all the goods are expected to arrive at the warehouse within 3 hours, Chen Lifeng reported after gathering feedback from the suppliers. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Let's go to the warehouse and wait, Su Nianhe said as she got into the car, massaging her slightly swollen temples. Her body was tired, but her spirit was uplifted because she had accomplished this task. The vehicle headed toward the warehouse on the outskirts of the city. On the way, they remained silent. Chen Lifeng focused on driving, occasionally glancing at Su Nianhe and the vehicles behind through the rearview mirror. Su Nianhe looked out the window at the passing scenery, planning her next steps. Count the supplies, then find the right moment to store them in her bracelet space and quickly deliver them to Shan Yanji. With Chen Lifeng present, avoiding his steps to disappear requires careful planning. Soon after arriving at the warehouse, the delivery trucks began to arrive one after another. Chen Lifeng showed a high level of professionalism. He was not only responsible for checking the delivery list and supervising the unloading but also strictly controlled the warehouse entrance. He made sure that every vehicle and person entering was under surveillance and that they left quickly after unloading so they had no extra time to linger or spy. Inside the large warehouse, mountains of rice, flour, and oil were piled up on one side, while high stacks of coal and coal stoves formed 2 big rows. Su Yunhe looked at these supplies, imagining how they could help during the cold winter and dying, feeling a sense of achievement. The whole receiving process lasted several hours. When the last truck left and the warehouse door slowly closed and was locked, only Su Yunhe, Chen Lifeng, and the supplies filling most of the space remained. Miss Su, all the goods have been checked and received correctly according to the order, Chen Lifeng reported after the final inspection. Thank you, Lifeng. I couldn't have done this so efficiently and safely without you today. Su Yunhe sincerely thanked him. Without Chen Lifeng, she wouldn't have been able to complete everything so smoothly on her own. It's my duty. Chen Lifeng nodded slightly. What are your plans next? Do you need me to back to the hotel? Su Yunhe looked at the supplies in front of her and paused for a moment. She needed to stay here alone to finish the final steps. Not for now. Chen Lifeng, you've worked hard today. I want to double-check the accounts here, which might take some time. Can you wait outside in the car?
Or
rest at the door? I'd like to be alone for a little while. She tried to make her tone sound natural. Chen Lifeng's gaze seemed to flicker slightly, but he didn't question and immediately nodded. Okay, I'll wait outside the warehouse. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, he turned decisively and walked toward the warehouse door. His tall figure disappeared outside, carefully closing the door from the outside and leaving a small gap for emergencies, but completely blocking the view from inside. Su Yunhe let out a breath of relief. Chen Lifeng's thoughtfulness and sense of propriety once again exceeded her expectations. She quickly walked to the center of the warehouse, her eyes fixed on the pile of supplies in front of her. She took out a wooden sign from her bag, clenched it slightly with her fingertips, took a deep breath, and focused all her energy. She aimed at all the supplies in the warehouse and clearly said, "Collect." Before she finished speaking, an incredible scene suddenly happened. The large pile of supplies, enough to support thousands of people through the cold winter, disappeared in the blink of an eye. The empty warehouse seemed as if the supplies had never been there. A sense of unprecedented fullness came from the space of the wooden sign. Su Nianhe suppressed her excitement, carefully sensed the supplies inside the space, confirmed everything was correct, and then deliberately stayed a little longer in the warehouse, making faint sounds of flipping through papers. Only then did she walk toward the door. She pushed open the warehouse door and saw Chen Lifeng standing a few steps outside, alert and guarding. "Lifeng, I'm ready. Let's go back to the hotel." Chen Lifeng turned around, quickly and professionally scanning the empty warehouse behind her. His face showed no change, as if the warehouse was supposed to be empty. "Yes, Miss Su." He didn't doubt her and calmly opened the car door for her. As she got into the car, Su Nianhe took one last look at the warehouse. The supplies were ready. Once back in the county town, the breakfast shop could be moved again, and the supplies would be delivered into De Jing Shunyan's hands. Thinking of this, Su Nianhe felt at ease and returned to the hotel. Chen Lifeng saw her off and said, "Miss Su, I live right next door. If you need anything, just send a message or call." Next door? Could it be that Su Zakai has returned to Hong Kong? Was the thing about asking him to help with the paternity test for Su Jiming and Zhao Mannion a lie? Chen Lifeng noticed the change in Su Nianhe's face and added, "President Su did return to Hong Kong last night, but your matter has already been arranged. Today, I will have someone send your hair sample, and the paternity test will be ready tomorrow." He told her, "Don't go back to the county town tomorrow, or all the money you earn will go into the Su family's pocket." Su Nianhe felt speechless. When did this happen?
She didn't even know.
Is Chen Lifeng really her bodyguard, or is he someone else's? "Miss Su, don't worry about anything. You must trust Mr. Su. He genuinely cares about you," Chen Lifeng continued to explain. His explanation only made Su Nianhe more nervous. Su Zakai suggested hiring bodyguards. Was it truly for her safety, or was he just trying to watch over her? But now, she couldn't think about that. She really needed to find a way to deal with the Su family. She wondered if she should go back to the county town. Su Nianhe was a bit worried. She had been out for a few days, and Shen Yanji was getting anxious about the food supply. Chen Lifen's words made sense. She should stay in the provincial city and wait for the DNA test results. As she was thinking, the wooden tag in her bag vibrated. She saw Shen Yanji enter her small courtyard inside the space of the wooden tag, looking happily at a large pile of food. How did he get in? Su Nianhe found it hard to believe. But since he could come in, he could leave too. It would be great if she could just let him take the food, so she wouldn't have to go back to the county town. Her mind was filled with shock, but she tried to stay calm on the outside. She quickly nodded to Chen Lifeng. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Lifeng. I want to rest early tonight. I won't bother you if there's nothing urgent. Good night, Miss Su. If you need anything, just message me," Chen Lifeng said softly, then turned and went into the next room. Su Nianhe immediately closed and locked her door, rushing to the innermost part of the room, away from the door. She took out the warm wooden tag again and focused her mind. She silently thought, "Go in." Suddenly, a strange feeling of weightlessness surrounded her. The scene outside the hotel blurred and faded like a receding tide. In the next moment, her feet touched solid ground, and she was inside the small courtyard of the wooden tag space. The first thing she saw was the mountain of grain bags and supplies, more impressive than what she had seen with her mind outside. It took up most of the courtyard. In front of this mountain of supplies, Shen Yanji, dressed in a black dragon-patterned uniform, stood with a tall, straight posture, his back to her. He looked up at the miraculous scene, still seeming overwhelmed. Perhaps he heard the noise behind him, because Shen Yanji suddenly turned around. Their eyes met, and both were stunned. Especially Shen Yanji, his tired expression mixed with surprise and joy, making his emotions very vivid. His deep eyes suddenly widened, clearly reflecting Su Nianhe's figure. As if in disbelief, he instinctively took a small step forward, his voice hoarse and low with excitement.
"Misu?"
"Is it really you?" His eyes brightened first, then his gaze swept over everything in the yard, full of confirmation. "Is this yard yours? During these days, all the supplies here were secretly prepared by you for me?" "Yes," Su Nianhe nodded, but her fingertips quietly clenched the hem of her clothes. She asked directly, but how did you get in? Su Nianhe wanted to understand the secret behind it. I don't know. He frowned slightly, recalling what just happened. It was the same as usual earlier. I knocked a few times at the door, but didn't hear you answer. Just as I was about to turn and leave, in the blink of an eye, you were already standing here. Su Nianhe's eyes flickered slightly. Did you come alone? No. He immediately shook his head, instinctively turning to look behind him. The certainty in his voice suddenly faded, leaving only confusion. I brought a team of people and a few personal guards followed. Where are they? Shenyanji was completely unaware that, at this moment, the guards and soldiers he brought to the dying court had already fallen into chaos. They were guarding in front of a familiar door at the entrance of the blue stone path, but they didn't see Su Nianhe's breakfast open. Instead, they only saw the prince who had been standing in front of them just moments ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had vanished into thin air right in front of that door. On the blue stone path, more than a dozen people were anxiously pacing back and forth, looking at each other with faces full of panic and confusion. Shun Yenji realized something was wrong when Su Nianhe asked, and suddenly understood why he was the only one who had come in. Su Nianhe knew there must be a reason, so she asked, "Young Master Shin, did you bring anything with you?" Seeing her question, Shin Yenji understood there was a reason behind it. He quickly emptied all the items he carried, but apart from some scattered silver coins, there was nothing else. Su Nianhe also found it strange. In ancient times, anyone could enter the breakfast shop, but why could only he get into this space? She also wanted to ask how he managed to get in, because this space shouldn't allow just anyone to enter. Otherwise, her secrets would be completely exposed. But now she was very disappointed. Shenyanji was not someone who lied. When he said there was nothing, there really was nothing. How did he get pulled in? Without knowing the reason, he couldn't get out either. While Su Nianhe was puzzled, she noticed a token attached to Shenyanji's belt. "Young Master Shin, please take that token off so I can see it." Shenyanji was a bit confused but still took the token from his waist and handed it over. Su Nianhe took the smooth, tentacle-like token. The feeling on her fingertips made her heart jump. She immediately took out her own wooden token and placed both side by side for a careful comparison. Under the light, the color, patterns, and even the gentle shine that comes with age on both tokens were surprisingly similar. Although one token had a dragon carving on one side and a phoenix on the other, and her wooden token depicted the courtyard and a rose, their material was clearly the same. Su Nianhe looked up at Shin Yenji with surprise and doubt. "Young Master Shin, look at these two tokens. Their material seems exactly the same." Shun Yenji leaned in to examine closely, a look of shock on his face. He took both tokens and gently rubbed their surfaces, feeling the identical texture and the faint, indescribable warmth they emitted. Indeed, if not for the different shapes and carvings, they're almost like twins. He looked up, his eyes shining as he gazed at Su Nianhe. "Miss Su, where did you get this wooden token?" Su Nianhe's mind raced. This was no coincidence. She suppressed her rising emotions and asked back, "Young Master Shin, where did you get this token? It seems to be the key to entering this place." Shin Yenji's expression suddenly became complex and deep. He stared at the token in his hand, unconsciously tightening his grip as if holding onto a heavy, precious memory. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice, with a hint of hoarseness and nostalgia. "This item is the only keepsake my mother left me." He paused, seemingly calming his mind, then continued. "Before she died, she gave me this token and repeatedly told me it was extraordinary, a family heirloom, and related to a great secret. She told me to keep it safe. She said, perhaps in a future life and death crisis, it could help me find a way to survive." His gaze returned to the token, with a tone filled with confusion and certainty that even he couldn't fully understand. "I've always carried it close, never letting it go, but I don't know what extraordinary power it holds. Until today, until this moment, when I entered your strange world and compared it with this wooden token. Could it be that what Mother called a glimmer of hope is actually here? Is it in you?" And in this space, his eyes shifted from the token to Su Nianhe, filled with disbelief and a sense of destiny and curiosity. Su Nianhe's heart was also filled with turbulent waves. A family heirloom? A matter of life and death? A glimmer of hope? The token and her wooden sign had such a deep connection. Could it be that this space, which connects two worlds and stores treasures, is not unique? Maybe it shares the same origin as the token in Xinyan's hand, or has some profound link she is yet to understand. All of this seemed far more complicated and destined than she had imagined. She was about to ask her maternal ancestors about the origins when she suddenly saw Xinyan's face change slightly. Oh no, my guards are still outside. I need to go out and talk to them first. Hearing this, Su Nianhe's heart tightened. Indeed, there was still a group of people outside. If they found the master suddenly gone, it would cause a big commotion. She quickly handed him the token and said, "You must go. Focus on thinking about going out, and you should be able to return to where you just disappeared. You can explain the food situation to them later." Shan Yan nodded, looked at her deeply, then glanced around the courtyard filled with supplies. His expression was complex, full of gratitude, shock, and a strange thrill as if touching the threads of fate. He said nothing more, closed his eyes, and concentrated. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished in front of Su Nianhe, like steam evaporating, disappearing without a trace. In the small courtyard, only Su Nianhe remained. Zheng, at the Qingstone Street entrance. The guards were anxiously like ants on a hot pan, almost unable to resist rushing forward to break down the strange door. Suddenly, the light and shadow seemed to flicker slightly. The third prince, who had just vanished into thin air, reappeared perfectly fine, standing in front of the door as if he had never left, with a look of lingering surprise and confusion on his face. "Your Highness, you just now." The chief guard quickly stepped forward, his voice trembling with surprise and joy. He looked up and down at Shen Yanji, worried he might be missing a hair. Shen Yanji quickly masked his unusual expression and returned to his usual calm. He raised his hand to stop everyone's excited questions, looked at all his trusted followers, and spoke in a steady voice. "I saw Miss Su just now. She has already prepared a lot of supplies for me. You just need to handle the handover." The accompanying guards and soldiers were all shocked. Earlier, that door hadn't moved at all, so how could the prince say he saw Miss Su? And that she had already prepared food and supplies for him? Shen Yanji didn't explain further. He only told everyone with a surprised look, "We'll discuss this later. First, get the supplies." After saying that, he clenched the token in his hand and turned to walk toward the tightly closed door. The guards watched his figure suddenly disappear in front of the door. Someone hurried to follow but bumped hard into the cold door, grimacing in pain. When Shen Yanji re-entered the space, he saw Su Nianhe's slightly anxious but bright eyes. She didn't say much, just quickly pointed to the pile of grain bags. "Quick, let's see if we can send the food out directly from here." Her voice was a little tight with urgency. Shen Yanji understood immediately. He suppressed the rising waves in his heart caused by this strange world and stepped forward quickly. Together, they lifted a heavy bag of rice. Su Nianhe focused her mind, guiding her thoughts connected to the space, and tried hard to push the bag toward the seemingly invisible but connecting passage between the two worlds. A miracle happened. The bag of grains seemed to be swallowed by water the moment it touched the passage, suddenly disappearing. Outside the door, on the Qingstone Street of Dying, the guards, anxiously waiting, suddenly heard a muffled thud. A large sack marked with strange symbols, production date and manufacturer info, appeared out of nowhere, falling heavily onto the open space in front of the door, stirring up some dust. Everyone was stunned. They instinctively took a step back, staring in amazement at the grain sack that seemed to fall from the sky. Before they could react, more sacks, second, third, and many more, were thrown out one after another, as if an invisible giant hand was continuously tossing them from the still-closed door. Soon, they piled up into a small mountain.
This
is. The chief guard was stunned, unable to speak for a moment. "Your Highness's divine power."
Immortelle technique.
"Quickly, assist." count, and store the supplies. The well-trained guards and soldiers quickly suppressed their shock and joy, acting swiftly. They formed a human chain, efficiently moving bags of grain onto nearby carts. Their movements were fast and steady. Aside from heavy breathing and occasional awe-inspired exclamations, no one made noise. Only reverence for the miracle before them and deeper loyalty to the third prince flowed silently. They had thought the emperor sent this out-of-favor prince to the border just to pass the time, expecting little more. But they were surprised by this great gift. Su Nianhe and Shen Yanji worked together more smoothly than before. She mainly guided and pushed, while Shen Yanji, with his strong build, handled most of the heavy lifting and tossing. He rolled up his black uniform sleeves to his elbows, revealing sturdy forearms. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes shone brighter, full of excitement and strength like never before. That's enough. Miss Su, stop for now. After another batch of supplies was successfully sent out, Shen Yanji raised his hand to stop. His breathing was slightly hurried, but his gaze was intense as he looked at Su Nianhe. This is enough to ease the urgent situation and stabilize the army and people's morale.
You
Must not overexert yourself. He noticed Su Nianhe's face turning slightly pale, clearly exhausted from repeatedly using her space powers. Su Nianhe indeed felt a faint dizziness, as if her energy had been drained a little. She followed his advice and stopped, leaning against a pile of grain to catch her breath. Shen Yanji looked at her, a trace of concern and gratitude flashing in his eyes. He paused silently, his fingertips trembling slightly, then took a small jewelry box from his and gently handed it to Su Nianhe. Su Nianhe was puzzled, unsure why Shen Yanji suddenly gave her a gift. The last treasure box from Yan Jingshao and the calligraphy he collected were enough to offset these supplies. But she couldn't help but be curious and accepted it. Who doesn't love money? She simply wanted to buy more supplies for him. As she opened the box, a rich red color caught her eye, an exceptionally rare ruby. Its luster shimmered, mesmerizing anyone who looked at it. This is what Shen Yanji gave you. It's a gift from my father to my mother, which I am now passing on to you. Thank you for everything you've done for the great Jin dynasty, Shen Yanji said emotionally. Su Nianhe was slightly stunned as she looked at the shining red gemstone inside the box. She looked up at Shen Yanji, whose usually calm eyes now reflected the gentle light in the room and her own image, showing a complex and serious emotion she had never seen before. Young Master Shen, she spoke softly, her voice clear in the quiet space, you have already paid enough. The paintings and treasures are very valuable in today's world, far beyond the worth of these grains.
We
have made a fair deal, and you don't need to give more. It's different, Miss Su, Shen Yanji interrupted gently but firmly. He stepped forward and pushed the box closer to her, almost touching her fingertips. This is a gift, a token of thanks, a gesture of gratitude. It's from me personally, and on behalf of the soldiers and common people who will survive because of you, I thank you. His gaze fell on the ruby, with a hint of nostalgia. It may be precious, but compared to your timely help and the hope you've brought to me and the great Jin, it's insignificant. Please accept it, or I will feel uneasy. His words were sincere and passionate, with a plea that left no room for refusal. Su Nianhe looked at his determined eyes and sensed a deeper emotion, perhaps even he himself was unaware of, beyond simple gratitude. She paused for a moment. She realized this was not just a gift, but a symbol of a serious promise and connection. Refusing it might hurt the fragile and strong bond that had just formed through their shared secret. Finally, she reached out and took the heavy box. The dazzling glow of the ruby shimmered on her fingertips. All right, I accept. Thank you, young Master Shen, she said with a slight smile, easing her earlier fatigue. And thank your mother for leaving such a meaningful gift. Seeing her accept it, Shen Yanji's tense jaw seemed to soften a little, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. He wanted to say more but noticed that Su Nianhe's figure trembled slightly, and her face looked even paler than before. Miss Su, he instinctively reached out to steady himself, frowning. Your face looks bad. Is it because of earlier? It's nothing. Su Nian has steadied herself, shook her head, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Maybe I transferred too many things at once and overexerted myself. A rest will do. She felt an unprecedented weakness, as if her energy had been completely drained, making it hard just to stand. Shen Yanji's concern deepened. We shouldn't stay here long. I need to leave immediately to handle the situation, check supplies, and organize distribution. He looked at her weak state, worried. How will you go back? Do you need my help? Su Nianhe forced a smile. I have my own way to get back. You should go quickly. The people outside are probably waiting anxiously. She had to wait for him to leave first before she could feel safe returning to the hotel. Shen Yanji looked at her deeply, as if trying to remember her exhaustion in his heart. He said nothing more, just clasped his fists solemnly and gave a very respectful bow. No need to thank me for this great kindness. Nianhe, be careful in everything. After I finish the urgent tasks, I will try to contact you again. This time, he called her by her name, no longer the distant Miss Su. After that, he didn't delay further, clutching the token tightly and focusing his mind. Wait, Su Nianhe suddenly called out to him. She had been so busy delivering food and medicine that she forgot the most important thing, warm clothing. Shen Yanji turned around at her voice, with a hint of confusion in his brows. Miss Su, is there something else? I forgot to tell you about the warming supplies. Su Nianhe raised her hand and pointed to the coal stove and coal balls in the corner, her tone tinged with apology. But over here, Shen Yanji's gaze fell on the empty corner, full of concern. What about your side? I'm fine. Su Nianhe waved her hand, her tone firm. These coal balls, the stove, and the coal tongs need to be sent to your side first. She then picked up the 3 items and explained how to use them carefully. Shen Yanji had seen coal before, but he never thought coal could be made into coal balls to be used with such simple stoves. Fortunately, Su Nianhe explained the key points in just a few words, and he understood everything immediately. Next, Su Nianhe closed her eyes and focused her mind, sending the items over one by one. After finishing, her body swayed, and her face instantly turned pale. She was clearly exhausted. Shen Yanji saw this, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes, but he only sighed softly. In the end, he turned and walked away, his steps unsteady. After confirming he had left, Su Nianhe nearly slumped against the remaining bags of grain, gazing at the sparkling ruby in her hand with mixed feelings. Today's events were too shocking. The secret of the space was shared with another person in this way, and that person also possessed a token that could resonate with the space. Is this a blessing or a curse? Tiredness flooded over her like a wave. She dared not stay long in the space, forcing herself to focus her last bit of mental strength.
Go back.
As soon as the thought formed, a feeling of weightlessness hit her again. In the blink of an eye, the scene of the hotel wrapped around her once more. She was still standing in the middle of the room, as if she had never moved. Only the cold, beautiful box in her palm and the strong sense of weakness inside her proved that everything just now was not a dream. She staggered a few steps and collapsed onto the soft big bed, almost too exhausted to move a finger. Just as her eyelids grew heavy and were about to close, she seemed to hear a very faint, deliberately lowered voice outside the door. How is she? Su Zakai's voice came through the phone, with a barely noticeable tension. Mr. Su, are you talking about Miss Su? Chun Li Hui responded immediately, confirming.
Yes.
Su Zakai's reply was brief, but carried an undeniable concern. Nothing unusual. Chun Li Hui honestly replied. Other than her large-scale purchase of supplies like last time in Port City, she hasn't done anything special. What about the supplies she bought? Su Zakai asked with a more curious tone. They are all stored in a separate warehouse, as she requested.
Oh.
Su Zakai responded lightly, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. By the way, Mr. Su, Chun Li Hui suddenly remembered something and added, Miss Su seems eager to return to the county town. Really? Su Zakai paused, then his voice grew a bit doubtful. So her deal is indeed at that breakfast shop? But how did she get those supplies there? That last question was filled with lingering confusion. Su Nianha's breathing suddenly stopped, and her sleep was instantly disturbed. Su Zakai, he was still suspicious of her, and even the bodyguard he had hired, Chen Li Hui, was sent to monitor her every move. Last night, Su Zakai returned to the provincial city. Did he stay next door with Chen Li Feng, or just report by phone? It seems he knows everything about her large-scale procurement and storage in the warehouse, even guessing accurately that she was using a breakfast shop in the county to trade with others. Right now, he is most confused about how she transported the supplies, but he would never guess that she doesn't need transportation at all. A cold shiver runs down her spine, not just because of the uncomfortable feeling of being watched, but also because of Su Zakai's sharp and almost frightening insight and relentless curiosity. She forces herself to breathe lightly, listening carefully to catch more information. The sounds from next door fade, becoming faint and broken, making it hard to hear clearly. She only catches that Chen Lifeng responded with yes, President Su, I will keep paying attention, and then the conversation seems to end. The room falls silent again, but Su Nianha's heart can no longer stay calm. Su Zakai is like an invisible net quietly tightening around her. He is only curious about where the supplies are going now, but if he finds out more extraordinary clues, the consequences could be terrible. She must be more careful. Fortunately, she can now directly transfer with Shen Yanzi using space magic. He cannot trace her, but she can't use the breakfast shop line for now. She looks at the shimmering red gemstone in her hand, still remembering Shen Yanji's serious and grateful eyes. The connection to the ancient world and the secrets of space are too precious and strange. She absolutely cannot let Su Zakai discover them. In the modern world, Su Zakai is watching closely. In the ancient world, Shen Yanji has just experienced a miracle, and whether it will bring good or bad remains unknown. She feels like she is standing on two dangerous wires, needing extreme caution and balance. Once again, exhaustion hits her like a huge wave. This time, she cannot resist. She even forgot to drink the spiritual spring water during her busy day. Su Nianha sighs at her own foolishness, but her body is pushed to the limit, and her consciousness slowly sinks into darkness. Her last thought before falling asleep is, she must get the paternity test as soon as possible, cut all ties with the Su family using Su Zakai's influence, and then find an excuse to dismiss Chen Lifeng. She doesn't want to be watched by someone like Su Zakai. At the dying dynasty border military camp, the large amount of heaven-sent food and supplies brought back by Shen Yanji has caused an unprecedented sensation. Soldiers and villagers rushing to see the pile of pure white rice, completely different from the coarse rice they usually see, the strange packaging of refined salt, and the odd coal and iron stoves they had never seen before, all stared in amazement and discussed eagerly, seeing them as miracles. If not for Prince Shen Yanji's noble status and his fierce guards keeping order, the scene might have gotten out of control. Shen Yanji suppressed the many feelings in his heart and remained very calm. He did not explain much about where the food came from, only saying that he had help from a wise person to save the country from danger. He personally directed his trusted soldiers to give some of the food and medicine first to the wounded and the most suffering villagers, and ordered fires to be made for cooking. When steaming bowls of fragrant rice porridge were handed out to cold and hungry soldiers and villagers, many burst into tears, kneeling to thank the third prince and shouting, "Long live the prince," and "Heaven has eyes," with voices echoing everywhere. By this time, Yan Jingxiao could stand and walk on his own. His gratitude to Su Nianha was so strong that words could not fully express it. He stayed nearby, repeatedly asking about Su Nianha's situation, his tone urgent and serious. "I will go personally to thank her face to face. I must thank Miss Su." But when Shen Yanji told him that Nianha's breakfast shop had already closed and that he had only managed to meet Su Nianha through special means, and that others could no longer find her, Yan Jingxiao's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Before he could recover, old General Yan and a group of officers hurried over. As soon as they entered, they bowed to Shen Yanji and expressed their thanks sincerely. Seeing these hopeful faces, Shun Yenji's heart grew even more grateful to Su Nianhe, mixed with a strange sense of destiny. He carefully selected a few clever and reliable soldiers to demonstrate how to use the honeycomb coal stove and how to light the coal balls, following the quick instructions Su Nianhe had given before she left. When the small iron stove emitted steady, strong heat, dispelling the cold, everyone gasped in amazement again. This method was much easier and more durable than burning wood or ordinary coal, and it produced less smoke and dust. This item is called honeycomb coal and coal stove, also a gift from Miss Su, designed to help withstand the cold. Be sure to use caution and pay attention to ventilation. Shun Yenji carefully explained the precautions and ordered priority to be given to the tents where the elderly, women, and children gathered, as well as the wounded soldiers' camp. Everything was arranged properly, and it was already late at night. Shun Yenji returned to the temporary command tent and dismissed his attendants. Inside the tent, the candle flickered, casting shadows on his tired but bright eyes. He stood alone in the tent, took out a smooth, warm token from his pocket, and repeatedly rubbed his fingers over its patterns, his gaze distant, lost in thought. He sat quietly until after midnight. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. Soon after, a bloodied soldier pushed aside the curtain and entered, kneeling on one knee, voice trembling with urgency. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The enemy launched a surprise night attack." Shun Yenji snapped back to awareness, clenched the token, and stood up. "What is the situation in battle? The soldiers are wearing warm clothes to fight the cold, but they can't withstand the enemy's swords, spears, and arrows." The soldier's throat moved as he spoke, voice growing more strained. "Casualties are heavy. General Yen ordered you to retreat immediately. It's too late if you wait any longer." Hearing this, Shun Yenji's pupils shrank suddenly. A cold wave shot from his feet to his head, instantly dispelling the fatigue from days of fighting and the slight relief caused by the arrival of supplies. "How many enemies are there? From which direction are they coming?" His voice was cold and steady as he walked quickly outside the tent, grabbing the sword leaning nearby. "A dark mass, too many to count clearly, but definitely more than our current troops can handle. The main force is coming from the northern canyon, and a small group of cavalry is circling around to set fires. The camp is already in chaos." The soldier's voice was hoarse, filled with despair. "Your Highness, you must leave. Old General Yen said to keep the Green Mountains. There's always firewood. Better to survive than to fight to the death." "Nonsense," Shun Yenji interrupted sharply, his eyes burning with icy fire. "If Jin City falls, the northern border will be exposed, and the enemy's iron hooves will march straight into the central plains. I cannot abandon the city. Gather all able-bodied guards and follow me to face the enemy." He pushed aside the tent flap. The cold wind, carrying distant shouts, clashes of weapons, and piercing screams, hit him. The flames reflected an ominous red in the northern sky. Yen Jingxiao had also arrived after hearing the news. His injury was not fully healed, his face pale, but he had already donned armor, holding a spear tightly, with a resolute look. "Your Highness, I will go with you." "Your injury?" Shun Yenji frowned. "I won't die." Yen Jingxiao clenched his teeth. "One more person means one more strength. We must not let the barbarians cross Jin City." Shun Yenji looked at him deeply, said nothing more, and nodded firmly. "Good. Jingxiao, take a team and make sure the western camp stays steady to prevent the fire from spreading. Also, organize the civilians and wounded to retreat south. I will go to the main battlefield in the north. Be careful, Your Highness." Yen Jingxiao cupped his fists, then immediately turned and ordered the troops to move out. Shun Yenji mounted his horse again, leading hundreds of personal guards, rushing like a sharp sword toward the fiercest fighting in the northern camp. The scene before him was like. Although the soldiers wore thick cotton clothes to block some of the cold, the enemy's long-planned fierce attack exposed their disadvantages in equipment and numbers. The barbarians fought fiercely, using the firelight and chaos to attack wildly. The soldiers of Dejing fought desperately, but more and more fell, their blood staining the white rice grains they had just received, mixing with mud and snow. Shocking to see. Shin Yanji's eyes nearly burst with rage. He shouted loudly, swinging his sword into the enemy ranks. He used all his strength, fighting fiercely with swift sword moves. Wherever he went, enemies fell to the ground. His personal guards were also brave and fearless, protecting him tightly. They tore a gap in the chaos, temporarily stabilizing the collapsing defense line. Form a formation. Spearmen in front. Archers cover. Don't panic. Shin Yanji's voice cut through the noisy battlefield, calm and commanding. The surviving soldiers heard his voice, as if they found their backbone. They instinctively moved toward him, trying to reorganize a solid defense. The battle was extremely fierce. Every second, people were injured or killed. Shin Yanji saw a young soldier, who had just shown gratitude for hot porridge, suddenly pierced through the chest by an enemy spear. He saw an old soldier handing out coal stoves, shouting angrily as he rushed to protect a few frightened new soldiers, sacrificing himself in the process. His heart ached painfully, but he could only turn his grief into even stronger fighting spirit. After defeating a group of enemies, Shin Yanji, protected by others, reached the wounded camp. The wounded camp was located further back, but it was also affected by stray arrows and scattered soldiers rushing in. The army's doctors and assistants were panicked, with the number of injured increasing rapidly. Traditional medicine and first aid methods couldn't keep up. Shin Yanji shouted loudly, ordering his guards to move all the medicines given by Su Nianhe to a clear area in the wounded camp. The flickering firelight reflected bright, strange-looking packages, standing out against the bloody, brutal battlefield around them. Quick! Use these medicines. Shin Yanji's voice was urgent and firm. He grabbed a packet of Yunnan Baiyao, tore it open, and showed how to use it by sprinkling the powder on a soldier's bleeding wound nearby. Use this white powder to stop the bleeding. And these, he quickly picked up iodine swabs, clumsily but firmly breaking one end to soak the cotton with iodine, then applying it to another soldier's torn skin, to disinfect and prevent infection. And these capsules, feed them to the soldiers with high fever that won't go down. His direct actions and commands were like throwing a stone into a hopeless pond. The doctors and soldiers who had already given up hope, as if clutching at a last straw, immediately rushed to use the miracle medicines. The doctors didn't expect Shin Yanji to use these special medicines to save ordinary soldiers, because they had seen how these medicines had saved Yan Jingshao when he was nearly dying. At first, they hesitated, afraid to act. But when Shin Yanji gave the orders again, they snapped into action. As the white powder quickly slowed the heavy bleeding to a trickle, as the brown liquid was applied, the twisted faces of the wounded eased a little from the pain, as the severely injured, who were already doomed and burning with fever, took the strange capsules. Their breathing seemed to stabilize, and some even muttered for water. Everyone was filled with gratitude toward Shin Yanji. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness saved my life. Quick! Over here. This brother's leg is almost broken. Use this white powder and disinfectant. Every wound needs to be treated. The wounded camp was filled with shouts of pain, relief, and urgency. Limited modern medicines were being used desperately, and every successful stop of bleeding or relief from pain greatly boosted morale. These gifts from another time were fighting fiercely to save lives in this darkest moment, snatching them back from death. Shin Yanji watched the scene, feeling a little calmer but more anxious. The supplies of medicine were decreasing visibly fast. A few boxes of Yunnan Baiyao powder were almost gone. A single iodine swab was used up after another. The amoxicillin capsules also rapidly decreased. Meanwhile, more injured soldiers were brought in. The battle was still ongoing. Although morale was boosted by the recently supplied food and clothing, and generals like Shin Yanji and old General Yan fought bravely without retreating, the defense line was not completely broken. However, the enemy's strength was much greater, and each moment of holding on came at a heavy cost. Yan Jingshao, wounded, struggled to defend against enemy harassment and fire attacks on the west side, gaining a new injury himself. The entire Jean City defense line was like a small boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. The fierce tug-of-war lasted all night. By dawn, with a cold gray sky, the enemy's attack finally paused and withdrew like the tide, leaving behind destruction and silence. Jean City held on, but it was a scene of death everywhere, and the city was severely weakened. Shun Yenji stood on the scorched earth, still smoky from the battle. His black robe was soaked with blood, turning dark brown and hard. He leaned on his sword, gasping heavily, looking around. The surviving soldiers supported each other, their eyes hollow and numb. Many had only rough bandages on their wounds, with blood still seeping out. Over at the wounded camp, low and hopeless moans could be heard. The doctors looked exhausted and helpless, shaking their heads at the empty medicine boxes. A guard staggered over to report, his voice hoarse and barely understandable. "Your Highness." Initial count. Our soldiers. Over 5,000 dead, nearly 3,000 seriously wounded, and almost no one uninjured. The medicines, the ones given by Miss Sue last night, are all used up. The seriously wounded brothers. Without medicine,
I'm afraid.
they won't survive today. Each number felt like a heavy hammer hitting Shinyenji's heart. Over 3,000 lives lost. So many wounded soldiers struggling on the brink of death. Without medicine, the death toll would keep rising. He staggered a step, nearly losing his balance. Last night, Su Nianha's exhausted, pale face appeared again in his mind. Her weak voice said she was overextended and just needed rest. How could he ask her again? How could he bear to ask her for more?
But
His gaze swept over the soldiers leaning against broken walls and debris, with little medicine and no choice but to endure. Hearing the muffled sobs of wounded soldiers in the camp, unable to bear the pain, thinking that once the enemy notices they are at their limit and launches another attack, Jincheng will fall. At that time, not only soldiers but also countless civilians will die. He is the commander, their hope. He cannot stand by and watch them die needlessly because of a lack of medicine. Overwhelmed by deep guilt and heavy responsibility, all his reluctance is pushed aside. He does not know that at this moment, Su Lingyi is slowly waking from her sleep. Last night, Chun Lifeng's conversation with Su Zakai still echoes in her mind, making her more determined to quickly handle the Su family's affairs and completely free herself from Su Zakai's entanglement. However, she had used too much energy moving supplies for Shun Yenji earlier, and her body was already exhausted. Only the spiritual spring water could help her recover. Thinking of this, Su Lingyi immediately calms her mind, concentrates, and enters the space. All the supplies in the space are moved out, returning to its previous emptiness. She walks to the spiritual spring, scoops up a handful of clear, sweet water, and drinks it, feeling the refreshing nourishment soothe her heart. With the space, the spiritual spring, the wooden sign, and the connections to various dynasties for trading supplies, she believes she can handle the Su family's crisis and free herself from Su Zakai. She is deep in thought about her next plan when a sudden change occurs inside the space. Without warning, the air in front of her seems to be violently torn apart by invisible force, fluctuating intensely and emitting a low hum. A narrow, flickering with unstable light at its edges, suddenly appears out of nowhere. In the next second, a figure stumbles out of falling heavily onto the cold ground of the space. Su Lingyi is so startled she takes 2 steps back, staring fixedly. Her heart nearly stops. The person is Shun Yenji, but he is no longer the calm, noble figure he usually is. He wears a shattered black battle robe, stained with large patches of dried, blackened blood. Fresh wounds still ooze bright red blood. His face is covered in blood and soot, his crown tilted askew, a few strands of black hair stuck to his forehead and cheeks with dried blood. His lips are pale and cracked from blood loss and exhaustion. Most frightening are his eyes, bloodshot, swirling with indescribable pain, despair, and a nearly mad stubbornness pushed to the brink of madness. He was gasping heavily, each breath filled with hoarse coughs, as if he had just crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. Shun Yenji struggled to lift his head, looking around anxiously. When he saw Su Nianhe standing by the spiritual spring, with a rosy face and clear, surprised eyes, his eyes suddenly flashed with a frightening brightness, like a drowning person grabbing a piece of driftwood. He almost crawled 2 steps toward her, his voice hoarse and broken, each word sounding like it was squeezed from a throat scraped by sand. Nianhe.
Su. I'm sorry.
I know I shouldn't have come.
But, please, give me some medicine.
Lots of medicine. He suddenly raised a trembling hand, as if trying to grab something, but then weakly lowered it. Only his desperate eyes remained fixed on her, filled with guilt and sorrow heavy enough to crush a person. Soldiers. Can't hold on much longer. 3,000 wounded. No medicine.
They will all die.
Jin City. Can't be defended anymore. Before he finished speaking, a bitter, bloody taste surged up his throat. He turned his head sharply, coughing out dark red blood. His body swayed, and the will that had driven him into this place seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Seeing Shun Yenji like this, Su Nianhe's heart suddenly clenched, filled with shock. He was clearly badly injured. How did he manage to hold on with such incredible willpower to enter the space? It seemed that Shun Yenji must have faced a great danger. Su Nianhe's guess was correct. Shun Yenji cared deeply about the soldiers' lives and Jin City's safety. He couldn't stay peacefully in his tent. He immediately decided to go to the breakfast shop Su Nianhe had opened earlier. However, just after leaving the battlefield, where the fighting was fierce, his bodyguard was down to only 1 person. Helpless, he had to quickly select a few skilled warriors to accompany him. But unexpectedly, halfway there, they were ambushed by the enemy. After a fierce fight, all his guards were killed, and the entire army was wiped out. Only Shun Yenji, protected by others sacrificing their lives, managed to escape to this place. He forced himself to stay conscious, using all his strength to focus. He took out a token in his hand and opened the portal to the space. Su Nianhe's heart tightened sharply. Shun Yenji in front of her was almost a bloodied figure, weak and barely breathing. The backlash from forcibly tearing open the space and his severe injuries were rapidly draining his remaining life force. The small thoughts about her own plans were suddenly forgotten, as saving the person became the top priority. She forced herself to stay calm, took a deep breath, and immediately bent down to check his injuries. Fortunately, although the space was still empty from the last move, her small emergency medicine box was nearby, next to the spiritual spring. She quickly dragged the box over and opened it. Inside, neatly arranged, were a few bottles of Yunnan Baiyao, iodine solution, gauze, and some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicines. These were usually kept for emergencies, but now they were his lifeline. "Hold on," she whispered, unsure if she was comforting him or herself. She efficiently used scissors to cut open his torn clothes stuck to his wounds, revealing the ugly injuries underneath. The deepest wound was below his left shoulder, with torn flesh and blood flowing slowly, but steadily. Without hesitation, she took the last 2 bottles of Yunnan Baiyao powder and sprinkled them on the wound. She watched the white powder quickly soak into the blood but stubbornly work to stop the bleeding. Next, she carefully used iodine solution to clean several other deeper cuts. Each wipe made her heart tremble, but her hands remained steady. She cleaned the wounds, applied medicine, and then pressed gauze to bandage them tightly. After dealing with the obvious injuries, she was covered in sweat. She pried open Shun Yenji's clenched teeth, helped him sit up a little, and fed him some anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicines. But he was unconscious and had difficulty swallowing. Su Nianhe was anxious, her eyes immediately darting to the clear spiritual spring. She quickly scooped half a bowl of spring water with a wooden cup and carefully brought it to his lips. Perhaps the sweet scent of the spring water stimulated his survival instinct. He unconsciously slightly opened his mouth and slowly swallowed the water and pills. After feeding him the medicated spring water, Su Nianhe let out a small breath of relief, but didn't dare relax. She continued to soak a clean cloth with spring water, gently wiping the blood and cold sweat from his face, keeping his cracked lips moist. The power of the spring water and medicine seemed to begin working. Shen Yanji's originally pale face gradually showed a faint hint of color, and his rapid, chaotic breathing slowly became longer and steadier. Although he was still unconscious, the overwhelming sense of death seemed to be temporarily pushed back. Su Nianhe stayed nearby, not daring to leave even a step, constantly watching his condition. Only after confirming that his vital signs were truly stable and no longer worsening did she feel a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She sat down tiredly by the spiritual spring. Looking at the man on the ground who had narrowly survived thanks to the spring water and modern medicine, and seeing his furrowed brows even in unconsciousness, Su Nianhe felt a complex mix of emotions. He had risked everything, pushing himself to the limit to save his soldiers and city. He was worth saving. After Su Nianhe's treatment, Shen Yanji slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he said, "Miss Su, please give me some divine medicine to save the soldiers." Seeing his condition, Su Nianhe sighed helplessly. She scooped half a bowl of spring water carefully and fed it to him. "I already understand the situation. I plan to buy medicine for you now. But even if I bring the medicine back, if there are enemies outside, you won't be able to send the wounded to the camp. Miss Su, I can't just sit and wait for death," Shen Yanji said urgently, his eyes full of anxiety. Seeing his worried look, Su Nianhe understood that the situation was urgent and there was no time to delay. Right now, to help Shen Yanji and the Yen family defend Jin City and repel the barbarians, they needed two things most. First, life-saving medicine. Second, equipment to boost combat power. But she knew clearly that buying weapons in Huagua was strictly forbidden, so that path was impossible. After thinking it over, she could only settle for a second choice. Perhaps she could help buy some electric batons, flashlights, pepper spray, and a few stab-proof clothes. These items, while not as powerful as weapons, could still be useful in critical moments and give them some help. "Young Master Shen, you stay here and rest assured. I will go find the medicine for you first," Su Nianhe said softly, her gaze on his wound with a comforting tone. "As for how to deliver the medicine to the wounded camp, don't worry. When I return, I'll bring some self-defense items for you. Later, you can go to the dying military camp to find General Yen and the others, and have them send someone to pick it up." After speaking, she said no more. She silently focused her mind, and her figure quickly disappeared from the spot, retreating into the space. Su Nianhe quietly returned to her hotel room, but her mind was still tumultuous, stirred by the image of that bloodied figure in the space. She dared not delay in any way, fully aware that time was life for the soldiers in Jin City. She quickly opened her luggage, took out a pair of dark, rough cloth clothes she had worn in the countryside, and found a hidden headscarf. She carefully wrapped her black hair tightly. Facing the mirror, she deliberately hunched her back, imitating the posture of a middle-aged woman working hard, then put on a mask to cover most of her face. The person in the mirror instantly looked 20 years older, with a simple and plain demeanor, very different from her usual elegant appearance. Su Nianhe looked at her reflection, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, feeling very satisfied. She quietly congratulated herself on her foresight. She had prepared this outfit beforehand, originally to avoid being followed after the auction, but now it was just right for her current plan. She held her breath and listened outside the door, confirming no one was in the corridor. Chen Lifeng was probably still waiting in his room or the living room. She gently opened the door, moved very quietly, like a feather, and slipped downstairs without being seen, successfully leaving the house. On the street, she immediately flagged down a taxi and, in a deliberately low, hoarse voice, told the driver, to the largest pharmaceutical wholesale market in the provincial capital and nearby security equipment stores. The taxi sped off. Su Nianhe leaned against the window, watching the scenery rush past outside, her palms slightly sweaty from nervousness. She had to act quickly, finishing everything before Suzuki and Chen Lifeng realized she was gone. When she arrived, she showed incredible efficiency and decisiveness. She headed straight to the warehouse of the largest chain pharmacy in the provincial capital, claiming she was buying emergency supplies for remote factory areas. She presented a pre-prepared purchase list, speaking urgently but confidently. All Yunnan Baiyao powder, sprays, and insurance supplies. All iodine, alcohol, and hydrogen peroxide. All sterile gauze, bandages, and medical gloves. All amoxicillin, cephalosporins, hemostatic tablets, and painkillers. Anything for treating wounds, inflammation, bleeding, or pain. I want it all. Pack it immediately and deliver to this warehouse address. The warehouse manager had never seen such a generous and urgent big customer. Although suspicious of her identity, he saw her quick payment on her phone and the specific remote warehouse address. With a decisive go-ahead, he immediately ordered workers to open the warehouse and load the goods. A large box of cartons was loaded onto a rented truck, almost filling the entire cargo space. Soon Yanha paid quickly without blinking and reminded the driver to deliver as soon as possible. But that was not enough. Thinking about Shen Yan's mention of 3,000 injuries, she felt heavy-hearted. Then, she repeated her actions, taking taxis to various pharmacies and medical equipment stores across the provincial city. She repeatedly bought up all available first aid medicines and related supplies, directing all deliveries to the same warehouse address as before. She spent money like water. In less than an hour, she spent 10 million yuan, but for her, with over 200 million, it was nothing. After finishing, she immediately headed to the security equipment market. Under the pretext of factory procurement of security devices, she bought in large quantities anti-stab vests and cut-resistant gloves to provide extra protection for frontline soldiers. High-intensity flashlights and spare batteries, useful for night operations or confusing enemies. High-power pepper spray, which might work surprisingly well. Stun batons, choosing models with greater power and longer battery life. After arranging for these supplies to be sent to the warehouse, Su Nianhe finally relaxed a little. She took a taxi back near the warehouse, got off early, and walked to the warehouse. After confirming the first batch of goods had arrived, she used the warehouse as a transfer point. With a thought, she quietly stored the piled-up medicines and equipment into her space. The whole process took several hours, but she moved quickly, disguised well, and successfully avoided detection.